Chapter 1, 2020, Blue Planet, Jiang City. Beneath a cerulean sky, the world lay in a state of desolation, a haunting remnant of what once was a bustling metropolis, now reduced to ruins. Towering skyscrapers, once piercing the heavens like blades, had been severed midair, their cleanly cut edges a stark and shocking sight. In times gone by, humanity reigned supreme on this planet now. They merely struggled for survival amidst the debris, and Chen Yi was one of these unfortunate souls. Boom! An invisible strike sliced through the air, cleaving an entire building in two. A man with long white hair, wielding a formidable blade, approached with an air of nonchalance. The blade hovered ominously before Chen Yi, who, expressionless, swallowed the last morsel of bread he had. He was but an ordinary human, utterly incapable of contending with a being capable of severing a building in half. Even more absurdly, he had no idea who this man was, nor why they sought to hunt humanity. What a pity. It appears you lack a beacon. No matter. I shall consider you a mere appetizer before my main course. Indulging in a bit of entertainment is quite delightful, he remarked. With that, the white-haired man swung his blade. Yet, just as the edge was about to descend upon Chen Yi's neck, the entire world seemed to freeze, caught in a moment of stillness. Simultaneously, a message appeared in Chen Yi's mind. Do you wish to survive? Yes. No. The cold steel pressed against Chen Yi's throat regardless of the circumstances. His only desire was to live. Without hesitation, he chose yes. As he made his choice, his form flickered like the image on an old television set before vanishing completely, while the world remained suspended in that instant. In a realm unfathomably distant, Chen Yi materialized, standing on a desolate street, bewildered by the unfolding events. Where am I? As he pondered, a semi-transparent interface materialized before him, swiftly displaying information that elucidated his predicament. Welcome to the ruined space. From this moment forth, you are a ruin explorer, wielding the will of the ruined space, destined to uncover the secrets and truths hidden within every remnant of this infinite world. Shattered worlds scattered across the vast void. Beneath the dilapidated ruins lay the remnants of once glorious civilizations. To unearth the truth behind the world's demise or decay is the very essence of a ruined explorer's existence. This is a novice mission world with a lower level of danger. Mission commencement. Name: Chen Yi. Points: 0. Abilities: none. Items: none. The absence of attribute entries on his personal panel made Chen Yi realize that the ruined space was a realm where capability, equipment, and items were paramount. The source and purpose of the points remained ambiguous, but one thing was clear according to the information displayed. All abilities and equipment within the ruined space must be acquired in the mission world, as the space would not bestow any rewards for abilities or equipment. Conversely, any abilities, equipment, or items obtained by the ruin explorer in the mission world could be retained after the mission concluded. Chen Yi was particularly pleased with this understanding. It seems I can only rely on myself. If he wished to avoid returning to Blue Planet only to be slain by that white-haired man, he needed to acquire sufficient power in this desolate world. The challenge was formidable, yet it was better than having no hope at all. The interface displayed a new message. Main mission: uncover the truth behind the world's decay. If any key items that led to the world's ruin exist, be sure to obtain them. Time limit: 5 years. Mission reward: 1,000 points. With the announcement of the mission reward, Chen Yi finally understood the significance of points. They could be used to enhance equipment and abilities, with no limit on the number of enhancements. Thus, the importance of points was self-evident. Just as Chen Yi prepared to close the interface and explore this desolate world, a surge of data flashed across the screen, causing him to pause in surprise. Target terminal detected. Plugin installation in progress. Installation complete. Randomizing upgrade options. Random option: telekinesis. Telekinesis option loading complete. Upon the display of the completed telekinesis option, Chen Yi instinctively felt a newfound power within him. His eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand, effortlessly commanding the power that had emerged within him. An unseen force surged forth, lifting a steel pipe from the ground and bringing it into his grasp. Indeed, it is telekinesis. Moreover, the information on the interface continued to refresh. Upgrade Task 1. Eliminate 10 zombies to elevate the telekinesis option by 1 level. Upgrade Task 2. Eliminate 100 zombies to elevate the telekinesis option by 1 level. Upgrade Task 10. Eliminate 10 billion zombies to elevate the telekinesis option by 1 level. Zombies eliminated. 0. A full 10 upgrade tasks. All rewards aimed at enhancing telekinesis. Chen Yi was taken aback. This seemed to be his secret advantage. After all, the ruin space did not provide ruin explorers with any abilities or ability upgrade tasks. Unsure if he was mistaken, Chen Yi double-checked the information, confirming that he had not erred. However, more than the advantage, he was concerned about another matter. Zombies? Standing on the ruined street, surrounded by abandoned old vehicles, Chen Yi lost track of time, the ground thick with dust. A chill breeze swept by, and he glanced up at the street corner, where a staggering figure approached. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a zombie. At that moment, he suddenly recognized that the foul odor permeating the air was the stench of decay. Chen Yi initially intended to turn and flee, but upon noticing the absence of other zombies nearby, he hesitated. He observed the zombie, its movements unsteady due to decaying muscles, then glanced at the steel pipe in his hand and the 0 count of zombies eliminated on the interface. Then, Chen Yi directed the steel pipe with his telekinesis toward the zombie, striking it squarely on the head, causing it to collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, he tested his telekinesis. The strength is substantial at the very least. I can inflict damage to the zombie's head. The control range appears to be around 10 meters beyond that. I cannot maintain control. Before the fallen zombie could rise, he struck it again, until its skull was thoroughly shattered. Finally, the count of zombies eliminated changed. Zombies eliminated. 1. He murmured softly, "It is now confirmed that the zombies in this world have a critical weakness in their brains. The mode of infection and its contagiousness remain uncertain, but it is best to avoid close contact with them." In all honesty, the ability of telekinesis was remarkably useful. Without the capacity for remote control, Chen Yi would have had to engage the zombies up close, which was far too perilous. After dispatching one zombie, Chen Yi cautiously entered an office building, wary of the noise he had made while shattering the zombie's skull, uncertain if it would attract more of their kind. Hiding in a concealed corner on the 2nd floor, Chen Yi utilized telekinesis to strike the ground with the steel pipe, creating a sound. Moments later, several zombies were indeed lured forth. Chen Yi counted 3. It seemed the zombies here were indeed sensitive to sound. He remained uncertain about their vision. While testing the zombie's senses, he controlled the steel pipe to swiftly obliterate the heads of the 3 approaching zombies. Zombies eliminated. 4. Afterward, Chen Yi exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had personally swung the steel pipe to crush the skulls of those zombies, leaving him utterly drained. Stamina is also an issue. I hope that upgrading telekinesis will improve this aspect as well. Otherwise, I won't last long throughout the day. Of course, his reliance on the steel pipe was also a factor. If only he had a knife, it would surely make things much easier. But at this moment, he could not afford to be so demanding. He had to make do with whatever he could find. Chen Yi had a habit of talking to himself when alone, a quirk he developed on Blue Planet. For if one did not frequently articulate their thoughts, they would gradually forget how to organize their language, ultimately impacting their cognition and intellect. To survive in such ruins, one must remain rational and alert at all times. Furthermore, it served as a means to alleviate his solitude. Once he confirmed that no zombies lingered on the 2nd floor, Chen Yi began to search the area. Soon, in the break room, he discovered some bottled water, chocolate, and a fruit knife. Finally, a knife. Chen Yi sharpened it slightly, then eagerly devoured several pieces of chocolate and downed a bottle of water, disregarding any concerns about expiration dates. He had completely lost track of how long it had been since he had tasted chocolate. The sickly sweet flavor spread in his mouth, marking perhaps the happiest moment he had experienced in years. After resting for approximately an hour, Chen Yi had significantly regained his strength. The glass window lay shattered, and he gazed out at the sun hanging in the sky. The sun is about to set. I must complete an upgrade task before it descends, for the night can be perilous. In his current predicament, Chen Yi could hardly afford to contemplate the main quest. His foremost priority was to preserve his life. The pursuit of the world's truths could wait, as he had a span of 5 years ahead of him. Rising from his emaciated form, Chen Yi grasped a knife in hand and exited the tea room. His eyes reflected a calmness akin to still waters, devoid of any tumult, save for the blade he wielded, which emanated a hint of menace. The sun gradually shifted westward, the twilight deepening with each passing moment. On the third floor, a lone zombie wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. A fruit knife, glinting with a cold sheen, shot forth and plunged directly into the zombie's skull, twisting violently before being withdrawn. Thud! The zombie collapsed to the ground. The fruit knife returned to Chen Yi, who now bore an unmistakable weariness upon his features. Yet, a flicker of joy ignited within him. He had successfully completed an upgrade task. Zombie kill count, 10. Upgrade task 1, completed. Psychic power, upgrade. Psychic power, LV2. In an instant, Chen Yi's fatigue dissipated, and the psychic energy within him surged with newfound strength. As his psychic power expanded, his once frail physique transformed, becoming robust and vigorous. Chen Yi could vividly perceive the substantial enhancement in the potency of his psychic energy. If his previous psychic strength had equated to his physical power, the scenario had now changed. He glanced at the steel pipe at his waist. With a mere thought, the pipe levitated into the air, and as he reached out, he effortlessly crumpled the rigid steel into a mass. Post-upgrade, the intensity of his psychic power astonished Chen Yi. A rough estimation revealed his effective control radius expanded to 30 meters, a considerable increase from before. Moreover, following the enhancement of his psychic energy, his physical endurance had also markedly improved. This aligned with his prior assumption. Stamina and psychic power were positively correlated. The elevation of one would invariably bolster the other. With such formidable psychic energy, I could likely crush a zombie's skull from a distance, though utilizing a weapon would prove more efficient. Chen Yi leaped onto the ground, then astonishingly propelled himself into an inverted position, standing on the ceiling. His intangible psychic force anchored him firmly, akin to nails piercing through. I can swing between buildings now. As night gave way to dawn, Chen Yi, sufficiently rested, consumed 2 pieces of chocolate, then ascended to a higher floor, wielding a fruit knife stripped of its handle, now transformed into a psychic flying knife, honed to an exquisite sharpness. Roar! A zombie howled, only to have its mouth impaled by the flying knife, which obliterated its brain. The remaining zombies, drawn by the commotion, approached, but the flying knife traced a lightning-like trajectory, swiftly dispatching all nearby foes. Zombie kill count, 21. Bang, bang, bang. Several zombies fell in succession, while Chen Yi stood leisurely in the office, drawing forth a pair of scissors. He attempted to control the flying knife while simultaneously focusing on the scissors, but found the endeavor utterly impossible. Indeed, I cannot multitask, just yet training is necessary. Thus, Chen Yi methodically cleared through each floor until every zombie within the building had been vanquished, at which point he finally felt the weight of fatigue settling in his mind and body. Zombie kill count, 96. Alas, the number of zombies within the building proved far fewer than he had anticipated, and despite cleansing every last one on the top floor, Chen Yi had not succeeded in completing his second upgrade task. He could only retreat to other places. Chen Yi had nearly scoured the entire pantry of the building, laden with an abundance of chocolate, and no longer needed to remain hidden within its walls. The wind howled at the rooftop. Chen Yi cast a glance downward before leaping off, his psychic energy transforming into claws and ropes that grasped the exterior walls of the building, allowing him to soar through the air. On the 23rd floor of a certain skyscraper, the exterior glass windows were long shattered, and in the sunlight, a multitude of zombies could be seen wandering within point. One of the zombies stumbled to the window, only to be swiftly impaled in the head by a flying knife. Chen Yi soared through the air and landed precisely inside the building. The noise immediately alerted the other zombies. With a flick of his hand, His flying knives sliced through the air with a chilling brilliance, mowing down the nearby zombies as if they were mere grass, black blood splattering into the air as one after another fell lifelessly to the ground. Zombie kills. 105. Upgrade Task 2 completed. Psychic option upgraded. Psychic energy leveled up to LV3. With the completion of the second upgrade task, Chen Yi's psychic energy surged once more. He distinctly felt a significant increase in the intensity of his psychic power. A sensation so powerful that it bordered on the unbelievable. It was no exaggeration to say that he suspected he could now use his psychic energy to hurl a tank. Truly absurd. Beyond the increase in strength, this upgrade also introduced a remarkable change. His psychic energy became an extension of his sensory perception. Wherever his psychic energy reached, Chen Yi could see and hear. Even in blind spots, as long as his psychic energy could touch, he could sense the situation. An extension of perception. How convenient indeed. Speaking thus, the surging psychic energy struck the floor with a resounding crash, creating a massive hole beneath his feet. He was too lazy to take the stairs and chose to forge his own path. Instantly, the zombies on the entire floor were alerted, rushing madly toward Chen Yi. He swept his gaze across the scene, and his psychic energy surged like a tide. Bang! Bang! Zombie kills. 112. There was no need for him to conserve energy. All the incoming zombies exploded into a shower of blood. And with the enhancement of his psychic energy, Chen Yi was becoming increasingly adept at its application. If he were to envelop his body with his psychic energy, given its current intensity, he would essentially be wearing a suit of comprehensive defensive armor. While it remained uncertain whether it could withstand bullets, blades and axes would pose no threat to him. After all, although the upgrade of his psychic energy also enhanced his physical strength, he was still fundamentally an ordinary person, making this layer of psychic defense quite necessary. With such strength at LV3, Chen Yi could hardly fathom how powerful his psychic energy would become with further upgrades, especially considering there were 10 upgrade tasks in total. He glanced at the interface, noting that upgrade task 3 required a total of 1,000 zombie kills. He estimated he could accomplish this within the day, and no one could resist the allure of immense power. And Chen Yi found himself entranced by the slaughter of zombies, advancing with remarkable speed and efficiency. Half a day later, the first floor of a certain building was littered with the corpses of zombies, the black blood pooling across the ground, while Chen Yi stood unscathed amidst the sea of bodies. Zombie kills. 1008. Upgrade task 3 completed. Psychic option upgraded. Psychic energy leveled up to LV4. With the completion of the upgrade, the strength of his psychic energy surged once more, and he felt a profound awe at the power coursing within him. Merely leveling up once had resulted in such an astounding increase. As he clenched his fist, his psychic energy erupted forth like a raging tide, instantly reducing the 100-meter-tall building to ruins, the steel and concrete structure collapsing in an instant, shattered fragments raining down to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Thick clouds of dust billowed outward. The tremendous noise attracted the attention of nearby zombies, and a horde of them began to howl and rush toward him, a terrifying mass of darkness. Bang! The buried ruins were blasted open, and Chen Yi, unscathed, floated in midair with the assistance of his psychic energy, slowly rising from the debris. With such formidable psychic power, flight had become an effortless feat. Were it not for his absolute confidence, Chen Yi would not have created such a commotion. Observing the approaching horde of zombies like a tidal wave, he reached out his hand. I wonder what level of upgrade clearing out the zombies in this city will grant me. As he spoke, invisible waves of psychic energy radiated outward, crashing down upon the horde with immense force. In an instant, countless zombies were ground to a pulp. Boom! The terrifying force struck the ground, causing violent tremors, as if an earthquake had occurred. The concrete surface cracking open with deep fissures. Zombie kills. 3849. That with a single blow, over 2,800 zombies were dispatched. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Chen Yi completed the 4th upgrade task and once again enhanced his psychic energy. At this pace, he felt he might soon become a deity among mortals. He estimated that his attack range could now extend to 150 meters. That moment, a flash of light shot from the body of a zombie. Landing in Chen Yi's hand at AS, the brilliance dissipated. He discovered it was a vial of red liquid. Item obtained. G4 virus. Description: a virus that has the potential to grant humans evolutionary capabilities. A virus? Chen Yi speculated that this might be the virus responsible for creating zombies, or perhaps a mutated variant of the original strain. He had no intention of recklessly consuming it. Speaking of which, after slaying thousands of zombies, he had only obtained one item. The drop rate was disappointingly low, and there was no spatial backpack to store it in. Chen Yi could only find a thermos to place the virus into, cushioning it with some sponge to prevent it from breaking. The IT was unclear whether it was a benefit of the novice task world or a hallmark of the ruined space. But throughout his journey of slaughter, Chen Yi had not encountered a single ruins dweller, not even a single human being. A zombie intruded into Chen Yi's psychic perception range. He turned to look at a rooftop 100 meters away, where a massive zombie beast covered in bone armor loomed. This creature was extraordinarily large, its explosive muscles exuding a sense of power, while its sharp claws and fangs were enough to instill fear. It stared at Chen Yi from a distance, seemingly sensing danger and reluctant to approach. Chen Yi paid it no mind. With a thought, he unleashed a surge of psychic energy that obliterated the zombie beast on the spot. Immediately, a flash of light shot from the creature's body, landing in Chen Yi's hand. Item obtained. Sharp fangs. Description: just two exceptionally sharp fangs. Chen Yi held the two fangs, pondering their potential use. He speculated they could be utilized to craft equipment upon returning to the ruined space. Simultaneously, his eyes brightened. Could it be that the drop rate for elite monsters is 100%? If that were the case, he would be quite thrilled. Boom! On the rooftop of the building, a young man wearing windproof goggles witnessed. In disbelief, a distant structure vanished in the blink of an eye. What the hell? What is going on? Which demolition crew is so dedicated that they're still working during the apocalypse? Whoever was responsible. It certainly could not be the zombies. The young man hurriedly gathered his belongings, preparing to flee, feeling utterly unsafe so close to the collapsed building. Creak. The iron door on the top floor swung open, and a middle-aged man rushed up, exclaiming to the young man, "Zhou Tong, there's been an unforeseen incident. We need to return to the base immediately." "All right, I'll go with you." Before descending, Zhou Tong cast one last glance at the billowing clouds of dust in the distance. Inwardly musing that in this zombie-infested world, he fervently hoped no superpowered individuals would appear. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. In truth, there were indeed people in this dilapidated city, even amidst a world rife with zombies. There are still those who manage to cling to life in such a dire environment. The city center is the most densely populated area with these undead creatures, and survivors tend to avoid it at all costs, fearing for their lives. Ironically, it is precisely when Chen Yi arrives that he finds himself in the heart of the city, which is why he has yet to encounter any living souls. Not only survivors, but even those known as the returners are present, such as Zhou Tong, who, like Chen Yi, is a newcomer to the returner space, and this is his first mission world. Zhou is somewhat luckier than Chen Yi, as he did not materialize in the city center. Moreover, he quickly encounters a survivor squad searching for food. This squad had initially planned to return to their base the following morning, but the commotion stirred up by Chen Yi has attracted a horde of zombies, prompting them to hasten their plans. Uncle Lin, Zhou Tong cautiously follows the survivor squad, whispering to the middle-aged man beside him, "Is there anyone at the base researching the zombie virus?" He poses this question because he observed the survivor squad collecting cellular samples from the zombies during their search for food. Having heard that Uncle Lin is a veteran of the survivor base, he assumes he must possess some knowledge on the matter. Uncle Lin nods. Yes, the survivor base was originally established within a biological research institute. Given the circumstances, it is only logical to conduct thorough research on this matter. Who knows, they might even develop an antibody for the virus. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou presses on, "By the way, Uncle Lin, I wish to understand the root cause of the zombie virus outbreak. Surely there must be a reason for its inception. Let me die with clarity." Uncle Lin rolls his eyes. "How would I know? All I remember is that I overslept during a night shift. And when I woke up the next afternoon, the streets were teeming with zombies. You ask me, I ask who?" Zhou Tong feels a pang of disappointment. He harbors doubts about uncovering the cause of the apocalypse within 5 years. He might not even survive that long. 3 hours later, Uncle Lin alerts him. We're almost there. Zhou gazes ahead, spotting an area enclosed by iron sheets and barbed wire, separated by an artificial river. Only when the base lays down a wooden bridge can they cross. And it appears to be quite secure. Zhou remains vigilant, yet he harbors skepticism towards the inhabitants of the base. If he had any other options, he would not risk himself so recklessly that he yearns to be a formidable force or a solitary wolf adept in survival skills. Alas, he is but an ordinary person, forced to seek warmth in numbers. Barely stepping into the base, he is swiftly subdued by a tranquilizer gun, collapsing to the ground. His last thought is one of incredulity at the swiftness of the attack. City center, boom! A skyscraper rises into the air, hurled by Chen Yi, crashing into other buildings with a deafening roar, obliterating a significant number of approaching zombies. The greater the noise, the more zombies flock to the scene. And Chen Yi unleashes his full potential, wreaking havoc like a natural disaster, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Zombies killed. 95-80. Many zombies wander within the building, their minds vacant, incapable of descending stairs, only rushing towards the source of the noise. With no time to clear each floor individually, Chen Yi demolishes the entire building in one fell swoop, embodying the essence of a rampaging destroyer. Moments later, as yet another building crumbles under the overwhelming force of his telekinesis, the zombies inside are eradicated, and Chen Yi's kill count surpasses 10,000 zombies killed. 10007. Upgrade Task 4. Complete. Telekinesis options. Upgrade. Telekinesis. LV5. Boom. An uncontrollable surge of potent telekinesis radiates from Chen Yi, swiftly expanding outward, obliterating every structure in its path, leveling everything within 100 meters to the ground in the blink of an eye. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Chen Yi's figure is faintly visible, his telekinetic energy distorting the air and vision around him, rendering his presence ethereal. This is the power of LV5 telekinesis, a force capable of annihilating all structures within a 100-meter radius. The sheer intensity and destructive capabilities speak for themselves. Chen Yi moves one step closer to becoming a deity among men. Not only has his telekinetic strength increased, but this upgrade has also dramatically enhanced his precision in controlling it. It is no exaggeration to say that he can now strike any target from a kilometer away with a telekinetic bullet. This is not his limit, thanks to the inherent perception extension of telekinesis. He can now control it with cellular precision. In other words, he can infuse telekinesis into his own cells, enveloping his body in protective energy, thereby enhancing his physical strength. With powerful telekinesis coursing through every cell, a blue glow ignites in Chen Yi's eyes as he delivers a mighty punch to the ground. Boom! The earth trembles violently. The ground erupts with a multitude of cracks, which rapidly expand outward, and the ground beneath him suddenly sinks several meters within a 100-meter radius. This resolves the issue of physicality. Of course, the enhancement in control also opens the door to numerous applications, dependent entirely on one's knowledge and imagination. A vortex of telekinesis materializes in Chen Yi's hand. The rapidly spinning vortex rubs against the air, generating intense heat, until the air ignites, and a ball of flame bursts forth from his palm. Another vortex appears in his other hand, swiftly absorbing large quantities of air, with moisture condensing and flowing rapidly within the vortex. Such techniques are akin to magic. For a moment, Chen Yi immerses himself in the development of telekinetic applications. Knowing full well that the zombies cannot escape, it is always beneficial to expand his repertoire of skills. At least he will no longer need to carry a lighter in the future. Half a day passes swiftly. Chen Yi is in high spirits, having developed numerous techniques, particularly making significant breakthroughs in sensory range techniques. Previously, he had always spread his telekinesis in all directions, which, while allowing him to perceive the surrounding situation, significantly limited the distance. Now, he refines this technique, focusing his telekinesis in one direction, stretching it to its maximum range, and then rapidly sweeping around himself like a radar. This method proves highly efficient. Chen Yi can now effortlessly sense any situation within a 5-kilometer radius, gaining comprehensive awareness of the city. Thanks to the improvement in sensory techniques, he quickly identifies the sole survivor base in the city. His expression one of surprise that it appears there is something intriguing ahead. When Zhou Tong awakens, he finds himself confined within a transparent laboratory, with a middle-aged man in a white lab coat standing outside. He checks his body, no missing limbs, and breathes a sigh of relief. Calmly addressing the man outside the laboratory, he inquires, "Shouldn't you explain the situation to me? What am I, a lab rat?" The middle-aged man nods. "Damn it." Zhou Tong's calm demeanor is instantly shattered. Cursing, "I knew there had to be a conspiracy behind this. Those zombies outside are your doing, aren't they?" The man shakes his head. "You're overthinking it. The zombies outside have nothing to do with my research facility. I only began studying them after the virus outbreak." Realizing there's no escaping, Zhou Tong engages the middle-aged man in conversation, hoping to glean useful intelligence that he is curious. "What are you researching?" The man, appearing somewhat bored, genuinely shares with Zhou Tong how to utilize the zombie virus to enhance the human body. Enhance? Yes, the zombie virus isn't truly a virus. It's a substance capable of enhancing the human body. However, the failure rate for enhancement is quite high, and failure results in transformation into a zombie. As he speaks, the middle-aged man glances at the time. Zhou Tong suddenly comes to a realization, his eyes widening in shock. "You injected me with a zombie virus?" The man nods earnestly in acknowledgement, adding, "Don't worry. After my modifications, the success rate for your enhancement is as high as 1%. Moreover, the strength gained from the enhancement will far exceed that of the original virus's successful transformations." 1%. Zhou Tong resigned himself to despair, lying there for half the day without feeling any discomfort. Turning his head, he caught sight of the middle-aged man outside the laboratory, who was nearly beside himself with excitement. Gesticulating wildly, Zhou Tong could hardly believe it. "Did I succeed?" "Indeed," the middle-aged man exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "We have finally succeeded. Young man, your luck is truly remarkable, and mine is splendid as well." Yet Zhou Tong felt no enhancement within himself. "Are you certain?" "I am certain," the middle-aged man asserted. "I have specifically augmented your self-healing abilities. From this moment on, as long as your brain does not sustain a fatal injury and you have sufficient energy supply, all your wounds will heal rapidly. Even if your limbs are severed, they can regenerate in a short time." "Is that for real?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong could hardly contain his excitement. Without a second thought, he bit down on his own hand, and only after witnessing the wound vanish before his very eyes did he believe that the middle-aged man's words were true. Zhou Tong never imagined that his first ability would be acquired through becoming a guinea pig. The emotional roller coaster was truly exhilarating. "How do you feel?" the middle-aged man eagerly asked Zhou Tong. "From this moment forth, you are a new human being in this world. Will you lend me your strength so that together we may lead humanity into a new evolution?" Zhou Tong was momentarily at a loss for words. The man's words were far too dramatic for his taste, making it difficult for him to respond. However, he found himself with little choice, just as he was about to agree. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the base. Zhou Tong and the middle-aged man were jolted, initially thinking it was an earthquake. It wasn't until the ceiling was ripped away and blinding sunlight streamed in that they grasped the situation outside. The entire research building was severed in half, suspended in midair, and Chen Yi stood like a god descended upon earth, surrounded by a distortion of air that obscured his form. In that instant, both Zhou Tong and the middle-aged man were rendered speechless, utterly terrified. What on earth did new human mean? This was the true meaning of a new human. In that fleeting moment, their worldview was utterly transformed. Within the base, a throng of survivors gazed up at the floating research building, the figure hovering above appearing diminutive, yet exuding an overwhelming presence that left them breathless. What was happening? Who was that person? Am I dreaming? Someone pinched themselves, the sharp and vivid pain confirming that this was no dream. Someone was indeed flying and had demolished their research building as Chen Yi landed. His formidable psychic power rippled through the air like waves upon water, instantly dismantling the laboratory that trapped Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong swallowed hard. Though he could not see the psychic force, the distorted air and vision were constant reminders of the invisible power surrounding him. The most feared reality had come to pass. Superhumans truly existed in this world, and to such an absurd degree. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, who immediately tensed up, drenched in sweat. If possible, I hope you can answer some questions for me or provide assistance in my quest for answers. Ask away. The middle-aged man nodded fervently, terrified of any hesitation. Chen Yi inquired, what caused the outbreak of the zombie virus? Was it man-made or an accident? If it was man-made, who was behind it? Where did the virus first erupt? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man turned pale, unable to answer any of those questions, but knowing he had to respond. I don't know, but I can give you some clues. At least it's not entirely fruitless. Chen Yi nodded. Please share. The middle-aged man quickly replied, the base has been receiving broadcasts in recent years. Dongzhou Island is gathering survivors, and many must have made their way there. You might find answers to your questions there. Is there a map? Yes. The middle-aged man produced a travel brochure filled with maps from various locations. He flipped to a specific page and pointed it out to Chen Yi. This is our current location, and this is Dongzhou Island. Just head east, and you'll arrive. The travel brochure floated into Chen Yi's hands. He glanced at the distance, noting that the route would take him through several cities, perfectly aligning with his task of clearing out the zombies. Thank you. As the severed research building slowly descended, Chen Yi prepared to depart. Zhou Tong seized the opportunity and urgently called out, Master, will you take me under your wing? We are both new humans. Chen Yi paused for a moment before soaring away. Not necessary. Zhou Tong let out a sigh, regretting the missed opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the destruction of the laboratory, he dashed away, seizing the chance to escape amidst the turmoil of the base. A lead on the main quest had emerged. Although uncertain if he would uncover the truth of the apocalypse on Dongzhou Island, he at least possessed a clear objective. Chen Yi did not rush to leave. There were still zombies to be dealt with, and before departing, he planned a thorough cleanup, estimating he could complete 1 or 2 more upgrade tasks in the process. Additionally, he intended to test out his newly developed abilities. As he spoke, Chen Yi floated in the air, conjuring a swirling vortex of psychic energy, which he then unleashed into the decaying urban ruins below. A ferocious gust of wind howled as the psychic whirlwind rapidly transformed into a colossal tornado, engulfing countless zombies that were subsequently crushed within its grasp. Zombie kill count. 12876. Zombie kill count. 13051. Zombie kill count. 14924. In an instant, the zombie kill count surged wildly as the zombies caught in the vortex were pulverized, their dark blood and flesh splattering everywhere, turning the entire wasteland into a grim tableau of black, and our it resembled a hellish nightmare. Chen Yi ascended higher, allowing him to survey the entirety of the abandoned city, creating psychic tornadoes in various sectors and astonishing speed to clear out the zombies. In mere moments, his zombie kill count surpassed 100,000, completing yet another upgrade task, causing the intensity of his psychic energy to surge dramatically. Zombie kill count. 104632. Upgrade task 5 completed. Psychic energy option upgraded. Psychic energy level. LV6. The air erupted with a violent wave of psychic energy, causing the atmosphere above the city to resonate, distorting both air and vision into an extraordinary spectacle. Within the survivor base, the onlookers gazed at the massive black tornadoes swirling throughout the city, their eyes fixated on the warped sky, nearly holding their breath in sheer terror. Was this the end of the world? Zhou Tong had just escaped the research building, observing the terrified survivors, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Seizing the moment, he stealthily ambushed a survivor guarding a wooden bridge, hastily crossing it and sprinting out of the base, even managing to snatch the survivor's crossbow and dagger before fleeing. Fortunately, there were no zombies or tornadoes near the survivor base, allowing Zhou Tong to escape with his life. He looked around at the exaggerated scene, knowing without a doubt that it was the handiwork of that formidable figure. Could it be true? Could a new human possess such incredible power? Inspired by this powerhouse, Zhou Tong felt an overwhelming sense of confidence about his future. The psychic energy at LV6 didn't exhibit any further changes, simply a significant boost in strength. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Yi felt capable of lifting the entire city below him, or even altering the weather in the area for a short time, but he had a clear understanding of the situation within a radius of several dozen kilometers. While he couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb, he could detect any missile or attack the moment it entered his perception range, rendering it impossible for them to strike him. This made the task of clearing out zombies significantly easier. With a surge that felt like a tempest, the swirling psychic energy instantly swept through every corner of the abandoned city. And with a mere thought from Chen Yi, all the zombies within the city exploded into a mist of blood. Boom! The entire abandoned city trembled violently. And then, not a single zombie remained in sight. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's zombie kill count soared dramatically, with streams of light shooting skyward from various corners of the abandoned city towards him. Zombie kill count: 560, 794. Acquired equipment: exquisite antique knife. Acquired item: tattered backpack. Acquired item: primal virus. Acquired ability: danger perception. Instantly eliminating hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even with a low drop rate, it was bound to yield a significant bounty, propelling Chen Yi to sudden wealth. Upon closer inspection of the dropped equipment and items, he realized a fundamental truth. Monsters only dropped items that aligned with the current world background and type. And they would only yield equipment and items or abilities that they themselves possessed, a remarkably logical premise that a plethora of viruses emerged, yet there were no spatial rings or spatial backpacks. It seemed such technology and artifacts did not exist in this world. What a pity! Although most of it was useless debris, the sheer quantity was substantial. Chen Yi could not carry it all, so he could only select a few useful items to take with him. Regardless, once he returned to his space, he would certainly purchase a spatial item. This time, the drops were merely junk. If next time he were to receive a trove of treasures, it would be excruciatingly painful. Moments later, Chen Yi affixed the exquisite antique knife to his waist, sheathed a sharp dagger on the other side, and slung a brand new travel backpack filled with high-energy food on his back. 5 luminous orbs materialized before him, each representing abilities dropped by zombies or zombie beasts. Danger perception, menacing bone spurs, sharp fangs, ruminant stomach, and extreme burst. The 3 abilities clearly unsuitable for humans were promptly discarded by Chen Yi, who extended his hands to crush the orbs of danger perception and extreme burst. As the 2 orbs exploded, their light merged into Chen Yi's body, refreshing the interface with new information, and he immediately acquired these 2 abilities. Mastered ability: Danger Perception LV1. Danger Perception LV1. When danger arises, you'll have advanced warning. Mastered ability: Extreme Burst LV1. Extreme Burst LV1. Ignoring pain and injuries, you can exert your full strength for the next 10 seconds. At the cost of worsening injuries and entering a state of weakness for 10 minutes thereafter. These 2 abilities could be considered quite decent, yet with the enhancement of his telekinetic power, it seemed unlikely that Chen Yi would need to rely on them. Nevertheless, preparation was prudent, and having an extra layer of security was always beneficial. After making his selections, the discarded items, equipment, and abilities vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Without hesitation, Chen Yi plunged into the clouds. Boom! A sonic boom reverberated through the air, and visible vapor compressed into a barrier, which Chen Yi effortlessly pierced, vanishing into the clouds at a speed several times the speed of sound. Every cell in Chen Yi's body brimmed with potent telekinetic energy, enabling him to withstand unimaginable loads and overloads beyond ordinary human capacity. With his current telekinetic intensity and quality, he could effortlessly exceed 3 times the speed of sound. With his limits yet to be discovered, the distortion in the air above the city dissipated, and survivors looked up to see a conspicuous trajectory extending towards the distant horizon. As his telekinetic power grew stronger, the previously theoretical applications began to gain feasibility, prompting Chen Yi to initiate implementation. In theory, as long as the temperature and pressure were sufficiently high, he could directly rub air to create plasma. This phenomenon reached temperatures exceeding several hundred degrees, capable of vaporizing the majority of materials instantaneously, making it an optimal means of attack, rendering all ordinary equipment virtually useless in its presence. The key lay in the high temperature and pressure. The extreme conditions required for fusion were provided by fission, making the process simpler for Chen Yi, who opted for direct manipulation. First, he would generate a telekinetic vortex, continuously compressing the surrounding AI in mere moments. The air confined at the vortex's center would experience a dramatic increase in both pressure and temperature. If he maintained this, a dazzling sphere of plasma could be produced. While it sounded straightforward, execution proved challenging. Chen Yi's capabilities stemmed from his formidable telekinetic strength and precise control. Rumbling within the dark storm clouds, Chen Yi's swift form darted through, lightning striking him, yet being entirely deflected by his telekinetic barrier. It's done. He was somewhat astonished. The process was quicker than he had anticipated. Before him lay a sphere of plasma, held in the palm of his hand. The potent telekinetic energy created a vacuum area, isolating the temperature, while the distorted telekinetic barrier diminished the blinding radiance. This small, bright blue sphere of plasma contained an unfathomable amount of energy. He planned to test this newfound power in the next ruined city. The spread of the zombie virus had led to the apocalypse. Yet, as the middle-aged man at the survivor base had said, this was also a chance for human evolution. Under normal circumstances, the probability of an ordinary person successfully enhancing themselves after contracting the zombie virus was less than 1 in 100,000. To raise that success rate to 1% was nothing short of genius, according to the middle-aged man. With billions infected, it was only natural for a number of successful enhancers to emerge. And these individuals proudly identified themselves as the new humans. The zombie virus restructured biological genes, and once enhancement was successful, certain human functions would experience a permanent and significant boost. However, the notion of wielding natural energy or similar powers was utterly unattainable. Such capabilities did not exist within human genes, and no amount of restructuring could yield them at best. One might emit electricity like an eel. Outside a certain abandoned city, a group of fully armed personnel prepared to embark on their mission. A burly man clad in a black combat suit muttered to himself, "Electricity, what good is such a pathetic ability? At most I could shock a zombie during close combat, but if it comes to that, why not just use a knife?" He was particularly dissatisfied with his ability. He would have preferred a physical or constitution enhancement, yet he was stuck with this worthless electric power. "Hey, listen up, a mission briefing." "Got it." The burly man slung his automatic rifle over his shoulder and joined the other team members. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in black combat attire, the commander of this special operations unit. Reputed to be an exceptionally strong new human who had single-handedly dispatched over 200 zombies with a single knife. Listen carefully. The commander held up a photograph depicting a white-haired girl clad in a black coat. "This is our target for this mission. She is somewhere in this city. Find her and bring her out safely." "Understood?" "Understood. Check your gear. Move out." As they set out, one of the team members asked the burly man, "This mission sounds a bit dubious. What do you mean by find her? Where are we supposed to look? What are you afraid of?" The burly man shrugged off the concern. "Even if we run out of bullets, the commander will carve a bloody path with his knife. If the sky falls, we'll have someone tall to hold it up." "True enough." And no sooner had he spoken than the Special Operations Unit had not fully entered the urban area when a deafening explosion echoed from the sky, and a dark line plunged directly into the cityscape. The burly man was taken aback. "What in the world?" Boom! A thunderous roar drowned out his voice as a rapidly expanding wave of air formed a visible shockwave that swept through, scattering the Special Operations Unit's formation. "Seek cover," the commander shouted. Once the shockwave subsided, the team members emerged, bewildered and utterly confused about what had just transpired. Was that a meteor? "Commander, should we continue the mission?" "Proceed with the mission." After a moment's contemplation, the commander decided to push on. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were distracted, believing their search efforts would be more successful. Within the abandoned city, Chen Yi's figure emerged from a pit. His potent telekinetic energy sweeping across the urban landscape, instantly granting him clarity regarding the situation within. There were numerous zombies. It was time to test his new technique. As he spoke, a colossal vortex of psychic energy materialized above Chen Yi, drawing in vast amounts of air that were compressed within, leading to a rapid increase in temperature and pressure. With a flicker of brilliant blue light igniting, a mass of superheated plasma surged within the vortex of psychic energy. Roar! A multitude of zombies, attracted by the tremendous commotion, surged from all directions like a black tide, a dense swarm of the undead charging towards Chen Yi. The dazzling light burst forth, and the high-temperature plasma within the vortex exploded outward under immense pressure. Sweeping across the area like a laser, the searing air warping around it, instantly evaporating everything that came into contact with the plasma, leaving no trace behind. The ravenous horde of zombies was obliterated in an instant. The brilliant blue beam shooting several kilometers away, slicing through skyscrapers like tofu, severing them in half. Zombie kill count. 564, 736, the members of the Special Forces had scarcely taken 2 steps when a plasma beam streaked overhead, causing the buildings ahead to collapse in succession. The spectacle nothing short of awe-inspiring. Boom, boom. Debris erupted. The ground trembled violently, and in comparison to the falling skyscrapers, they felt diminutive, akin to ants. Retreat. The commander finally comprehended that what had plummeted into the city was certainly not a meteor. He frantically ordered a withdrawal, as the towering edifices of the city crumbled around them, the cacophony rendering his voice inaudible. His team could only follow him in a desperate dash. The burly man, utterly terrified by the scene, could not contain his fear and shouted hoarsely, "Is this an alien invasion?" The Special Forces fought to escape the collapsing buildings, while behind them, structures continued to tumble, the city descending into chaos. When the destruction of the abandoned city ceased and the plasma beams vanished, the members of the Special Forces remained in shock. They vowed never to witness such an exaggerated scene again. The inexplicable beams darting about, buildings crashing down like dumplings. The notion of extraterrestrial beings was the only explanation they could fathom. New humanity? What a joke! No one dared entertain such an outrageous thought. The mission to locate the silver-haired girl could wait. The commander was now solely concerned with uncovering the mysteries of this forsaken city. Also, what exactly had just fallen? Deploy the drones. The team members were still in a daze. But once they snapped back to reality, they hastily opened their boxes and activated drone after drone, scattering them to explore the depths of the abandoned city. Chen Yi surveyed his handiwork, feeling immensely satisfied. The power of the plasma beam was akin to what he had envisioned, though the destructive radius fell short, its efficacy far surpassing that of pure psychic energy. The appetizer had concluded, and now it was time for the main course. His form slowly ascended into the sky, a terrifying wave of psychic energy enveloping the entire abandoned city. A hum of invisible waves swept across, rendering all the drones in midair instantly inoperative. After a mere thought from Chen Yi, the entire forsaken city trembled violently. Boom! Boom! All the zombies and zombie beasts within the city exploded into a cloud of blood mist, a dense dark red fog lingering over the ruins, refusing to dissipate in an instant. Chen Yi's zombie kill count surged wildly, streams of glowing light converging from all directions, with the exploded equipment, items, and abilities laid bare for his selection. Zombie kill count, 847. 924. Acquired items, zombie virus serum, acquired equipment, durable mountaineering boots, acquired ability, night vision. Nothing particularly extraordinary. Chen Yi opted for night vision and also stored away the zombie virus serum, knowing it might prove useful later. Mastered ability, night vision LV1. Night vision LV1. Darkness can no longer obstruct your sight. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The members of the Special Forces gazed incredulously at the figure high above, the commander holding a pair of binoculars but still only able to discern a distorted silhouette. The psychic energy had warped the light too severely. They could ascertain it was certainly a person. Yet their features remained obscured. The burly man swallowed hard, his pupils constricting to their limits, wishing desperately that he were dreaming. Do you think that is an alien or a new human? At that moment, the commander froze. It seemed as though the figure was gazing at them. No, it was indeed staring at them. The next instant, the members of the Special Forces were collectively pulled into the air, drawn towards Chen Yi. The residual force of his psychic energy even lifted the debris of several nearby skyscrapers, encircling the Special Forces members. Oh my! The burly man felt his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to rein in his fear. Under such power, he would believe Chen Yi's claim of being a deity without hesitation. In midair, the wind howled, debris swirling around them, and when Chen Yi spoke, the vibrations of his psychic energy altered his voice. "Who are you?" The commander, without a moment's hesitation, candidly replied, devoid of bravado or concealment. "We are the 2nd Special Operations Unit of Dongzhou Island, dispatched to carry out a mission to extract a girl survivor from this abandoned city." Dongzhou Island, to maintain such a military presence and travel such a vast distance amidst the apocalypse, suggests that Dongzhou Island possesses formidable military resources. They might even be the shadowy architects behind the world's end. Of course, that was merely speculation. Other regions likely harbored survivor bases with considerable military strength, and the masterminds need not be Dongzhou Island. Initially intending to journey to Dongzhou Island, Chen Yi found himself fortuitously encountering them along the way. While questioning them, the psychic energy surrounding him surged, instilling fear in the commander and his team. Chen Yi, uninterested in why Dongzhou Island sought the girl, directly inquired, "Tell me everything you know about the spread of the zombie virus and the causes of the apocalypse." The commander, nervously swallowing again, replied truthfully, "All I know is that Dongzhou Island was fully prepared before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Beyond that, I am entirely unaware that's sufficient." Knowing this was enough. It at least suggested that Dongzhou Island had likely foreseen the outbreak of the zombie virus and thus made preparations. Regardless of the truth, a visit would unveil the reality. Chen Yi felt he was drawing closer to the truth behind the apocalypse. "In which direction is Dongzhou Island?" The commander opened his tactical tablet and pointed eastward. "According to satellite navigation, Dongzhou Island is 500 kilometers away from us. Having satellite navigation simplifies matters. Come with me." The commander appeared bewildered, as if his affairs were not yet concluded. Subsequently, the floating debris plummeted rapidly, crashing into the abandoned city and shattering into ruins. Amidst the wreckage, a silver-haired girl gazed upward at Chen Yi's silhouette. The reason Dongzhou Island sought her was that she was the first new human to exhibit comprehensive enhancement and even the emergence of psychic abilities during the apocalypse, possessing immeasurable research value. Even the survivors clinging to life in these ruins revered her as a deity. Yet at this moment, the girl seemed to behold a true divine being. Thunderous roars, the collapsing buildings, the quaking earth. The silver-haired girl amidst the ruins. Her gaze burned with intensity. In this desolate wasteland, devoid of faith, she appeared to discover the meaning of survival. This is the true deity. Boom! In an instant, with a sonic boom, Chen Yi and the commander soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight, while the members of the special forces landed safely, still feeling as if they were dreaming. Exchanging glances, they sensed that something monumental was about to unfold in Dongzhou Island. "Hurry, notify headquarters." In truth, whether to notify them or not was inconsequential, as Chen Yi sped towards Dongzhou Island at 5 times the speed of sound. 500 kilometers appeared vast on a map. Yet he needed scarcely a minute. What could Dongzhou Island accomplish in a minute? They probably haven't reacted yet. Chen Yi had initially intended to eliminate the zombies in the cities along the way, while hastening his journey. But plans often fail to keep pace with change. For now, he must first secure Dongzhou Island. It has become evident that even a minute was insufficient to fully report emergency intelligence, and the members of the Special Operations Team were at a loss as to how to relay this information upwards. How could one convey that a suspected new human, capable of annihilating an entire city in an instant, was about to attack Dongzhou Island? Would the headquarters even believe it, regardless of whether they did or not? The Special Operations Team reported it as such. Boom! The clouds were cleaved apart, a distinct trajectory carved through the sky. As the parted clouds gradually drifted aside, the commander felt that this was perhaps the most astonishing experience of his life. They were approaching Dongzhou Island at 5 times the speed of sound, or even faster. Each flicker of the tactical tablet's positioning signal indicated they were covering greater distances. Moreover, Chen Yi's speed was still on the rise. Dongzhou Island, accustomed to the apocalyptic ruins, left every survivor who arrived there utterly incredulous. Towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic made the modern prosperity here indistinguishable from the world before the apocalypse. The island's periphery was fortified by 5-meter-high iron walls, capable of repelling any zombie that dared to cross the seas, with surveillance cameras meticulously placed at intervals to monitor every inch surrounding the fortifications. Behind the walls lay an extensive buffer zone. And further within, a standing armed force. Dongzhou Island boasted a comprehensive array of production lines, from food to military industry, providing for over 10 million residents. It was not a nation, but rather an orderly, colossal enterprise or corporation. There were no kings, no presidents, nor leaders, only a board of directors. This board, comprising dozens of leaders and elites from various industries, ensured the smooth operation of Dongzhou Island. Within the headquarters building, the board members were engaged in a meeting when a subordinate burst in, urgently integrating the Special Operations Team's emergency report into their discussions. The booming voice of a burly man echoed through the conference room. Esteemed directors, time is of the essence. To put it succinctly, a suspected new human target is heading toward Dongzhou Island, and you must prepare for battle. The chairman, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow and responded, "Please clarify. What do you mean by suspected new human? Is it truly necessary to escalate to this level of urgency for merely one new human?" Bang! At that moment, an officer rushed into the conference room, the door slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. The officer reported hastily, "Chairman, radar has detected a supersonic target approaching Dongzhou Island." "That's him," the burly man shouted hoarsely, alerting the board that it's not a missile or anything else. "It's that new human. He is flying straight toward you, and the commander's positioning has been tracking him closely." At the Dongzhou Island Defense Headquarters, the minister declared, "We can't wait for the board's response. The target is about to reach Dongzhou Island. No time to lose. Shoot it down." "Understood." The minister issued the order decisively. Immediately, missiles on standby ignited and soared into the sky, trailing orange flames and white smoke as they sped towards the target on radar. However, before they could even approach the target, all intercept missiles were inexplicably destroyed from dozens of kilometers away, leaving the Defense Department helpless to watch as the target breached their aerial defenses. Diving straight into Dongzhou Island, it was only when the target came into view and came to a halt that the defense personnel were shocked to discover it was not a supersonic missile, but a person. No, more accurately, two individuals, people. The minister thought he must be seeing things, staring in disbelief at the footage captured by the cameras. Had these two individuals just flown at hypersonic speeds? What nonsense! Chen Yi slowly descended, hovering in the air outside the headquarters building, while the commander felt somewhat dazed, as if his soul had yet to catch up. This welcoming ceremony was rather lively. Chen Yi raised his hand slightly, uprooting the entire headquarters building along with dozens of underground levels and lifting them into the air. The commander was unfazed, having just witnessed a far grander spectacle. Such a minor display was no longer capable of unsettling his nerves. The board of directors was in a state of bewilderment. Before they could even grasp the Special Operations Team's report, Chen Yi had already seized their stronghold. The island's inhabitants, witnessing this grand scene for the first time, erupted into chaos. Chen Yi, sensing the turmoil, shattered the glass on a certain floor of the headquarters, yanking dozens of board members into the air, causing them to scream and lose control. He allowed them ample time to regain their composure before finally speaking. "Esteemed directors, I initially intended to greet you with civility, but I believe that demonstrating my strength first will facilitate our future discussions." The chairman, though he had never encountered a situation quite like this, quickly regained his composure. "What do you want?" "Simply put," Chen Yi replied candidly, "tell me the truth behind the apocalypse and the zombie virus." "Very well." The chairman nodded briskly, acknowledging that the situation was somewhat different from Chen Yi's initial assumptions. The higher-ups of Dongzhou Island were indeed aware of the truth behind the apocalypse, though they were neither the masterminds nor the primary instigators. The mainline task, which had a 5-year deadline, had barely begun when Chen Yi expedited the progress significantly. With the board's revelations, he finally learned the truth of the apocalypse. 20 years prior, a meteorite from outer space crashed onto this planet, and research revealed that it carried a unique substance. This substance could enhance human physical capabilities and even trigger psychic abilities. Marking a monumental discovery, to study and develop this substance, a research organization was formed by the combined efforts of various national investors, and some of the higher-ups at Dongzhou Island had once been members of this organization. This unique substance was the root cause of everything. While it could bolster human bodies, It was highly unstable and could induce unpredictable mutations. The screen projected a vial of yellow liquid as the chairman retrieved sealed documents and materials for Chen Yi to examine, recalling past events with great effort. Regardless, research continued unabated, commencing with animal trials and eventually progressing to human trials involving volunteers. The issues arose at this latter stage. The substance led to uncertain genetic mutations. A persistent dilemma for researchers who never anticipated the results would escalate to such irreparable extremes. The researchers were meticulous. Without resolving the issue of genetic mutation, human experimentation could not proceed. However, progress stagnated, and without returns on their investments. Various stakeholders began pulling their funding, forcing the experimental leaders to adopt increasingly radical measures that we must yield research results to prove our work has value. The animal trials had remained stable, with no unforeseen complications, until the volunteer-human trials commenced, at which point the apocalypse struck. Upon entering the test subject's body, the unique substance rapidly restructured their genes. In merely 10 seconds, the subject spiraled out of control. Uncontrollable mutations manifested, transforming the subject into a mindless monster with extraordinary physical abilities. The first zombie on this planet. Within an hour, the entire research facility fell, with hundreds of researchers succumbing to their primal instincts, leaving only a few to escape. The chairman recounted, "Fortunately, we had prepared adequately, sealing all entrances to the research facility and trapping those zombies inside, along with the original mutant. Fortunately, the zombie virus does not spread through the air. It can only infect others via blood and open wounds, a fortunate circumstance amidst the misfortune." Subsequently, the local authorities swiftly dispatched troops to eradicate the zombies within the research facility. Faced with firearms, the zombies were utterly vanquished, and the area was soon cleared. However, one issue remained. The first mutant was missing. They meticulously compared the remains of all the zombies and scoured every corner of the facility time and again. Yet the first mutant eluded them. Moreover, the remaining special substances within the facility had also vanished without a trace. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, nations began an all-out search for the first mutant while simultaneously commencing the construction of doomsday bases. It was during this time that the chairman spearheaded the establishment of Dongzhou Island with various investors, and on the 10th anniversary of the first mutant's disappearance, the zombie virus erupted simultaneously across the globe, catching humanity off guard and leading to catastrophic consequences. Many of the under-construction doomsday bases were destroyed by internal outbreaks of the zombie virus before they could even be utilized, while Dongzhou Island was comparatively fortunate, narrowly escaping disaster. In direct confrontation with zombies, humanity's firearms could easily eradicate them. The real issue lay in the virus's high concealment prior to its outbreak, which had rendered humanity defenseless. This was the essence of the first mutant. On the screen appeared a genteel young man, his pallor strikingly alarming, with a shock of white hair and red eyes. He was an albino, which accounted for his peculiar features, whether by coincidence or necessity. The previously encountered girl exhibiting comprehensive enhancement also bore the same white hair and red eyes. This constituted the complete truth. It could be asserted with a degree of certainty that the outbreak and proliferation of the zombie virus were the handiwork of the first mutant. "May I inquire if there is anything further you require? Feel free to speak, as long as it is within our capacity to assist. Those who understand the times are the true heroes." After witnessing Chen Yi's formidable power, the board members collaborated with remarkable enthusiasm. Their cooperation was not a matter of choice, but rather a question of survival. Chen Yi paused for a moment, causing the board members to tense up immediately. Having identified the cause of the apocalypse, it became clear that the special substance should be linked to the first mutant, and the next step was simply to locate him to complete the main quest. "Rest assured, I have no interest in Dongzhou Island, nor am I a destroyer. All I require is a tactical tablet. I will traverse the globe in search of the first mutant. If you receive any news, please inform me that no problem." Satellite navigation proved far more efficient than tourist maps. Chen Yi planned to commence his search near Dongzhou Island, methodically clearing city after city to facilitate his upgrades. All depended on the luck of the first mutant. Perhaps they would encounter each other unexpectedly. With that, Chen Yi took the satellite navigation and departed with remarkable decisiveness, leaving the board members exchanging glances in bewilderment. Before long, guided by the satellite, Chen Yi re-established his footing on land. Arriving above an abandoned metropolis, without hesitation, he unleashed his telekinetic force, sweeping through the area. Boom! The entire forsaken city trembled violently as hundreds of thousands of zombies exploded into a crimson mist amidst the ruins, causing Chen Yi's zombie kill count to surge dramatically. Zombie kill count: 1,129,364 over 1 million. The kill count had surpassed the million mark. Upgrade Task 6 completed. Telekinesis options. Upgrade, telekinesis. LV7. Boom! An immense and powerful invisible force reverberated through the sky and earth. The intensity and quality of the telekinesis soaring to terrifying levels, scattering the clouds above. The dissipating telekinesis pressed down as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing the ground beneath to sink gradually until the surrounding area could no longer withstand the pressure, resulting in massive fissures. After a brief moment, all returned to tranquility, the telekinesis flowing back into Chen Yi's body like a receding tide. Only the scars left on the sky and earth testified to what had transpired here. Chen Yi could scarcely articulate the magnitude of this power. He simply knew that within a 200-kilometer radius, everything was under his control, and there appeared to be no substance or creature on this planet capable of contending with his might. Should he so desire, he could even lift the rocks within that radius into the cosmic expanse beyond the atmosphere, an absurd level of strength. Such formidable telekinesis was, of course, indestructible, as long as he maintained his telekinetic energy. There was virtually no attack that could threaten Chen Yi. Streams of luminescence surged forth and hovered before him. These were the equipment, items, and abilities dropped from the slain zombies. Acquired equipment. Custom long knife, acquired item. Hourglass, acquired ability. Elastic tongue after scrutinizing the bounty for a while. Chen Yi discarded the antique knife at his waist, opting instead for the custom long knife, which appeared to be sharper and more resilient. Item. Custom long knife description. A masterpiece crafted from top-tier materials and superior forging techniques. Boasting world-class sharpness and durability, all other trinkets were promptly discarded. Thus, Chen Yi embarked on a relentless campaign to cleanse the various abandoned cities of zombies, with the potential to complete upgrade tasks and further enhance his telekinesis. He relished the opportunity to slay. Upgrade Task 6 required the extermination of 1 million zombies, while Upgrade Task 7 demanded 10 million, given that an average abandoned city housed around 200,000 zombies. Chen Yi would need to clear approximately 50 such cities to fulfill Upgrade Task 7. With his current stamina and vigor, 50 abandoned cities posed no challenge. He could accomplish this within a single day, exhibiting an extraordinarily high efficiency. Zombie kill count: 1,200,000 zombie kill count. 1,380,000 zombie kill count. 1,620,000 zombie kill count. 3,740,000. The data refreshed at a frenzied pace. During the process of clearing zombies, Chen Yi amassed an incalculable array of equipment, items, and abilities. Most of the equipment and items in this world were of little use. Only those abilities derived from the mutated zombie genes proved to be noteworthy. After sifting through them, he discovered one particularly impressive ability. Acquired ability: Survival of the Fittest LV1. Survival of the Fittest LV1. The essence of life is continuous self-evolution, regardless of the harshness of the environment. You can swiftly adapt. Upon testing it, Chen Yi found that he had evolved the ability to breathe through his skin while submerged in water, and upon ascending to space, he developed the capacity to survive in the vacuum of space, exhibiting extraordinarily high adaptability. Although the adaptation process was not particularly comfortable and required a significant amount of time, certainly not something that could be accomplished in a matter of moments, it was a remarkable transformation nonetheless. He scarcely paid attention, only recalling that he had dispatched a particularly ferocious zombie beast, which likely prompted the evolution of his survival ability. And no matter how adaptable one might be, there remains a limit and a process. Chen Yi's overwhelming strength had instantaneously crushed the beast, leaving it no chance to adapt in the high altitudes. Sonic booms echoed as Chen Yi made his way to the next abandoned city. The recent upgrade of his telekinesis allowed him to effortlessly exceed 8 times the speed of sound. Yet, amidst this incredible velocity, an invisible force suddenly pierced Chen Yi's sensory range, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Chen Yi's expression hardened. Telekinesis? 2 powerful telekinetic forces collided, producing a tremendous roar. The indomitable telekinetic barrier deflected the assault, and a figure emerged from the horizon, swiftly appearing before Chen Yi. Was a refined young man with white hair and red eyes. Chen Yi was taken aback. Did I s at you? The first mutant? He had not anticipated that the first mutant would seek him out directly. The information provided by the chairman diverged significantly from reality. The first mutant seemed to retain his rationality and possessed extraordinarily potent telekinesis. Chen Yi assessed that the previous strike had indeed been formidable, yet there remained a considerable gap compared to his own telekinetic strength. In a true confrontation, he could easily overpower the first mutant. The first mutant wore a gentle smile. I apologize for greeting you in this manner. This place seems a tad too conspicuous. Shall we descend and converse? What is there to discuss? To discuss the truth behind the apocalypse. The first mutant's words dispelled Chen Yi's immediate inclination to engage in combat. He was intrigued to hear what the first mutant had to say. Could it be that the board of Dongzhou Island had deceived him? In any case, Chen Yi had not fully trusted the board's assertions, and it was opportune to discover the truth from the first mutant's perspective. However, the revelations that followed were nothing short of astonishing. The 2 figures slowly descended to the ground. The first mutant appeared to be fully aware of the situation, stating, "The board of Dongzhou Island did not deceive you. From their perspective, that is the truth behind the apocalypse." Chen Yi seized upon the crux of the matter. "Their perspective?" "Indeed," replied number 1, gazing skyward, lamenting, "in comparison to this vast, boundless cosmos, humanity is truly minuscule and insignificant." Before articulating my viewpoint, I must first elucidate a few concepts for you. Are you familiar with the notion of Gaia consciousness? And what about Alea consciousness? Chen Yi nodded. I am aware. The so-called Gaia consciousness refers to the holistic system formed by the living and non-living entities on a planet. A scientific hypothesis yet to gain widespread acceptance. Alea consciousness can be succinctly described as the collective awareness of all sentient beings, an abstract concept representing the collective consciousness of humanity. Both are not supremely existent entities, but rather theoretical propositions and concepts. That is approximately the essence. Number 1, patiently elaborated. If we broaden the scope to encompass the entirety of the universe, Gaia consciousness essentially represents the operational system of the universe as a whole. While Alea consciousness embodies the collective awareness of all sentient beings within the universe, Alea consciousness is a subset of Gaia consciousness, yet their positions do not entirely align. The laws of nature hinge upon balance. When hunters eradicate wolves, rabbits proliferate uncontrollably to curb the rabbit population. Hunters must introduce new species to prey upon them. This impending cataclysm represents Gaia consciousness initiating a species introduction on this planet. As humanity has disrupted the equilibrium of this world, compelling Gaia consciousness to impose restrictions upon them. You may interpret this as the self-selection of this planet beneath your feet, or as an adjustment made by the grand cosmic system to maintain overall balance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi began to grasp number 1's meaning. And then, in that fleeting moment of regaining rationality, I understood that my existence was a choice made by Gaia consciousness, and the presence of zombies on this planet was deemed necessary. I hope you can show mercy. For a time, Chen Yi fell into contemplation. After a long silence, number 1 reminded him, opposing Gaia consciousness is not a prudent choice. I urge you to consider this carefully. Boom! Before number 1 could finish his sentence, Chen Yi suddenly erupted, unleashing a torrent of violent telekinetic energy that instantaneously sent him hurtling dozens of kilometers away. Yet he did not relent. The frenzied vortex of telekinetic force conjured a mass of plasma on the spot. Chen Yi's gaze was icy that if you were indeed a selection of Gaia consciousness, then I might just embody Alea consciousness, that I believe you have misunderstood something. I care not for what becomes of humanity. Nor do I concern myself with the fate of this planet or the universe. Your approach has inadvertently alleviated much of my burden. Employ number 1's own terminology. It is Gaia consciousness that seeks to restrain human existence. Evidently, the formidable power that Chen Yi embodies is undoubtedly a manifestation of Alaya consciousness. When conflicts arise between Gaia consciousness and Alaya consciousness, it is clear that humanity should favor the stance of Alaya consciousness for their own survival. Failing to comprehend this could lead to being easily deceived by number one. However, Chen Yi remained indifferent to the concepts of Gaia and Alaya consciousness. He had come to this world solely to fulfill a mission and acquire power. And the fate of this world was of no concern to him. As he spoke, a brilliant blue beam of light shot forth, striking number one with precision from tens of kilometers away. At the moment of impact, an invisible telekinetic barrier unfolded, halting the plasma beam, while the dissipating energy instantaneously vaporized all material in the vicinity of number one. It was then that number one comprehended the gravity of the situation. You are indeed one of those individuals. This could prove troublesome. Chen Yi was wholly unconcerned with number one's ramblings. The initial probing attack had merely made him aware of Chen Yi's formidable strength, prompting him to alter his approach in an attempt to sway him. Had the initial probe been effective, he would not have engaged in such superfluous discourse. Chen Yi raised his hand and, in an instant, the earth trembled, lifting the ground beneath number one and pulling him closer. Your strength exceeds my expectations, but it is merely that, an exceedance of expectations. Rumbling, the ground spanning several kilometers was lifted, and number one's telekinetic energy surged wildly, attempting to break free from Chen Yi's grasp. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, his expression grave. This force was astonishingly overwhelming. Chen Yi's rapid growth was extraordinary, accelerating at an almost daily pace. Initially, number one could manage to contain it, but eventually he could no longer evade the reality. He had to resolve this issue before Chen Yi grew even stronger. Either eliminate him or forge an agreement to halt Chen Yi's indiscriminate extermination of zombies. Otherwise, the precarious balance between zombies and humanity would inevitably be shattered once more. Clearly, he had overestimated his capabilities and underestimated Chen Yi's power. It was only during their actual confrontation that number one realized just how absurdly strong Chen Yi was. If this continued, death was a certainty. In a moment of peril, just as Chen Yi was about to bring number one before him, on the verge of shattering number one's telekinetic barrier, a blue light erupted from number one's eyes. Boom! Number one's power surged dramatically, momentarily equipping him with enough strength to contend with Chen Yi, staunchly resisting Chen Yi's telekinetic force. Chen Yi sensed that as number one's power surged, the surrounding flora withered extensively, as if life force had been abruptly siphoned away. Number one, no longer embodying his previous genteel demeanor, appeared exceedingly irate. Once freed from Chen Yi's telekinetic control, he immediately directed his own tumultuous telekinetic energy toward Chen Yi. Futile. I am the selection of Gaia consciousness. This planet is expending its own life force to amplify my strength. And you cannot hope to contend with the power of an entire planet. Such an abundance of empty words, even if number one's strength had been forcibly augmented by the planet's life force. It merely allowed him to achieve parity with Chen Yi. In essence, Gaia consciousness represents the laws of nature. It lacks human emotions and sentiments, and it is not even a living being. It possesses no consciousness of its own, nor any wisdom. It is simply a system that maintains the balance of nature, making slight adjustments wherever balance is disrupted. Chen Yi was too powerful. Thus, the planet consumed its life force to ensure number one could rival Chen Yi, merely to maintain this so-called balance. However, if number one believed that merely matching Chen Yi's telekinetic intensity would suffice to contend with him, he was sorely mistaken. The telekinetic prowess of Chen Yi encompassed far more than sheer strength, control, developmental extent. After a brief exchange, Chen Yi recognized that he had to surpass number one in these two aspects. This fellow was akin to a child wielding a firearm, utterly ignorant of how to apply such power. Boom! Chen Yi's telekinetic energy coalesced into a spiral drill, effortlessly piercing through number one's telekinetic tide, unstoppable, causing number one's pupils to constrict in abject astonishment. What? In a state of panic. He hastily summoned telekinetic energy to reinforce the thickness of his surrounding barrier, akin to the armor of a tank. The thicker the armor, the greater the defense. That it was as though the sharpest spear had collided with the most impenetrable shield, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that carved a massive crater into the earth. The sturdy telekinetic barrier crumbled under the relentless assault of the telekinetic drill, sending shivers down Number One's spine. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to deflect Chen Yi's strike, though he was propelled skyward, hurtling at supersonic speeds toward the horizon. Chen Yi glanced upward and soared after him, that if this continued, he could indeed breach Number One's telekinetic barrier. It would merely require some effort. However, Chen Yi had no intention of exhausting himself in such a manner. While Number One could augment his strength using the planet's life force, so too could Chen Yi enhance his telekinetic abilities. It all depended on how swiftly Gaia consciousness could react. Boom! Boom! Two figures streaked across the sky, trailing sonic booms. Number One remained encased in a thick telekinetic barrier, perpetually on the defensive, fearing that drawing upon more telekinetic energy would compromise the barrier's defensive capabilities, rendering him exceedingly frustrated. Before long, they swept over an abandoned city. In an instant, over 300,000 zombies within the metropolis exploded into clouds of crimson mist, not merely confined to this metropolis. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, every dilapidated city that falls within Chen Yi's sensing range is witnessing a similar spectacle. Simultaneously, the tally of Chen Yi's zombie kills is escalating at a frenzied pace. Zombie kills, 6.27 million. Zombie kills, 7.84 million. Zombie kills, 8.44 million. Zombie kills, 10.05 million. By the time Number One realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Yet, even had he recognized it sooner, there was little he could have altered. He could not thwart Chen Yi. The moment the count of zombie kills surpassed the 10 million threshold, Upgrade Task 7 was completed. Upgrade Task 7 completed. Telekinetic option, upgrade, telekinesis. LV8. In that instant, Chen Yi's telekinetic power surged dramatically, expanding his perception radius to 2,000 kilometers. His formidable telekinetic force soared skyward, causing light to warp and even penetrate into the void of space. Boom! The edges of the continental plate stirred, unleashing towering waves, while the true sky and earth trembled, presenting a terrifying tableau of destruction and chaos. Possessing such power, Chen Yi was confident that he could effortlessly plunge the entire continental plate beneath the waves. Obliterating the civilizations upon the surface with barely any effort, a tremendous wave of telekinetic energy swept forth, rendering Number One utterly immobilized in midair, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is happening? He understood that Chen Yi grew stronger with each zombie he vanquished, yet he could not fathom how he had attained such formidable might. His strength stemmed from the consciousness of Gaia, from the vitality of the planet. But from where did Chen Yi's power originate? Number One was perplexed. Without indulging in further discourse, Chen Yi willed his telekinetic energy, crushing Number One's skull without affording the consciousness of Gaia a moment's reprieve, decisively concluding the battle. Clearly distinct from ordinary zombies, Number One, as a vessel of Gaia's consciousness, represented the ultimate boss. Upon his demise, an explosive bounty was unleashed, an extraordinary entity, and one that embodied the consciousness of Gaia. The items and equipment he released were undoubtedly of a superior grade. Several streams of light converged before Chen Yi, revealing the shapes of the items and equipment. Acquired equipment. Rift slash. A telekinetic force infused by Gaia's consciousness. Materialized and compressed to its utmost, shaped into the form of a long blade. Even an ordinary person wielding it could cleave the earth and rend the skies. Acquired equipment. Barrier cloak. While the cloak itself possesses no defensive capabilities, it can store your telekinetic energy for emergencies. When ambushed, it can automatically release a telekinetic barrier to ward off attacks. Full telekinetic capacity. It can sustain you in battle for 10 minutes. Acquired item, Chapter of Gaia. Indeed, while the consciousness of Gaia is an abstract concept, devoid of substance and intelligence, utilizing this badge will confront you directly with this concept you wish to engage in a transaction with it. Acquired ability, Voice of All Things. Equipping Rift Slash and Barrier Cloak, Chen Yi attempted to channel his telekinetic energy into the Barrier Cloak, the time taken being precisely 10 minutes. In case of encountering a dire situation, leading to the depletion of his telekinetic energy. He could draw upon the stored energy within the Barrier Cloak to continue fighting for 10 minutes, providing a commendable safeguard. Chen Yi seldom employed blades. Thus, wearing it was merely a precautionary measure. Mastered ability, Voice of All Things. LV1, the abilities luminous or burst forth, merging with Chen Yi's being. Instantly, he comprehended the information carried within the whispers of the wind. The wind does not speak. Yet Chen Yi grasped the messages imbued within its sound. Similarly, birds could not converse with him, yet he could still discern the meaning behind their calls. Today, as catch of insects was insufficient, and the nestlings awaited sustenance. In that moment, everything in the sky and on the earth held a perspective entirely distinct from before in Chen Yi's senses, allowing him to perceive a greater wealth of information. As described in the ability's details, it was purely a matter of listening, devoid of reciprocal communication. Quite splendid, Chen Yi mused, thoroughly satisfied with this ability. It could almost be said that he had become a favored child of nature, facilitating the gathering of intelligence with remarkable ease, saving considerable time and effort. This ability was indeed in harmony with the essence of Gaia's consciousness, a S for the chapter of Gaia. Chen Yi stowed it away, refraining from recklessly utilizing it. According to the item S description, he could engage in a transaction with Gaia's consciousness through it. However, having just dispatched number 1, employing it now seemed rather precarious. Theoretically, Gaia's consciousness could only maintain the balance of nature through the environmental and cosmic factors of the planet. Yet, who could assure that when Chen Yi stood before the personified concept of Gaia, this item would not turn against him? Each world has its own consciousness of Gaia, and Chen Yi resolved to reserve the chapter of Gaia for a future world, considering it a safer course of action. Having organized his equipment, items, and abilities, Chen Yi's telekinetic energy surged uncontrollably. He intended to sweep away all the zombies across the globe in one fell swoop. With that declaration, an imperceptible wave cascaded across the continent, and in an instant, countless zombies exploded into clouds of crimson mist. The zombies within the abandoned cities or those prowling the wilderness. They were all eradicated in the blink of an EYEIN, a certain wilderness. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Zhou Tong, in a state of panic, fled for his life, pursued by a pack of bloodthirsty, frenzied zombie beasts. The decaying muscles of the zombie beasts revealed their ghastly white bones, and the sight of their entrails was all too evident. Bang! Just as Zhou Tong felt his soul departing, a sudden, muffled explosion erupted behind him. He turned to look, his steps gradually faltering, his face a mask of bewilderment. The once bloodthirsty zombie beasts had vanished without a trace, leaving only a swirling cloud of dark red mist. What has transpired? A similar phenomenon unfolded across the globe. On this day, it was as though a savior had descended upon the earth, cleansing the zombies in every region, within a certain abandoned city. Roar! A colossal zombie, towering over 2 meters, bellowed skyward, as a throng of zombies surged forth like a tidal wave to the intersection. Several survivors stood back to back, weapons in hand, their bodies splattered with dark red zombie blood. Brother Xing, I fear we may meet our end here. What terrible luck we have. Honestly, with death imminent, there's no need for pretense. We are all of the same ilk, right? You understand what I mean? No need to play dumb. Brother Xing, a young man in his 20s, wielded a knife, his striking blue hair making him stand out. He wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, his expression calm to the point of being inscrutable. Upon hearing Brother Xing's words, the others chuckled knowingly. We should have known better than to come here. I could have enjoyed gaming at home instead. They're coming. Before he could finish his sentence, the surrounding zombies lunged forward. With a loud shout, Brother Xing brandished his knife and dispatched several of the approaching zombies, only to be engulfed by the tide of corpses. In a critical moment, bang! An invisible wave swept through, eradicating all the zombies in a single stroke, the explosive force knocking the survivors unconscious. In the fleeting moment of consciousness, Brother Xing wondered, what just happened? Zombie kills. 20 million zombie kills. 40 million zombie kills. 90 million. Zombie kills, 130 million. Zombie kills. 300 million. Zombie kills. 800 million. Zombie kills. 1.1 billion. Chen Yi circled the planet several times. Any zombie or zombie beast that entered his sensing range was obliterated into blood mist. In terms of zombies alone, the global count was roughly around 2 billion. However, when accounting for the zombie beasts, the figures were staggering, as the population of animals in nature is incalculable, and many had succumbed to the infection. Particularly, marine animals were not spared, leading to an even greater number of zombie beasts. Following this massive slaughter, 2 upgrade tasks were completed in rapid succession. Upgrade Task 8. Completed. Telekinetic Option. Upgrade. Telekinesis. LV9. Upgrade Task 9. Completed. Telekinetic Option. Upgrade. Telekinesis. LV10. Boom. Boom. Following 2 successive upgrades, Chen Yi's telekinetic power surged uncontrollably in no time. His sensing range completely enveloped the surface of the entire planet, astonishingly powerful to the point that he himself could scarcely believe it. Upon comparing the planet's diameter, he estimated that his sensing radius was approximately 300,000 kilometers, precisely equivalent to the speed of light. Perhaps this was the limit point, 300,000 kilometers, a truly extravagant distance. Utterly no jest. Chen Yi now possessed the ability to crush this planet as easily as molding a snowball. Effortlessly, such immense power resided within his seemingly frail body, and he found it rather absurd. Chen Yi focused his mind, firmly controlling this force to prevent the annihilation of the planet. The frantically refreshing count of zombie kills eventually settled at 4.384 billion, ceasing all activity, signifying that every last zombie and zombie beast had been eradicated. While it was somewhat regrettable not to have surpassed the 10 billion mark to complete the final upgrade task, Chen Yi felt quite content, as contentment breeds happiness, one of the virtues he had cultivated since the apocalypse on Blue Star. With a mere thought, the headless corpse designated as number 1 flew before him. Chen Yi opened the interface, revealing a long-standing notification. Main quest completed. Would you like to submit the task immediately? Yes, no. If Chen Yi chose not to click, this task submission option would remain for 5 years, until the main quest's deadline automatically completed it, with the truth of the apocalypse unraveled and number 1's body in hand. All the zombies in the world eradicated, it was time to conclude the task. However, before returning to the ruined space, Chen Yi had a treasure trove to sift through. Countless rays of light danced around him, showcasing various equipment, items, and abilities. After a glance, he promptly discarded 90% of the worthless debris, retaining not a single piece of equipment. Aside from the unique number 1, this world simply failed to yield any noteworthy gear or items, consisting solely of the most mundane of trifles. After careful selection, Chen Yi chose several commendable abilities. Ability acquired. Speed enhancement. LV1. Speed enhancement. LV1. Strengthens leg muscles, allowing you to run with the swiftness of a cheetah and leap higher. Ability acquired. Arm strength enhancement. LV1. Arm strength enhancement. LV1. Enhances arm muscles, significantly increasing your strength. Ability acquired. Vision enhancement. LV1. Vision enhancement. LV1. Improves eyesight, enabling you to see further. All of these abilities enhanced physical functions and sensory perceptions. As Chen Yi mastered these abilities, his physical prowess ascended to an entirely new level. Detection of combiner abilities. Ability combination complete. Mastery acquired. New humanity. LV1. Following the combination, the previous ability entries vanished, leaving only the singular entry for new humanity, which took Chen Yi by surprise. He had not anticipated the possibility of ability merging, but it was quite favorable, as it rendered the interface considerably more streamlined. However, he surmised that upgrading this ability would undoubtedly require a substantial number of points. Subsequently, main quest completed. Would you like to submit the task immediately? Yes, no. Chen Yi selected YES. In that instant, his form flickered like an image on an old-fashioned television, and then he vanished completely. Main quest submission successful. Upgrade task 10. Failed. Settlement complete. Points earned, 1,000. Points balance, 1,000. From Chen Yi's perspective, after making his selection, the scene before him transformed in an instant. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered himself standing in the bustling center of a modern square. Side effects free stamina replenishing potion. Yours to possess. Shall we explore the shopping mall? What the hell? What is this? I can fight better than them. They call themselves a grand army. What a waste of my time. Chen Yi raised his gaze to the large screen at the front of the square, which was broadcasting a war from some world, akin to a science fiction blockbuster. The visuals utterly explosive. Nearby, an older man was cursing under his breath. The interface popped up. Welcome to the ruined space. Ruins Dweller. Congratulations on successfully completing the novice task world. Here, you shall embark on a brand new journey through various worlds, seeking the truth of existence and the pursuit of boundless power. Therefore, we wish you joy. Item obtained. Ruined Space Guiding Manual. A guiding manual appeared in Chen Yi's hand, and upon opening it, crucial information was presented on the first page, clear and concise. Firstly, the ruined space anchors countless worlds. And in each world, only one individual shall be selected to enter the space and become a ruins dweller. This means that aside from him, no other ruins dweller can exist in the world Chen Yi hails from. Secondly, all worlds anchored by the ruined space maintain the same flow of time. In other words, there are no discrepancies in time flow among the worlds of each ruins dweller. Only the ruined space exists independently outside all anchored worlds. Thus, regardless of the duration spent here, upon returning to one's own world, only a mere moment will have passed. Even if one has lingered in the task world for an extended period, returning to the original world will still feel like a fleeting instant, as the task world belongs to the unanchored realm. Thirdly, adhering to the synchronized time of the anchored worlds as a standard, ruins dwellers must execute a task once a month, which is considered a mandatory task that cannot be evaded. Fortunately, the tasks within the ruined space bear no penalties for failure, which is a significant advantage. Failing a task merely results in the forfeiture of rewards. Nothing more. It is utterly impossible to hide within the space to avoid tasks. Should any malicious attempts to evade tasks arise, one will still be forcibly sent to another world to fulfill a task. Hence, it is deemed a mandatory task, unavoidable. Simultaneously, many ruins dwellers return to the space alongside Chen Yi, roughly estimated to be over 1,000 individuals, including Zhou Tong and others. They have been forcibly returned to the space following Chen Yi's submission of the main task, resulting in the failure of the main quest. However, at least many of them were still alive, perhaps due to the ruined space frequently casting individuals into desolate worlds where even shadows are absent. The inhabitants of the space tended to enjoy a lively atmosphere. Or perhaps it reflected a polarization. Those reclusive were genuinely solitary, while the loquacious were genuinely chatty. Many had gone decades in certain worlds without encountering another soul, almost driving them to madness. Upon returning to the space, they seized anyone they could find to engage in conversation, tears streaming down their faces with emotion. The atmosphere here remarkably lighthearted. Wow, I finally see living beings. Buddy, how about a warm embrace? An unusually exuberant fellow lunged toward a group of people, only to be kicked aside. As Zhou Tong passed by Chen Yi, he paused. Buddy, have we met in the task world? No, strange. Zhou Tong scratched his head, muttering to himself as he walked away, genuinely feeling that Chen Yi's figure seemed familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen him. Xinggu. Haha, we're still alive. Xinggu. A few young people ahead were excitedly draping their arms around each other's necks, their camaraderie evident. Surrounding a youth with blue hair, they're a newcomer. At that moment, a throng of people rushed enthusiastically into the square, resembling ticket scalpers at a train station, a friendly-looking thin man thrusting a flyer into Chen Yi's hands. Handsome, if you're considering joining a legion, you might want to think about our Diamond Legion. That if you're not interested, you can still learn more. We have other services as well. The atmosphere within the space was somewhat different from Chen Yi's expectations. He had anticipated a gathering of lunatics or killing machines. It turned out to be unexpectedly harmonious. As Chen Yi flipped through the guiding manual, he discovered that the ruined space was vast, presenting an overall appearance of a modern, large city, divided into residential areas, commercial zones, and numerous other sectors. Undoubtedly, the liveliest area was the commercial zone, filled with shops and free markets established by the ruins dwellers. Most importantly, the enhancement facilities are all situated there. After completing the main quest, Chen Yi received 1,000 points, which can be utilized to enhance equipment, items, and abilities. This is of paramount importance for the Ruins Wanderers. Chen Yi decisively made his way to the enhancement facilities in the commercial district. The enhancement chamber exuded a sense of power and mechanical prowess, and one could even glimpse its internal mechanisms and components from the outside, showcasing an exceptionally rugged style. Upon entering the chamber, the heavy and somewhat sluggish door slammed shut with a resounding thud, as if in need of some lubrication. Click! An opening emerged inside the chamber, allowing Chen Yi to remove all his equipment and items, subsequently placing them within the opening, which then sealed shut. Moments later, an interface materialized, appraisal complete. Item, Rift/Type, Weapon Rank, Tier 3 Description. The telekinetic energy infused with the consciousness of Gaia is compressed to its utmost and shaped into a long blade. Even an ordinary person wielding it can cleave the earth and rend the skies. Enhancement cost, 10,000 points. Item, Barrier Cloak Type, Armor Rank, Tier 3 Description. The cloak itself possesses no defensive capability, but it can store your telekinetic energy for emergencies, automatically releasing a telekinetic barrier to fend off attacks during ambushes. Full telekinetic capacity. It can sustain you in combat for 10 minutes. Enhancement cost, 10,000 points. Item, Gaia as Emblem Type, Item Rank, None. Description. Indeed, the consciousness of Gaia is an abstract concept, devoid of entity and intelligence. However, by using this badge, you will confront this concept directly. Do you wish to engage in transaction with it? It is not surprising that the Gaia-S emblem cannot be enhanced. Moreover, Chen Yi had no intention of enhancing these pieces of equipment, not to mention that his points were insufficient. Tier 3, that according to the classification of the ruin space, the stronger the ruins wanderer, the higher their rank, and the more perilous and formidable the task worlds they enter. Correspondingly, equipment and items also possess ranks. Typically, novice task worlds tend to yield only Tier 1 equipment. Yet Chen Yi was an exception, having fortuitously obtained Tier 3 equipment. Aside from these, Chen Yi also brought back some items from the zombie world, such as zombie viruses and their serums, which were essentially commonplace commodities with little value. Turning to examine his own panel and abilities. Name, Chen Yi. Rank, Tier 1 points, 1,000 abilities. Telekinesis LV10. Danger Perception LV1. Limit Break LV1. Night Vision LV1. Survival of the Fittest LV1. Sound of All Things LV1. New Humanity LV1 ability. Telekinesis level. LV10 description. An immensely powerful telekinesis that grants control over everything within a radius of 300,000 kilometers. Planets are but playthings to you. Enhancement cost. 100,000 point ability. Danger perception level. LV1 description. You will be alerted in advance when danger approaches. Enhancement cost. 100 points. The enhancement cost for telekinesis is astonishing, reaching an exorbitant 100,000 points per use, while the costs for danger perception, limit break, night vision, and survival of the fittest are considerably lower, each requiring merely 100 points. Although ability data lacks a rank, Chen Yi discerned that the enhancement costs were still calculated according to the equipment S rank. Sound of All Things, like Rift Slash and Barrier Cloak, emerge from the first entity, and based on its function, it undoubtedly belongs in the Tier 3 category. Therefore, the enhancement cost for Sound of All Things is 10,000 points per use, while New Humanity likely falls in Tier 2, with an enhancement cost of 1,000 points per use. After contemplation, Chen Yi ultimately chose to enhance Survival of the Fittest. With only 1,000 points at his disposal, enhancing New Humanity would not significantly augment his power and was thus unwise. Conversely, the cost-effectiveness of enhancing Survival of the Fittest was far superior. Should the next task world present an exceedingly harsh environment, at least Survival of the Fittest would prove beneficial. Enhancement Survival of the Fittest cost 100 points. Remaining points 900. Enhancement complete. Chen Yi felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, which quickly dissipated. Upon reviewing the enhancement results, he realized that it took 10 enhancements to level up. It seems that upgrading tasks is indeed more advantageous. Upon reflection, he had completed 9 upgrade tasks in the zombie world. effectively translating to 90 enhancements for his telekinesis, an astonishing figure when converted to points. In short, he had made a significant profit. With that thought, Chen Yi continued enhancing survival of the fittest, performing 10 consecutive enhancements, thereby depleting his points entirely and elevating survival of the fittest to LV2. Ability. Survival of the fittest level. LV2 description. The essence of life is continual self-evolution, no matter how adverse the environment. You can swiftly adapt within an hour. Chen Yi recalled that his adaptation to the space environment had seemingly taken several hours. This upgrade had certainly expedited the process. Click. The opening revealed itself, and Chen Yi retrieved his equipment and items. After exiting the enhancement chamber, he wandered around the surrounding shops, comparing goods before stepping into a store at the street corner named Little Fruit Boutique. "Boss, can I exchange equipment here?" "Welcome." The interior of the store was spacious, with exquisite and clean decor. Various types of equipment adorned the walls, while display cases showcased a row of finely crafted items. Behind the counter stood a petite girl with a ponytail, a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, and a smile gracing her face. Of course. "Handsome, what equipment do you wish to exchange?" Chen Yi glanced at the counter and pointed at a crystal, inquiring, "Does this item possess 1,000 cubic units of personal space? Tier 3 equipment. No deception," the girl assured. "Very well." Chen Yi placed his rift slash on the counter. "The price of this sword should be comparable to that of this ring. What do you think?" In the realm of ruins wanderers, transactions are self-initiated, and the ruin space does not interfere. Due to points being non-transferable, trades among ruins wanderers are conducted using currency. This financial system has been in place for countless years. And since Chen Yi lacked money, he had to barter instead. Possessing hoarding tendencies, Chen Yi lamented that he could not bring back many items from the zombie world. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. Even if he had no immediate use for them, they could serve as scrap for sale. Discarding them would be a waste. This time, he must prepare a spatial item so that upon his return, he could act as a wholesaler and reap substantial profits. The girl's eyes sparkled as she examined the rift/S panel, then looked back at Chen Yi, somewhat surprised but readily agreeing. "No problem, it's a deal." She instantly recognized that Chen Yi was a newcomer to the ruined space. For a novice to present a Tier 3 item was indeed impressive. The girl retrieved the crystal from behind the counter and handed it to Chen Yi. Explaining its usage, Chen Yi immediately utilized the crystal item. Obtained item. Personal space 1,000 cubic. The crystal transformed into a stream of light and merged into Chen Yi's body. Instantly, he sensed the 1,000 cubic units of space. With the personal space secured, he would no longer fear the inability to carry back equipment in the future. "Thank you for your patronage." The girl beamed as she bid farewell to Chen Yi. Within the ruined space, wanderers can connect with one another through the interface. After perusing the guidebook, Chen Yi discovered this convenient feature. The girl believed Chen Yi to be a potential major client. Thus, she added him to her contact list. When Chen Yi opened the interface, he saw the girl's name. Xiaogua. Lin Xiao asked for his own name. It remained a string of unintelligible characters, not due to a fault in the space, but because Chen Yi had yet to decide what name he wished to adopt. Well, never mind. He closed the interface, and the garbled text was rather acceptable. After all, he had no need to communicate with anyone, nor did he require anyone to recognize him. Subsequently, Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. Having resolved everything within the space, it was now time to return to Blue Star. He had not forgotten that the blade of the white-haired man still hovered menacingly at his throat. What calamity had befallen Blue Star to bring about this apocalyptic scenario? Perhaps upon his return, he would unravel the mystery behind it. He had always been deeply intrigued by the enigmatic beacon mentioned by the white-haired man, as it could very well be the key clue. With a crackle, Chen Yi chose to depart from the space, his figure flickering and vanishing. Upon his return to Blue Star, Chen Yi reappeared, and time resumed its flow. The white-haired man, wielding a long blade, swung down with lethal intent, poised to sever Chen Yi's head. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted. A violent force swept through the air, shaking the very heavens and earth. An invisible telekinetic wave surged around, propelling numerous structures into the sky. The atmosphere and light were distorted beyond recognition, making it difficult to discern Chen Yi's visage as he stood atop the ruins. Resembling a deity descended upon the mortal realm. With a resounding crash, the white-haired man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the debris, leaving a mark over 100 meters long as he rose, disbelief etched across his face. What had transpired? Upon witnessing Chen Yi's condition, realization struck him, and his expression transformed from confusion to unrestrained excitement. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he exclaimed, "So, you are a bloodthirsty beast." In a flash, the blade gleamed. The white-haired man unleashed a massive strike, cleaving through the ruins and aiming directly at Chen Yi. However, the surging telekinetic force swept through, effortlessly shattering the colossal attack. Chen Yi extended his hand, and the white-haired man's form was involuntarily drawn before him. Lifted by the throat into the air, Chen Yi coldly inquired, "Tell me, who are you, and what is the beacon?" Cough, cough. The white-haired man coughed up blood, yet not a trace of fear was visible on his face. Instead, he appeared exhilarated, chuckling. "The beacon. You can find out for yourself. As for me, I shall return to seek you out." With that, the white-haired man swung his long blade, but before he could act, he erupted into a cloud of blood mist. Unperturbed, Chen Yi understood he could always extract answers from others. The destruction of Blue Star civilization was not solely the doing of the white-haired man. Chen Yi retrieved the long blade, its edge remarkably sharp, glistening with a faint crimson hue. Utilizing the ability of the sound of all things, he listened to the subtle hum of the blade. Red steel? Serious? Extraterrestrials? This revelation was both logical and unexpected. Chen Yi stored the spoils in his spatial pocket, refraining from recklessly saturating Blue Star with his telekinetic presence in search of foes. Given that these individuals possessed the capability for interstellar travel, their power level and technological advancements were undoubtedly extraordinary. Releasing telekinetic energy on a large scale would not only locate his enemies, but also announce his position to everyone, which was exceedingly perilous without knowledge of the enemy's strength and numbers. Moreover, even without utilizing telekinesis to search for foes, Chen Yi could still track them down. The sound of all things was most effective in such scenarios. The whispers of the wind brought him considerable information. "I found them." Boom! Chen Yi's figure transitioned from stillness to motion, vanishing in an instant. The powerful telekinetic force he unleashed created shockwaves in the air, blasting a massive crater into the ruins 100 kilometers away. Amidst the debris, a knight clad in silver-white armor was engaged in fierce combat with an elderly man draped in blue robes. The clash was tremendous, causing immense destruction. Ethereal blue light enveloped the elder's fists. Despite his age, his physique was remarkably robust. He leaped into the air, raising his fist to strike down with a thunderous roar. Daha! The knight, undeterred, exuded a silver-white aura, swinging his sword to unleash a tremendous slash that collided with the elder's fist like a meteor crashing into the earth. With a resounding explosion, a crater with a diameter of 100 meters formed in the ruins. Yet both the knight and the elder remained unscathed, displaying an eagerness to continue their fierce battle. Just as they were about to resume their confrontation, both paused in their movements. "Let us temporarily cease hostilities. Someone approaches." Barely had the words left his mouth when Chen Yi appeared in midair. The air compressed by his rapid descent, exploding outward, creating a tense atmosphere. The moment Chen Yi materialized, the knight and the elder immediately sensed a chilling aura that raised the hairs on their bodies. A powerful presence, undoubtedly a formidable force. Both had grown through countless battles, and their vast experience allowed them to recognize that Chen Yi was an individual of unparalleled strength. "Pardon my intrusion, gentlemen." Chen Yi gently descended upon the ruins of a collapsed skyscraper and inquired of the two, "If possible, could you enlighten me on the reasons for your conflict? Furthermore, what is the beacon?" This was not a request. They would either answer Chen Yi's queries or face his wrath. He would not show mercy to those who had obliterated Blue Star civilization. Chen Yi was unaware of the implications of his question, while the two had refrained from making any rash moves in his silence. The knight, upon hearing his inquiry, decisively took action against him. Clang! The silver-white slash was blocked by a telekinetic barrier, failing to penetrate an inch. The knight remained frozen mid-swing, unable to move. Incorrect answer. Without hesitation, Chen Yi crushed the knight into a lump of iron. Yet in that fleeting moment, as the knight perished, he finally comprehended the true nature of the beacon. Beacon transfer complete. Points acquired. 3,000. A rush of information flooded his mind, and soon a shopping interface, visible only to Chen Yi, materialized before his eyes. From this information, he learned that this was the Beacon Mall, the very beacon spoken of by the white-haired man. Chen Yi was taken aback. What was this? Another realm? Logically, the world he inhabited should have been thoroughly anchored by the ruined space, completely under its dominion. How could something akin to the ruined space emerge? Chen Yi had no time to ponder further. He shifted his focus to the elder, who hastily conceded, "Esteemed sir, I am more than willing to answer your questions." Victory was not possible. The disparity in strength was far too great that on an unnamed planet within a distant star system, one would behold a desolate wasteland with a dim yellow sun hanging in the sky, scorching the earth. Suddenly, a tremendous roar shattered the tranquility of both sky and land, a ferocious slash cleaving the planet in two. The sheer force was sufficient to defy gravity, forcibly dividing the entire planet. From the depths of the cosmos, one could observe the severed planet slowly drawing together again under the influence of gravity. Amidst the ruins of the planet, a man with flowing white hair sheathed his long blade. A flash of blood red glimmering across its bright surface, he closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to something, before turning to gaze into the depths of the starry sky. The Milky Way, the vastness and grandeur of this universe were beyond imagination. To illustrate with a simple comparison, the volume of the Sun is 1.3 million times that of Earth, and within the Milky Way alone, there are billions of such stars across the entire universe. Star systems like the Milky Way are countless, akin to grains of sand on the shore. Blue star and human civilization are but inconsequential specks within this vast cosmic ocean. Moreover, the universe is home to numerous races and civilizations. Some excel in technological advancements, while others harness the various energies present in the cosmos, wielding immense combat prowess through mere flesh and spirit. The elder spoke. The beacon first appeared so long ago that its origins are untraceable. By slaying individuals who possess a beacon, one can acquire both the beacon and points. With enough points, one may purchase anything desired within the beacon mall, be it power or knowledge. The existence of the beacon has always been a secret, but this is only true for the vast majority within the universe. Among the powerful, the knowledge of the beacon has long been disseminated, resulting in not only beacon bearers clashing for points, but also powerful beings across the cosmos hunting them down. The good news is that only when one approaches within a certain distance can beacon bearers sense one another. Those without beacons cannot easily locate them. The bad news is that some among the beacon holders may possess extraordinary strength. If you do not grow stronger quickly, you may find yourself harvested by another passerby one day. This is an exceedingly brutal cosmic hunting game, and Chen Yi has already acquired one beacon. Even if he refrains from hunting others, other beacon holders will inevitably come to hunt him. This explains why the knight acted immediately upon hearing his question. Both he and the old man are beacon holders, and once Chen Yi becomes aware of the beacon's existence, it is highly probable that he would still kill them to seize the beacon and the points, for no powerful being is devoid of the thirst for strength. We have never cared about the civilizations we have obliterated, as countless civilizations and planets are being destroyed in the universe every moment. We merely follow the call of the beacon. The old man's words were chillingly cruel. At this point, Chen Yi began to comprehend the reason behind the destruction of the Blue Star civilization. It was merely a case of some beacon holder arriving on Blue Star, followed by others from the universe responding to the call. Or perhaps, it was even simpler. Some Blue Star individual, whose fate could be deemed either fortunate or unfortunate, acquired the beacon, only to be eliminated by the incoming beacon holders from the cosmos, leading to an influx of otherworldly beings descending upon Blue Star, culminating in a chaotic battle that ultimately resulted in the annihilation of the Blue Star civilization. Survival is indeed a daunting challenge. Chen Yi could only lament, "My lord, this is all I know." Chen Yi replied, and then the old man exploded into a mist of blood. Were it not for this group of individuals, he would likely be in his apartment, enjoying the air conditioning and playing games, rather than fighting amidst this desolate ruin. Indeed, while this group presented him with a beacon, it was through his own strength that Chen Yi acquired it. It was not handed to him on a silver platter, and thus he felt no obligation to express gratitude. He had no intention of sparing any of these extraterrestrial beings. The notification from the beacon marketplace flashed across his mind. Points acquired, 3,000 points balance. 6,000 sitting amidst the ruins. Chen Yi, with a mere thought, opened the beacon marketplace, revealing a plethora of goods, an extensive array ranging from food and entertainment to scientific technology, weaponry, and human enhancement. Even the buying and selling of populations and planets could be found within a veritable cornucopia of offerings. Resurrecting the dead was not out of the question, should one desire to grow stronger swiftly. They could simply purchase abilities or genetic enhancements from this marketplace, albeit at a rather steep price. With 6,000 points at his disposal, his purchasing options were limited. He specifically searched for powerful abilities, only to discover that the might to crush a planet was priced at a staggering 1 million points, in accordance with the tiered evaluation system of abilities and equipment in the Return to Ruin space. A first-tier destructive capability could rival conventional firearms, while second-tier could obliterate a modern city. Third-tier would equate to a disaster-level event on the surface, and fourth-tier would be capable of planetary annihilation. Chen Yi's points would only allow him to purchase second-tier items in the beacon marketplace. Reflecting on the Return to Ruin space, he quickly recognized a critical issue. While abilities and items obtained from the Return to Ruin space could be brought back to the Blue Star world, could those purchased from the beacon marketplace be taken into the Return to Ruin space? If not, it would imply that to maximize his points utility, Chen Yi would have to refrain from purchasing abilities and equipment directly. Otherwise, it would be a waste. With the Return to Ruin space on one side and the beacon marketplace on the other, Chen Yi discerned that this was an extraordinary opportunity, if leveraged wisely. He could effortlessly ascend to new heights. It was time to put his theories to the test. Without delay, Chen Yi promptly purchased the two cheapest items in the beacon marketplace, a rather useless ability and an almost entirely ineffective piece of equipment. Points spent, 200 points balance. 5,800. After placing the equipment into his personal space, Chen Yi immediately returned to the Return to Ruin space. His suspicions were confirmed upon entering the Return to Ruin space. The abilities he had purchased from the beacon marketplace vanished, and the equipment in his personal space similarly disappeared. Even the interface of the beacon marketplace could not be accessed upon returning to the Blue Star. The purchased abilities and equipment reappeared. If a concept of hierarchy existed, it seemed that the hierarchy of the Return to Ruin space surpassed that of the beacon marketplace. The Blue Star universe is anchored by the Return to Ruin space, which could not possibly be unaware of the beacon marketplace's existence. Since the Return to Ruin space permitted its existence, Chen Yi would utilize it without hesitation. With his hypothesis validated, Chen Yi also realized the optimal use of points to develop his existing abilities or to acquire knowledge. His abilities were originally derived from the Return to Ruin space. Thus, utilizing the techniques purchased from the beacon marketplace to delve deeper into his development should pose no issue. That a streak of light descended from the heavens, striking Chen Yi with precision. Boom! A dazzling flame erupted, shining like the sun, ascending slowly. Crack! 2 kilometers away, a fully mechanized cosmic cyborg hovered in midair, surrounded by floating constructs that gave her the appearance of a deity. Compared to the arduous struggle for strength, the cost-effectiveness of mechanical augmentation is evidently superior. As long as the brain is preserved, other parts and weapons can be replaced at will. Many extraterrestrial beings favor mechanical modifications, and this one was evidently among the more advanced iterations. Target hit. The voice of the mechanical girl was devoid of emotion, having not received a notification of points from the beacon marketplace. She was convinced that her strike had not successfully annihilated the target. In an instant, the air trembled, and an invisible telekinetic force surged forth, causing the mechanical girl to suddenly radiate a brilliant red light at the moment she found herself immobilized. 0-point ability field. Release. Boom! The space shook violently as an immensely powerful force erupted from within the mechanical girl, the floating constructs shimmering with a blood-like glow, and the expanded force field astonishingly cast aside Chen Yi's telekinetic grip. Beep, beep, beep. A massive energy reaction detected. Target extremely dangerous. The mechanical girl was on high alert as Chen Yi's calm figure emerged from the rising fireball, surprised to see that the mechanical girl possessed some resistance. Yet, It was merely surprise, concerned that using too much force might attract the attention of others. Chen Yi had been holding back his strength since returning to the Blue Star, not to mention 1/10. Even 1/100th of his power had not been unleashed. Chen Yi was not one to engage in half-hearted skirmishes. When it was time to strike, he would not hesitate. The dead enemy is the best enemy. He would not hold back in the slightest. With a hum, he extended his hand, gathering a vast amount of telekinetic energy which materialized into a pale blue form. If the mechanical girl had previously exerted a force of 10, now Chen Yi's output was 100. The zero-point ability field that had struggled to hold on collapsed in an instant. The flickering red floating constructs were successively destroyed, and the mechanical girl quickly spoke. Her tone still devoid of emotion. "My lord, I am willing to submit to you." Chen Yi had no interest in responding. The surging telekinetic force instantly obliterated the mechanical girl into a scattering of parts. The collapsing power core unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. Boom! A powerful explosion of light erupted, engulfing all the mechanical girl's remnants. Points acquired, 20,000. Points balance, 25800. The disparity in strength between the mechanical girl and the knight and the old man was evident from the points alone. It remained uncertain whether there were even stronger extraterrestrial beings on the Blue Star. Chen Yi sensed the nearby beacons. He employed the sound of all things to gauge the movements of the surrounding extraterrestrial beings. Quickly identifying another target, that he needed to ascertain the strength levels of these extraterrestrial beings to avoid being caught off guard. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Yi had eliminated numerous extraterrestrial beings, and as of now, he had yet to encounter any particularly formidable opponents. Among those he had vanquished, only a handful were beacon holders, resulting in a slow accumulation of points. Points balance, 64,000. He could sense the locations of the beacon holders on Blue Star. However, until he comprehended their strength, Chen Yi would not recklessly charge in. With the assistance of the marketplace, beacon holders were undoubtedly among the strongest individuals in the universe. Each a fierce deity forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He could not afford to be careless. It is always better to be cautious than to recklessly court death. Through the battle traces left by those extraterrestrial beings, Chen Yi could utilize the sound of all things to gauge their approximate strength. Coupled with the intelligence he had gathered from the extraterrestrial beings over this period, he gained a rough understanding. Many advanced civilizations exist in the universe, yet when it comes to individual combat strength, most do not rank very high. Typically, those capable of single-handedly obliterating a city would be considered formidable. As for those possessing the power to annihilate planets, they're truly few and far between. Certainly, it is quite possible that these insignificant minions have never encountered such beings. After all, they have seldom seen them. Whether there exist among the aliens that have descended upon Blue Star, those capable of obliterating stars, or even stronger entities remains an enigma, as Chen Yi continues to observe discreetly. The flickering flames amidst the ruins illuminate the scene, while Chen Yi tends to a fire pit, roasting meat. The natural ecology of Blue Star has been ravaged beyond recognition, making it a challenge to procure even a single animal for roasting. Chen Yi's situation is peculiar. Despite being extraordinarily powerful and having undergone comprehensive enhancement, he still remains within the bounds of humanity. He still experiences hunger without sustenance. At that moment, a small boy with a round face peeks out from behind the ruins, gazing longingly at the roasted meat, saliva dripping from his mouth. However, upon catching sight of Chen Yi, he quickly retreats. Chen Yi glances at him and begins to eat the roasted meat himself. If he wishes to eat, he must come and take it. Many of the aliens bear a striking resemblance to the humans of Blue Star, making it difficult for an ordinary person to discern their identities. However, the voice of all things does not deceive. This is merely a child of Blue Star. Moments later, the boy finds his courage and sits before the fire, devouring a roasted rabbit voraciously. In the midst of his meal, he pauses and asks Chen Yi, "Uncle, may I take some of the leftovers with me? It matters not." "Thank you, uncle." The boy's joy knows no bounds. After finishing his meal, he takes the roasted meat and deeply bows to Chen, expressing his gratitude. Being able to enjoy roasted meat in the apocalypse is perhaps the greatest happiness one could attain. Chen Yi does not possess the nobility or selflessness to act as a caretaker for the humans of Blue Star. However, he is prepared to take on the responsibility for these aliens on his own. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Yi listens to the voice of all things amidst the ruins and unexpectedly discovers an underground structure. Without the deliberate use of telekinesis to sense beneath the surface, it would indeed be challenging to detect the existence of this underground edifice. The first to third underground levels have completely collapsed due to the surface battles, while the fourth and fifth levels remain entirely unoccupied, with survivors only emerging from the sixth level onward. This underground building is vast, comprising 20 levels, from the 6th level down to the 20th. Operations continue as normal, with electricity and water supplies fully functional, rendering it self-sufficient. Chen Yi explores the premises and stumbles upon a botanical garden and an insect breeding room, even discovering a protein production line. The insects are rich in protein, albeit lacking in flavor. Yet in the apocalypse, one cannot afford to be picky about protein sources. As he wanders about, the inhabitants of the underground structure are filled with trepidation. As the surveillance cameras capture Chen Yi, the intruder, and they begin to take countermeasures in the monitoring room, a middle-aged man urgently issues orders. Everyone, immediately retreat to the safe house. Remember, do not emerge under any circumstances until the signal is lifted. He then returns his gaze to the surveillance screen, noting, where is he now? Level 20 below. He has entered Professor Sun's laboratory. The equipment on the 20th level is remarkably advanced, indicating that this was a high-end laboratory before the apocalypse. And it continues to function normally. Numerous columnar incubation pods are displayed within the laboratory, housing embryos that do not resemble humans, their tiny hearts pulsating within the nutrient solution. The growth of life is indeed a marvel. Is it not? An elderly man with white hair pauses his work, raises his head upon seeing Chen Yi, and reacts with a warm smile, initiating a conversation. He is Professor Sun, the highest authority of this underground establishment and the architect of this survivor base. A researcher in biological engineering. Though aged, he maintains a straight posture and robust health. Chen Yi observes the small lives within the incubation pods and remarks, their development appears somewhat deformed. Their hearts are too weak. If they continue to grow like this, they will surely perish. The voice of all things reveals to him that these are genetically modified beings cultivated from the DNA of aliens collected by Professor Sun. And they possess significant flaws. Professor Sun, astonished, inquires, you can discern that. Indeed. Intrigued, Chen Yi examines the other modified beings, noting that they are at various developmental stages, with the most mature one nearly reaching adulthood. It must be said that those aliens who have arrived on Blue Star possess certain unique qualities. Many among them indeed bear remarkably special genes. If Professor Sun could integrate the advantages of these genes, he could undoubtedly cultivate a formidable genetically modified being. However, aspirations aside, achieving this is no simple feat. The challenges posed by human technology and knowledge are immense. Unless a miracle occurs, the two first-time acquaintances engage in a lively exchange in the laboratory, perhaps buoyed by their spirits, as Chen Yi speaks more than usual today. Not long after, he returns to the surface with a jar of insect protein that he takes a tentative taste, finding it not as unpalatable as he had imagined, though it is somewhat slimy. It would be delightful if he could change the flavor a bit. Sensing the location of a certain beacon holder, Chen Yi makes his way to the seaside, where he gazes out at the boundless azure waves. Yet beneath the surface, a massive shadow moves swiftly. As Chen Yi continues to sense the positions of others, the holders of other beacons can similarly sense his location. Upon detecting an approaching foe, they prepare for battle. With a resounding crash, towering waves rise from the ocean as a fearsome beast. Clad in menacing features, leaps from the depths, charging directly at Chen Yi as if a mountain were descending. Chen Yi is baffled as to how such a creature arrived on Blue Star. With a surge of violent telekinesis, he crushes the beast's limbs, its blue blood and flesh exploding forth, staining the seawater an even deeper hue. And the creature emits a mournful cry as it crashes heavily to the ground. With a thud, the colossal beast lands on the shore, sending up a spray of water. Chen Yi steps on the beast's head, his voice cold and unyielding. Tell me, who among the aliens that have come to Blue Star is the strongest? The beast internally laments its misfortune, quickly realizing that it faces an insurmountable adversary, and obediently responds. To my knowledge, it should be the Dragoness of Terror. The Dragoness of Terror, terror dragons are an exceedingly warlike race in the universe. Translated into your language on Blue Star, it conveys a similar meaning. She is formidable, reputedly capable of sinking continental plates, and I've always refrained from approaching her territory. Sinking continental plates? If that is the case, I can manage IS there. Anything else? None. With a violent tremor of telekinesis, the beast is obliterated into a cloud of blue mist. Despite its unimpressive display, its strength is far from weak. Points acquired, 30,000 points balance. 94,000 Chen. He initially presumed that he would not encounter the Dragoness of Terror so soon. However, the whims of fortune are unpredictable. Mere days later, a female dragon clad in scarlet scales hovers in the sky like a sovereign. Her gaze disdainful and exuding an air of dominance. Fierce, malevolent, bloodthirsty. This is Chen Yi's first impression of the Dragoness of Terror. He has learned of her physical characteristics from other aliens and now recognizes her identity. The Dragoness of Terror locks eyes with Chen Yi from a distance, battle intent surging, yet he is reluctant to engage. To be honest, I have no desire to fight with you, if possible. Can we simply pretend we have not met? He knows such words are futile. Confrontation is inevitable, as the Dragoness does not appear to be the type to engage in amicable discourse. He merely wishes to avoid causing a commotion that might reveal his true power. With a thunderous sound, the Dragoness does not respond verbally, but instead acts, flapping her wings, her form racing towards Chen Yi with a sonic boom. Yet, Chen Yi is swifter. Before she can react, a powerful surge of telekinesis sends the Dragoness hurtling away. And in the blink of an eye, he seizes her face, plunging her into the ocean. With a resounding crash, the two move at such speed that only a blur is visible. The Dragoness is smashed into the sea. The tremendous force instantly generating towering waves of over 10 meters. Chen Yi holds the Dragoness down at the ocean's floor. No matter how fiercely she struggles, she cannot break free. Since the battle is inevitable, I shall only display enough strength to utterly overpower her. The High Dragon woman stared wide-eyed, her expression filled with disbelief. In the dim depths of the ocean, Chen Yi's potent mental force surged forth, his eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light. The mental energy rippled outward. The currents of the sea violently churned, as if a colossal hammer had struck the ocean floor, instantaneously creating a massive fissure. The High Dragon woman spat out a mouthful of blood that dispersed in the water, her entire being thrust deep into the chasm beneath the S. An indeterminate time later, two figures erupted from the surface. The High Dragon woman gravely injured. She was in a state of utter disarray, having not only suffered a severed arm, but also a gaping hole punctured through her abdomen. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, seemingly unfazed by her injuries, and instead felt a surge of excitement. Who are you? A powerhouse like you cannot possibly be nameless in the cosmos. Chen Yi did not respond to her inquiry, but countered with a question of his own. Among the extraterrestrials who have descended upon this planet, is there anyone stronger than you? The High Dragon woman grinned widely, her demeanor brimming with madness. At the very least, tell me your name. With that, she yanked off her severed arm and cast it into the ocean. For the Hadragon's regenerative abilities were mediocre, and her broken limb could not heal in the short term. It was simply a nuisance hanging by her side. Very well, then. What a pity in the Hadragon's lexicon. There was no concept of surrender or retreat, only the notion of fighting to the death. Despite her severe injuries, the High Dragon woman remained undeterred, determined to confront Chen Yi head-on. Moments later, she lay gasping for breath on the ground, experiencing perhaps the most exhilarating yet despairing battle of her life. The disparity in power was insurmountable, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. Star Trace. What? The High Dragon woman's voice was weak to the extreme. Did you not wish to know if there are those stronger than I on this planet? I have heard that Star Trace has also descended here. Star Trace? A white-haired man who favored wielding a crimson steel knife. Rumors suggested he possessed the strength to cleave planets asunder. How I longed to test my mettle against him. The High Dragon Woman's voice dwindled until it faded into silence. Points earned: 70,000 points balance. 164. 000 Crimson Steel. White-haired man. The High Dragon Woman's words plunged Chen Yi into deep contemplation. He retrieved the long knife from his spatial storage, its blade glimmering with a faint crimson hue, recalling the white-haired man who had nearly slain him. Could he be Star Trace? The characteristics and weapon matched. Yet Chen Yi was certain that the individual he encountered lacked the power to cleave a planet. He remembered the white-haired man had stated before his demise that he would return to seek him out. This left only one possibility. The being that perished at Chen Yi's hands was not the true Star Trace, but perhaps merely a clone or projection of some sort. Was the true body in Blue Star? Or was it still en route to Blue Star? Chen Yi leaned toward the latter hypothesis. If Star Trace's true form was indeed on Blue Star, there was no reason he could not find Chen Yi. For a being capable of cleaving planets, distance within a planet should pose no obstacle. That said, it was difficult to ascertain Star Trace's precise strength based solely on the High Dragon Woman's description. It was unclear whether he was merely a planet slasher or one who surpassed that level. Until the true extent of Star Trace's capabilities was clarified, Chen Yi felt it prudent to exercise caution. He glanced at the 160,000 points in the beacon mall, estimating that it should be sufficient to significantly enhance his abilities. After sifting through the items in the beacon mall for some time, Chen Yi selected a knowledge item titled Deep Development Manual for Mental Force, valued at 150,000 points. This will do. Chen Yi made the purchase decisively. 150,000 points expended. Purchase successful. Deep Development Manual for Mental Force. Points balance: 14,000. No power or equipment from outside the ruined space could be brought into it. Thus, Chen Yi was limited to acquiring knowledge and skills through the beacon mall. While his mental force was formidable, he had long lacked a deeper understanding and application of his abilities, making the Deep Development Manual perfectly suited for him. Upon purchase, a surge of information flowed into Chen Yi's mind, requiring no learning process and devoid of any pain. He immediately grasped all the content and techniques within the manual, as if he had practiced them countless times before. This was the remarkable power of the beacon mall. Countless development techniques coursed through his mind, causing his mental force to tremble and oscillate, repeatedly expanding and contracting. As he compressed his mental force time and again, the intangible energy began to ripple, emanating a brilliant blue light that undulated around him. In the universe, various forms of energy exist: chemical energy, nuclear energy, dark energy, void energy, vacuum zero-point energy, and spiritual energy, among others. The commonality among them is that only through efficient utilization can greater destructive power be unleashed. Consequently, among individuals of similar caliber, the disparity in strength can be immense. An individual capable of harnessing only 10% of their energy's efficiency could never hope to match one who could unleash 100%. In the universe, all forces derived from the mind and spirit are collectively referred to as spiritual energy, of which mental force is one of the most widely applied forms. Chen Yi's previous techniques had not delved deeply enough. He had long contemplated compressing his mental force to enhance its concentration and strength, yet the intricacies of the techniques had proven too complex. Now, with the mastery of the techniques within the Deep Development Manual, he finally succeeded. The higher the concentration of mental force, the greater its strength, which meant that Chen Yi's defensive capabilities, power, and destructive potential would all see significant enhancement. Its importance was self-evident. The bright blue tidal waves of mental force surged wildly, then sharply compressed once more. With each compression, the strength of Chen Yi's mental force intensified. Due to the sheer might of his own mental force, the pressure he could exert upon himself was staggering. He reached his limit after compressing it 10 times. Excessive spiritual energy overflowed, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently, and rocks shattered like tofu, floating in the air. Chen Yi exhaled deeply. The process of compression had been quite taxing, yet the result was astonishing. After 10 compressions, his mental force's strength had increased to a terrifying 10-fold. If previously his mental force was akin to a frayed rope, it was now as robust as steel. Indeed, as resilient as diamond, possessing an almost infinite elasticity. The vibrant blue mental force reverted to a transparent hue upon reaching its utmost compression, appearing indistinguishable from before. Of course, the process was reversible. When Chen Yi released his mental force, the compressed energy would rapidly expand, maintaining its coverage while also enhancing its destructive power due to the expansion process. Spiritual energy. Chen Yi sensed his mental force, and for the first time learned of the term spiritual energy from the Deep Development Manual. According to the manual, individuals with stronger spiritual energy possess greater willpower and mental fortitude, making them highly resistant to mental and psychic control abilities, often rendering such techniques entirely ineffective. This was because, in the cosmic realm, no other beings possessed mental and spiritual strength comparable to theirs. However, to fully defend against such attacks, one must be thoroughly prepared. Utilizing the techniques from the manual, Chen Yi constructed an impenetrable mental barrier around his brain with his mental force, ensuring absolute security. Unless an adversary could breach Chen Yi's mental barrier, they would be unable to penetrate his mental defense. Chen Yi, the difference was negligible. One involved the destruction of the body, while the other entailed the annihilation of the spirit, or perhaps being controlled by a being with superior spiritual energy, becoming a puppet. Moreover, spiritual energy held another crucial function. It possessed tremendous restraining and damaging capabilities against ghosts or anomalous life forms. Such entities thrived on fear and spiritual energy, rendering spiritual energy their nemesis. These beings were not uncommon in the universe. Unless one's own spiritual energy was exceptionally potent, spiritual beings and ghosts would do well to avoid spiritual energy users at all costs. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of Blue Star, a young boy, having ventured out in search of food, discovered a red egg beneath the debris. The surface of the egg bore a scaly texture and was remarkably hard. What could this egg possibly belong to? The boy yearned to crack open the peculiar egg before him, only to discover its astonishing hardness. After an extended effort, not a single mark remained upon its surface. Driven by curiosity, he decided to take it away in the dim and profound expanse of the cosmic night sky. Vast remnants of warships floated in some corner of the universe, while countless extraterrestrial beings lay frozen in the vacuum of space. Resembling popsicles, that a plasma thruster emitted a brilliant azure glow as a medium-sized spacecraft traversed the area, startled by the sight. Was this the wreckage of a star destroyer? Was that a planetary furnace? Had a grand cosmic battle unfolded here? The very name Star Destroyer conjured images of a vessel capable of transforming a planet into cosmic fireworks with a single shot from its main cannon, while a planetary furnace was even more fearsome, capable of obliterating an entire planet to serve as fuel, efficiently extracting valuable minerals in the process. The radar displayed a plethora of signal sources, and within the ship's bridge, calculations revealed that approximately 3 Star Destroyers had been utterly annihilated, accompanied by a planetary furnace. Such assets were astounding within the cosmos. Most civilizations could scarcely afford even a fraction of the cost to construct a Star Destroyer, let alone procure one. The planetary furnace, even more exorbitant, was roughly equivalent to the price of 10 Star Destroyers, continuously generating vast resources, a fact that justified its steep cost. "Captain, we are about to strike it rich," exclaimed an exuberant crew member aboard the ship. "Before anyone discovers us, let us swiftly salvage all the valuable items from this wreckage. We are sure to make a fortune." After all, this was the wreckage of a Star Destroyer and a planetary furnace. Even disassembling the equipment for sale on the black market would attract a multitude of eager buyers, guaranteeing a handsome profit. Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated through the ship, startling the captain. Had they collided with debris? No. The radar showed no response, and the optical sensors detected no targets. The bridge crew was reporting the situation when a panicked voice from the communications channel cried out, "Bridge, we have detected intruders." "Intruders detected?" Another deafening blast echoed, as the solid metal was effortlessly breached, revealing a deep gash along one side of the bridge, through which a figure slowly emerged, with long white hair and a long knife in hand. Faint traces of crimson shimmered ominously. "Ladies and gentlemen, shall we alter our course?" With a crack, the surface of the scaly egg appeared to fracture, seemingly on the verge of hatching in the dimly lit space. The young boy curled up beneath the debris in a narrow crevice, cocooned in a blanket. Sleeping in such a precarious place, prone to collapse at any moment, was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Yet, it was arguably the safest way to survive amid the ruins. The boy's bright eyes fixated on the egg before him, filled with curiosity about what might emerge from within. Wondering if it would be edible, he rubbed his belly. "I'm so hungry." His gaze intensified as he looked at the egg, eagerly anticipating its impending hatching. Time flew by. Chen Yi had returned from the ruined space to Blue Star precisely 30 days later. A month had passed, and a new spatial mission was about to commence. With a flicker, Chen Yi stepped into the ruined space, where time in the Blue Star world came to a halt. The sites within the space were bustling with activity. The monthly mandatory tasks of the ruined space could not be avoided, and as the time for the mission approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Passing by the Xiaoguo boutique, Chen Yi noticed a throng of people gathered outside, bustling and clamoring, seemingly engaged in some game. In the square, Xingu. Haha, Xingu, upon your return, let us celebrate with drinks. What the heck? Why are you setting flags, you rascal? Go get him. Hey, wait. Zhou Tong, burdened with a large travel pack filled with various survival tools and food, was a newcomer without the funds to purchase spatial items. Thus making do with his meager supplies, he watched the countdown timer on the interface, murmuring along 0.5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the clock struck 24 hours, a mission interface simultaneously popped up before Chen Yi. Zhou Tong, Xingu, and the other ruined travelers of the same batch. The interface displayed the following information. Mission type. Anchor mission difficulty. Level 1. To explore the fundamental causes of devastation and ruin in an unknown world is a process of anchoring the ruined space. Upon the completion of the main quest, it would signify the complete anchoring of the mission world. Moreover, although Chen Yi's strength had reached level 4, the ruined space mandated that every 3 anchor missions, a ruins traveler would undertake an advanced task. Thus, prior to advancement, Chen Yi was classified as a level 1 ruins traveler, and naturally, the difficulty of the task assigned to him was also level 1. In an instant, a large number of individuals vanished from the space. Chen Yi materialized atop a high-rise building. Main Quest Phase 1. This world has been frequently besieged by star beasts. Please ensure the extermination of 1 star beast to prove your strength before uncovering the underlying cause. Mission reward. 300 points. Mission commenced. Name. Chen Yi level. Level 1 points. 0 abilities. Telekinesis LV10. Danger Perception LV1. Extreme Burst LV1. Night Vision LV1. Survival of the Fittest LV2. Sound of All Things LV1. New Humanity LV1 items. Personal Space 1000 cubic meters. Barrier Cloak Level 3. Chapter of Gaia. Zombie Virus Serum. G4 Virus. Primitive Virus. The ruined space was quite generous, although it offered no abilities or equipment rewards to ruins travelers. Any abilities and items obtained through their own merit were allowed to be brought into the mission world. Even the zombie virus was permitted. This seemingly worthless item within the space posed a significant threat to human civilization, capable of unleashing catastrophic disasters in the mission world if mishandled. Unlike the unique main quests of the novice world, this time the main quest was phased. Thus, as long as there were ruins travelers who could complete the phase tasks, all would reap the rewards of points. Chen Yi examined the description of the main quest. Star beasts? Did that mean he was to battle monsters in this world? The interface continued to refresh with new information. Target terminal detected. Plugin installation in progress. Installation complete. Random upgrade options being selected. Random option. Star beast. Star beast option loaded. Chen Yi pondered what a star beast truly was when the external plugin presented a star beast before him. A flash of light revealed a soft, round, white sphere appearing at his feet. Woo-woo. This star beast was no larger than a soccer ball, truly resembling a plump little ball, entirely white, with 2 eyes akin to black sesame seeds dotting a glutinous rice ball. It had no arms or tail, only 2 rotund feet. If one did not pay close attention, it would be easily overlooked. Chen Yi contemplated for a moment, uncertain if eliminating this little creature would immediately fulfill the Phase 1 main quest. After much thought, he decided to give it a name. From now on, it would be called Wang Kai. Oh. Wang Kai seemed to comprehend Chen Yi's words, its tiny eyes squinting in delight as it rolled around him, prompting Chen Yi to feel an urge to give it a kick that it truly resembled a ball. The little round creature's feet were like two balls, lacking knees altogether, wobbling side to side as it walked. Yet remarkably fast in its movements. Star Beast. Wong Kai type. Pet level. Level 1 description. This is a special star beast capable of devouring other beasts and evolving infinitely. Its master can share in all its powers. Upon reviewing Wong Kai's data, Chen Yi realized that as long as Wong Kai continued to consume other beasts and evolve, it would be a formidable ally as a dominator. He is also capable of becoming increasingly powerful. The reason he feels no sensation at present is that Wong Kai has yet to devour any exotic beasts. For now, it is merely a harmless and auspicious mascot. Shortly thereafter, a series of upgrade tasks were refreshed. Upgrade Task 1. Slay a level 1 Star Beast. The Star Beast option will rise by 1 level. Upgrade Task 2. Slay a level 2 Star Beast. The Star Beast option will rise by 1 level. Upgrade Task 3. Slay a level 3 Star Beast. The Star Beast option will rise by 1 level. Upgrade Task 10. Slay a level 10 Star Beast. The Star Beast option will rise by 1 level. There are a total of 10 upgrade tasks. For now, disregarding the main storyline and upgrade tasks, the most pressing matter is to ascertain the background and situation of this world before making any plans. Wu Wongkai nestled at Chen Yi's feet, squinting like a little dumpling. Though small in stature, carrying Wongkai around the streets still posed a bit of nuisance that is their way to conceal oneself. Wu Wongkai turned over, pondering in a seemingly understanding manner, then scampered away on its short little legs, vanishing without a trace, leaving Chen Yi uncertain of its whereabouts. Wu, a small, round figure, cautiously poked its head around the corner. Its tiny sesame-like eyes fixed on Chen Yi, as if inquiring whether this was acceptable. This little creature surprisingly excelled at hiding, were it not for the mental energy constantly locked onto Wongkai. Chen would have had no idea where it had concealed itself. It's fine, Wu. Upon receiving affirmation, Wongkai concealed itself once more. Unlike the world encountered during the novice tasks, this realm has not erupted into a large-scale cataclysm. However, it is evident that this world is edging towards destruction. The advertisement screens lining the streets are broadcasting news of a city that has been attacked. The visuals are harrowing, depicting a landscape that has been utterly reduced to ruins. Just a day prior, Rongan City was besieged by a level 4.5 Star Beast, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The Star Slayers who arrived later engaged in a fierce battle with it, ultimately succeeding in slaying the beast at a great cost. Regrettably, as Rongan City was the main battlefield, over 80% of the area was devastated. Following a resolution by the Federation, the decision was made to abandon Rongan City, with survivors to be relocated to other cities. After deliberation, the Federation named this unprecedented superstar beast Weilong. Weilong, towering at 84 meters and measuring 137 meters in length, is the largest star beast encountered thus far. Chen Yi halted on the street. Observing the news, as visible fear and concern etched the faces of the surrounding populace, who were deeply unsettled by the prospect of their city enduring a similar fate. Subsequently, he ventured to the library to peruse old newspapers with the utmost caution, akin to his behavior back on Blue Star. Until he fully comprehended the situation, Chen would not recklessly release his mental energy in broad strokes for information, lest he disturb something. Approximately 20 years ago, Star Beasts began to mysteriously emerge globally. Initially, humanity's conventional weaponry proved effective. However, as the strength of these star beasts escalated, conventional weapons became increasingly ineffective. Moreover, the beasts invariably appeared in urban areas, rendering nuclear weaponry impractical for use. Eventually, in a desperate measure during one calamity, nuclear weapons were deployed, which, while eliminating the star beasts, also resulted in horrific civilian casualties that it was not until one fateful day that the Federation announced, following extensive research by various nations, that humanity had finally grasped the power of the Star Beasts, thus giving rise to the Star Slayers. The so-called Star Slayers, also referred to as Star Eaters, are a group of new humans who continuously gain power by consuming the flesh and blood of Star Beasts. The individual combat prowess of the Star Slayers is formidable enough to rival that of the Star Beasts themselves, and it is due to their existence that humanity can more effectively slay the Star Beasts. Over the years, the Federation has accumulated vast amounts of data in its fight against star beasts, categorizing them based on the strength of the energy they harbor. The weakest are classified as level 1, while the most powerful is the aforementioned wielding, rated at level 4.5. Of course, this is only a temporary measure. Over the past 2 decades, the star beasts have grown increasingly potent, with the strongest always being surpassed. From the initial level 1 to the current level 4.5, it is foreseeable that even higher levels will emerge in the future. Level 1 star beasts can be dealt with using conventional tanks and heavy weaponry, while level 4.5 requires nuclear ordnance in the absence of star slayers. Whether there will one day be star beasts capable of withstanding nuclear strikes is almost an inevitability, if that day comes. It will herald the beginning of humanity's despair and the end of days. Boom! A deafening noise erupted from the bustling marketplace, causing everyone on the street to halt in their tracks, with a piercing sound of alarms ringing out. They swiftly fled to seek refuge. Star beast attacks have become a commonplace occurrence for the inhabitants of this world. They merely hope that the incoming star beasts will not possess excessively high levels, wishing to avoid the calamitous event of record-breaking power levels landing in their midst. Beyond that, all they can do is run, as far as they can. Run, don't just stand there, quickly, to the nearest shelter. In the city center, what was once a thriving commercial street transformed into a desolate ruin in the blink of an eye. A star beast, towering 4 to 5 meters, rampaged with reckless abandon, unleashing its violent fury. Roar! Chen Yi stood amidst the rubble, observing this star beast, estimating it to be merely level 1, its size insignificant compared to those towering dozens of meters tall. It was likely among the weakest of its kind. With a swift thought, a wave of invisible mental energy swept through, and the level 1 star beast's abdomen erupted with a massive gaping wound. Following a mournful wail, it collapsed to the ground. Chen Yi approached. The flesh and blood from the star beast's abdominal wound rapidly began to regenerate. If left unattended, it would likely heal completely in no time, showcasing an exceptionally robust recovery capability. Star beasts generally possess formidable self-healing abilities, with higher level ones exhibiting even swifter recovery rates, making them particularly troublesome in prolonged engagements. Wankai. Upon hearing Chen Yi's call, Wankai appeared seemingly out of nowhere, wobbling over from a corner. In an instant, its entire body swelled as it opened its mouth wide, swallowing the entire star beast whole. Ugh. Wankai let out a satisfied burp, despite its size being only that of a soccer ball. It had effortlessly consumed the entire star beast, as if endowed with a spatial stomach. After devouring the beast, Wankai immediately returned to its original size, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Chen Yi could not discern how much Wankai's strength had increased, but he felt a surge of power coursing through him after Wankai consumed the star beast. In an instant, Chen Yi's physical constitution experienced a slight enhancement. Enhancement successful, survival of the fittest. New humanity acquired abilities. Star Beast Body LV1. Detection of potential ability fusion. Fusion complete. Acquired ability. Star Human LV 1.5. Due to significant overlaps in several abilities, after acquiring the physique of the Star Beast, Chen Yi's abilities merged with those of survival of the fittest and new humanity. The ability Star Human encompasses all the effects of the previous 3 abilities, and it seems to have given rise to an upgraded path toward a higher form of life. Moreover, Upgrade Task 1 completed. Star Beast Option Upgrade. Star Beast LV2. Suddenly, a brilliant white light radiated from Wankai, its inherent power experiencing a tremendous surge in that fleeting moment. Likewise, as Wankai leveled up, Chen Yi, as its dominator, also shared in this newfound power. A wave of strength flooding into his being, causing his recently acquired ability to ascend once more. Star Human LV2 in terms of strength, speed, physical durability, sensory capabilities, and recovery rate, as well as sensitivity to energy. Chen Yi experienced profound enhancements. The strength of a Star Human at LV2 allows Chen Yi to throw a small car with ease, and his speed rivals that of a sports car. Chen Yi realized that as he progresses in this task world, it would not be long before he evolves into a higher-level life form, leaving him filled with anticipation. Just how powerful would he become? Woo. Meanwhile, Wankai, having procured a cigar from an unknown source, expertly puffed on it, exuding an air of world weariness akin to a seasoned old man with many tales to tell. Chen Yi was taken aback. Would devouring star beasts also influence Wang Cai's personality? You should hide for now. Alas, Wang Cai exhaled a plume of smoke, steadily striding towards the shadowy corner, his silhouette seemingly inscribed with tales, embodying a profound camaraderie and trust with Chen Yi. Halfway through, Wang Cai deliberately halted, turning his head slightly, pausing momentarily before resolutely vanishing into the shadows, as if captured in a cinematic moment. Chen Yi was left somewhat speechless. Is it possible for such a temperament to revert? Meanwhile, the Star Beast monitoring department erupted into chaos, the glaring red alarms flashing erratically, the faces of the monitoring personnel paling as they hurriedly sought to pinpoint the source of the signal. Star Beast alert, location, Jincheng City, energy level. Upon observing the energy level, the monitoring staff turned ashen, their voices rising in terror. Energy level 4.9. A Star Beast alert of 4.9 has emerged in Jincheng City. Quickly, notify the high-ranking Star Slayers to prepare for combat. The personnel at the Star Beast monitoring department could scarcely believe their eyes. Just 2 days prior, a formidable Star Beast of level 4.5 had wreaked havoc, reducing Rongan City to ruins. They had not anticipated the swift emergence of an even more powerful entity. This is illogical. The monitoring staff's expressions grew increasingly grave as they remarked. Such a rapid escalation in energy levels should not occur. It contradicts our previously observed patterns. According to the research reports from the Federation, the energy levels of Star Beasts do indeed rise. But it is a gradual process. There is no reason for an immediate leap from 4.5 to 4.9, especially within a mere 2-day span. Such an occurrence has never been documented. The nature of surprises lies in their unpredictability. This was merely the illusion of a pattern that a level 4.9 beast is perilously close to level 5. Just as the entire monitoring department was on high alert, the first arriving Star Slayer reported no sign of any Star Beasts at the scene. What? There was no presence of any Star Beast in the city center of Jincheng. 2 youths clad in Star Slayer combat gear stood amidst the ruins of the commercial street, surveying their surroundings, only to behold a pool of blood, with nothing else in sight. In truth, the initial alert had been for a level 1 Star Beast. Based on the scene, it was evident that the destruction was consistent with a level 1 beast. The head of the monitoring department pressed. No signs of battle, just a pool of blood. The head of the monitoring department fell silent. The situation not only remained unresolved but seemed to worsen. A living level 4.9 Star Beast had vanished right beneath their noses, and the implications of an incident could be catastrophic. In reality, it was merely the residual energy from Chen Yi's actions that had been detected. To be frank, he had been holding back considerably. Otherwise, the energy levels would have surged even more dramatically. After all, Chen Yi could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Chief, what should we do? Report to the Federation immediately. Within 30 minutes, the headquarters of the Federation at the First United Central City convened an emergency high-level meeting at breakneck speed, with senior Star Slayers who could not attend in person joining the discussion online. The situation is urgent, so I'll be brief. 30 minutes ago, a high-energy signal of level 4.9 was detected in Jincheng City. The whereabouts of the Star Beast are currently unknown, posing a significant safety risk. It is presumed to possess formidable stealth capabilities. All previously encountered high-energy Star Beasts have been eradicated, and the real-time positioning of the Star Slayers can be monitored by the Federation and the monitoring department at any time. Based on these 2 points, it is almost certain that the newly emerged energy response belongs to a Star Beast. The chief of the Federation succinctly outlined the situation and promptly made arrangements. Lucia, Jess, set aside your current tasks. I need you two to head to Jincheng City immediately. Should any situation arise, you are to engage at once. Understood. Acknowledged. Out in the online meeting room, a blonde girl and a black-haired youth, both dressed in Star Slayer combat gear, stood against a backdrop of devastation, clearly having just completed a battle. Both were high-energy combatants. Lucia stood at a remarkable level of 4.3, while Jess was at 4.2, both commanding officer-level prowess among the Star Slayers. Should a superstar beast appear in Jincheng City, only combatants of their caliber would stand a chance. Sending others would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. The situation was dire, even amidst widespread combat across various regions. The need for their strength was paramount. The Federation had already prepared for the worst. These two were merely the vanguard. Additionally, the chief of the Federation stated decisively, "Bring that lad, Flash, roar." Amidst the ruins, a towering star beast exceeding 50 meters in height roared towards the sky, its sonic waves manifesting as tangible shockwaves that obliterated surrounding structures. Boom! Boom! Amidst the billowing smoke, a flash of blade light sliced through, cleaving the beast in two with a monumental strike, causing it to crash to the ground, its brain inflicted with a fatal wound, utterly lifeless. Thud! Lucia landed, sheathing her long blade at her waist. A mere level 3.2 star beast posed no challenge to her formidable strength. Yes, there more. Just one left, Captain. Star beasts were continually emerging worldwide, and the Star Slayers were overwhelmed, not only by exhaustion, but also by severe casualties. Not every Star Slayer possessed captain-level combat strength at that moment. The sound of helicopter blades resonated from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jess, who had arrived first, informed Lucia, "I brought Flash." "Good." Lucia boarded the helicopter, which sped towards Jincheng City, a rare moment for them to rest during the journey. Inside the helicopter, beside Jess, sat a young man with a pleasant demeanor, always wearing a gentle smile while conversing. "Thank you, Captain Lucia. It's just a task." Lucia replied tersely. Her nature was generally amiable, yet she held a particular disdain for Flash. Despite his seemingly admirable exterior, he was, in truth, exceedingly arrogant, a trait she found repugnant. Flash, sensing her sentiments, refrained from further conversation after exchanging pleasantries. Truth be told, he was merely accustomed to putting on a fade, looking down on Lucia and Jess in his heart to know. He regarded everyone weaker than himself with disdain. Unlike Lucia and Jess, Flash was not from this world. He was a returner, a member of the elite Nova Corps within the ruined space. Although he was merely a newcomer, as a returner, he perceived himself as superior. Dismissing the inhabitants of the task world as inconsequential NPCs. Fortuitously, many members of the Nova Corps had infiltrated this task world, with some even managing to manipulate a high-ranking official of the Federation within just a day using their powers. With the cooperation of the Nova Corps members and a stroke of luck, Flash successfully merged with the Thunder Dragon, acquiring its powers. Indeed, it was the very beast that had devastated Rongan City. A level 4.5 star beast. The powers of the Star Slayers derived from the Star Beasts. As long as they gained the beast acknowledgement and their genes were sufficiently compatible, they could merge with the beasts, obtaining their powers and ultimately coexisting with them. News reports claimed that the Thunder Dragon had been utterly vanquished, but in truth, it had been severely wounded during the battle in Rongan City, forcing it to merge with Flash to survive, with the cost being its consciousness now residing solely within Flash's body, while the control of its physical form was entirely in Flash's hands. It was akin to a mobile prison. This is the truth behind the source of the Star Slayer's power. Setting aside combat skills and experience, Flash, armed with the might of the Thunder Dragon, undoubtedly represented the highest energy level among the Star Slayers, which bolstered his confidence. Though their time together was brief, Jess had sensed some issues with Flash's character and cautiously inquired, "How is the Thunder Dragon faring?" "It's in a bit of a temper," Flash chuckled, "but it should be fine. It will settle down in due time." "Make it quick." Jess, being an experienced Star Slayer, understood the Chief's intent in sending Flash along. However, Flash's experience as a Star Slayer was still rather rudimentary. Especially regarding the approach to the Star Beast issue, there has been a remarkable lack of urgency, which has indeed caused some concern for Jess. He reiterated, "To be frank, this problem needs to be resolved promptly. Otherwise, you may find yourself vulnerable to the Dragon of Destruction, and the consequences would be dire." The Star Slayer team has suffered significant losses in their battle against the Dragon, and Jess is not keen on engaging it again. He hopes the Dragon can become an asset rather than an obstacle. "I understand." Flash nodded. Jess felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that this individual had not truly absorbed his words. Main Quest Phase 1 completed, points earned. 300 Main Quest Phase 2. Merely slaying one Star Beast is far from sufficient. Please assist in or proactively eliminate 10 level 1-star beasts to demonstrate your prowess. Quest reward: 1,000 points. There is no rush to explore the origins of the star beast for the main quest. It appears to be a mindless grind for monsters, akin to a welfare distribution for the returnees. Fortunately, this world is teeming with star beasts. In just a few days in Jincheng City, Chen Yi encountered 2-star beast attack incidents, all involving level 1-star beasts. After experiencing an upgrade, Chen Yi understood that Wang Cai's advancement seemed to involve a substantial enhancement of its existing power. Therefore, it would be wise to allow Wang Cai to devour a considerable number of star beasts for growth before opting to complete the upgrade task, maximizing the increase in strength. The stronger Wang Cai becomes, the stronger he will be. Logically, this makes perfect sense to Chen Yi, and he is determined to act accordingly. In other words, before completing the upgrade task, he intends to let Wang Cai consume as many low-level star beasts as possible, thereby conveniently fulfilling the main quest. To be honest, Chen Yi is not particularly concerned about the main quest. The meager rewards it offers pale in comparison to the bountiful rewards from upgrade tasks. In Jincheng City, a thunderous boom resounded as 3 level 1-star beasts collapsed, barely clinging to life. Just as 2-star slayers prepared to finish off these star beasts, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Hey, hurry up and finish them off!" Bang! Bang! One of the star slayers was cut off mid-sentence as an overwhelming sense of pressure descended from above, pinning both individuals to the ground as if an immense weight bore down upon them. They were instantly filled with horror. What is happening? Are there other star beasts? As panic gripped them, the sound of footsteps echoed, but they could not lift their heads to assess the situation, seeing nothing beyond the sound. Then came a chilling, swallowing sound, as if something were devouring the 3-star beasts, causing the 2-star slayers' faces to turn pale, rendering them utterly speechless. Meanwhile, a frantic roar erupted from the monitoring department within the communication channel of the 2-star slayers, numbers 45 and 46. A level 4.9-star beast signal has been detected on site. Please report immediately. Please report immediately. One of the star slayers, disregarding everything else, prepared to risk his life to relay the situation, but the invisible pressure upon him suddenly vanished. The two sprang to their feet and, upon looking around, discovered the 3-star beasts had vanished. Recalling the earlier spine-chilling swallowing sound, their expressions soured. Report to the monitoring department that on the other side, Wang Cai, with its short legs, trotted alongside Chen Yi, adorned with a large golden chain around its neck, letting out a satisfied burp. Chen Yi had thoroughly confirmed that Wang Cai exhibited different personalities based on the types of star beasts it consumed, with its appearance or adornments reflecting subtle changes. This time, it displayed a delinquent demeanor. After devouring 3 level 1-star beasts, Wang Cai's power saw a notable increase, a surge of strength coursing through Chen Yi's body, enhancing his star human abilities. Enhancement successful star beast star human. In recent days, Wang Cai had consumed 6 star beasts, leading to a 0.3 level increase in Chen Yi's star human status, given Wang Cai's growth rate. He planned to complete the second upgrade task once the star human reached level 2.5. As the consumption of level 1-star beasts increased, Wang Cai's growth rate began to slow. While it could continue to consume indefinitely, there was no need to waste excessive time. A reasonable amount would suffice. Let us hide. Woof. Wang Cai shook its neck adorned with the golden chain and swaggered into the shadows of a corner. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, its combat prowess was anything but insignificant. Regrettably, none of the level 1-star beasts had yielded any loot. Based on the norms of this world, they should have acquired some decent equipment. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Chen initially thought another star beast was attacking Jincheng City, only to realize it was merely an earthquake of low intensity. However, as the tremors resonated through the earth, under the influence of the ability to perceive the sounds of all things, Chen Yi heard the sorrowful wails of the planet beneath his feet. His expression tightened. The planet is lamenting. The seismic waves communicated limited information, leaving Chen Yi unable to discern the cause of the planet's sorrow. Was it due to humanity? Or perhaps the star beasts? He felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be Gaia's consciousness causing trouble again? With insufficient information to analyze any valuable content, Chen Yi decided to set aside these doubts for the time being. he merely needed to focus on upgrading in silence. Now was not the time for rash actions. If it truly were Gaia's consciousness adjusting the natural balance, it could lead to complications. Chen Yi was not afraid of the planet's Gaia consciousness, but rather of that of the universe. As the two were on entirely different levels, several hours later, Lucia and her team arrived at Jincheng City, where they began to gather information from numbers 45 and 46 regarding the recent battle scene. Their mission was to track down the whereabouts of the superstar beast and, if necessary, engage it with full force, as allowing it to roam freely was exceedingly perilous. Footsteps? Yes, that we are certain those were human footsteps. Upon hearing this, Lucia's expression grew grave. There were no surveillance devices on site to capture any footage. If what these two Star Slayers claimed was true, the implications were dire. She speculated that this star beast might possess the ability to mimic human forms. In other words, unlike previous star beasts with massive physiques, this one likely resembled a human, capable of blending in among the millions of ordinary people in Jincheng City. This was not a trivial concern. Yet it remained merely a hypothesis. It was not guaranteed that it was indeed a humanoid star beast. As she spoke, Jess sniffed the air around them, nodding affirmatively. One thing is certain, for star beasts have indeed been present here. The scent of star beasts differed distinctly from that of humans, and Jess was confident in his keen sense of smell. Flash surveyed the surroundings and speculated, even if it's not a humanoid star beast, it can't be that large. Anything over 5 meters would essentially be a giant, and the surrounding buildings are not tall enough to conceal such a figure. Most importantly, aside from the 3 level 1-star beasts, there were no signs of other large creatures having been active in the area, aligning closely with Lucia's deductions. Moreover, Lucia inquired, is it hunting other star beasts? Indeed, the 2 Star Slayers confirmed. This marks the 3rd similar incident in Jincheng City. And we are convinced we heard the sound of some creature swallowing. Lucia exchanged glances with Jess. This was the first time they had encountered such a scenario. What purpose would a star beast of such high energy levels have in consuming lower-level star beasts? For sustenance or for growth? If it were the latter, Lucia felt a chill run down her spine. Regardless of the reasoning, they needed to locate and eliminate this star beast as swiftly as possible. Jess, it's up to you now. I will do my utmost. Since the lingering scent of the star beast remains at the scene, the task becomes simpler. Jace merely needs to follow the trail of the scent to track it down. And perhaps he might capture the star beast. Meanwhile, Chen Yi is leisurely watching the news reports by the street, seated comfortably as a carefree individual, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Although he refrains from unleashing his mental power extensively, the sound of all things alone allows him to comprehend the surrounding circumstances with clarity. The appearance of Lucia and her companions alerts Chen Yi to the fact that the Union has been searching for him. It is possible that he will come into contact with the Union and the Star Slayers eventually, but that moment is not now. Wonkai, take them for a spin to WOOI in secret. Wonkai acknowledges and begins to sway his large golden chain, roaming about with an impressive ability to remain concealed, leaving Jace and his companions utterly helpless. A day later. Clang. The manhole cover of the sewer is thrust open, and Jace and his companions, reeking of foul odors, emerge from within. Jace furrows his brow and states, "It is deliberately toying with us." Lucia realizes the same. "Have we been discovered?" "Yes," Flash suggests, "we should consider alternative methods. Continuing down this path is futile. At the very least, we can ascertain that this star beast is quite small in size. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit into the sewer. At least there is one silver lining." Jace remarks, "Fortunately, this star beast does not possess a strong desire for destruction and has not recklessly harmed humans." Lucia remains silent on this point. She has not once refrained from inquiring of the star beast cohabiting within her. From the moment of its conscious awakening, it has been filled with a desire for destruction and chaos. Even with self-awareness, it is challenging to suppress such inclinations. This particular star beast is entirely different from the previous one. It is cunning and adept at concealment, able to restrain its destructive urges, which makes its unique traits all the more concerning. 3 days prior, a superstar beast of level 4.3 attacked a city 600 kilometers away, resulting in severe civilian casualties and structural damage. In the news report, the host is relaying the latest star beast attack incidents. and as time progresses, the frequency of high-energy star beasts seems to be increasing 0.4.3 level. The uncle sitting nearby merely sighs. That's slightly lower than the wyvern. With star beast attacks becoming commonplace, the people of this world have grown numb to the astonishment. The uncle glances at Chen Yi and asks, "Young man, has your home also been destroyed by a star beast?" Chen Yi is taken aback. I can tell a glance. The uncle pulls a sandwich from his briefcase and hands it to Chen Yi, leaning back in his chair, somewhat dejected. "I've seen you around the area on my commute for days now. You're most likely homeless. Thank you." Chen Yi accepts the uncle's sandwich, but does not eat it. "You finished work, yet you're not going home? I no longer have a home." The uncle's grievances are palpable. "I returned from work only to find my house destroyed by a star beast. Though not many buildings were damaged, mine happened to be one of them. Talk about bad luck." Chen Yi recalls that the level 1 star beast Wonkai devoured previously only demolished a couple of shops' first and second floors. Indeed, that was unfortunate. Fortunately, he had purchased insurance, but now he must find a new place to rent, and his spare funds were already limited, adding another expense. The uncle continues to lament the misfortunes of life, lamenting the overwhelming destructive power of star beasts and star slayers, rendering ordinary people as insignificant as ants in their presence. Nonetheless, Chen Yi quite enjoys this world. At least it is more vibrant than the world overrun by zombies. And he can still indulge in playing computer games during his free time. Boom! The ground shakes, and the star beast alarm blares. The uncle leaps to his feet and runs, while the surrounding crowd, in a state of panic, moves orderly to safety, displaying remarkable proficiency, sigh. Here we go again. The elderly vendor at the pancake stall sighs deeply, grabbing a freshly made pancake and running off, while a young man waiting at the stall stares wide-eyed and hurriedly chases after him. "Old man, my pancake." 7 days have elapsed since entering the star beast world. The returners have evidently grasped the situation and begun to hunt star beasts with clear objectives. Unlike the novice world, the number and density of returners in the star beast world are significantly greater, and in Jinshan City alone, Chen Yi has encountered numerous returners during these past few days, having only traversed the novice world. They are generally weaker. Even a level 1 star beast requires several of them to barely defeat it, and that is without any intervention from star slayers. Once the star slayers arrive, they are essentially rendered irrelevant. Moreover, these individuals with unknown sources of power are also targeted by the star slayers, investigated by the Union, creating a multitude of troubles. Recently, the Union has been overwhelmed by these individuals, perplexed by the emergence of the returners. Bang! A middle-aged man is sent flying, crashing through a wall, and quickly scrambles to his feet to continue battling the level 1 star beast alongside a few others. This star beast possesses both strength and defense. Its surf is covered in an armor-like shell, standing 4 meters tall and 8 meters long, making it nearly unstoppable when charging through. "Hey, hurry up and take it down. If we delay, someone will come to steal our kills." "I've heard there's a real bastard who loves stealing kills. Of course, if we could take it down, we would have done so already. If anyone has a trump card, use it now. We can't dawdle. That bastard is on his way." Just then, footsteps resonate, a wave of invisible power sweeps through, and several returners collapse to the ground, unable to move. They immediately realize that the notorious kill stealer has arrived. Damn it! Anger wells up within them, yet they dare not voice their frustrations. This bastard may be unscrupulous, but his strength is undeniable, formidable. Bang! The armored star beast defenses prove utterly ineffectual before Chen Yi, who swiftly obliterates it, half of its head exploding in the process, causing it to collapse to the ground out on the surface. This appears to be yet another ordinary star beast attack incident. However, beneath the surface, tumultuous waves are stirring. At this very moment, no fewer than 5 high-ranking star slayers lie in ambush nearby, 3 of whom are Lucia and her companions. They are not foolish, knowing they cannot catch up. They opt to wait patiently, understanding that the target is hunting star beasts, and simply biding their time until the opponent reveals themselves. That it proves to be a wise strategy to eye in the shadows. Lucia observes the figure on the battlefield, yet she cannot discern the individual's appearance through the distorted barrier, only catching a glimpse of their shape. Indeed, it is a human form. It must be him. Flash, brimming with excitement, can hardly contain himself. Having become a Star Slayer, he has yet to experience a proper battle, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Wait! Lucia senses something amiss and quickly restrains Flash, only to witness a minuscule star beast scurrying from the corner and, to her astonishment, devouring the armored star beast whole. Jace, filled with rage, exclaims, "The one consuming the star beast is this small star beast. That person is not a star beast in human form, but a genuine human. He is raising star beasts. In any case, they must capture that person first." Flash breaks free from Lucia's grasp, leaping down like a cannonball to the ground. And the other Star Slayers swiftly reveal themselves, surrounding Chen. Jace's expression darkens considerably. They have long been mistaken about one thing. The source of the 4.9 energy level is not a star beast, but a human, a true, living human. It is only upon seeing Chen Yi emerge that they have confirmed the signal source, realizing this astonishing fact that the 4.9 energy level signal originates from this human. Strengthening successful Star Beast human main quest phase 2 completed points earned. 1,000. This marks Chen Yi's 10 Star Beast defeated, thus completing the main quest for phase 2, after devouring a total of 4 level 1 Star Beasts. Wonkai finally levels up to 2.4, the pace evidently slowing significantly. Shifting his attention to Lucia and the others, Chen Yi is already aware of their ambush, but feels little inclination to engage. "Everyone, there is no animosity or hatred between us. Therefore, there is no need for a violent confrontation. I simply wish to convey that I harbor no hostility toward humanity, and there is no need to waste time on me. You're not a Star Slayer, are you?" No. Chen candidly acknowledged the situation. Lucia, eager to express her thoughts, was brusquely interrupted by Chen. "I have no time to indulge in further conversation with you. Let it be." "Wait a moment." Lucia and her companions could hardly allow Chen Yi to depart so easily. After all, he was a formidable entity with a power level soaring to 4.9, and granting him unrestricted freedom posed a grave threat. Chen Yi, however, chose not to engage in pleasantries any longer, swiftly employing decisive measures to resolve the predicament. Boom! In an instant, a tempest of violent psychic energy surged forth, creating a visible shockwave that rippled through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently. The overwhelming force rendered all present unconscious in the blink of an eye. Lucia and her companions froze momentarily before collapsing to the ground, just as Chen Yi prepared to make his exit. A thunderous heartbeat resonated. Halting his steps, he turned to fix his gaze upon the unconscious Flash, instantly intrigued. Through the whispers of the cosmic symphony, the heartbeat conveyed to Chen Yi the roar of a star beast, heralding the imminent resurgence of a ferociously powerful creature. Fascinating, Chen Yi mused, contemplating the source of the Star Slayer's power. He had suspected it originated from the Star Beasts, yet he was astonished to discover that they had not only plundered the beast's strength, but had also coexisted within the same corporeal form. Truly remarkable. Jace had repeatedly instructed Flash to mend his ties with the WYRM, yet it was evident that Flash had yet to resolve this issue. The moment he lost consciousness, his body was usurped by the WYRM, signifying the latter's complete reclamation of strength. In an instant, Flash's form began to swell visibly, his human features morphing into the grotesque visage of a star beast until he fully transformed into the WYRM. Boom! Towering at a height of 84 meters and stretching 137 meters in length, this colossal creature's weight was staggering. As it descended, the impact triggered tremors akin to an earthquake. Roar! The air was filled with the WRM's savage and menacing roar, unleashing its pent-up fury and causing the entire Jinshan city to shudder. Outside the refuge, terrified civilians gazed at the distant behemoth, trembling as they whispered, "Is that the WYRM? Run!" They urged each other, fleeing to a more distant sanctuary. For this place was no longer safe. Chaos soon enveloped Jinshan City. The memories of the devastation in Engshi lingered vividly, and amidst an atmosphere thick with despair, breathing seemed to struggle. Someone shouted, "Wasn't the WYRM supposed to be eliminated?" "What the heck?" Some returners felt a tremor in their limbs, even from a distance, exchanging bewildered glances before reluctantly joining the throng of fleeing individuals, cursing under their breath. Isn't this a beginner's village? Is this some kind of game? Chen Yi stared at the massive beast before him, marveling at its size while simultaneously conjuring a sphere of ultra-concentrated psychic energy, causing the energy levels in the vicinity to surge dramatically. The WRM, intoxicated by its newfound freedom, sensed the energy reaction and lowered its head to lock eyes with Chen Yi. Then, in a flash, boom, the ultra-concentrated psychic sphere struck the WRM with blinding speed. Piercing through its form, showering the area in a rain of flesh and blood, a colossal hole appeared in the WRM's body, obliterating nearly its entire abdomen, chest, and half its head. The earth-shattering roar abruptly ceased, and the WRM's gaze was filled with shock and terror as its remaining half-head fixated on Chen Yi before it collapsed, demolishing the structures in its path. The entire resurrection transpired in less than 10 seconds. Moments later, the WRM reverted to Flash's human form, seemingly unscathed but appearing severely drained. What a pity, Chen Yi sighed, then vanished from sight. He had intended to provide a feast for Wankai, only to find that the WRM had merely made a fleeting appearance. Where's the WRM? The fleeing individuals paused, glancing back, only to find the WRM had vanished, though many had witnessed the recent spectacle. One-hit takedown. A returner gaped in disbelief, pondering the absurdity of the world's power dynamics. After all, the WRM had a formidable power level of 4.5. When Flash regained consciousness, he had no recollection of the events that transpired during the WRM's resurrection. Staring at the surrounding ruins, he felt utterly bewildered. What had happened? Furthermore, the WRM within him had gone silent. Typically, it would roar incessantly within his consciousness to express its rage, yet now, it remained unresponsive, and no matter how Flash called out, the WRM refused to respond. A coat was tossed over Flash's shoulders as Jace and Lucia approached, their expressions grim. Jace glowered at Flash, asking, "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "What?" Flash replied, utterly perplexed. Lucia spoke sternly, "Let's return with us for now." 5.4 level. During an online conference, the head of the Alliance disclosed a chilling figure to the attendees. The latest power level of the unidentified individual had been confirmed at 5.4, while their identity remained shrouded in mystery. The staggering power level was undeniable. Despite being hard to fathom, it was a stark reality. Everyone was anxious about the emergence of a level 5-star beast, and now, a being with a power level of 5. For had manifested unexpectedly. Its prowess was indisputable. A single strike had nearly slain the strongest star beast, the WRM, a fact witnessed by many. The head of the Alliance wore a grave expression, expressing a hope that, as claimed, this individual harbored no malice towards humanity. While his power could potentially annihilate human civilization, currently, they were utterly powerless to contend with him. Lucia inquired, "So, what shall we do regarding his actions? Temporarily cease any actions." Came the response that it would be exceedingly unwise to provoke such a formidable entity, especially since he clearly wished to avoid confrontation. The Alliance could only allow him to roam freely. Fortunately, he was human rather than a star beast, and he did not seem to be the type to abuse his power for malevolent deeds, which was perhaps a silver lining amidst the calamity. Thus, the next agenda item for the meeting. A recent surge of unidentified individuals possessing extraordinary strength had been reported worldwide. In Jinshan City, several returners and arriving star slayers were pinned to the ground by psychic force, while Wankai voraciously devoured 2 level 1-star beasts that lay on the ground, barely alive. A surge of power swiftly coursed through Chen Yi's body. Enhancement successful. Half a month had passed since the star beast and human hybrid, Wankai, began its feeding frenzy. This marked the 20th level 1-star beast consumed. After 10 such beasts, both Chen Yi's hybrid and Wankai had gained a 0.1 level increase. Woo! Wankai hopped in satisfaction, its demeanor returning to its original state, adorned with a whimsical pink flower swaying in the breeze atop its head. Presenting a rather peculiar sight, albeit, there was no time to waste. The gains from continuing to devour level 1-star beasts were too slow, and Chen Yi resolved to hunt level 2-star beasts for Wankai to consume. Eagerly anticipating the extent of power this next upgrade would yield, Chen Yi could foresee that his hybrid might ascend to level 10 or beyond within this task realm. surpassing the confines of psychic energy. He was curious to discover just how powerful a hybrid at level 10 or higher could become and what form of advanced life entity he might ultimately evolve into. The returners on the ground exchanged glances, showing no sign of resistance. When would this formidable figure depart? Who knows, but one must admit, this individual's bite is remarkably strong. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Chen Yi's fame had skyrocketed after his monumental feat of one-shotting the wielding. And now the returners in Jinshan City were begrudgingly accepting the loss of their heads. They merely hoped this great figure would not harvest their lives as well. Boom! A resounding crash and the roar of a star beast echoed from a distance. As a star beast over 10 meters in length barreled towards Chen Yi was taken aback. What extraordinary luck! To his astonishment, it was precisely a level 2 star beast. Thunderous roars echoed as its massive form, spanning over 10 meters, crushed the streets, sending vehicles tumbling in chaos. In pursuit of the beast were several members of the returners. Among them, one returner had a luminous orb hovering above his head. Pulsating with tremendous power, he concentrated this energy, unleashing a beam of light that struck the star beast, causing its flesh to rend and tear. Roar! The beast's ferocious aura intensified with its growl. "Captain, there's someone ahead." Upon hearing this, Luo Changkong looked forward, and his expression shifted dramatically at the sight of Chen Yi. The distorted psychic barrier was unmistakable. Before he could react, Chen Yi's psychic force swept through, leaving Luo Changkong and his companions dizzy and disoriented. Boom! The air rippled visibly with shockwaves as Luo Changkong and his team were hurled aside, while the level 2 star beast lost half of its body. Collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life, that Wang Kai, as the words were spoken, Wang Kai darted to the side of the star beast and swiftly devoured it. With this act, Chen Yi's second upgrade mission was instantly fulfilled. A surge of power coursed through Chen Yi's body, and a flash of white light enveloped Wang Kai, followed by an influx of even greater strength in a Chen Yi enhancement successful. Star Beast, Star Human. Upgrade Mission 2 completed. Star Beast option, Upgrade, Star Beast. LV4. Star Human. LV4. That a series of notifications flooded his mind, catapulting Chen Yi's Star Human status directly to LV4. He felt the newfound strength within him, estimating that he could probably dismantle a building with his bare hands and withstand a tank shell without issue. Most importantly, he became acutely aware of the cosmic forces around him. Standing under the sun, he could distinctly sense himself rapidly absorbing energy from sunlight to replenish his own. Star Human at this moment. Chen Yi comprehended the profound implications of this ability. It likely extended beyond sunlight. If he continued to upgrade, he surmised that he would be able to absorb the energies of any celestial body in the cosmos, ensuring his power would never wane. Dazed and disoriented, Luo Changkong rose from the ground, casting a wary glance at Chen Yi before decisively leading his team away, unwilling to provoke him. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. Even the residuals of the battle were enough to scatter them, and facing him directly would be far more terrifying. This individual was certainly not to be trifled with. The rest of the team hastily retreated, many expressing disbelief that Chen Yi was indeed one of the returners. "Captain, is that person really a returner? If so, he should be from the same batch as us, having just completed the second mission world. Yet how could he be so overwhelmingly powerful?" The team members were perplexed. As newcomers, there should be a limit to their strength, yet Chen Yi's prowess far exceeded their understanding. Luo Changkong was the only one among them who had joined a major corps and was considered exceptional among the novices. Yet he still could not compare to Chen Yi. "I had the corps check, and there's no record of this individual in the Union. Undoubtedly, he is a returner like us. In any case, do not provoke him." This was the advantage of joining a major corps: strength in numbers. Once connected with their own people, they could share intelligence and assist each other, saving considerable effort. If luck was on their side, they might even attain formidable power swiftly, much like the illustrious members of the corps, which was a standard strategy. Thanks to the freedoms afforded by the returner space, corps members typically carry communication devices or badges, making contact relatively straightforward. Some returners speculated, perhaps he is a highly valued newcomer from a major corps. If he isn't equipped with exceptionally advanced gear, there's no reason for him to possess such strength. Perhaps, came the response, not without merit. Main quest. Phase 3. Merely possessing the ability to slay level 1 star beasts is insufficient. Please continue to demonstrate your strength by eliminating 10 level 2 star beasts. Mission reward. 2,000 points. That it was evident that this was purely a welfare mission for newcomers. However, it aligned perfectly with Chen Yi's intentions, as he was now set to hunt level 2 star beasts. A sudden gust of wind roared past, carrying with it the whispers of all things. Catching Chen Yi's attention, he looked up into the sky, and in an instant his form vanished, several hundred meters in the air. A spore no larger than a mung bean floated in the wind, halting abruptly mid-fall. Chen Yi hovered in the air, scrutinizing the spore, within which curled a slumbering insect, unresponsive and dormant. The wind informed him that this spore had drifted down from a much higher altitude, traversing countless kilometers on the currents before arriving here. Releasing his psychic grip on the spore, Chen Yi watched as it plummeted to the ground. Upon landing, the insect within awakened instantly, breaking free from the spore to crawl out. In mere breaths, the mung bean-sized insect rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal creature over 10 meters tall, wreaking havoc in its wake. Chen Yi suddenly realized this was the process of star beast birth. Yet, this raised another question: where did the star beast spores originate? One could not overlook the convenience of the all things whisper ability, as Chen Yi's psychic power excelled in surveillance, but in gathering clues. The whispers proved even more adept. Listening intently for clues in the wind, Chen Yi moved against the wind to trace the source of the star beast spores, encountering even more along the way. If he could locate the origin of the spores, he would be able to generate star beasts endlessly, eliminating the need to chase after others for kills. Half a day later. This is the place. Above a colossal gorge, Chen Yi stood suspended in the air. The gorge plunged into darkness, with strong winds perpetually gusting from within. It was here that the star beast spores were carried aloft by the gorge's winds, scattering across the world. With no sense of danger detected, Chen Yi's psychic force slowly ventured into the depths of the gorge. As his form descended into the abyss, as he delved deeper, sunlight ceased to penetrate the gorge. However, vast expanses of fungal mats began to emerge along the sides, emitting a faint green glow that illuminated the depths. Pop! A small bubble on the fungal mat burst, releasing a star beast spore, which was then whisked away by the fierce winds outside the gorge. Chen Yi witnessed this spectacle in its entirety. This was the truth behind the birth of star beasts, at long last. Chen Yi landed at the bottom of the gorge. The fungal mat beneath his feet was remarkably soft. In the greenish light, the entire gorge floor was blanketed with this MTAS if breathing. The fungal mat continuously exhaled star beast spores. Your actions have surpassed my expectations. That a voice echoed within the silent gorge, and a humanoid star beast gradually emerged, politely indicating its presence to Chen Yi. This star beast was not large, roughly human-sized, yet its appearance was fearsome, with a hard, black-red exterior and a robust tail. Chen Yi was not taken aback. He had already sensed this star beast's presence, though he found it curious that this creature bore no hostility towards him. You knew I would come here. With your strength, it was only a matter of time. The star beast spoke with a cultured demeanor. Always polite and refined, it continued. I can sense your power is sufficient to obliterate this planet. Moreover, you are not my enemy, despite your fondness for hunting star beasts. Oh, Chen Yi found this star beast rather intriguing. And what is your reasoning? Allow me to introduce myself first. Humans often assign code names to star beasts, and I have chosen a name for myself. Tyrant. What do you think? Very imposing. Haha, indeed. I too believe that the ultimate boss should possess such grandeur. Tyrant chuckled, expressing delight that I was born from this fungal mat, and from the moment I gained consciousness, I understood my mission, to annihilate human civilization and destroy this planet. Chen Yi felt a chill run through him. Destroy this planet. From this point, it can be conclusively determined that this is certainly not the doing of the gained consciousness of this planet. After all, a planet would not willingly destroy itself. Unfortunately, even though I possess immense strength, surpassing that of other star beasts, I still lack the capacity to annihilate this planet. In contrast, Humans do not factor into my considerations. Their extinction would be exceedingly simple. Just as I was engulfed in frustration, you appeared, your power far exceeding mine, and I finally glimpsed the dawn of fulfilling my mission, me. Chen Yi retorted, "Why do you believe I would destroy this planet?" "You perhaps might not," the tyrant replied, casting a glance aside. Wang Kai had somehow joined, silently appearing at the base of the canyon, curiously inspecting the fungal carpet below. "But it is possible you mightn't?" Hearing his name mentioned, Wang Kai looked up, bewildered, signaling that he understood nothing, before returning to scrutinize the star bee spores on the fungal carpet, driven by an overwhelming urge to feast. The tyrant explained, "This star beast grows by devouring others. As you can see, the star bee spores originate from this fungal carpet. But do you know what nourishes this carpet?" "What?" "The life force of this planet." The tyrant stepped upon the fungal carpet, stating, "The roots of this carpet delve deep into the earth of the entire planet, continuously siphoning its life force. If you wish to continue nurturing the star beast, I would be more than willing to provide ample nourishment for your pet." Chen Yi comprehended that on the surface, Wang Kai was consuming star beasts. In reality, he was devouring the life force of the planet. If he allowed Wang Kai to continue growing, it would eventually drain the planet's vitality, effectively amounting to its destruction. "What do you mean? Then I shan't hold back." "Ha, feel free." Chen Yi was indifferent to the fate of the planet. Since Wang Kai's growth required its nutrients, he might as well extract the planet's life force. With a pop, a burst of spores erupted from the fungal carpet, and Wang Kai fixated on one, swallowing it whole. Immediately, a faint surge of power coursed into Chen Yi's body. He was slightly taken aback. Is it truly feasible to consume star bee spores directly? Upon reflection, it indeed posed no issue. Although the larva within the spores had yet to fully mature into a star beast, it remained fundamentally a star beast. Once it touched the ground, it no longer needed to absorb nutrients, evolving directly into a mature form. Thus, eating the larva and the mature form was theoretically indistinguishable. Realizing this, Chen Yi smiled. This would significantly accelerate Wang Kai's growth, saving considerable time. Perhaps due to an extended period without human interaction, the tyrant appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, procuring several level 3 star bee spores to present before Wang Kai. "Little one, these spores contain even more nutrients. Save those for later." Chen Yi did not hasten to feed Wang Kai the level 3 star bee spores. The fungal carpet continually exuded an abundance of spores, and he meticulously sensed the energy intensity within them. Ever since the star human ascended to level 4, Chen Yi had grown remarkably sensitive to energy. After all, the planet's life force was a form of energy, and he could sense it distinctly. Soon he gathered 8 level 2 star bee spores, and Wang Kai gulped them down in one go, converting them into power to strengthen himself while simultaneously sharing it with Chen Yi. Enhancement successful. Star beast, star human. As the levels of their abilities increased, the energy required for advancement grew exponentially. 8 level 2 star beasts had only yielded a modest increase of 0.2 levels. Following Wang Kai's consumption of these 8 spores, 2 radiant orbs materialized before Chen Yi, a sight he was all too familiar with. This was an equipment explosion. Acquired ability, energy sensitivity. For level 1 star beasts, aside from their size, there were no other notable characteristics. Only beginning from level 2 did star beasts gradually exhibit special abilities. The explosion of 8 spores yielded 2 abilities, a commendable rate. Without hesitation, Chen Yi decisively mastered both abilities. Mastered ability, energy sensitivity. Level 1. Energy sensitivity, level 1. Your sensitivity to energy will be heightened, enhancing your affinity and control over it to a certain degree. Mastered ability, steel skin, level 1. Steel skin, level 1. Your skin will possess a hardness surpassing steel. Furthermore, the reason he allowed Wang Kai to consume only 8 level 2 star bee spores was that Chen Yi did not wish to complete the 3rd stage of the main quest too swiftly. Once the main quest was completed, he might have to return to the void space. Compared to the main quest, the cost-effectiveness of leveling tasks was evidently superior. He aimed to pace himself with the main quest progress. Even in the event of failure, it would be preferable to not completing all leveling tasks, as the benefits of both were entirely unequal. Additionally, considering the level 2 star beast he had eliminated in Jincheng, Kai had consumed 9 level 2 star beasts, needing just one more to enable Chen Yi to complete the third stage of the main quest. Chen Yi refrained from allowing Kai to continue consuming level 2 star beast spores, instead directly proceeding to level 3 star beast spores. Upon seeing Chen Yi nod, Kai let out a howl and promptly devoured the 20 level 3 star beast spores the tyrant held. With 20 star beast spores consumed, they immediately transformed into an immense surge of energy, propelling both Kai and Chen Yi's star human level skyward. Enhancement successful. Star beast, level 5 star human. Level 5. Not only that, the leveling task was also completed. Leveling task 3 completed. Star beast options. Upgrade. Star beast, level 7 star human. Level 7 Chen Yi star human, and Wang Cai's level soared from level 4.2 to level 7. Such a substantial increase transcending the notion of mere leveling. It was more akin to evolution. Considering Wang Cai's characteristics, referring to it as evolution was indeed accurate. For him, leveling was not merely an enhancement of rank, but rather a release of the energy and potential he had consumed. Wang Kai let out a prolonged belch, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, yet his tiny eyes radiated an air of disdainful arrogance. His temperament had shifted once more, that a flurry of light manifested before Chen Yi. The 20 level 3 star beasts yielded 2 abilities, alongside 3 pieces of equipment and items. The equipment and items were of little use, so Chen Yi discarded them into his spatial storage, while the 2 abilities were relatively decent. Adhering to the principle of not letting anything go to waste, he mastered both. Mastered ability. Efficient absorption, level 1. Efficient absorption, level 1. You'll be able to absorb the energy of the cosmic expanse more efficiently and swiftly, greatly enhancing your digestive capacity. Mastered ability. Super burst, level 1. Super burst, level 1. Unleashes all the energy within you in one explosive release. A level 7 star human. Chen Yi felt his physique had grown to an unfathomable degree, estimating that he could withstand a nuclear bomb without issue. Moreover, with the tremendous elevation of his star human level, he could even directly observe the energy within the cosmic expanse and the planet with his eyes. He felt as though he was submerged in a vast ocean of energy, every action capable of stirring ripples, even tumultuous waves, within this energetic sea. Buzz, Chen Yi's body effortlessly floated in midair, his strength now exceedingly exaggerated even without the use of telekinesis. This power allowed him to stir the energy sea within the void, creating ripples that could shake the entire canyon. He referred to this omnipresent cosmic energy as stellar force. Sensing the terrifying magnitude of this power, the tyrant trembled in fear, harboring no doubt that with just a thought, Chen Yi could annihilate him, much like he had with the dragon. Chen Yi slowly descended to the ground, his telekinesis sweeping across the canyon, gathering a vast array of level 3 star beast spores. Addressing Kai, he said, "Now, open wide and indulge. Can you still manage?" "Woo!" Kai grinned, indicating that no amount would suffice. He then opened his mouth wide, devouring the multitude of star beast spores in great gulps, the energy flooding into Chen Yi's body like a deluge. The frenzy of consumption commenced. The successful enhancement of the star beast, Kai, reveals an insatiable abyss within its stomach, capable of devouring an endless array of items. Chen Yi had not deliberately kept count, but after consuming an indeterminate number of level 3 star beast spores, Wang Cai's level finally ascended to LV8. Star beast LV8 star, human LV8, countless luminous orbs swirled around Chen Yi as he stored all his equipment and items within his personal space, immediately mastering suitable abilities, leading to an explosive increase in his capability count, until a certain moment when a vast accumulation of abilities reached its zenith. A qualitative transformation occurred through a monumental fusion of powers. Detection of mergeable abilities. Ability merge complete. Mastered ability. Star Spirit LV8. Not merely abilities acquired from slaying star beasts, even previously obtained powers such as night vision, danger perception, extreme burst, sound of all things, and the impressive LV10 telekinesis were amalgamated into Star Human, resulting in the birth of an entirely new ability named Star Spirit. The merged abilities did not vanish. Instead, this newfound power endowed Chen Yi with even greater strength, transforming him into a life form whose existence transcended that of humanity. The convergence of star force and spiritual energy birthed an ultra-advanced life form. Although Chen Yi remained flesh and blood, the fortitude of his body surpassed all expectations. Immersed in the ocean of star force, Chen Yi now needed no physical exertion. A mere thought could stir tremendous waves within this sea of energy. Capable of obliterating a planet, he perceived all energies upon the celestial body, able to touch them as if they possessed life, obeying his commands and control. From its inception, the star spirit was cherished by the cosmic expanse. Walking upon planets as their sovereign, an integral part of nature, and a manifestation of the energy of the universe's starry skies, the tyrant sensed the thrilling turbulence of energy firmly under Chen Yi's command. Feeling an inexplicable change in him, as if he had become more approachable, in realms saturated with star force, nothing escaped Chen Yi's perception. Not only the happenings on this planet, but the entire planetary system encompassing it lay within his awareness. Should he desire, he could traverse the ocean of star force instantaneously to any location within this region. The activities and perception of the star spirit were bound neither by the speed of light nor spatial limitations. Restricted solely by the confines of the planetary system, an astonishing privilege. The larger the planetary system, the greater the star spirit's perception and activity range. Recognizing that it was time to stretch his limbs, the tyrant, a being of boss-level significance, felt the need to make an appearance, lest he be consumed by Wankai. "Your Excellency, I shall take my leave to stretch my legs. Go ahead." Before departing the canyon, Chen Yi noticed an issue with the mycelium blanket and inquired. "This mycelium blanket seems unable to cultivate higher-level star beasts." "Indeed," the tyrant replied, stretching his limbs. "The life force of this planet is too feeble, at most allowing for the cultivation of level 5 star beasts. To nurture higher-level star beasts, you must seek a planet with a stronger life force." "Understood." With that, a tremendous tremor shook the canyon as the tyrant gathered strength and leapt forth, soaring through the wind and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Merely consuming level 3 star beast spores had nearly reached its limit for elevation to LV8. Further consumption would yield little benefit. A level 4 star beast spore landed in Chen Yi's hands, which he tossed toward Wankai. "Wankai!" "Woof!" With keen eyes, Wankai leapt and gulped down the level 4 star beast spore, immediately radiating a brilliant white light. Upgrade task 4 complete. Star beast option upgrade. Star beast LV10, Star spirit LV10. Wankai surged 2 levels, releasing the potential accumulated from previously consuming numerous star beasts, leaping directly from LV8 to LV10. The shared power concurrently elevated Chen Yi's star spirit level to LV10, causing his strength to skyrocket once more. Had it not been for his strong control, Chen Yi feared he might inadvertently obliterate this planet. After all, stirring the ocean of star force could generate energy tides potent enough to annihilate a planet. The upgrade from LV8 to LV10 was brutally straightforward, with Chen Yi's perception range remaining unchanged within this planetary system. However, his control over star force saw a significant enhancement. Previously, he could effortlessly destroy this planet. Now, he possessed the ability to obliterate a star with equal ease. Relying solely on brute force was still somewhat taxing. After all, a star resembled a colossal whirlpool within the ocean of star force, a locus of concentrated energy. There was no need to calm this whirlpool. Chen Yi merely needed to extract a portion of the star force from it. Star force is the collective term for the energies of the cosmic expanse, and the energy of stars naturally falls within this domain, akin to the life force of planets within life-bearing worlds, which Chen Yi could manipulate effortlessly. Once a portion of star's energy is siphoned off, the internal energy becomes insufficient to support its massive form, leading to collapse. This was Chen Yi's method of star destruction, efficient and effective. In other words, he possessed the capability to effortlessly terminate an entire planetary system as a star spirit. Although Chen Yi remained a corporeal being, the quality of his physical attributes had entered an extraordinary realm. His bodily strength was unparalleled in the universe, equating to the strength of the strongest interactions of matter. Each atom of his body was closely packed, remaining completely still relative to one another. Materials with lesser strength could inflict no harm upon him, leaving not even a trace. Given this, one can surmise the nature of his other attributes. The strongest body would house the mightiest force. And as long as he resided in the ocean of Star Force, Chen Yi would find it difficult to perish. Even if injured, the Star Force would swiftly mend his wounds to eliminate Chen Yi. One could only hope to slay him in an instant. Engaging in a war of attrition would see him able to contend with anyone until the end of time, even until the universe crumbled. As Chen Yi reveled in this overwhelmingly unreasonable power, he marveled. This is no mere god of the mortal realm. He is truly a divine being. In many respects, the star spirit is indeed a deity, one that has existed as such since its inception. Few life forms in the universe can claim such status. Zzz. A brilliant blue arc of electricity flickered through Chen Yi's hand, transforming into wind, water, fire, and other forms. The ability to control energy signified his capacity to master any element at will, including metals and earth. Matter and energy can interchange. For the universe, substance and energy are essentially the same, differing only in their microcosmic and macrocosmic representations. Under Chen Yi's command, the abundant life force of his planet was siphoned to nourish the mycelium blanket, rapidly generating a multitude of level 4 star bee spores. Wankai continue. Woof! A flurry of level 4 star bee spores erupted from the mycelium blanket as Wankai continued to consume them, yielding a plethora of equipment, items, and abilities that Chen Yi collected into his personal space. Having integrated countless abilities, Chen Yi evolved into a star spirit life form. He no longer required these mundane powers unless they were truly exceptional. However, facing a life form of level 10, the rewards from level 4 star bee spores were remarkably meager, the level elevation progressing at an agonizingly slow pace. Meanwhile, a blade of light swiftly sliced through the air, instantly slaying a level 3 star beast. Lucia, wielding a bloodied longsword, pondered, why have the star beasts diminished so significantly of late? This must be a good sign. Through the communicator, Jace's voice resonated after the mission in Jinshan City concluded. We returned to our respective areas. We're quite familiar with one another. Often engaging in casual conversation, a sense of foreboding washed over Lucia, her brow furrowing with worry. The decrease in star beasts is undoubtedly positive. Yet this inexplicable situation is particularly unsettling. By the way, how is Flash doing? He's in confinement, but he can't step outside the base until he completes his close training. That kid nearly caused a catastrophic incident last time. This outcome is well-deserved. This moment, Chen Yi's figure flashed through Lucia's mind. Were it not for him, the Dragon King would have likely laid waste to Jinshan City. Each time Lucia recalled that encounter, during which she had lost consciousness, she could not help but grip the hilt of her blade, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure and urgency rise within her. She had to become stronger, and swiftly so. Suddenly, the air crackled with the intensity of her blade. Lucia pivoted her sword, unleashing a strike at a speed several times out of sound. In response to this formidable blow, a hand was raised. Effortlessly grasping the blade's edge, a deafening roar erupted as the residual force of the strike severed all structures within a radius of several dozen meters, collapsing high-rises in a cacophony of destruction. The one who held the blade remained unscathed, grinning broadly to reveal sharp fangs. An impressive strike. Upon hearing this, Lucia's pupils constricted sharply, her robust tail slammed against the rubble, and the tyrant, a being remarkably close to human form, appeared before her, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. Lucia's shock was beyond words. While high-level star beasts could always communicate, it was not surprising. What astounded her was how effortlessly this star beast had caught her strike. Clang! The blade emitted a soft chime as Lucia withdrew, retreating with utmost caution. That single exchange had made it abundantly clear that she was no match for this star beast. The disparity in strength was immense. Beep! At that moment, the Star Beast Monitoring Department sent an urgent alert, detecting an ultra-high energy signal at Lucia's location. A Star Beast signal rated at 4.8 energy levels. The tyrant glanced at Lucia's wristband. Its demeanor relaxed and almost playful, inquiring, "Aren't you curious to check the information?" Lucia remained silent, her expression growing increasingly grave. This star beast was too anomalous, lacking the usual ferocity of its kind, exhibiting a rationality indistinguishable from that of humans. Very well. Sensing Lucia's intention to withhold communication, the tyrant felt a twinge of disappointment, and an intense, pure animosity erupted from within. Let me have some fun with you before the other Star Slayers arrive. Boom! The instant the words left its lips, a wave of tremendous pressure surged forth. By the time Lucia reacted, the tyrant's fist was already upon her. With a thunderous impact, Lucia was sent flying, carving a massive trench in the debris that stretched for dozens of meters. The power concentrated in that punch detonated, obliterating everything in its wake and creating a vast, desolate area amidst the ruins. Cough, cough. Lucia clutched her long blade, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Feeling as though every bone in her body had shattered, ignoring her injuries and pain, she resolutely swung her blade once more. The tyrant's strength was unprecedented. That single blow had nearly robbed her of her combat capability, rendering her previous opponents utterly inconsequential in comparison. She feared that this could very well be her last stand. Muttering to herself, Lucia poured every ounce of her strength into a colossal slash. But the tyrant, somewhat disappointed, shattered her strike with a single punch. Too weak to... It shook its head, stating, "You don't even reach a level that would entertain me." What about us? At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. Jess, enveloped in a radiant blue energy, gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and delivered a powerful blow to the ruins. Boom! In an instant, the ground quaked as if an earthquake had struck, the entire area stirred by a tempest. And amidst the swirling dust, Jess and several other high-level Star Slayers arrived in succession. Jess queried Lucia, "How are you holding up? Do you still have a strength to fight?" "I won't be a burden," Lucia succinctly replied, rising with her blade in hand. As long as she was not at her absolute limit, she would continue to fight for a while longer. A fearsome silhouette began to emerge from the dust, and Jess's fighting spirit surged. A star beast rated at 4.8 energy levels. This is serious trouble. 4.8 level. The tyrant revealed itself, casting a glance at the group of Star Slayers, intentionally taunting them with a playful demeanor, asking, "Have you ever experienced despair?" "What are you implying?" Jess asked. The tyrant grinned widely. "Don't you notice how my form differs from that of other star beasts? I won't hesitate to tell you. This isn't even my full power form. Would you be interested in witnessing it?" Hearing this, the Star Slayers' pupils constricted, a chill running down their spines as they resolutely took action, no longer willing to waste words with the tyrant. Despite the evident disparity in power, they would not show an ounce of cowardice. "Huh." The tyrant's battle spirit ignited, laughing heartily. "Now you're talking." Boom! Consequently, a fierce battle erupted amidst the ruins, and with the tyrant's deliberate delay. An increasing number of Star Slayers arrived to join the fray. The Alliance had issued a decree, at all costs, eliminate this star beast. 2 hours later, the ruins were littered with numerous fallen Star Slayers. In its full-powered state, the tyrant had ballooned to 15 meters in height, its energy level soaring to 5.2. Faced with such overwhelming might, even captain-level Star Slayers could not contend with the tyrant. Despite this, the tyrant had sustained considerable injuries. However, its self-healing abilities were so formidable that it appeared unscathed. Lucia, barely clinging to consciousness, and Jess, along with the others, were steeped in despair. The gap in strength was insurmountable, one that determination and courage could not bridge. Severely wounded, Jess lay amidst the rubble, nearly devoid of the ability to move, gazing skyward as he calmly declared, "It's all over." Lucia leaned against a wall, utterly devoid of strength to rise. The tyrant reveled in the satisfaction of his battle, proclaiming, "As my final confrontation, I harbor no regrets." This statement felt somewhat off to Lucia, yet she could not pinpoint why. At that moment, the roar of aircraft echoed overhead as a cadre of elite Star Slayers descended like raindrops. The confinement of the Flash was lifted. In this critical situation, even if his highest combat strength was unstable, he had to play a role in this battle. The Flash felt a surge of adrenaline. "Finally, it's my turn to shine." The tyrant cast a glance, completely disregarding the incoming Star Slayers, laughing maniacally. Your timing is rather unfortunate. This isn't your stage any longer. As he spoke, the tyrant's gaze locked onto a specific figure, Chen Yi, who had inexplicably appeared on the scene. Upon seeing him, the Flash's expression faltered, and the dragon within him roared wildly, urging him to flee as far as possible. Clearly, Chen had left a significant psychological scar on him. Simultaneously, both Lucia and Jess wore expressions of astonishment. Undoubtedly, among the humans they knew, only Chen Yi possessed the power to rival the tyrant. If he intervened, they could surely vanquish the tyrant. However, before Lucia and Jess could rejoice, the familiar rapport between the tyrant and Chen Yi sent a shiver down the spines of all Star Slayers, rendering the situation suddenly precarious. They were left uncertain whether Chen Yi was friend or foe, and the Flash and others dared not act rashly. Chen Yi appeared nonchalant, seemingly unguarded, and addressed the tyrant. "So, are you satisfied?" "Quite satisfied," the tyrant replied with a smile. Understanding that it was time to offer up its life, Ikati directed its animosity towards Chen Yi and, without hesitation, launched an attack, roaring with exhilaration in its final moments. "Let me see your strength." Wang Kai.Ow. Wang Kai sprang from the ruins, opening its mouth to unleash a dazzling cross-shaped beam of light, followed by an incomparably massive shockwave. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked, and a violent force obliterated everything in its path, sending the Star Slayers hurtling away with no means of resistance. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, Wang Kai remained, at its core, a star beast. Moreover, it is a superstar beast of the highest rank. LV-10, not to mention defeating the tyrant. Obliterating this planet would be a mere trifle for it, as it devours other star beasts. It simultaneously plunders their abilities to evolve itself. Currently, Wang Sai's level of existence is not much different from that of Chen Yi. The Star Spirit. The tyrant stands no chance against it, but a surge of energy struck the ground, creating a massive chasm before piercing through the planet's atmosphere and gradually dissipating into the cosmic void. Once everything settled, the Star Slayers gazed upon the terrifying scene before them, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. In the face of such power, they were but insignificant ants. Flash, emerging from the ruins, appeared quite disheveled, his eyes filled with terror, almost compelled to flee. Such a monster was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to confront. A scorching wave still rolled across the ground, while the tyrant remained unyielding, though its head and body had been instantaneously vaporized, resulting in its demise. The Star Slayers were horrified to witness this. A superstar beast of 5.2 energy level had been annihilated in a single encounter. Wang Kai, with its short legs, scurried before the tyrant and decisively opened its mouth to swallow it whole. Gulp! A 5.2 energy level superstar beast was thus devoured, the audible swallow sending shivers down the spines of the Star Slayers. Subsequently, a white light flashed from Wang Kai's body. Upgrade Task 5 completed. Star Beast Option. Upgrade. Star Beast. LV-11. Star Spirit. LV-11. The numerous level 4 Star Beast spores brought Wang Kai only a negligible increase in level, resulting in its current status of LV-11, just as Chen Yi was about to depart. Lucia promptly expressed her gratitude. "My lord, thank you for your timely assistance." He paused momentarily before vanishing from sight. Thankful, Chen Yi had no intention of rescuing the Star Slayers. His sole purpose was to complete the upgrade task. And now they were still able to converse. Should the Union discover what he had done to this planet, they would likely become adversaries. Nevertheless, in Chen Yi's view, the Star Slayers did not possess the qualifications to be his enemies, nor did they warrant his direct intervention. At that moment, the Star Beast Monitoring Department's large screen was ablaze with the highest level red alert, the monitoring personnel seemingly frozen in place, their heads raised in shock until a moment later. A terrifying value of 7.3 energy level materialized on the screen, causing the monitors to be utterly petrified, as if in a dream. The value cannot be mistaken. Director, it is indeed 7.3 energy level. The monitor stuttered, his voice trembling. They had previously been unable to fathom the magnitude of a 7.3 energy level, but today they had borne witness to it. Yet, this was merely the result of Wang Sai's strike. Prepare to report immediately. I shall personally visit the Union. Understood. Coming back to his senses, the director realized his hands and feet were icy cold. Without hesitation, he knew he must report this fact to the Union in person. The next day, after a meeting, the Union reached a unanimous conclusion. Since Chen Yi had previously indicated no hostility towards humanity, they would refrain from provoking him. However, humanity's future must remain in their own hands. The emergence of increasingly high-energy star beasts had made the Union acutely aware that the gradual increase in power among the Star Slayers was insufficient to adapt to the new environment and era. They desperately sought to acquire greater strength. The Star Slayers needed a faster growth rate. Within the headquarters of the Union, a man clad in a black suit retrieved a vial of serum from his personal space. Undoubtedly a returner. His name was Yal I, a new member of the Supernova Legion, and it was through his operations within the Union that Flash, another newcomer to the Legion, had acquired the power of the dragon. As a newcomer, Yal I possessed few tools and equipment. Fortunately, due to the Legion's attention and cultivation, he had obtained this vial of serum. The vial contained an unfinished product, requiring the cooperation of the Star Slayers for human experimentation. A process that was quite ruthless. Yal I believed the time was ripe to unveil it. This unfinished serum was merely a second-tier item. Once completed, it might yield third-tier capabilities, combined with the inherent powers of the Star Slayers. The reactions it could provoke remained unknown, but certainly worth anticipating. He instructed his secretary, "I need to meet with the chief." "Understood. I will arrange an appointment for you." Meanwhile, Chen Yi was attuned to the myriad sounds of the cosmic expanse through the ocean of star power. Whether it be electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, or neutrino signals, any signal capable of inducing energy fluctuations could be discerned by him, revealing the information contained within through the resonance of all things. The planet Chen Yi inhabited had drained too much vitality, and its insufficient life force could not foster the emergence of more advanced star beasts. The only aim of this endeavor was to locate other civilizations in the universe. Subsequently, he would utilize their planetary cultivation blankets to produce more advanced star beasts to fulfill his subsequent upgrade tasks. Half a month later, a segment of information transmitted through gravitational waves was captured by Chen Yi, stating, "To all civilizations in the universe, greetings from the Northern Cross civilization that be why interpreting the sounds of the gravitational wave signals." Chen Yi pinpointed the location of the Northern Cross civilization, situated a mere 60 light-years away within the same arm. Found it. Chen Yi looked up towards a specific region in the cosmic expanse. With a mere thought, the ocean of star power rippled, affecting the entire planetary system. Following his upgrade to LV-11, Chen Yi's control over the ocean of star power saw significant enhancement, enabling him to navigate the entire planetary system as an arc through the cosmos. With the propulsion of the ocean of star power, he could effortlessly accelerate to superluminal speeds, a process that would not induce any discomfort to the life forms on the planet. In other words, Chen Yi could directly wield an entire planetary system as a weapon. Having located the Northern Cross civilization, he began propelling the entire planetary system towards their coordinates. The first to notice the anomaly were the astronomers. Initially, they observed celestial bodies in the universe seemingly accelerating. It was only later that they realized their own galaxy was moving in a particular direction, a revelation that left them utterly horrified. This phenomenon was undoubtedly alarming, yet humanity found themselves utterly powerless, unable to halt the movement of the galaxy. The Union was eager to uncover the cause behind the accelerated displacement of their galaxy. The Northern Cross civilization lay 60 light-years away. Even if Chen Yi's galaxy traveled at superluminal speeds, it would still take 20 years to arrive, unless Chen Yi's life level were to upgrade once more, elevating him to a higher tier of star spirit, enabling him to harness even greater power within the ocean of star power. Unfortunately, the Tyrant was the only level 5 star beast on this planet. The cultivation blanket could not give rise to additional level 5 star beasts, and due to Wang Sai's consumption of an excessive number of star beast spores, the planet's vitality had severely diminished, making even the emergence of level 4 star beast spores increasingly difficult. The repercussions of this vitality depletion would soon manifest on the surface. Vegetation would gradually wither, the natural ecosystem would begin to collapse, and seismic disasters would become more frequent. While the threat posed by star beasts would gradually diminish, The deterioration of the human living environment was only just beginning, and they remained blissfully unaware of it. Chen Yi now found himself at a loose end. He retrieved a fist-sized chunk of meat from his personal space, its crimson hue pulsating like a heartbeat. The higher the tier of the star beast, the greater the drop rate. Chen Yi was well acquainted with this. Kai had consumed an untold number of star beast spores, and now his personal space was filled with the equipment and items it had produced. As the only level 5 star beast on this planet, the tyrant had yielded several pieces of equipment and items for Chen Yi, yet their utility held no relevance to his current situation. Only a select few special items piqued his interest, and this chunk of meat was one such item. Item: Heart of the Tyrant. Type: Item. Description: This chunk of meat contains the tyrant's consciousness. Should any creature consume it, the tyrant's awareness could seize its body and revive. This item has yet to be identified, but at most, it would reach the 3rd tier, while the tyrant's power exceeds the 2nd tier. However, the 3rd tier remained out of reach. Chen Yi pondered when he could resurrect the tyrant. Certain matters need not require his direct intervention, as he could simply entrust them to the tyrant. Nonetheless, this fleshy mass contained solely the consciousness of the tyrant, and his strength upon resurrection would depend entirely on the power of the body it occupied. The planet on which Chen Yi resided was known as Watermarsh Star, and the star system was named the Morning Star System. In the 5th year of their journey towards the Northern Cross civilization, a group of individuals arrive at the mouth of the canyon, where Chen Yi was located. Among this group were Lucia, Jess, Flash, and Luo Chongkong, who had recently joined the Star Slayer ranks. They had received a mission from the Federation to investigate the truth behind the Star Beasts. The traces of the Star Beast spores were not entirely concealed. After many years, the Federation had finally discovered their existence and pinpointed the source of the spores within the canyon. Given the gravity of the situation, the Federation amassed a significant number of high-ranking Star Slayers, intending to eradicate the Star Beast calamity at its root. The plan was sound, yet the problem lay in the Federation's failure to anticipate that the Star Slayers would be utterly unable to penetrate the depths of the canyon. As an invisible energy barrier barred their entry, Lucia's full-force strike against the energy barrier did not budge it in the slightest, causing her to frown. The barrier is exceedingly robust. Allow me to give it a try. Flash then summoned all his strength, yet still failed to make any impact on the barrier. Even when all the high-ranking Star Slayers present struck together, the barrier remained unscathed. Half an hour later, a hydrogen bomb descended from the sky, erupting into an extraordinarily brilliant light upon striking the energy barrier. With temperatures soaring to millions of degrees at its core, it was sufficient to obliterate all matter on the planet. The atmosphere, expanded by the intense heat, subsequently contracted with great force, delivering 2 successive impacts against the energy barrier to eradicate the Star Beast calamity. The Federation was willing to spare no expense. A single hydrogen bomb was a trivial matter. Should the need arise, the global nuclear launch bases would engage in continuous bombardment of this area. Once the explosion subsided, the Federation inquired, "What is the status?" Lucia placed her hand upon the energy barrier, pausing in silence for a moment before responding. The barrier remains intact. My recommendation is to increase the yield and continue the bombardment. Understood. Please evacuate the target area promptly. A second nuclear strike will arrive in 20 minutes. Acknowledged. When the first hydrogen bomb proved ineffective, a shadow of despair had already crept into the hearts of the group. Another attempt was merely a manifestation of their unwillingness to accept defeat. After enduring great difficulty to locate the source of the Star Beasts, they found themselves unable to even breach the entrance, an undeniable setback that verged on the brink of despair. Following another round of bombardment, the anticipated miracle failed to materialize. The barrier remained impervious to the relentless assault of hydrogen bombs, utterly unyielding. "Damn it!" a Star Slayer exclaimed in frustration. Lucia gazed into the depths of the canyon, observing the Star Beast spores riding the currents of air, effortlessly passing through the barrier and drifting in various directions. "This is troubling," Luo Chongkong mused internally. His main quest had reached its final stage. Once he uncovered the truth behind the Star Beasts, he would complete the main quest. Yet he found himself stuck at this juncture. This was precisely Chen Yi's intention. The primary quest in the return to ruined space would ultimately be to uncover the truth behind the world's destruction or decay. As long as he prevented the returners from completing their final main quest, he could extend his duration in this task world. Ultimately, the despondent Star Slayers had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Although they had not resolved the Star Beast issue at its source, they at least identified the canyon's location, that if the Federation could intercept and eliminate the Star Beast spores from the sky in advance, they could significantly reduce the occurrence of Star Beast calamities. In this way, the Star Beast threat could be effectively mitigated. Before departing, a sudden earthquake shook the nearby area. Seismic activity had become increasingly frequent worldwide in recent years, a reality the group had grown accustomed to, despite their concerns. However, it was unclear when it had begun, but Jess discovered he had gained the ability to hear the voices of all things. He comprehended the voice of this planet. This was not merely an earthquake. It was the planet's lament. The Gaia consciousness of the planet possessed neither emotion nor sentiment. However, when such information was transmitted to humans, they infused it with their own emotional understanding, interpreting it as lamentation or other feelings. The vitality of nature was severely depleted, the environment growing increasingly harsh, and natural disasters becoming more frequent. This planet had entered a countdown to destruction, and the future facing humanity was one of despair. Jess's intuition informed him that the root of all this lay beneath the canyon, but they were unable to enter. Just then, the tremors intensified. This time, mingled with the lament was a sense of desperate fear, leaving Jess bewildered and unable to fathom what the planet feared in the 6th year of the Morningstar System's voyage. Due to the Federation's efforts to intercept and eliminate the Star Beast spores outside the canyon, the Star Beast calamities have been reduced to a minimum. Conversely, the degradation of the environment became increasingly evident. Upon realizing this, the Federation promptly initiated monitoring and research into the planet's condition. The results were profoundly alarming. Research indicated intensified tectonic activity, and future earthquakes would be even more frequent and severe. The natural environment was on the brink of widespread desertification. If humanity could not establish a sufficient self-preservation system within the next 15 years, the civilization of Watermarsh Star would face extinction. It was a time fraught with calamity. A year later, Jess returned to the canyon's exterior, his intuition urging him that the truth lay just beneath the canyon, that if that were indeed the case, then the winds of the canyon would reveal everything to him. Among the Star Slayers, only he, possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, could seek the truth in such a manner. A powerful gust of wind surged upward from the depths of the canyon, and Jess stood outside the energy barrier, silently listening to the information carried by the wind. Soon, he detected some peculiar sense within the wind. The voices of all things referred to it as the mycelium blanket, which was continuously nurturing the star beasts. Furthermore, beneath the canyon, there was a person and a star beast. A person? The presence of the mycelium blanket did not surprise Jess, and the existence of a star beast beneath the canyon was also unremarkable. However, the fact that there was a person down there was utterly unexpected. At that moment, a figure flashed through Jess's mind. Cloaked in a distorted light barrier that obscured their features, it was no exaggeration to say that this individual was the strongest on this planet to date. If there were an insurmountable mastermind behind the scenes, Jess would immediately think of that person. Speculation aside, Jess would not hastily conclude that Chen Yi was the mastermind. Moreover, the life levels of Chen Yi and Wang Kai were so elevated that they would not leave behind any traceable scent, making it impossible for Jess to ascertain their identities. Yet, the combination of a person and a star beast led Jess to firmly believe that the individual below must be Chen Yi. He had not forgotten that Chen Yi kept a star beast, a super star beast with an energy level reaching 7.3. Suddenly, the canyon trembled once more as an earthquake erupted. Initially, Jess had thought nothing of it, dismissing it as merely the planet's lament, but this time it was different. This was the result of the individual beneath the canyon correcting the trajectory of the Morningstar system. Jess, amidst the earthquake, discerned the truth conveyed by the planet, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back, his face pale, correcting the trajectory of the Morningstar system. What a ridiculous notion! The person beneath the canyon was the driving force behind the movement of the entire Morningstar system. This revelation was terrifying beyond measure for Jest. He had pondered on numerous occasions just how powerful humanity could become, but he had never dared to imagine that someone could single-handedly propel an entire planetary system. Yet this was the reality. Such an individual could no longer be termed human. They were nothing short of a genuine deity. In the face of such immense power, mere humanity and star beasts were utterly insignificant. It was no wonder the Federation had launched nuclear bombs above the canyon without eliciting any response. The other party simply did not regard them at all, purely out of sense of indifference towards them. Jess's heart raced violently. Having uncovered the truth, he found it difficult to attain a sense of calm. He was engulfed in confusion, uncertain of the intentions of the figure beneath the canyon, and utterly powerless to intervene. This individual occupied the mycelium blanket that nurtured the star bee spores, yet they were incapable of even breaching the barrier, let alone eradicate the star beasts entirely, a notion that was nothing short of ludicrous. When Lucia encountered Jess once more, he appeared disheveled and profoundly despondent, his spirit having completely withered. She was taken aback. "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing," Jess replied, shaking his head. There's something you need." The movements within the Morningstar system had stirred significant concern among the higher-ups, necessitating the swift formulation of new strategies, with the senior star slayers summoned to the scene. Never mind. Jess exhibited no interest in expending any more energy on such matters. It was utterly meaningless. In the face of a force capable of propelling an entire planetary system, the efforts of humanity seemed insignificantly small. Their mere survival was a stroke of good fortune. Who could say when the individual below the canyon might, in a fit of bad temper, obliterate this planet without a second thought? Jess wallowed in pessimism, burdened by the weight of knowledge. It was precisely this awareness that rendered him so despondent. Humanity was powerless to confront the truths lurking behind such calamities, which was why he had refrained from informing the Federation. From now on, there's no need to notify me about these meetings. If there are tasks from above, simply send me a message directly. I wish to concern myself with nothing else. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. It was the 20th year since the launch of the Morningstar system, beneath the Great Canyon. The ocean of stellar energy rippled as Chen Yi's figure gradually materialized, returning from the ocean of star energy to the realm of reality. After 2 decades of faster-than-light travel, the Morningstar system was on the verge of reaching the star system inhabited by the Northern Cross civilization. One could merely gaze upwards to see, not far from that brilliant sun, another celestial body radiating a softer light. This was the star of the Northern Cross civilization, in the final phase of their journey. A single thought from Chen Yi sent ripples through the ocean of star energy, causing the Morningstar system to gradually decelerate before colliding with the Northern Cross star system. The 2 stars entwined under the influence of gravity, forming a binary star system where 2 suns coexisted, while the planets of both systems swiftly merged, re-establishing stable orbits through gravitational interaction. Wow. Wankai gazed at the 2 suns in the sky, astonished. Chen Yi instinctively stretched. His spirits elevated, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived." As he spoke, Chen Yi sensed the star energy of the Northern Cross star. He immediately perceived the planet's vibrant life force, which was highly suitable for cultivating the mycelium blanket. It seemed fortune favored him. Chen Yi felt elated. After confirming that no threatening powers existed on the Northern Cross star, he promptly vanished, taking the entire mycelium blanket with him. As a medium, the ocean of star energy allowed Chen Yi, as a star spirit, to instantaneously step onto the Northern Cross star, where verdant landscapes teemed with vitality. This is the place he decisively laid out the mycelium blanket in the valley, the moment it touched the ground. Roots began to sprout, penetrating deep into the earth, voraciously absorbing the life force of the Northern Cross star. In the blink of an eye, vast expanses of greenery rapidly withered, transforming the once lush valley into a barren wasteland. Beyond the valley, a flock of dark, fleeing birds surged forth like a looming storm cloud that a middle-aged man, armed with a knife, sensed the abnormality in the earth and instantly adopted a grave expression. The planet's life force was depleting. The Northern Cross star was a world of human civilization, where its inhabitants possessed an innate sensitivity to energy, leading to rapid advancements in science and technology. Even without scientific instruments, the Northern Cross people, through rigorous training, could achieve remarkable precision in sensing and controlling energy, a talent unmatched by the inhabitants of Watermarsh Star. Leveraging this formidable talent, the Northern Cross civilization advanced its scientific technology while exploring humanity's grasp over energy. Coupled with genetic modification and other scientific advancements, they birthed a cadre of exceptionally powerful warriors, some capable of bringing down spacecraft. Over 2 centuries, the Northern Cross people established 3 formidable space fleets to seek new life planets and expand their civilization's boundaries. However, the cosmos is vast, and despite mastering faster-than-light travel, they inevitably spent considerable time on their voyages. After more than 200 years, all 3 exploration fleets had vanished without a trace, and the Northern Cross's enthusiasm for external exploration gradually waned. Conversely, their warrior system grew increasingly powerful. Amidst a technological explosion, the Northern Cross's elite emerged in droves. Here, martial arts flourished, more accurately termed celestial martial arts. Unsurprisingly, the middle-aged man beyond the valley was a celestial warrior, or the celestial fighter, as he was known. This man, named Shuo Feng, hailed from the warrior camp of the Celestial Fleet, equipped with solid combat experience and strength capable of cleaving mountains. Upon sensing the planet's life force draining, he decisively entered the valley, resolved to find the source of the life force depletion and eliminate it without hesitation. Life force is the planet's most vital energy. As a warrior, Shuo Feng would not allow anyone or any being to jeopardize the Northern Cross Star in such a manner. Before long, Shuo Feng tracked the source of the life force depletion and soon stood before the expansive mycelium blanket, where a young man stood. With a clang, as their gazes met, Shuo Feng swiftly drew his blade, the gleaming edge cutting through the air with a frigid glimmer, unleashing a powerful strike towards the mycelium blanket. Shuo Feng immediately identified the mycelium blanket as the drain on the planet's life force. Whether or not the young man was the primary culprit was irrelevant. His actions spoke volumes. Boom! The ferocious strike surged towards the mycelium blanket, but dissipated mid-flight. Shuo Feng's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. He then tore through the air at blinding speed, appearing before Chen Yi, delivering a decisive slash. Any entity that obstructed his mission to destroy the mycelium blanket was an enemy of this planet. In that fleeting moment, Shuo Feng made the most accurate judgment, launching a swift and lethal attack against Chen Yi. However, Chen Yi remained utterly unmoved, and in that instant, Shuo Feng was frozen in place. Ensnared by an overwhelming surge of star energy, as he felt this terrifying energy, Shuo Feng's pupils dilated in horror, experiencing true fear for the first time. "Who on earth are you?" Buzz, before Shuo Feng could finish his sentence. He was utterly obliterated by the star energy, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yi returned his focus to the mycelium blanket. Thud thud, the mycelium blanket voraciously drained the life force of the Northern Cross Star. Expanding and contracting like a breath, under Chen Yi's control, the entire life force of the Northern Cross Star was being siphoned away. Compared to Watermarsh Star, the life force of the Northern Cross Star was far more abundant and pure. After assimilating this life force, the mycelium blanket immediately commenced the production of star bee spores. The energy required to produce high-level star bee spores was already immense. Wasting the planet's life force on low-level star bees was evidently a misallocation. Pop! The mycelium blanket expelled a torrent of low-level star bee spores, which Chen Yi promptly drained of their life force, re-injecting it back into the mycelium blanket. Wankai was just about to feast when the star bee spores vanished entirely. Chen Yi explained, producing low-level star bee spores is of no value. It is better to recycle this life force until we cultivate high-level star bees. The emergence of high-level star bees was a matter of probability that Chen Yi could not control. However, he could manage the efficient utilization of life force to prevent waste on low-level star bees that a day later, the mycelium blanket, seemingly well-fed, had absorbed enough life force from the Northern Cross Star and finally began to mass-produce level 5 star bee spores. While termed as mass production, it amounted to merely 5 or 6 at a time. Chen Yi tossed 5 star bee spores to Wankai, who immediately dashed over and devoured them all in one gulp. Wow. However, after consuming 5 fifth-level star bee spores, Chen Yi could only perceive a negligible increase in his strength, while his panel remained unchanged. The level of his star spirit was still stagnant at LV11. Chen Yi realized that he and Wang Kai's life levels were too high, rendering the 5th-level star bee spores incapable of providing them with significant enhancement. Such a pity. This deviated somewhat from his original plan. To maximize benefits through upgrades, he would have to push Wang Kai's level to its limit with lower-level star bee spores before completing the upgrade tasks. However, relying solely on the vitality of the North Cross star might not suffice to accomplish many upgrade quests. The higher the star beast, the more vitality was required to produce it, and the vitality of the North Cross star could not sustain such immense consumption. In light of this, Chen Yi had no choice but to abandon the path of maximizing benefits and instead devote all resources to cultivating higher-level star beasts, aiming to complete the upgrade tasks as swiftly as possible. After all, he could not ascertain how long he would remain in this task world, nor could he predict whether he would find another life planet. Subsequently, Chen Yi once again entered a solo farming game mode. With a clap of his hands, he conjured an invisible energy barrier outside the valley to prevent any disturbances. Pop! A 5th-level star bee spore was ejected by the mycelium, which Chen Yi then drained of its vitality, re-injecting it back into the mycelium to continue nurturing the star beasts. Thus, 10 days later, under the pure vitality provided by the North Cross star, the mycelium finally produced its first 6th-level star bee spore, which Wang Kai eagerly devoured. Upgrade Task 6. Completed Star Beast Options. Upgrade Star Beast. LV12 Star Spirit. LV12 in an instant. The ocean of star power surged tumultuously, and Chen Yi's star spirit life form leaped to a higher level, endowed with unprecedented strength. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the earth trembled, only to be restored to tranquility. Chen Yi reigned in all the excess power, the ocean of star power roiling restlessly, while his perception and control range swiftly expanded to a radius of 2 light-years. Innately, star spirits could control star power, and the vast majority of energy in cosmic space belonged to star power. This signified that within his range of perception, the star spirit possessed nearly omnipotent capabilities through the conversion of mass and energy. Chen Yi could effortlessly condense star power into any material, thus creating a vast array of entities within the universe. He could even forge planets, stars, and even neutron stars. The only celestial body he was presently unable to create was a black hole. As his level increased, Chen Yi's control range expanded rapidly, indicating his ability to command even greater quantities of star power, thus augmenting his strength. The radius of 2 light-years was immensely vast, while it could not breach the solar layers of fused galaxies. It far exceeded the distance to the furthest planet within the fused galaxy, as long as he remained within that 2 light-year radius. Chen Yi could instantaneously reach any location within his range of perception through the ocean of star power as a medium. At LV11, he had already been able to propel an entire planetary system to superluminal speeds. Similarly, he could effortlessly achieve light speed and superluminal speeds himself. Theoretically, as an object approached the speed of light, its mass would become infinitely large, implying that Chen Yi's attacks possessed boundless destructive power. Even a minuscule object, if accelerated to light speed, could easily pierce through a star, obliterating an entire planetary system. This fragile world felt thinner than a mere sheet of paper to him. He truly had little inclination to engage in frivolous games with others, his sole desire being to cultivate. Additionally, Main Quest. Phase 3. Completed rewards. 2,000 points Main Quest. Phase 4. You have sufficiently demonstrated your strength. To pursue the truth, please become a Star Slayer. Task reward. 1,000 points to efficiently utilize the vitality of the North Cross star. Chen Yi had exterminated numerous star bee spores, which directly completed Phase 3 of the main quest. Fortunately, he could still progress through Phase 4. Truth be told, he was quite curious about how long the space would allow him to remain in this task world. The mycelium had been brought to the North Cross star, and the returners on the Watermarsh star could not uncover the ultimate truth of the star beasts, thus rendering them unable to complete their tasks. Chen Yi did not believe that the space would permit them to remain suspended in this task world indefinitely. Pop! The mycelium expelled a 6th-level star bee spore, which Chen Yi promptly exterminated, re-injecting its vitality back into the mycelium for continued use. After swallowing a 6th-level star bee spore, Wang Kai's demeanor underwent another transformation. It now resembled a creature that had ingested toxic fungi, bobbing its head and bouncing about, seemingly humming to itself. While Chen Yi focused intently on cultivating high-level star beasts, chaos erupted between the Water Marsh Star Civilization and the North Cross Star Civilization, with the greatest panic emanating from the latter. The Morning Star system had traversed to this location at superluminal speeds, only decelerating when the two systems were on the verge of merging. As observed by the North Cross Star Civilization, the observers of North Cross Civilization were left utterly terrified. If a superluminal fleet were en route, they might have accepted it, but an entire planetary system hurtling toward them at superluminal speeds was an entirely different matter. Moreover, what kind of energy and propulsion could sustain an entire planetary system at such speeds? The wonders of the universe far exceeded their imagination, faced with a civilization capable of relocating an entire planetary system. The North Cross Star Civilization felt hopeless, bracing for domination and colonization. However, the Watermarsh Star remained inactive, as its civilization had not yet reached the level of interstellar travel. They struggled even with manned lunar landings. Simultaneously, the despair of the Water Marsh Star Civilization likely mirrored that of the North Cross Civilization. Only Jiez was utterly indifferent, adopting a laissez-faire attitude towards the situation. Let this wretched world be as it may. Lo Chong Kong gazed incredulously at the two suns in the sky, faintly perceiving several enormous planets suspended in the void, overwhelmed with shock. What on earth was happening? Damn it! During a high-level conference of the Union. Flashing Heart inwardly cursed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he viewed the images of the galaxies captured by satellites. The North Cross Star, located approximately 50 million kilometers from the Watermarsh Star, was clearly surrounded by a multitude of satellites and space stations, even featuring spaceports. They had yet to resolve the issue of the star beasts, and now they were to engage extraterrestrials? Was a first-tier task world truly this perilous? Everyone, the chief stated with an expression of grave severity. As you can see, the Morning Star system has finally come to a halt. However, we will face an even more daunting situation ahead, as the mastermind behind this predicament. Chen Yi paid no heed. The collision of two planetary civilizations was merely a trivial affair to him. Inconsequential in the blink of an eye, 2 years had swiftly passed. Pop! After 2 years of nurturing, the mycelium finally produced its first 7th-level star bee spore, which Chen Yi tossed to the drowsy Wang Kai. Wang Kai. Woof! Wang Kai jolted awake, leaping up to devour the 7th-level star bee spore. The moment the spore transformed into power and surged into Chen Yi's body, the task was completed. Upgrade Task 7. Completed Star Beast options. Upgrade Star Beast. LV-13 Star Spirit. LV-13 instantly. The star power surged and roiled. The elevation of life levels caused Chen Yi's control range to expand once more from a radius of 2 light-years to a staggering radius of 10 light-years. Though the sensing radius merely increased fourfold, the total amount of star power he could manipulate had risen by a remarkable 125 times. As Chen Yi reveled in this newfound strength, his gaze fell upon the North Cross star beneath him. Its remaining vitality was still abundant, and nurturing even higher-level star beasts was merely a matter of time that a burst of light emerged. Acquired item. Superactive cell, superactive cell. Utilizing this will grant unparalleled regenerative abilities. Even if only a fragment of flesh remains, it can regenerate into a 7th-level star beast. The item produced by the 7th-level star beast is of marginal value, but regrettably, it remains akin to a mere trinket for Chen Yi, whose own regenerative capabilities are far more extraordinary. Suddenly, Chen Yi's expression grew solemn as he raised his gaze toward the depths of the universe. An extraordinarily powerful force had breached his sensing range and was approaching at an astonishing speed. What is happening? Within the immense power lies a pure desire for destruction. As if sensing Chen Yi's scrutiny, the opponent directly revealed their intentions. Hostility intensifying. That I found you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi felt even more perplexed. Before he could grasp the situation, That force suddenly materialized before him from the cosmic sea of star energy, a fist hurtling directly towards his face. It was evident that the adversary possessed powers akin to that of a star spirit. Boom! The instantaneous movement and superluminal speed facilitated by the cosmic energy were essentially a shortcut, as the true velocity of objects in the universe cannot exceed the speed of light, only approaching it infinitely. The speed of this punch was nearly light speed, thus harboring boundless power, its terrifying might piercing through the atmosphere of the Northern Cross star, scattering vast amounts of matter into the cosmos. Star spirit? No. Chen Yi dismissed his own conjecture. Though the newcomer could wield cosmic energy, they did not possess the innate talent and instinct characteristic of a star spirit. Instead, they wielded it like a tool, clumsily navigating its power. This alone was sufficient to prove that the arrival was certainly not a star spirit. Unperturbed, Chen Yi, upon sensing the intruder's power, immediately recognized his advantage. In terms of strength, he held an overwhelming superiority. The cosmic energy trembled as a humanoid entity, adorned with a tail and horns, traversed the astral expanse as if it were solid ground, surrounded by the debris cast off by the Northern Cross star. Exuding an aura of rampant and ferocious destruction, Chen Yi utilized his psychic abilities to transcend the barriers of language, conveying his intent directly, a small trick he had learned from the development manual. Do you not intend to inform me why you oppose me? Not necessary. The humanoid being did not disguise its murderous intent. In an instant, it rocketed toward Chen Yi at light speed, seemingly intent on shattering the very fabric of the cosmos. This universe no longer required star spirits. Boom! The light-speed punch cleaved through the starry expanse, causing the cosmic energy within a 10-light-year radius to surge chaotically, rushing forth to counter the humanoid's assault. Like one ensnared in a mire, the being's speed rapidly diminished, and by the time it reached Chen Yi, it moved as slowly as a tortoise, its control over the cosmic energy thoroughly stripped away. It appeared that this universe, or rather, this being, had once experienced some profound conflict with star spirits, instilling within it immense animosity. Chen Yi, having only recently ascended to the status of a star spirit, had emerged from the depths of the cosmos. Given that this was an enemy, there was no need for mercy. The humanoid entity, firmly bound by the cosmic energy, found itself unable to move, its expression turning grim. Had it truly evolved to such a level in such a short span? Logically, star spirits possess considerable combat prowess from their inception, yet it should not have reached such heights. They had miscalculated, for this star spirit's growth rate far surpassed their expectations, drawing upon all the cosmic energy within a 10-light-year radius. Chen Yi merely cast a glance, and the monumental cosmic energy crushed the humanoid being like an ant, rendering it utterly defenseless that a planet was pierced through by the humanoid's outstretched form, instantly exploding into cosmic dust. With a single strike, the being was marred with horrifying fissures. Allowing the enemy a moment to breathe was an exceedingly foolish act. Even when in a position of advantage, one must never show mercy in battle. Although Chen Yi still had unanswered questions, he did not harbor any illusions that the enemy would kindly elucidate all his uncertainties. Such naivety was unwarranted. Thus, he struck with full force, utilizing absolute power to annihilate the opponent at the swiftest pace. His questions need not be resolved, but the enemy must perish immediately. There was no chance of resistance. The humanoid's blood gushed forth, spilling into the cosmic void, and in a decisive moment, it channeled its remaining strength, gathering every ounce of energy it could muster for a final explosion. Star Spirit. The humanoid howled in rage. However, before it could fully concentrate its power for one last strike, a fist imbued with ultimate strength and speed surged forth. A force as devastating as a neutron star colliding at light speed. The cosmic expanse quaked violently. The cosmic energy within a 10-light-year radius was instantaneously drained by Chen Yi's blow, only to be replenished afterward. Boom! The cosmic sea erupted in a tidal wave of energy, and in the moment of explosion, it transformed into a dazzling brilliance that filled the universe. The surging cosmic energy manifested as a gamma-ray burst and photon shockwave, obliterating all matter on the planets in its path. When calm was restored, vast amounts of dust and planetary debris floated within the galaxy, several planets scorched red by the gamma-ray bursts and photon impacts. Their surfaces transformed into flowing magma. The remnants of the humanoid entity drifted in the void of space, utterly devoid of life. The entirety of this battle could be succinctly described as a blink of an eye. The civilization of Watermarsh Star and that of Northern Cross Star, caught utterly unawares, had inadvertently danced on the precipice of doom. Wang Kai. Woof! Wang Kai responded immediately, descending upon the scene like a ravenous hound, voraciously consuming the remains of the humanoid being. Undoubtedly, the humanoid was a formidable entity of fourth-tier strength, the strongest adversary Chen Yi had encountered thus far, according to the evaluations of the Guishu space. Possessing the power to explode, stars classified one as a fourth-tier being. However, the disparities among fourth-tier beings were substantial. Some could merely explode stars, while others could annihilate everything within several light years in an instant. Chen Yi remained at the fourth tier. To ascend to the fifth tier, he must possess the might to destroy an entire galaxy. Successful enhancement. The star beast, a radiant orb of light, appeared before Chen Yi, revealing that the humanoid had bestowed upon him an item. Although unassessed, it was presumed to be a fourth-tier artifact. Acquired item: Cosmic Star Disk. Cosmic Star Disk, a precious treasure that encompasses countless abilities and bloodlines in the universe. Utilizing it will randomly grant one a power or bloodline from the cosmos, a splendid acquisition. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled. The value of this artifact was indisputable. Without hesitation, he immediately decided to utilize it. With a flash of brilliance, the Cosmic Star Disk transformed into a stream of light, merging into Chen Yi's being, the acquired ability swiftly becoming his instinct, easily accessible. Item used: Cosmic Star Disk. Mastered ability: Planck Membrane Lifeform. Planck Membrane Lifeform, a cosmic entity capable of traversing the Planck membrane freely. Any barriers in three-dimensional space are inconsequential to it. Note: this ability cannot be upgraded without a stroke of fortune. Chen Yi was unsure how rare this ability was within the Cosmic Star Disk, but for him, it was undeniably overwhelmingly powerful. If the universe were likened to a membrane, then the Planck membrane would represent an alternate universe. Planck membrane life forms naturally possess the ability to travel between the two cosmic spaces. An immensely formidable capability. To simplify, the Planck membrane could be viewed as a dimension of its own, and upon becoming a Planck membrane life form, Chen Yi would have the capacity to leap into this alternate dimension at will, moving freely within it before re-entering the space of this universe. No barriers of three-dimensional space could impede this movement. Additionally, Chen Yi's physical form underwent further enhancement. Composed entirely of unknown materials, the Planck membrane lifeform's body could withstand the gravitational pull of a black hole without incurring damage, rendering its defense virtually limitless. Its only weakness lay in its immense energy requirements. Once depleted, its body would still be vulnerable to equally formidable attacks. However, Chen Yi bore no such weakness, as the innate gifts of a star spirit perfectly compensated for the deficiencies of the Planck life form. Unless his cosmic energy were utterly exhausted, the star spirit's power was inexhaustible. Fortune often favors the prepared mind. Chen Yi found himself pleasantly surprised. Exercising caution is the hallmark of wisdom. He had not gleaned further information from the humanoid entity. Yet prudence dictated that he could formulate some hypotheses. This universe no longer required star spirits. This was the very sentiment expressed by the humanoid being, implying that there had once been a cataclysmic conflict with star spirits, in which the star spirits were defeated. The enmity Chen Yi faced may not solely originate from certain cosmic entities. Rather, it pertains to all civilizations within the cosmos and the formidable entities among all non-stellar life forms. The dangers are self-evident. Consider this from another perspective. The emergence of humanoid life forms is intended to stifle the nascent stellar spirits. What would happen if the cosmic powers lurking in the shadows were to discover the demise of these humanoid entities? They would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to swiftly extinguish the newly born stellar spirits, permitting no opportunity for their continued growth. Thus, Chen Yi currently finds himself in a precarious situation. However, he is not without strategies for addressing it. By merely completing the main quest, he can return to the void space. Yet, such an action would undeniably squander the remaining upgrade missions. Nevertheless, becoming a Planck membrane life form has bestowed upon Chen Yi an alternative solution. The healthy functioning of a planet necessitates the maintenance of an entire planetary system to ensure the stability of its life force. Consequently, Chen Yi intends to draw the entire fused galaxy into the Planck membrane. He gazes upwards at the vastness of deep space. There should still be time. Immediately thereafter, he teleports back to the Northern Cross star. The Northern Cross star is currently an essential source of life force for Chen Yi. He cannot allow it to be destroyed. Under his deliberate control, the gamma-ray bursts and photon impacts unleashed during the recent battle all deftly avoided the Northern Cross star. The Watermarsh star is merely tens of millions of kilometers away from the Northern Cross star. With the two planets' orbits closely aligned, allowing the Northern Cross star to bask in its light and evade catastrophe. The atmosphere of the Northern Cross star has been punctured by humanoid entities, even causing a segment of the continental plate to be sheared away, resulting in a devastation that can only be described as catastrophic for the planet. However, it was not long before Chen Yi returned to the Northern Cross star, and with a mere thought, he repaired its damage. After confirming that the mycelium blanket remained unscathed amidst the aftershocks, he reached out and tore. Suddenly, a twisted spatial rift tore open in the cosmic expanse, resembling a colossal beast of the stars as it opened its gaping maw and swallowed the entire galaxy whole. The universe is an abyss of darkness, yet within the Planck membrane lies a realm of void. Devoid of any celestial bodies or matter, merely an expanse of nothingness. The fused galaxy drifts solitary within this emptiness, and after the night has passed, both the Watermarsh star and the Northern Cross star can no longer behold the myriad stars above. Just 1 hour after Chen Yi and the fused galaxy vanished into the Planck membrane, an invisible strike followed, directly impacting the silver core black hole. Subsequently, the silver core erupted with an astonishing brilliance, causing the entire sea of stellar energy to boil instantaneously, akin to seawater evaporating in an instant, triggering a chain reaction that affected all celestial bodies within a scale of 100,000 light-years. Celestial bodies disintegrated in the blink of an eye, their material annihilated, and the entire sea of stellar energy coalesced into a colossal bomb. It was akin to a pile of gunpowder scattered on the ground. A single spark could ignite the entire mass, resulting in a spectacle rivaling the cosmic Big Bang. The extreme brilliance emitted by the Milky Way would, in countless years hence, become a shining beacon in other galaxies, transforming into a solitary point of starlight in the night sky of some distant planet. After the brilliance faded, the Milky Way ceased to exist in the realm of light-speed battles, from the onset to conclusion. And then into the Planck membrane, the civilizations of the Watermarsh star and the Northern Cross star only then began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The gamma-ray bursts and photon impacts did not inflict damage upon the two planets. Yet the resplendent light curtain that had erupted in the starry sky was too conspicuous to be overlooked. Almost in the final moments before entering the Planck membrane, the remnants of the battle scene in the cosmic expanse reached them at light speed, captured in succession by the satellites of both planets. The following day, at the headquarters of the Union on the Watermarsh star, a scholar was presenting a report on the gamma-ray bursts and photon impacts that had erupted in the universe, concluding with the statement, "According to our calculations, the energy released in this gamma-ray burst and photon impact is equivalent to the combined energy of 500 suns. If we were to confront this energy head-on, our planet would instantly transform into a dead star." In the conference room, the senior members of the Union and numerous high-ranking star slayers fell into a profound silence, feeling as insignificant as ants in the face of the vast energies of the cosmos. Ladies and gentlemen, next are the images captured by our satellites. Though it may be hard to believe, we must accept this reality. As he spoke, the large screen displayed an image captured by one of the satellites. With brilliant photon impacts splattering across the starry sky, a white expanse that, after special processing, revealed a single black. The image was quickly zoomed in, and as it magnified, the crowd gradually discerned the figure, causing the Star Slayer's pupils to contract, with one unable to contain their astonishment and springing to their feet. "Chief, is that a person?" Their voice brimmed with disbelief. "Indeed," the chief replied, his expression grave, This is the only image captured by the satellite. And research indicates that the epicenter of the gamma ray burst and photon impact perfectly coincides with the position of this individual. I believe we all understand what this implies. This suggests that the astonishing energy of the gamma ray burst and photon impact was entirely instigated by a single individual, a fact that defies comprehension. How could one person unleash energy equivalent to that of 500 stars? It seems utterly absurd. The Star Slayers are acutely aware of the vastness of the universe and the existence of other civilizations within the starry expanse. Yet, it is inconceivable that an individual's power could reach such monumental proportions. Merely contemplating it is beyond belief. Lucia and Shining, both high-ranking Star Slayers, naturally qualified to attend such a conference, gazed at the figure on the screen, their expressions shifting to one of growing astonishment. This figure seems hauntingly familiar. Is it him? As the silhouette in the satellite image began to align with someone from memory, Lucia's worldview was once again profoundly altered. Furthermore, the negotiations with the Northern Cross Star civilization were influenced by this incident, and at the request of the Northern Cross Star, the discussions directly progressed to the next phase. The situation on the Northern Cross Star is not significantly better than that of the Watermarsh Star. The aftermath of this incident has instilled considerable panic among its inhabitants. Yet beyond this, they face an even graver predicament. The depletion of planetary life force has led to a rapid decline in environmental conditions. After their encounter with the Watermarsh Star, they abandoned any thoughts of colonization, as it would serve no purpose. The environment of the Watermarsh Star is even harsher than their own. Leader, the planet's life force continues to dwindle at an accelerating pace that, if we cannot halt this trend, the Watermarsh Star will become the future of the Northern Cross Star. Is the direction of the life force depletion still that valley? Yes, it is indeed in that valley. What of the barrier? It remains intact. The inhabitants of the Northern Cross Star are extremely sensitive to energy. How could they have failed to notice the gradual depletion of their planet's life force over the years? It is not that they were unaware, but rather that they found themselves powerless to intervene. They have been unable to breach the energy barrier of that valley, forced to watch helplessly as their planet's life force continues to diminish. Alas, the leader of the Northern Cross Star gazed up at the overcast sky, where, despite the absence of clouds, not a single star could be seen, and a sense of oppression washed over him. The struggle for survival of civilizations is often fraught with calamity. Viewed from a cosmic perspective, they are indeed minuscule and powerless. Yet it is precisely this that endows civilizations with greatness. In reality, the energy barrier of the valley was briefly breached by humanoid life forms. Yet it was swiftly restored to its original state by Chen Yi, an occurrence that the Northern Cross Star civilization failed to observe in that fleeting moment. However, even if they had perceived it, it would have held no significance. 3 years after entering the Planck membrane, the mycelium blanket finally nurtured an 8th-level star B spore. After Wang Kai consumed it, Chen Yi promptly completed his 8th upgrade mission. Upgrade Mission 8 completed. Star Beast option upgraded. Star Beast LV-14, the Stellar Spirit LV-14, that the rewards from the upgrade mission only serve to elevate the level to an integer, and after numerous experiences, Chen Yi is well aware of this. Unfortunately, the humanoid life forms did not allow Wang Kai to accumulate further potential, but if the potential is sufficient, Wang Kai might directly ascend to LV-15 during the process of upgrading and unleashing its potential. However, as levels increase, the likelihood of advancing 2 levels in succession becomes exceedingly rare. Chen Yi has only witnessed such occurrences when the levels were relatively low. This year, the Shui Zhe Star and the Northern Cross civilization have reached a comprehensive strategic cooperation, redirecting the civilization's developmental focus entirely towards planetary transformation technology. That it is only through the establishment of sufficiently mature planetary transformation technology that they can modify planets to create environments more suitable for human habitation. The Goeishu practitioners on Shui Zhe Star find themselves ensnared at the final stage of the main quest. Although the energy barrier over the canyon has vanished, the mycelial mat beneath has also disappeared. Consequently, they have yet to uncover the origins and truths of the star beasts, leaving them unable to complete their mission, and a group of individuals flounder about aimlessly, unsure of how to proceed. Chen Yi remains indifferent to it all, diligently nurturing high-level star beasts, and, during his leisure, meandering around the Northern Cross star to indulge his spirits. In the blink of an eye, a decade has passed since his entry into the Planck membrane. Pop! The mycelial mat has absorbed more than half of the life force from the Northern Cross star, and after considerable effort, has finally nurtured a level 9 star beast spore, which is already its limit. The life force of a Northern Cross star is no longer sufficient to cultivate higher-level star beasts. Nonetheless, Chen Yi feels satisfied with the successful nurturing of a level 9 star beast spore. Wankai. Woof. Wankai promptly devours the spore. Upgrade Task 9 completed Star Beast Option Upgrade Star Beast LV 15 Star Spirit LV 15A Life Form of LV 15 Star Spirit. After ascending 2 levels, Chen Yi's control over star power has now expanded to approximately a radius of 1,000 light-years. A truly astonishing distance. Were the Milky Way still in existence, with merely a thought, Chen Yi could locate all life planets within that radius. But alas, the Milky Way is no more, within the Planck membrane. Chen Yi can also perceive the happenings of the Milky Way. He is certain that should he dare to show himself, he would be in imminent peril that eliminate a newly birthed star spirit. One would not hesitate to annihilate a galaxy with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. How deep is the enmity between this universe and the star spirits? Chen Yi muses. Thus, it is time to complete the main quest, as this task world no longer holds any value for lingering. Shuizhe Star, headquarters of the Federation. The chief has just concluded a meeting and returns to his office, utterly fatigued. Just as he opens the door, he encounters a young man. Chen Yi offers a polite smile. Your Excellency, I wish to discuss a matter with you. And you are? The chief is taken aback that on that day, Chen Yi received special approval from the Federation, exempting him from all assessment processes, directly becoming a star slayer. The instant the special approval was granted, Chen Yi completed the main quest. Main quest phase 4 completed reward. 1,000 points, main quest phase 5. This is the final phase of the task. Please be sure to investigate the origins and truths of the star beasts. Task reward. 3,000 points, main quest phase 5, completed reward. 3,000 points, main quest completion, submit task. Yes, having located the mycelial mat early on. Chen Yi completed the 5th phase of the main quest directly and, upon entering the task submission phase, immediately selected yes. Having experienced the previous task world, Chen Yi is well acquainted with the process. Chen Yi's form flickers and vanishes. Main quest submission, successful upgrade task 10, failed settlement, completed points balance. 7300. In the square of the Guishu space. The cohort of Guishu practitioners who entered the task world with Chen Yi have successfully returned, including the blue-haired Xinggu and Zhou Tong. After traversing through the second task world, the newcomers gradually mature, each acquiring comprehensive equipment and items. Zhou Tong breathes a sigh of relief. We finally made it back alive. Xinggu scans the surroundings and soon spots the few lively characters, relieved to find they have also returned safely. Xinggu, we're back. Come on, Xinggu, let us treat you to a drink. Chen Yi was not present in the square upon his return to the space, so he finds himself in the same spot as before, near the Xiaowu boutique in the commercial district. Woof, as Chen Yi's pet, Wankai is also brought back to the Guishu space, curiously surveying its surroundings, darting around Chen Yi in excitement. It's done. We've hit the jackpot, buddy. The entrance to the Xiaowu boutique is surrounded by a large crowd, animatedly chattering, seemingly engaged in a lottery. Woof, Wankai, drawn by the commotion, squeezes in to join the fun, returning to Chen Yi only when he calls. Let us go, first to identify the equipment in hand. Woof, Wankai quickly follows suit. Chen Yi's greatest gain in the Star Beast world is becoming a star spirit life form, elevating this ability to LV-15, significantly boosting his combat power, but he even fortuitously acquired the ability of a Planck membrane life form, gaining formidable survival capabilities and the ability to traverse the Planck membrane. The combination of both abilities has further enhanced Chen Yi's combat prowess and life tier, placing him among the exceptionally formidable few even among 4th-tier Guishu practitioners. Upon entering the enhancement chamber, Chen Yi first examines the enhancement cost for his 2 abilities, and with a mere glance, he dismisses the idea of enhancing them. Name. Chen Yi tier. First points. 7300 ability, Star Spirit LV-15. Plank Membrane Life Form ability, Star Spirit level, LV-15 description. The favored child of the universe, the sovereign of celestial bodies, inherently possessing the ability to manipulate star power, a tangible manifestation of cosmic energy. Enhancement cost, 500,000 points. Secondary ability, Plank Membrane Life Form level, none description. A cosmic life form capable of freely traversing the Planck membrane, rendering any barriers in three-dimensional space irrelevant to it. With only 2 entries left in the ability enhancement column, the intensity of both abilities is undoubtedly explosive, yet the enhancement cost of 500,000 points per enhancement leaves Chen Yi feeling powerless. Now, let us take a look at Wankai. Star Beast, Wankai type, Pet Tier, 4th level, LV-15 description. A special star beast capable of devouring other beasts and evolving infinitely. Its master can share all of its powers. Enhancement cost, 500,000 points as expected. The enhancement cost for Wankai's Star Spirit ability is identical. However, since Wankai is not a Goeishu practitioner, it has been classified directly into the 4th tier by the space. Wankai rarely engages in combat and has always been a glutton in the Star Beast world. However, its essence remains that of a star beast, with the tyrant serving as the prime example. Its combat prowess is anything but diminished in truth, Wankai is the greatest boon that Chen Yi has garnered in the realm of star beasts. Without the shared strength of Wankai, his growth would not have been as rapid. Moreover, Chen Yi has finally compensated for the regrets he harbored in the zombie world, returning with a fully stocked spatial inventory brimming with abilities and equipment. Within the star beast realm, Chen Yi has eradicated countless star beast spores, yielding an innumerable array of equipment and items, though regrettably, most of them hold little value for him. His very body serves as the most formidable armor and weapon, rendering secondary and tertiary gear unnecessary. He plans to sell these items to procure higher-tier equipment and tools. Without hesitation, he stuffed all the gear and items into the enhancement chamber, which seemed to accept everything as if it were an endless abyss. Soon enough, the appraisal was complete that a total of 154,938 items had been accounted for, with 80 being equipment and 20 classified as items, the vast majority of which were of the 1st and 2nd tiers. With only 517 items belonging to the 3rd tier, his abilities required no appraisal. Factoring in the 5,283 abilities in his spatial inventory, the total haul amounted to an astonishing 160,000, a truly remarkable figure. This was after Chen Yi had discarded the bulk of worthless debris, leaving behind items that, while not rare, were undoubtedly of superior quality. After securing all his possessions, he turned to the boutique of Xiaohua. Welcome! At the counter, a girl with a ponytail greeted him with a sweet smile. Lin Xiaohua instantly recognized Chen Yi, a frequent patron. Handsome, what do you need? She offered to sell equipment, items, and abilities, inviting him to name his price. Very well. Lin Xiaohua was unaware of the weight of Chen Yi's words and cheerfully agreed. But when Chen Yi began to produce the 160,000 items from his spatial inventory, she was instantly taken aback. How many? 160,000 items. Chen Yi's tone remained unflustered, while Lin Xiaohua was utterly astonished, counting and pricing as she muttered, "You Haven Tea just robbed a Legion's warehouse, have you?" Truth be told, it was her first encounter with such a lavish lone wolf in her years of business, leading her to suspect that Chen Yi might have the backing of a powerful legion. After all, how could an ordinary person amass such a trove of equipment? Monsters in the task world were not as common as cabbages, and it was not easy to acquire gear casually. Though her words held truth, they could not withstand the reality that Chen Yi had indeed harvested star beasts as if they were cabbages. In fact, he had diligently cultivated in the star beast realm for decades. After half a day, Lin Xiaohua finally calculated the price, and just gazing at the string of zeros made her scalp tingle. Followed by a gleam in her eyes that if she could close this deal, it would be a windfall. Lin Xiaohua's smile grew sweeter, now tinged with obsequious flattery, as she said to Chen Yi, "Handsome, how about this price? I can offer 1.29 billion for these 160,000 items." Agreed. Chen Yi was indifferent to the minor details. He had some grasp of market prices, and this figure seemed quite reasonable. Not worth quibbling over. However, Lin Xiaohua said, slightly embarrassed, Could you give me some time? I don't have that much cash on hand. Just a little time to gather it. It won't take long. Make it quick. All right. Chen Yi was generally easygoing and did not dwell on trifles. Soon enough, half an hour passed, and Lin Xiaobo managed to scrape together the funds. That makes 1.2 billion, but I'm still short 90 million. How about this? Chen Yi glanced around the boutique and picked up the store's prized possession, a spatial inventory large enough to contain the Milky Way. I'll take this. Deal. Lin Xiaobo readily agreed, happily completing the transaction. Chen Yi shattered the crystal, and a stream of light merged into his body, replacing his original spatial inventory, which then emerged from him, transforming back into a crystal. Item: Spatial Inventory Milky Way Type. Item Tier 5 Description: A spatial inventory vast enough to contain the Milky Way, capable of housing life and living beings. Under certain conditions, one could even forge a personal microcosm within it. Among the 5th tier, this item ranks as top tier. Its value of 90 million is certainly justified. And Chen Yi had intended to upgrade to a larger space. Making this an opportune exchange, he sold his original spatial inventory back to Lin Xiaobo, who handed him a transparent card emblazoned with clear numbers. After deducting the small change, it revealed a total of 1.2 billion. This is the payment. Please keep it safe. Chen Yi accepted the card and examined it, discovering the words anonymized asset card inscribed upon it. Accompanied by the emblem of the United Bank, Lin Xiaobo explained. The United Bank was established by several top legions, and the funds in this card can be spent anywhere within the spatial realm. However, it's an anonymized card, so be careful not to lose it, or it cannot be retrieved. Thank you. The financial system established by the ruins dwellers had endured for countless years, with the top legions providing the best credibility and assurance, leaving little to worry about. Unfortunately, spatial points could not be traded. Otherwise, Chen Yi could have used this wealth to upgrade his abilities extravagantly, as 1.2 billion was undeniably a substantial fortune. Goodbye, and take care. Lin Xiaobo beamed as she bid farewell to the god of wealth. After selling his equipment, Chen Yi retained only a few items, among which were the chapter of Gaia and the heart of the tyrant, alongside the superactive cell obtained from the Star Beast realm. He had also sold the barrier cloak, as this 3rd-tier item had become redundant. Chen Yi intended to scour for better wares elsewhere. Money that remains unspent holds no value, and Chen Yi was acutely aware of his rapid upgrading pace. Deeming it wasteful to invest funds in equipment, he pondered. I wonder if there are any items that can enhance ability levels. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi wandered through the commercial district, exploring everything from shopping malls to street stalls and auction houses, discovering an array of fine goods. The ruined space was a constant hive of activity, with countless task worlds flowing in and out, and a vast array of equipment and items circulating daily. As long as one had the coin, nothing was insurmountable. While he did not find any items to elevate ability levels, he stumbled upon an extraordinary ability that could allow for a direct leap over tiers to vanquish foes. Within the Diamond Mall, the moment Chen Yi presented his asset card, the store manager nearly lost his vision at the sight of the numerous zeros, instantly becoming exceedingly enthusiastic. Esteemed guest, please hold on. Would you care to consider this ability? With that, the eager store manager produced a gem. Ability: Critical Breakthrough Level. None description. Lasting 1 minute. It drains power from the next 30 days, allowing a brief surge to leap into a higher tier, though the highest it can achieve is Tier 6. Otherwise, its value would be far greater. Price: 1 billion. The manager eagerly marketed. This is a rare ability that can transcend into higher tiers. As a survival measure, it is undoubtedly a top-tier asset, destined to be the highlight of any auction. Indeed, this was an exceptional ability. Chen Yi's current combat strength lay within the 4th tier, and utilizing this ability would enable him to breach into the 5th tier, unleashing combat prowess on a galactic scale. Furthermore, as Chen Yi's combat strength ascended to the 5th tier, this ability would yield even greater value. Merely for this reason, it was worth 1 billion, though limited to just 1 minute. It was more than sufficient to a last resort survival ability. A battle that could not be resolved in 1 minute would hold no significance, even if extended to 10. I'll take it. All right. The manager was ecstatic at his response. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Chen Yi mastered this ability as the gem transformed into a stream of light and melded into his being. Ability acquired. Critical breakthrough as an ability that could transcend tiers to gain extraordinary combat strength. Its inability to be upgraded was entirely reasonable. Otherwise, its price would be even higher, something Chen Yi could not afford. Thank you for your patronage. Chen Yi did not rush back to Blue Star. Instead, he leisurely roamed within the spatial realm to unwind, still possessing 200 million and casually searching for worthwhile purchases. As he passed by the arena, Wang Kai came to a halt, captivated by the intense battles displayed on the large screen. Oblivious to the fact that the lollipop in his mouth had fallen to the ground, Chen Yi turned back and inquired, "Would you like to give it a try?" Well then, let us do it." The interior of the arena was quite expansive, resembling a coliseum, with the central area designated for combat, surrounded by tiered spectator seating. Naturally, to ensure fairness, each tier of the ruins returners was assigned their own arena, matching them only with opponents of similar strength, a highly reasonable arrangement. Upon entering the arena, Chen Yi was automatically allocated to the first-tier ruins returner section, and as he stepped into the spectator area, a cacophony of cheers greeted him, filling his ears. Go get him. Slice him up? Let us go. Shaking his head to acclimatize to the raucous atmosphere, Chen Yi opened the interface to match with an opponent. Unlike other areas of the commercial district, the arena was managed by the spatial administration. Soon, Chen Yi found a match. Match successful. Commence combat. In an instant, Chen Yi materialized in the center of a battleground, with the surrounding spectator seats eerily vacant, save for a few individuals waving flags, seemingly acquaintances of his opponent. "Xingge, you got this." Before Chen Yi stood a young man with blue hair, referred to by those lively characters as Xingge. In reality, his name within the ruined space was Xingku. Clad in a somewhat futuristic combat suit, Xingku sported a long knife at his waist, capable of being launched electromagnetically, showcasing a striking and distinctive style. The countdown began. 3-2. Xingku stood poised, his hand resting on the knife's hilt. Faint high-frequency electrical sounds emanating from sheath, emitting a soft blue glow. The moment combat commenced, Xingku drew his long knife. The electromagnetic launch, enabling an astonishingly rapid draw, as blue arcs of electricity flickered around him. Yet, Chen Yi remained motionless, merely calling out, "Wang Kai." Immediately, Wang Kai opened his mouth, unleashing a radiant cross of light that transformed into a massive energy shockwave, engulfing half the arena in an instant, vaporizing everything in its wake. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the spectator area, causing the few flag-waving enthusiasts to widen their eyes in shock, utterly dumbfounded as the dust settled. Half of the combat zone, along with Xingku's figure, vanished without a trace. Soon, the arena returned to its initial state, and Xingku reappeared in the stands. Wang Kai, somewhat disheartened, appeared listless as Chen Yi led him away from the arena, suggesting, "By the way, I wonder if there are any exotic beasts around. How about I buy some for you as snacks?" Wang Kai perked up at this. In the spectator area, Xingku was left in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Essentially, any life form that is not human could be classified as an exotic beast. The concept of battle pets and summoning was quite popular in the space, with numerous shops catering to such needs. The Diamond Legion operated many businesses, and after browsing the Diamond Mall, Chen entered a battle pet store, another property under the Diamond Legion's banner. Typically, abilities cost more than equipment and items, and the price of battle pets surpassed all three. Given their exceedingly low drop rates, the price for first-tier equipment started at 1,000, with higher quality items costing even more. Following this logic, 6th-tier equipment began at the 100 million mark. For example, a critical breakthrough valued at 1 billion had a base price higher than equipment. And coupled with its immense power, its price was extraordinarily steep. Due to the rarity of high-tier battle pets, they were seldom found in the market. Even if they were obtained, Ruins returners tended to cultivate them themselves, as they represented an additional combat strength that significantly boosted their survival chances. The high-tier battle pets generally only appeared at auctions, and when they did, bidding would undoubtedly escalate drastically, unless one was exceptionally fortunate. Finding high-tier battle pets elsewhere was quite challenging. The store owner produced a row of crystal orbs, each containing a battle pet of 4th-tier strength, all of commendable quality. if one were willing to pay a premium for a reservation. The pet stores might be able to procure one or two from within the Legion. However, one must be prepared for the hefty deposit and markup. Chen Yi understood. What is the usual price for a 5th-tier battle pet? The store owner pondered and replied, considering the markup, it starts at 500 million, and the price could multiply several times thereafter, depending on your negotiation with those in the Legion. That price was exorbitantly high. Chen Yi estimated that his entire fortune might not suffice to acquire a single 5th-tier battle pet. This was, of course, reasonable, as 5th tier indicated a combat strength on a galactic scale, and such inflated prices were to be expected. Lacking the energy to focus on this matter, he settled for purchasing 4th-tier battle pets instead at a total of 10 battle pets, disregarding the change, amounted to exactly 200 million. Alright. Chen Yi promptly produced his asset card to pay the 200 million and turned. Tossing the crystal orbs containing the 10 4th-tier battle pets to Wang Kai opened his mouth wide and devoured them all in one go. Oh, by the way, the store owner, having completed the transaction, was about to offer a reminder, but upon witnessing this scene, his words caught his throat. These battle pets, what? The store owner shook his head. Nothing. Good heavens, what a lavish display of wealth at that moment. A surge of power coursed through Chen Yi's body. Enhancement successful. Star Beast LV-16, Star Spirit LV-16, the life form level of the Star Spirit elevated, greatly expanding Chen Yi's control over star power. From a radius of 1,000 light-years to an astonishing 5,000 light-years. Additionally, where once he could only manipulate star power, he now possessed the ability to convert the omnipresent zero-point energy of the vacuum into star power. Like an awakening of innate talent, at this level, Chen Yi naturally acquired this ability without the need for further practice. It was simply an instinct. The so-called zero-point energy can be understood as the idea that a vacuum is not an absolute void, but rather conceals vast energies invisible to the human. EYE.IT is an endless sea of energy, with the capacity to transform zero-point energy into star power, even if the star power from the cosmic expanse were cut off. Chen Yi could still draw from the vacuum as zero-point energy to convert it into star power for his own use. Moreover, he was capable of generating star power in a vacuum devoid of any, and utilizing that star power to create celestial bodies, including black holes. Indeed, Chen Yi was now able to create black holes, albeit limited by his mastery of star power, preventing him from forming overly massive ones. Wang Kai let out a satisfied belch, his cheeks flushed, swaying as if intoxicated, bumping into things as they made their way. Passing by the boutique shop again, a crowd had gathered outside, clamoring noisily. Chen Yi, curious about their commotion, approached the throng. Bingo! Bingo! Alas, what a pity! Pushing his way into the crowd, Chen Yi discovered a machine, about the height of a person, resembling a rugged version of an enhancement pod. With a hiss, a plume of steam erupted, the machine vibrating vigorously as it operated, allowing Chen Yi to glimpse the gears and transmission mechanisms within its steampunk exterior. Chen inquired of a bystander, "What is this machine?" "Oh, this. It seems to be called a lottery machine." The man spoke excitedly, eager to explain. "See that clock-like face on top? Just insert money into the machine, and it will randomly draw a lottery ticket ranging from 1st to 10th tier. Chen Yi was puzzled. What is the use of a lottery ticket? Hey, it's quite useful. Every 10 tickets of the same tier could be exchanged for a higher tier ticket, which can be directly used to upgrade equipment, items, and pets. This is much more effective than an enhancement pod. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up as he observed the mixed expressions of joy and despair on the faces of those currently drawing tickets, realizing the odds of winning were likely not in their favor. Next to him, an older gentleman nodded, saying 10,000 yuan for a chance at a prize draw, and there's always a guarantee of at least one first-tier ticket. You might feel it's a bloodbath to spend 10,000 yuan for a first-tier ticket, especially when first-tier equipment only goes for a few thousand at most. However, if 10,000 yuan could yield second-tier, third-tier, or even fourth-tier and fifth-tier tickets, then it would be quite the fortune. Simply put, it's a gamble of luck. Inevitably, in the end, one is bound to suffer losses. Chen Yi found this endeavor rather intriguing. Yet he was well aware of the inevitable downfall that awaited. "Damn machine," he exclaimed in frustration, feeling as though he had been robbed of his hard-earned money. The older gentleman at the ticket machine, Having drained his last penny, lamented his poor choices while fervently pounding on the machine, his despair reaching its peak. Feeling bored, Chen Yi glanced at the remaining few million in his account and, with a mindset to pass the time, took a seat at the ticket machine. The older gentleman kindly advised, "Brother, money is hard to come by. Don't get carried away." "Sure," Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. After all, it was merely a small leftover amount that he wouldn't miss. He swiped his asset card at the machine, which immediately roared to life, reminiscent of a tractor. The pointer on the dial began to spin with a crisp mechanical sound, completing 2 full rotations before finally settling on the first-tier number. With a hiss of steam, a white first-tier ticket was ejected, and just like that, 10,000 yuan vanished. "Let's go again, buddy," he encouraged himself. Indeed, that was only the first attempt. Perhaps he would hit the jackpot soon. The crowd around him cheered enthusiastically, their voices echoing, yet few dared to step up and truly engage in the game. Chen Yi remained calm and collected, unperturbed. "Let us continue," he thought, as it was merely a small remainder in his balance. The ticket machine continued to rumble, and without batting an eye, he went for another 10 draws, putting in 100,000 yuan this time. White ticket, white ticket, white ticket. Whether the odds were truly that low, or if Chen Yi's luck was just remarkably unfortunate. He drew nothing but first-tier tickets in his 10 attempts. The older gentleman beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. "Wow, brother, you've got something going on," although the odds for higher-tier tickets were slim. It was his first time witnessing someone draw 10 consecutive white tickets. Chen Yi remained unfazed, expressionless as he inserted the 10 white tickets into the redemption slot, which finally spat out a green second-tier ticket after the exchange. Not too shabby, he thought, considering the second-tier ticket as his first victory. That he pressed on, initiating yet another round of 10 draws. This time, the ticket machine granted him a hint of fortune, yielding a green second-tier ticket after a streak of 9 white tickets. I won! I won!" the older gentleman exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he saw the green ticket, while Chen Yi remained indifferent, decisively opting for another round of 10 draws. The machine continued its thunderous clamor. After more than half an hour, Chen Yi had drawn a total of 100 tickets, with the issuance rate for green tickets stabilizing at around 1 in 20. His worst streak had been 20 consecutive white tickets. Fortunately, it was followed by a green double hit, which helped restore the issuance rate for green tickets. The onlookers watched with bated breath. This young man seemed to have plenty of money, yet his luck was truly dismal. Prompting the older gentleman to shake his head in disbelief, Chen Yi exchanged all his white tickets for green ones and then traded 10 second-tier green tickets for 1 third-tier ticket. It was only upon receiving the third-tier ticket that he realized it was blue. The outcome of 1 million yuan yielded him a single third-tier ticket for second-tier tickets and 5 first-tier tickets, an abysmal loss. "Brother, are you going for more?" the older gentleman inquired. Chen Yi said nothing, collecting his tickets as he prepared to leave. "Wang Kai," he called. "Huh." Wang Kai, having made the ticket machine his makeshift massage chair, stirred groggily and hurried to catch up with Chen Yi. Mumbling a few sounds, Chen Yi remarked, "I'm not feeling lucky today. Let's fight another day." Acknowledging his poor fortune, Chen Yi chose to withdraw, although he still had over 2 million left in his account. He had no intention of continuing. It seemed pointless. Was the drop rate truly this low? The older gentleman was puzzled. Having spent the past few days observing, he had not seen such a low drop rate for higher-tier tickets. If it were that low, who would continue playing? After all, people weren't fools who enjoyed giving away their money. Unwilling to accept defeat, the older gentleman took a turn at the machine, and astonishingly, he struck gold with a single draw, receiving a blue ticket. In a way. The other patrons perked up at the sight. In a way. After a leisurely time in the other realm, Chen Yi returned to the Blue Star world. And with his return, time resumed its flow. Having traversed the second task world, Chen Yi's strength had significantly increased. He could obliterate not just stars but the entire solar system. Upon returning, his first order of business was to deal with the extraterrestrial beings on Blue Star. Unlike the loud disturbances caused by telekinesis, he silently leveraged the omnipresent stellar energy to observe the situation across Blue Star. After a brief moment, Chen Yi realized the total count was 1. 247. Based on the energy intensity within these extraterrestrial beings, the strongest among them was scarcely comparable to the female dragon, lacking any explosive star-level combat power. There was no need for concern. With a mere thought, the ocean of stellar energy on Blue Star rippled, transforming into an overwhelming force that surged forth. Boom! Boom! In an instant, all extraterrestrial life forms exploded into clouds of blood mist, unable to react to the insurmountable might that annihilated them completely. There was no distinction made between those who held beacons and those who did not. This cleansing act instantaneously granted Chen Yi a substantial amount of beacon mall points upon returning to the Blue Star world. The beacon mall finally opened, and it was now rapidly refreshing the points information. Points earned, 500 points earned, 1,300 points earned, 2,500 points earned, 30,000 current points balance. For 28,000, among these extraterrestrial beings, over 90% were non-beacon holders. Although beacon holders made up only 1/10, they still numbered over 100. The primary reason was that beacon holders could sense each other's locations, and the appearance of one would typically attract a cluster of others. During the process of cleansing the extraterrestrial beings, Chen Yi stumbled upon a missed target, his face betraying a hint of surprise and intrigue. Beneath a certain ruin, a young boy frantically tugged at his chest. Having just witnessed a red, lizard-like creature emerge from an egg he had found. This creature seemed to possess a premonition of danger, hastily diving into the boy's chest. This act enabled it to escape a dire fate. What is happening? The boy was paralyzed with fear, having clearly seen the lizard burrow into his chest, yet he noticed no wounds. That I won't die, will I? He thought despairingly. Dragon? Chen Yi recognized the creature's appearance, noting its striking resemblance to the female dragon's racial characteristics. Considering this was likely a stroke of fortune for the child, he chose to disregard it. Opening the beacon mall, he perused the items and their prices. Initially unnoticed, Chen Yi now realized that the prices in the beacon mall closely mirrored those within the space. The first-tier items were priced around 1,000, while second-tier items hovered around 10,000, having just indulged in a spending spree of over $1 billion in the space. He was acutely aware of these prices. Based on this, he surmised that the beacon mall must indeed have some connection to the return space, either as a subordinate or as a replica crafted by some existing entity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could these be the creations of the top-tier legions within the space? Chen Yi believes that this possibility is quite substantial. The Goetiu space has anchored itself to the Blue Star world, which implies that Gixuars had previously ventured here to complete the main quest. Only when the main quest is thoroughly accomplished can the task world be anchored by space, and the elite legions undoubtedly have the opportunity to enter this world. Furthermore, any equipment, items, or abilities that emerge from this process are never restricted by space for the Gixuars to bring into any task world, or perhaps they need not bring anything at all, as the top-tier Gixuars are capable of creating a beacon marketplace themselves. This reasoning stands entirely coherent. Chen Yi speculates that his conjectures are likely very close to the truth. However, at the end of the day, it remains merely speculation, devoid of any evidence for substantiation. If that is indeed the case, just how arduous must have been the main quests of those Gixuars back then, necessitating the creation of such a cosmic contraption? Additionally, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of gestures at play. Perhaps someone thought that such antics would render the universe more intriguing, thus concocting a myriad of beacons to incite chaos throughout the cosmos. Amidst his active thoughts, Chen Yi sensed the circumstances within a radius of 5,000 light-years and discovered numerous extraterrestrial civilizations and life-bearing planets. The nearest civilization lies a mere 5.3 light-years away. Suddenly, a wave of crisis washed over him, causing Chen Yi's expression to tighten instantly. He swiftly pinpointed the source of this foreboding sensation, a low-level civilization situated 45 light-years from Blue Star. This primitive civilization had yet to even step into the realm of cosmic space. Having only recently entered the stage of technological explosion at the dawn of the electrical era, through star power perception, Chen Yi effortlessly gleaned all pertinent information, quickly identifying the origin of his unease. In a flash, he utilized star power to teleport to the location the Blue Blood civilization. 45 light-years away, the humans inhabiting this planet bore no distinction in appearance from those of Blue Star. The sole difference was the copper-rich blood coursing through their veins. endowing them with a striking blue hue. Hence, they refer to themselves as blue bloods. Boom, boom. The so-called history of civilization is, in essence, a chronicle of warfare, an eternal theme that no civilization can evade. Cannons roared incessantly, belching smoke as shells fell like rain, mercilessly bombarding an ancient ruin, forcing the troops sheltering within to cower in fear. Commander, the firepower is overwhelming. We can't hold out any longer. We must withstand it. Within the ruins, the commander bellowed hoarsely, "Our artillery support is on its way." In the throes of war, no army concerns itself with the historical value of ruins. Their sole worth lies in providing even the slightest assistance toward victory. Boom! A shell landed nearby, collapsing a wall. Chen Yi appeared like a specter, seemingly unfazed by the relentless bombardment. His gaze fell upon the temple within the ruin, or more precisely, on a crystal embedded atop it, which sparkled with transparency, revealing a swirling, ethereal energy within. Regrettably, a shell struck the temple, sending shards flying that etched a crack into the crystal. Merely the emergence of this crack sent a pang of unease through Chen Yi. He could not fathom the consequences of that crystal shattering. Nevertheless, he vowed to prevent such an occurrence. The energy contained within was formidable, and its detonation would yield disastrous results. This sense of foreboding reached Chen Yi even from 45 light-years away. With a thought, the crystal soared from its recess in the temple and landed in Chen Yi's grasp. The moment he held it, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, Chen Yi listened to the myriad sounds emanating from the temple and the crystal, his eyes widening in astonishment, utterly incredulous. Boom! A shell detonated nearby, causing the commander to stagger, and upon turning to see Chen Yi standing nonchalantly before the temple, he erupted in curses. "Whose soldier is that?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, an invisible force burst forth from Chen Yi, freezing time and space in its wake. Everything came to a standstill. Utilizing his psychic energy, Chen Yi harnessed the energy from the crystal, resulting in the complete stasis of the surrounding space-time. Through this crystal, Chen Yi could not only freeze a certain range of time and space, but also freely manipulate the flow of time within this realm. Thus, the power contained within the crystal was self-evident, temporal energy. With a thought, the surrounding time began to accelerate exponentially, propelling the entire technological and historical progression of the blue blood civilization into rapid development. The conflict before him concluded in an instant, with Chen Yi standing apart from this accelerated time, invisible to all, yet witnessing the evolution and transformation of events that in the blink of an eye. The blue blood civilization transitioned into the information age. This temporal energy was boundless. Its extent of influence depended solely on Chen Yi's control. Given his current prowess, he could freeze or accelerate the time-space within a radius of 5,000 light-years. What extraordinary fortune! The development of the blue blood civilization crystallized in that fleeting moment, and Chen Yi was filled with delight, having unexpectedly stumbled upon such an advantageous boon. Undeniably, this was a divine artifact, a power capable of mastering time and space. No matter how formidable one might be, as long as they could not transcend the temporal realm, they were essentially doomed within a radius of 5,000 light-years when facing Chen Yi. The time-space crystal did not originate from any spatial realm, nor was it an explosive piece of equipment, thus it could not be brought into space or task worlds. However, possessing this object ensured that Chen Yi would not have to overly concern himself with his own life within the Blue Star world. In the stilled time-space, Wang Kai frolic around the area, bouncing up to the ruins and mimicking a rooster's crow toward the sun. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The sound abruptly ceased. Wang Kai and Chen Yi vanished from sight as the still time returned to normal. Throughout it all, the blue blood civilization remained oblivious to the fact that their civilization had been controlled and observed. Returning to Blue Star, Wang Kai shook off several feathers that had mysteriously appeared, resembling a grand rooster, while Chen Yi paid little heed, unaware of what the little creature had consumed. Chen Yi stowed the time-space crystal into his personal space and then used his psychic energy to release the energy contained within the crystal. Surveying the ruins of Blue Star with a temporal energy subsequently surged forth. Not just Blue Star, the entire solar system became enveloped by Chen Yi's temporal energy. Soon after, the time of the entire solar system began to accelerate. As if engaged in a strategic simulation game, the planets revolved swiftly, the environment of Blue Star changing with every passing second, while the remnants of humanity scuttled about like ants, commencing the reconstruction of their homeland. A smile graced Chen Yi's face. He still cherished the vibrant Blue Star. Alas, the temporal energy could only freeze and accelerate time, but not reverse it. Otherwise, Chen Yi would not have to go through such trouble. Nonetheless, this was quite agreeable, as he found pleasure in playing strategic simulation games, existing independently outside the accelerated time-space. Chen Yi gazed down at the accelerated scenes of Blue Star, feeling a sense of amusement, as if he were truly engaged in a game that he recalled how, whenever he played strategic simulation games, he always yearned to intervene freely in the plot, to influence the fate of each character at will. Eager to witness the butterfly effect resulting from his choices and actions. Unfortunately, constrained by the limitations of game scope and technology, his aspirations had never been realized. No game could encompass such vast content and intricate algorithms. Now, this wish seemed to have materialized. Under the control of the temporal energy, during the process of reconstructing Blue Star civilization, he could choose to step in at any moment to assume a role, leaving behind intriguing traces in history. The rate of temporal acceleration could be adjusted. Chen Yi paid little attention to the specific acceleration multiplier content as long as it reached an appropriate level. Initially, Blue Star was strewn with ruins, the extraterrestrial battles having decimated nearly all modern cities, leaving behind a landscape of devastation. As time raced forward, an increasing number of survivors emerged from the debris. With the threat of extraterrestrials eliminated, they began to rebuild their homes. Humanity gradually congregated, forming various settlements, large and small. Although human civilization has been irreparably damaged, fortunately, the remnants of technology prevent an entire restart. 30 years later, a brand new, large-scale modern metropolis rises from the ground, housing hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, marking the dawn of a new stage and era for Blue Star civilization. The inhabitants named this city Shindu. The establishment of Shindu signifies a rapid acceleration in the reconstruction of Blue Star civilization, with a continuous influx of survivors facilitating the city's swift expansion. The restoration of the educational system has nurtured a multitude of talents who traverse the world, excavating ruins to retrieve ancient technologies. In the year 20 of the new era, Shindu's population swells to 3 million, as the ever-expanding architectural landscape gradually transforms Shindu into an urban agglomeration. The inheritance of old-world technology and the development of new technologies coexist within this city. Chen Yi once discovered a survivor base within the ruins, where he met an elderly man researching genetic modification technology. This man, known as Professor Sun, had passed away long before the year 20 of the new era. Yet his research and techniques were inherited by Shindu. The shadow cast by extraterrestrial beings loomed large over humanity, prompting Shindu to extensively research technologies related to them. The disappearance of these extraterrestrials remains a mystery. Yet to prevent humanity from repeating history, it is imperative to master the power to contend against them. Merely a few million individuals lack the strength to develop a formidable space force. However, the achievements left by Professor Sun instilled hope for enhancing human individual capabilities. By the year 50 of the new era, after decades of relentless research, Shindu's biotechnology finally achieved groundbreaking progress. And by this time, the urban agglomeration of Shindu had fully formed, boasting a permanent population of 20 million. It worked. The laboratory erupted in joyous tears as a group of researchers celebrated their success. After years of study, they discovered that many extraterrestrial genes are inherently sensitive to energy, exhibiting exceptional affinity and control, a feat beyond human capacity. To replicate this ability, human genes must be modified, without the capacity to control energy. Carbon-based life forms remain exceedingly fragile, even at the peak of their physical potential. Soon, Shindu conducted its first experiment, granting 50 youths the opportunity for genetic modification. The results were exceedingly successful, and these 50 individuals came to be known as the new humans. heralding a new phase for Blue Star civilization. Witnessing this, Chen Yi felt compelled to participate. This moment undoubtedly marked a significant turning point in an era, rendering it worthy of involvement in an instant. He entered the accelerated time-space of Blue Star, Xindu, Shunwei. In the square, a throng of young people shouted excitedly, rallying for their idol, with the cries for Shunwei being overwhelmingly dominant. Bystanders passing by expressed surprise. Are they rallying again? I reckon those new humans could debut as idols. These fervent fans are utterly obsessed. I even heard some have founded a bizarre religion, proclaiming Shunwei as the chosen one. The birth of the new humans had a profound impact on this era, and many within Xindu were fervent admirers of them, venerating strength, which the new humans epitomized. The first generation of new humans consisted of 50 individuals, each acquiring different powers due to genetic variants after modification. Among them, the strongest, codenamed Shunwei, possessed an extraordinary strength that far surpassed the other 49. The emergence of the new humans indisputably signified the success of genetic modification technology. However, in some respects, they were imperfect and flawed creations. Not only did they exhibit inflated egos and distorted personalities post-enhancement, but their hormone secretion also diverged from the norm, resulting in emotional volatility and uncontrollable outbursts. Ironically, the most powerful among them, Shunwei, epitomized this very type of individual. He was excessively combative, and his actions were difficult to regulate. Meanwhile, within a certain building in Xindu, an explosion erupted with a deafening roar, accompanied by a surge of flames that shattered nearby glass. With the glass at the epicenter melting into liquid, inside the building, a charred corpse lay motionless, utterly devoid of life. Shunwei coldly remarked, "I told you I dislike being ordered around if their essay next time. I'll turn all of you old geezers into charcoal." Casting a glance at the elderly figures on the screen, he scoffed and leaped from the window, engulfed in flames as he soared into the distance. Only after Shunwei departed did the remaining new humans feel a slight sense of relief, but that did not imply they regarded themselves as significantly different from him, faced with tasks assigned by the higher-ups. Their responses were perfunctory. They then nonchalantly exited, showing complete disregard for the authority of Xindu's upper echelons in the corridor. One new human expressed disdain. "Tsh, a bunch of decrepit fools." The 50 new humans were divided into 10 groups, with Shunwei's group nominally consisting of 5, yet no one paid attention to the other 4 members. Shunwei's brilliance overshadowed them to such an extent that the others appeared inconsequential. In light of this situation, the other 4 members of Shunwei's group harbored discontent, yet found themselves powerless to act. As Shunwei's strength eclipsed theirs, Shunwei not only could generate and control intense flames from within, but also possessed an overwhelmingly enhanced physique, exhibiting grotesque levels of defense and recovery. Not to mention, in one-on-one confrontations, no one stood a chance against him. Many doubted that even if the remaining 49 new humans banded together, they could defeat Shunwei. One member of Shunwei's team opened the communication channel. "Shunwei, we are en route to the mission location, and oh need." Shunwei's voice interrupted forcefully, asserting, "I can handle everything alone." With that, he abruptly terminated the communication. "Damn it." The team member seethed with anger, slamming his fist against the wall, causing cracks to spiderweb. "It's always like this." "Ha! Why don't you curse him to his face?" Another teammate chimed in. Forget it, a little leisure isn't so bad." Though they verbally downplayed their frustration, deep down, each team member harbored jealousy or dissatisfaction toward Shunwei, who hogged the limelight, rendering them seemingly worthless by comparison. Within the upper echelons of Xindu, several elderly figures scrutinized the 24-hour surveillance footage of Shunwei's team. The new humans appeared to teeter on the brink of chaos, yet everything remained under control. Shunwei was becoming increasingly difficult to manage, and the personality flaws of the other new humans were becoming more pronounced. This would inevitably lead to significant problems. The first generation is inherently imperfect. Thus, our technology requires further refinement. It might be more accurate to say that their flaws outweigh any value they possess. How is the progress with the second generation of technology? Engineers are currently working on remedies for the personality defects. It's a substantial undertaking, and progress may take time, so patience is essential. What about the cleanup of hostile forces? The remnants of marauders and hostile factions across the continent have been largely dealt with, and the remaining threats are minimal. However, the situation across the ocean remains unclear, necessitating the launch of satellites to gather intelligence. Shindu currently stands as the largest human settlement on Blue Star, equipped with the most advanced technology. However, this does not imply that Shindu dominates the entirety of Blue Star. Outside Shindu, particularly on the land across the ocean, conditions remain uncertain. Even nearby, there exist roving bands of savage marauders. These marauders reject civilization, becoming hopelessly mired in barbarism and bloodshed. Such marauders and the factions they form are the primary targets for the new humans. A crimson flame streaked across the sky. Boom! Chen Yi descended with a ferocious impact, shattering the rubble beneath him into powder, sending tremors rippling through the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet the surroundings were utterly deserted. Where are the marauders? Chen Yi found himself grappling with a sense of betrayal, his countenance darkening as a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting thoughts of eliminating the elders upon his return. Just as he was about to depart, he paused, furrowing his brow at the unexpected appearance of a figure amidst the ruins, one he had been utterly oblivious to until now. While ordinary individuals might overlook such details, Chen Yi, being a new human, prided himself on his heightened senses. Had anyone been present moments ago, he would have detected their breath and heartbeat. Contemplating this, curiosity about the stranger's identity stirred within him, though he felt little cause for concern, for he, like all others in the new city, was aware of his own supremacy. Chen Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed curiously on Chen Yi. Although he could not decipher human thought, he sensed the raw power emanating from within Chen Yi, a volatile chemical energy, despite Chen Yi's self-proclaimed status as a new human. The energy he possessed was fundamentally inferior on a universal scale, lacking both potency and efficiency. Chen Yi was distinctly uncomfortable under Chen Yi's scrutinizing gaze. He was accustomed to being the one who observed, not the one being appraised. Addressing Chen Yi, he declared, "You are a new human, are you not? I do not recall anyone like you among our kind. Furthermore, if you continue to regard me in such a manner, I shall remove your head." In response, Chen Yi simply smiled. "Oh, you may attempt that." With a sudden burst of speed, Chen Yi propelled himself towards Chen Yi, intent on following through with his threat, incensed by Chen Yi's provocation. However, Chen Yi's swiftness surpassed his own. Before Chen Yi could react, he found himself grasped by the head and hoisted aloft. Before he could process the shock, a mere exertion of Chen Yi's grip elicited a long-forgotten sensation of pain. "Ah!" Chen Yi cried out, feeling as though his head might burst. "You are so weak that I lack even the desire to strike you. If I do not teach you a lesson, I fear you shall never truly listen to me." With that, Chen Yi casually tossed Chen Yi to the ground. In a state of disarray, Chen Yi curled up, clutching his head, rolling about for some time before regaining his composure. His eyes bloodshot, he drew back, fear etched across his face, as if distance could afford him some measure of safety. "Who are you, truly?" This encounter marked the first time he had faced an adversary since becoming a new human. No, not an adversary. This individual possessed the power to annihilate him effortlessly. The disbelief weighed heavily on Chen Yi. Was he not the strongest among the new humans? Where had this person emerged from? His fear was laced with profound confusion and rage. His previously inflated confidence made it difficult to accept this stark reality. Chen Yi, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Have you ever played a strategic simulation game? Consider me as a player engaged in a vast strategic development game." What? Chen Yi was baffled, unsure of the relevance to his predicament. Chen elaborated, "In the past, I often played a particular strategy game, wherein even without players, several AI opponents had to be set up to create an engaging experience. Playing alone without competition is rather dull." Chen Yi perceived the acceleration of Blue Star civilization as a game, indulging in a peculiar amusement. However, it was merely a means to extract some enjoyment from this endeavor. He had no intention of providing any substantial assistance to Blue Star civilization, nor would he presume to dictate its development. His greatest interference was to preserve the embers of Blue Star civilization, observing their attempts to rebuild. Generally speaking, he remained an outsider, intersecting with certain individuals only tangentially, witnessing their rise and fall. You, Chen Yi, are another player in this game, apart from me. Shall we make a wager? In my view, your life is destined to conclude in a most tragic manner. Chen Yi's anger flared. He could not abide the notion of his life being toyed with as though it were a game. Yet he fought to suppress his emotions, acutely aware that he was no match for this individual. And if I refuse? In this game, you possess complete autonomy. How you choose to act is of no concern to me. Should your life culminate in glory and splendor, then I shall have lost. As a reward, I would grant you an extended lifespan, perhaps even greater strength. Chen Yi felt a flicker of intrigue, skepticism mingling with curiosity. Do you possess such power? Chen Yi merely countered, what do you think? After all, this wager holds little significance for you. If I indeed have such abilities, why not prove it by winning? I anticipate your performance. Chen Yi watched in disbelief as Chen Yi vanished in a thin air. Like a ghost slipping away without a trace, his fists clenched tightly, breaths coming in rapid succession, his chest heaving. For the first time, he felt the weight of his own vulnerability. The thought of his life being reduced to a mere game incensed him. Chen Yi's dismissive attitude cut deeply into Chen Yi's pride, leaving him to unleash his frustration upon the desolate surroundings. It was not until the ruins were engulfed in flames that Chen Yi regained his composure. A fierce rage and resentment flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. I will twist your head off sooner or later. Many new humans, including Chen Yi, were overly confident in their own powers, underestimating the methods employed by the higher-ups of the new city. In truth, the emergence of new humans was accompanied by a genetically engineered virus specifically designed to counteract them. Should a new human spiral out of control, a fatal end awaited them. From a god's perspective, Chen Yi was well aware of the existence of the new human virus. However, it served merely as a last resort to prevent the new humans from losing control. His skepticism towards Chen Yi stemmed from the glaring flaws of the first generation of new humans. Their personalities, emotions, and even feelings were riddled with fatal shortcomings, even if the new city officials refrained from taking lethal action. Internal conflicts among the new humans would inevitably erupt, leading to a tragic cycle of self-destruction with alarmingly low survival rates. Emerging from the accelerated time-space, Chen Yi observed the rapid development of Blue Star civilization. As a focal point of interest, Chen Yi's actions did not disappoint him. In the year 52 of the new era, Chen Yi unexpectedly overheard his teammates speaking ill of him. Without hesitation, he flew before them, eliminating all 4 members of his team. The commotion drew public attention, causing his reputation to plummet. Subsequently, under the advisement of the new city's higher-ups, he was compelled to confine himself as a form of punishment. He was acutely aware of the importance of his reputation, which led him to comply with their suggestion. Without the cheers of the weak, Chen Yi's fragile pride would struggle to endure. Only through the admiration and obedience of others could he attain a sense of superiority and existence. This was one of his fundamental flaws. Later that year, a discontented new human derided Chen Yi as a mere child incapable of even basic tasks. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi personally snapped the individual's neck. The so-called confinement was merely a fade. Chen Yi simply refrained from undertaking missions. In the year 53 of the new era, the new city fell under attack from a band of savage marauders, resulting in significant damage. In a critical moment, Chen Yi arrived just in time to eliminate the assailants, leading to a surge in his reputation. By the year 55, the new city successfully launched its first satellite, gradually restoring global communication and all-weather surveillance capabilities, gaining insight into events across the ocean. During missions beyond the ocean, Chen Yi achieved remarkable victories, garnering an increasing number of supporters, and his prestige reached its zenith within the new city. This year marked the pinnacle of Chen Yi's ambition and confidence, leading him to entertain thoughts of seizing complete control over the new city, intending to usurp the leadership through force and garner the adoration and reverence of all. He not only contemplated this, but acted upon it, ultimately becoming the first of the first-generation new humans to trigger the genetic virus, narrowly escaping with his life from the high-level conference room. During the meeting, several elderly figures regarded Chen Yi with cold, Emotionless gazes point. One of them spoke in a chilling tone. We can create you, and we can also obliterate you, if you wish to continue proving your worth. Refrain from engaging in meaningless actions. Consider today's events as though they never transpired. Take time to reflect. Then, Chen Yi emerged from the conference room, his expression a mask of suppressed fury, a man whose indignation was palpable yet restrained. The utmost insult to him was the condescension and control exerted by others. This marked the second time he found himself unable to resist. Memories of a certain individual from years past flooded back, igniting his rage further as he felt besieged by relentless torment. In a fit of anger, he swiftly dispatched a newcomer, an act that ignited the fury of the remaining new humans. Chen Yi continued his merciless slaughter of the newcomers, instilling a profound fear within them. However, the limits of tolerance and retreat were soon reached. None could predict who the capricious Chen Yi would target next in his wrath, and the newcomers, long harboring discontent, discreetly conspired to collectively eliminate this threat. At this juncture, Chen Yi had truly become a figure loathed by all. Upon returning to his villa, he violently shattered a table, roaring, "Do not dare treat me with such disdain. Do not command me with that tone." He pounded for what felt like an eternity before finally ceasing. Chen Yi appeared silently by his side, waiting until Chen Yi regained his composure to speak. "I had hoped this game could last a bit longer. It seems I overestimated you." Adrenaline surged through Chen Yi's veins. Although he recognized he was no match for Chen Yi, he felt no fear in that moment. Instead, Chen Yi's mere presence reignited his fury. "It must be you. You are undoubtedly the one scheming against me." Chen Yi seethed. "I have not lost this game. I still have countless days ahead. Who says I am defeated?" Chen Yi, unfazed, found amusement in Chen Yi's tantrum, chuckling. "To demand your surrender at this point lacks persuasion. I shall wait a while longer." "You?" Chen Yi attempted to retort, but his expression changed abruptly as his heightened senses detected the powerful heartbeats surrounding him. A restless energy poised to erupt. The newcomers had encircled his villa, and it was evident they had come to confront him. Realizing this, Chen Yi's expression shifted once more. He gritted his teeth, attributing all blame to Chen Yi, his tone rife with fury and resentment. "You are targeting me." Consumed by rage, Chen Yi irrationally lashed out at Chen Yi, unleashing a formidable inferno that obliterated the villa in an instant. Boom! In the darkness of night, the brilliant flames and deafening explosions resonated like thunder, a tempest of shockwaves and heat engulfing the newcomers, leaving them breathless. Undeniably, Chen Yi was the most powerful among the first generation of newcomers. Had it not been for their collective effort, none would have dared confront him. A figure emerged from the flames, and as Chen Yi beheld the unscathed Chen Yi, he instinctively recoiled. Glancing at the encroaching newcomers, he hastily pointed at Chen Yi. "You have arrived just in time. It is him. He is the one scheming against me, against us. If we strike together, we can surely take him down." One of the newcomers, a young man, acted decisively, his form flashing before Chen Yi as he unleashed a solid punch that rippled through the air, landing squarely on Chen Yi's face. Thud! Yet aside from a dull thud and a slight stagger, it inflicted little effective damage, and Chen Yi effortlessly hurled the youth aside. He continued to point at Chen Yi, bellowing, "I know you harbor animosity towards me. But now is not the time for such matters. Can you not see that man? He is the one inciting you against me." In reality, the rest of the newcomers saw no one at the location Chen Yi indicated. They remained silent before resolutely attacking him. Chen Yi merely observed. Faced with the onslaught, Chen Yi was compelled to retaliate, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Yi, shouting, "Open your eyes. He is the true culprit." Alas, this was merely Chen Yi's feeble attempt to evade responsibility, a falsehood. Throughout, Chen Yi had influenced neither him nor anyone else. He was merely a player, albeit a principled one. Chen Yi's current state of loathing was entirely of his own making. Boom! The fierce battle raged through the night for half an hour. In the end, 20 newcomers perished at Chen Yi's hands, while others were either severely injured or fled in terror. Likewise, Chen Yi was far from unscathed. This marked his first significant defeat since becoming a newcomer. His energy nearly depleted, his wounds preventing swift healing, leaving him in a battered and bloodied state. The battlefield had transformed into a sea of flames. And Chen Yi leisurely approached Chen Wei, inquiring, "Given the current circumstances, what do you believe your chances of survival are?" "I have not lost. It must be you who is scheming against me," Chen Wei muttered stubbornly. Clinging to his denial, "I have not lost. I am still in the game." Chen Yi dismissed Chen Wei's obstinacy, casting a glance at the returning newcomers, and asked, "You must be out of strength by now, correct?" Chen Wei continued to repeat his claims of innocence until the returning newcomers pierced his skull. Energy drained, the once invulnerable Chen Wei now resembled an ordinary man, and after a brief struggle, he met a humiliating and ignoble end. "I have not lost," his voice faded, and Chen Wei finally fell silent. The first round of the game concluding with the demise of the opposing player, thus marking Chen Yi's victory. Time accelerated onward. The internal conflict among the newcomers culminated in Chen Wei's death, resulting in significant losses for 50 newcomers, as the first generation gradually exited the historical stage of Blue Star. In the 60th year of the new era, the genetic modification technology in Xindu experienced a second historic breakthrough, giving rise to the second generation of newcomers, elevating the individual strength of Blue Star's humanity to unprecedented heights. The first generation's energy source was chemical energy, requiring continuous consumption of a specialized food to release substantial energy during digestion. The second generation, however, achieved a qualitative leap. Xindu not only resolved the character and emotional defects of the first generation's genetic modification, but also endowed the second generation with a more efficient and expansive energy release capability: nuclear energy. The second generation no longer required specialized food. They could simply breathe in sufficient reactive materials from the air, triggering violent reactions within their bodies to unleash vast amounts of nuclear energy. Theoretically, the second-generation newcomers were never fatigued. As long as their spirits remained, they could fight indefinitely, their energy inexhaustible. Furthermore, devoid of emotional and character flaws, they exhibited greater calmness and rationality, achieving unprecedented stability, truly the epitome of a perfect new human. Considering the overwhelming power of the second generation, Xindu ultimately selected only 10 individuals for the experiment, all of whom succeeded post-experiment. The second-generation newcomers required education to prevent the development of twisted psyches and personalities during their growth, a lesson learned from the first generation. In the 70th year of the new era, at the Central Library of Xindu, a young man with short black hair observed footage captured by hidden cameras, lost in contemplation, with Chen Wei truly losing his mind. Or had he genuinely seen something? Following Chen Wei's death, Xindu had investigated his peculiar actions and statements, but regrettably, they found no evidence of any contact with others. The young man, known simply as Hui, differed from the first generation. The second-generation newcomers each possessed their own names. Hui embodied humanity's aspirations, a beacon of hope as the harbinger of human civilization. As a newcomer, his code name was Son of Light. Hui's status among the second generation mirrored that of Chen Wei in the first. He was the strongest among them. Yet he was more rational, composed, and self-controlled, almost gentle, embodying a perfection that seemed beyond mere humanity. "Are you still watching this?" A friend glanced at Hui's tablet, shaking his head and saying, "I understand that you care deeply about this matter, but it is truly unnecessary. Chen Wei is merely acting out of madness." However, at that very moment, Chen Yi sat directly opposite him, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing up at Hui. "How are your considerations coming along?" Despite being right in front of them, others seemed utterly oblivious to Chen Yi's presence, as if he were non-existent in their eyes. Hui understood then. "In this game, I am the second opponent you have chosen, am I not?" In response to Hui's inquiry, Chen Yi showed no hesitation. "Indeed." "Why?" Hui was perplexed. "What value or significance does such a game hold for you?" Chen Yi pondered for a moment before replying. "I am an observer and, simultaneously, a witness. The journey of civilization is exceedingly lengthy. One must derive some enjoyment from it." Witness, the journey of civilization. These simple phrases rendered Hui particularly solemn, revealing that this individual's power surpassed his imagination, placing him on an entirely different plane. "Why choose Blue Star?" We instinctively assumed that someone as formidable as Chen Yi could not possibly be from Blue Star. He must either be an extraterrestrial or a being of a higher order, hence his confusion. After all, Blue Star has a history of alien invasions, although the records of that era are rather vague. Research indicates that those non-human genetic life forms indeed originated from the cosmos. Chen Yi offered no reply. The reason was simple. He was indeed from Blue Star, but he intentionally concealed his identity and origins. He redirected the conversation. The conditions for victory are straightforward. If you can lead Blue Star civilization into a new phase and successfully migrate into outer space, I shall consider you the victor of this game. Sensing Chen Yi's unwillingness to address his doubts, we refrained from being obtuse and straightforwardly retorted, "You want to secretly impede my progress, will you?" "I shall not," Chen Yi patiently explained. "Shen Wei is merely shirking his responsibilities. Fabricating lies to deceive himself. I adhere strictly to the rules I have established. That is reassuring that I look forward to your performance." Immediately, Chen Yi vanished into thin air, and the book fell onto the table, startling those nearby, who were bewildered by its sudden appearance. We picked up the book and returned it to the shelf. Throughout the encounter, he remained remarkably composed, far surpassing Shen Wei's demeanor during their first meeting. On the way back, we inquired of his companions, if there were a deity on Blue Star, what thoughts would you have? A deity? One of them shook his head. Blue Star no longer needs deities. Chen Yi repeatedly asserted that he was merely an observer and a witness. Yet from the perspective of the Blue Star inhabitants, he undoubtedly resembled a deity. Huey's understanding was not misguided, just as Chen Yi observed. Hui truly was a new human who entirely surpassed Shen Wei, embodying perfection in every sense as a new human. He was not intoxicated by absolute power. In fact, few had witnessed him resort to brute force. For the most part, he dedicated his time to learning. His brilliance manifested equally in intellect. Regardless of discipline or field, he could swiftly grasp vast amounts of knowledge and then delve into profound study. Chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, philosophy, literature. There was no domain in which he was not proficient, including politics. That in the year 80 of the new era, we made significant contributions in the fields of biology, physics, chemistry, and material science, particularly in manned aviation. He propelled the era forward almost single-handedly. That same year, he ventured into politics, running for the leadership of the new capital. Faced with such a flawless human leader, the higher-ups of the new capital wisely imposed no resistance, allowing him to ascend as the new leader with absolute advantage. We thoroughly embodied the mission and responsibility of the new human. From that year onward, Blue Star civilization entered a period of accelerated development. In the year 90 of the new era, Blue Star civilization achieved complete unification, restoring the order of civilization, and the efficiency of human communication and knowledge transmission increased dramatically, following the reconstruction of the satellite network. Significant successes were achieved in manned spaceflight and lunar exploration, leading humanity to embark on Mars exploration and subsequent immigration plans. That in the year 120 of the new era, a spaceship carrying 5,000 humans departed from Blue Star, heading towards Mars, completing the exploration phase and transitioning into the immigration stage. That in the year 140 of the new era, after 2 decades of construction, the Mars immigration base was completed. Now, over 100,000 humans thrive on Mars, with rapid expansion underway. That year, Hui was 90 years old, as a new human. His lifespan exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, his physical condition had inevitably begun to decline. That same year, Hui resigned from his position as leader of the new capital, the leader of Blue Star civilization. His lifetime achievements were undoubtedly monumental and resplendent. When Chen Yi met him again, Huey's appearance had remained largely unchanged from years past, but his demeanor, honed through years of experience, was markedly seasoned and composed, clad in black trousers and a white shirt, with sleeves rolled up and neatly styled short hair. He stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the electromagnetic cannon launching the space capsule in a low Earth orbit. "How do you find my performance?" Chen Yi conceded defeat decisively. "This round goes to you." "In truth, I do not quite understand. This game should have been a certain victory for me. Your perspective must be more comprehensive. Why choose me?" One cannot play a game with fear of losing. Chen Yi continued, and I firmly believe in humanity's potential 8 times. I even wager with myself. This does not necessarily result in complete loss for me. Hearing this, Hui smiled brightly, then removed his tie, and a radiant light burst forth from him as his internal nuclear energy surged wildly. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, as a reward for his victory. Let us forego other prizes. How about a duel, a life-and-death struggle where only one shall survive? For the first time in 90 years. Huey's fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. As you wish, Chen Yi readily agreed. But this is utterly meaningless. It holds great significance. Boom! A searing light erupted, and Hui melted the ruins into molten lava, transforming into a streak of brilliance that tore through the air. Producing a deafening roar, with unwavering determination in his eyes, he proclaimed, humanity does not require deities. He had waited 70 years for this battle, during which the genetic modification technology in the new capital had advanced to the 4th generation. After undergoing the 4th generation genetic modification, Huey's strength was significantly amplified compared to before. Considering the decline in his physical capabilities, he had been eager to resign from his leadership position. He firmly believed that the humans of Blue Star no longer required deities. Willing to stake his life for this conviction, his final contribution of meaning and value to human civilization. Amidst the blazing light, the surging nuclear energy was entirely repelled. It was as if an invisible barrier isolated all energy, preventing it from touching Chen Yi in the slightest. As an opponent, you may be weak, but as a human, you deserve my respect. Since this is your request, I shall not hold back. That is splendid. Huey's smile radiated as brilliantly as his luminescence, burning with a fierce energy as he prepared to unleash his full strength upon Chen Yi. The 4th generation genetic modification technology had transformed Hui into a true child of light, enabling him to maximize the nuclear energy within him. The explosive power cascaded like a mountain collapsing into a tsunami, effortlessly obliterating a city, with the energy unleashed equivalent to a staggering 50 megatons of TNT. A child of light indeed, he had imagined countless times how powerful Chen Yi could be. Yet, having never fought him, he could not fathom the true extent of Chen Yi's strength. He knew Chen Yi likely possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan. But his combat prowess remained a mystery. Could he destroy continental plates? Could he annihilate Blue Star? In truth, Chen Yi's strength far exceeded Huey's imagination. A dazzling radiance erupted upon the Earth's surface, akin to the sun plummeting to the ground. An inexhaustible energy converging upon Huey's fist, yet failing to encroach upon Chen Yi in the slightest. Though merely a few meters separated them, it felt as though a galaxy lay between them. As the released nuclear energy surged forth, the tidal wave of energy that Hui had raised was effortlessly swept back by an even greater force. Boom! The retaliatory nuclear energy instantaneously left Hui battered and bruised, its immense power carving a canyon over 100 kilometers long into the ground. The very earth trembled violently. Chen Yi had remarkably restrained his power. Otherwise, the Blue Star would not withstand his might. He remained stationary, having made no move, yet a mere thought was enough to severely wound the canyon's end as seawater rushed in. Huey's form slowly ascended, his battered body swiftly healing under the influence of nuclear energy. Confronted with that despair-inducing figure, he optimistically waved his hand. We are clearly not on the same level. But even so, this battle is still meaningful. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, darting once more towards Chen Yi. This time, Chen Yi preemptively struck, extending his hand to gently stir the air. Instantly, a ripple of energy radiated from the sea of stellar power, and Hui, unaware, was caught in its instantaneous grasp. His rapid form abruptly halted mid-air. His shattered body crumbled like glass, the nuclear energy within spiraling out of control, rapidly annihilating his form and emitting a blinding radiance. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged. The gap is just too vast. Chen Yi appeared before him, inquiring, "Are you satisfied?" "Ha! Satisfied indeed." Hui remained unfazed by the defeat in battle, his form gradually disintegrating under the ferocious nuclear energy. He cast one last glance towards Mars and space. smiling at Chen Yi as he remarked, "All in all, I've done quite well in this lifetime." Chen Yi held Hui in high regard. "You are a great leader." Boom! An endless brilliance erupted, and Huey's body was reduced to fundamental particles in this nuclear explosion. Scattering across the lands and oceans of the blue star amidst the explosive winds, to the age of 90. Chen leaped out of the accelerated timeline, retracting the temporal energy enveloping the entire solar system back into the time crystal, causing the flow of time within the solar system to return to normal. Having returned to the blue star world for nearly a month, the third mission in the void space was about to commence. Before entering the space, Chen Yi swept through 100 light-years, exterminating any beacon holders he encountered. The beacon marketplace was abuzz with refreshes, points acquired, 1,000, 5,000, 20,000, 80,000 within a radius of 5,000 light-years. There were no opponents for Chen Yi, rendering the use of the time crystal unnecessary. The power of the stellar spirits alone sufficed to sweep away all life forms. However, the sensing ability among beacon holders did not enhance with one's perceptual capacity. Chen Yi confirmed that he could only sense beacon holders within 5 light-years. Thus, the extermination of beacon holders was labor-intensive. Although there were not many beacon holders, the civilizations and life forms in the universe were exceedingly numerous. Consequently, merely sweeping through the beacon holders within 100 light-years yielded him a substantial amount of points, sufficient for him to purchase something. Chen Yi opened the beacon marketplace. Points balance, 1.2 million. Item, resurgence of stellar spirits. Type, informational. Description, stellar spirits not only possess the innate ability to control stellar energy, but also possess formidable psychic abilities. Given their unique life form, resurrection after death is not a daunting task. Price, 1 million. This informational item exclusive to stellar spirits was something Chen Yi had kept in mind upon discovering it, and now was the perfect moment to acquire it. The price of 1 million points corresponded to the level of top-tier 4th-grade equipment. Considering the value of this technique, the price was reasonable. Consuming 1 million points, purchase successful. Resurgence of stellar spirits. Points balance, 200,000. Upon successful purchase, a surge of information immediately filled Chen Yi's mind, allowing him to master the method of utilizing stellar spirit powers to achieve resurrection. Stellar spirits are peculiar life forms composed of stellar energy and psychic power. Even when reduced to fundamental particles, their consciousness can still cling to the dissipating psychic energy. Given a little time, they can gather stellar energy to reconstruct a body to harbor their consciousness, thus achieving resurrection. After the purchase, Chen Yi naturally grasped this technique. Prior to this, his self-awareness had not been profound. He now realized that it was not the brain that housed his consciousness, but rather the psychic energy. Subsequently, he effortlessly attached his consciousness to his psychic energy, acquiring the ability to resurrect through the life form of a stellar spirit. However, this technique was not without its flaws. Should an enemy become aware of his resurrection capability and mastery over psychic energy, it could prove perilous. They might detect Chen Yi's consciousness clinging to the dissipating psychic energy, thereby utterly obliterating his awareness. Nothing is ever a one-time solution, which is why Chen Yi needed to continuously grow stronger. He only hoped that this resurrection technique could provide him with ample means of survival at this stage. He did not wish for more. To be frank, Chen Yi was not solely a stellar spirit life form. He was also a plank membrane life form. His current body was entirely composed of unknown substances, stronger than that of a stellar spirit. As long as his energy did not deplete, his defenses were virtually limitless, making it no easy feat to eliminate him. If one cannot defeat him, can they not flee? This is not merely a matter of strength. The disparity in life forms stands before them. Even if the opponent could unleash the power of a galaxy, what of it? Chen Yi could still evade into the plank membrane. Unless the adversary was extraordinarily powerful, encountering such a foe could only be deemed misfortune for oneself, and there would be nothing Chen Yi could do. Subsequently, he entered the void space, where time in the blue star universe ceased to flow. Soon, when the 30-day countdown concluded, a space interface appeared before Chen Yi and the other returnees of the same batch, displaying the details of this mission. Mission type: anchoring mission. Mission difficulty: first tier. This was already Chen Yi's 3rd anchoring mission. Upon completing this task, he would be required to participate in an advanced mission, at which point his mission difficulty would escalate to the second tier. However, this held little impact for Chen Yi, as his strength exceeded the current tier by a wide margin. With a flicker, Chen Yi vanished, only to reappear on a street, clad in a set of old-fashioned black attire. Ding Ling Ling, a middle-aged man, also garbed in black, rode past on a bicycle. He surveyed his surroundings, utilizing his stellar power perception to grasp the historical context of this mission world. It appeared to be the early Electric Age. The interface popped up, Mainline Mission Phase 1. This world is under siege from an unknown force. Please ascertain the nature of this force as swiftly as possible. Mission reward, 300 points. Mission begins. Name, Chen Yi tier. First tier. Points, 7,300. Abilities. Stellar Spirit LV-16. Planck Life Form, Critical Breakthrough. Items, Portable Space Galaxy, Chapter of Gaia, Heart of Tyrant, Superactive Cells. Within the portable space, there was indeed a time crystal. However, it was not a spatial item, and thus could not be taken into the space or mission world. Chen Yi waited for a while, and the interface continued to refresh information. Target terminal detected. Plugin installation in progress. Installation complete. Random upgrade options available. Random option, Super Eruption. Super Eruption option loaded. Once the plugin was loaded, a flood of information surged into Chen Yi's mind, and he instinctively mastered the ability named Super Eruption. Ability, Super Eruption. Level, LV1. Description. Concentrating all power enables an instantaneous eruption of a powerful strike with 5 times the might. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. With this ability, he could unleash terrifying power far exceeding his full strength in an instant. Should the critical breakthrough be further compounded, the resultant power would be beyond the realm of imagination. Moreover, this is merely the prowess at level 1. As it continues to ascend, the extent of its might remains uncertain. Chen Yi harbors a fondness for this forthright and intuitively data-driven ability, following a random selection. The upgrade tasks began to refresh consecutively. Upgrade Task 1. Delve into the negative energy domain 10. Elevate the super burst option by 1 level. Upgrade Task 2. Delve into the negative energy domain 20. Elevate the super burst option by 1 level. Upgrade Task 3. Delve into the negative energy domain 30. Elevate the super burst option by 1 level. In total, there are 10 upgrade tasks. The negative energy domain. After organizing the clues pertaining to the main storyline and upgrade tasks, Chen Yi crystallized his forthcoming objective to uncover the unknown force that has invaded this world. Furthermore, he sought to comprehend the nature of this so-called negative energy domain. While he understood the concept of negative energy, whether his comprehension was accurate remained to be seen. Having utilized his stellar perception to survey the state of this planet, Chen Yi swiftly discerned the presence of the unknown force that had intruded upon this world. It was glaringly evident, sir. Would you like a newspaper? A newsboy, burdened with a cloth bag, held out a newspaper, his face marked by a deep black blemish reminiscent of a birthmark. Just one, please. Thank you, sir. Chen Yi retrieved 2 dimes from his pocket to purchase a newspaper, his gaze sweeping across the street. Not only the newsboy, but others also bore similar black marks. This was not a birthmark. While an ordinary person might perceive this as a form of affliction, Chen Yi, being highly sensitive to energy, recognized this black mark as a manifestation of energy that was eroding the human body. It was likely a form of stellar energy. Most probably, this was the unknown force alluded to in the main storyline. Chen Yi refrained from pursuing investigations immediately. Having just entered this task world, time was still ample, but he needed to acclimate himself to the environment of this world and contemplate how best to maximize his benefits moving forward. 2 passers-by strolled past Chen Yi, their faces laden with worry as they glanced at the newspaper in hand. Who knows how long this war will drag on? Who knows? It's been nearly a century. I believe it, as Chen Yi unfolded the newspaper. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Bitter battle, the Alliance and the Kingdom engage in fierce combat along the Green River, both sides suffering losses exceeding 1,000. This planet is home to hundreds of nations, both great and small, with the 3 most powerful, economically and militarily, being the Alliance, the Kingdom, and the United States. Geographically, these 3 nations form an inverted triangle. The territories of the Alliance and the kingdom stretch from the Arctic to the equator. Their lands closely intertwined in a perpetual standoff. The United States lies to the south of the equator, with the territories of the three nations intermingling. For centuries, disputes and intense skirmishes have been ceaseless. Thus, this conflict is referred to as the 100-Year War. With the progression of time, the world has transitioned from the steam age to the electric age. The relentless advancement of firearms has resulted in increasingly grievous casualties among the three factions, with tensions escalating to unprecedented levels, rendering mediation virtually impossible. If this trajectory continues, a world war is merely a matter of time. Present. Chen Yi is an ordinary citizen of the Alliance, AS for his identity. He retrieved a teacher's certificate from his pocket, which stated that he was a physics teacher at a certain secondary school. In a corner, Wang Kai stealthily peeked out. It seemed ill-suited for it to appear openly in human society, and thus it had to remain hidden. One day later, Chen Yi visited an orphanage that housed children abandoned due to the black marks. Such circumstances are alarmingly common in this world. The director of the orphanage informed Chen Yi, "This black mark is not a birthmark. It is a disease, an incurable one that once the black mark appears, it signifies a waiting game for death, which is why many such children are forsaken. Individuals of any age can be afflicted by this black mark disease. Once it manifests, it gradually spreads throughout the body over time, leading to a continuous decline in bodily functions until they cease entirely. The rate of deterioration varies from person to person. Some can endure for decades, while others may succumb within mere months." The director continued, "Adults, even when afflicted, can still support themselves. However, children merely become burdens to their families. We can only extend whatever assistance we can to these abandoned children. Leah, come here." With that, the director beckoned a little girl with golden hair and black eyes. The girl, sporting golden locks, bore features that leaned towards the aesthetic of the Alliance, appearing to be of mixed heritage between the Alliance and the Kingdom. "Director, what is it?" Leah approached the two, her delicate face marked by a teardrop-shaped black spot, which could easily be mistaken for a beauty mark if not closely observed. "Sir, Leah is the most well-behaved child we have here. Moreover, the black mark disease has not significantly impacted her health. She remains quite healthy." Leah quickly grasped the situation. Someone was looking to adopt a child. Upon realizing this, she eagerly nodded, her sparkling eyes exuding cuteness. "Sir, Leah is very healthy right now." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi offered a gentle smile, stroking Leah's golden hair while simultaneously focusing on the black mark upon her, delving deep into this energy to uncover its origins. In an instant, Chen Yi perceived an expansive sea of energy, which starkly contrasted with their world. This was a realm replete with anti-energy. Indeed, it was antimatter energy. The material world comprises a substantial amount of positive matter, while antimatter possesses charges that are entirely opposite to those of positive matter. When the two collide, annihilation occurs, releasing vast amounts of energy. This phenomenon is a more efficient form of energy release than both fission and fusion. The energy release efficiency of fusion is several times that of fission, while annihilation boasts an efficiency surpassing fusion by 100-fold. That moment, Chen Yi understood that, although the concept of negative energy diverged slightly from his comprehension, anti-energy is indeed sometimes referred to as negative energy. Thus, this must be what is referred to as the negative energy domain. At this juncture, information refreshed on the interface. Main task phase 1 complete points earned. 300 main task phase 2. The invasion of the negative energy domain has brought about the black mark disease, but it seems to have introduced other elements as well. Please investigate further. Task reward: 2,000 points. Ultimately, the black mark disease is a consequence of negative energy eroding the human body. No medical treatment can resolve the issue. The patient is akin to a ship with a breach. Negative energy continually seeps into the hull, and unless this breach is sealed, the problem cannot be thoroughly remedied. When elevated to a global scale, this world resembles a massive vessel, with each individual afflicted by the black mark disease representing a hole in this grand ship. Under the infiltration of the negative energy domain, the world is already riddled with holes. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the world is obliterated by negative energy. Given the technological level of this planet, they remain oblivious to the essence of the black mark disease. let alone the capacity to resolve the issue of the negative energy domain comprehensively. This universe harbors a plethora of antimatter, including stars and galaxies composed entirely of antimatter. Perhaps the root of the negative energy domain lies within these antimatter stars and galaxies. Or perhaps the negative energy domain is an entirely different universe altogether. Chen Yi did not wish to delve further into this. Having ascertained the location of the negative energy domain, the subsequent tasks would be more manageable. He indeed encountered resistance as he ventured deeper into the negative energy domain. The further he delved, the greater the resistance became. It was apparent that penetrating the negative energy domain was no simple feat. Otherwise, why would the upgrade tasks be divided into 10 stages based on the depth of penetration? When his perception could no longer continue its descent, Chen Yi withdrew from the negative energy domain. Having failed to complete the first upgrade task, which indicated that his depth of penetration was insufficient, with a warm smile, Chen Yi squatted down to ask Leah, if I were to adopt you, allowing you to attend school like the other children, would you be willing? Absolutely, Leah responded eagerly, nodding enthusiastically. The conditions of the orphanage were far from ideal, and the children yearned to be adopted. Having a home was already a great blessing, and the prospect of attending school felt like a dream come true. Director, could you assist me in processing the paperwork? Of course, please hold on a moment. The dean displayed a benevolent smile as he took Leah's small hand to complete the adoption formalities. Simultaneously addressing several matters that she needed to be mindful of, the prospect of kind-hearted individuals coming forward to adopt these children filled the dean with immense joy. As a teacher, Chen Yi held a commendable position within the Alliance's societal hierarchy. Consequently, the procedures were completed with ease, and he successfully adopted Leah. Utilizing the omnipresent star power, Chen Yi was constantly attuned to the events unfolding on this planet, keeping a vigilant eye on the developments of the second phase of the main quest. He would immediately notice anything related to the realm of negative energy. Beyond that, his focus was directed towards how to delve deeper into the negative energy domain. As half a month passed, the second phase of the main quest remained elusive. However, progress had been made in the study of the negative energy realm. Uncle, Leah is back. Leah's golden hair gleamed brilliantly in the twilight as she exuberantly pushed open the door to her home, indicating that she had a delightful day at school. All right, go ahead and eat, but remember to wash your hands. Okay. The dim white light illuminated the room, and after finishing her dinner, Leah obediently leaned over the table to do her homework, while Chen Yi swiftly flipped through the pages of a book. In no time, he had perused every book on the shelf. His formidable psychic energy endowed him with an astonishing capacity for information absorption. In short, Chen Yi possessed a photographic memory, his mind akin to a computer. The difficulty in progressing deeper into the negative energy realm was not hard to discern. As a star spirit, controlling energy was both his talent and instinct. Negative energy, being a form of star power, could even be extracted directly from the negative energy domain for his own use. The issue lay in efficiency. It seemed that layers of barriers separated the negative energy realm from this world, with each barrier acting as a filter, significantly curtailing the flow of negative energy. The so-called layers of barriers were merely a figurative expression, yet the resistance was indeed tangible. To extract energy from the negative energy realm more efficiently, one would need to break through this resistance and delve deeper into the negative energy domain, which was the crux of the upgrade task. Over the past few days, Chen Yi had experimented with numerous methods, ultimately distilling the complex process of energy extraction from the negative energy realm into a mathematical equation. That he named this equation the depth equation of the negative energy realm, akin to the mass energy equivalence formula in nuclear physics. Once the result of the equation was determined, more efficient methods of energy extraction could be derived, allowing for deeper exploration into the negative energy domain. This was an equation requiring continual derivation, and the progression from a depth of 1 to 100 could prove to be a rather protracted endeavor. At present, Chen Yi could only derive a depth of 5, although this result still did not enable him to breach a depth of 10 in the negative energy realm. He was fortunate to have found a clear method. He was acutely aware that the derivation of the depth equation could not be accomplished solely by his efforts. The computational power of supercomputers far surpassed the combined intellect of humanity. However, a supercomputer did not equate to the totality of human wisdom. Contemplating this, Chen Yi devised a plan. He would once again operate from the shadows as a puppet master and grand antagonist in this world. Since the derivation of the depth equation necessitated a considerable investment of intellect, he would publicly disclose the equation to all of humanity, inviting their collective assistance in its derivation. He would simply acquire the results. Yet, one might wonder why humanity would assist him in deriving this equation without cause. Only by establishing a connection between the equation and the broader human experience would they take it seriously and invest their energy into it. With Chen Yi's capabilities, he could effortlessly extract energy from the negative energy realm. If he could empower the people of this world to do the same and channel that capability into warfare, it was likely that nations would fervently pursue the derivation of the depth equation for their own security. Once other nations made further progress, Chen Yi would then reap the rewards. Such a strategy undoubtedly possessed a high degree of feasibility. In truth, Chen Yi could easily exert absolute control over the entire planet or even all civilizations within thousands of light years. However, that would be overly conspicuous. Who knows what secrets might lurk within this world? To say nothing of the fact that, to this day, Chen Yi remained unaware of what other phenomena the negative energy realm might have brought forth beyond the blight of black spot disease. If it were to harbor advanced life forms, that would be a different story altogether. His inherently cautious nature favored a more discreet approach. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the year 805, Liao was 12 years old, having just graduated from elementary school and officially entered middle school. After 5 years, Chen Yi still had no leads on the second phase of the main quest. If he were in such a predicament, it was reasonable to assume that other returners within the same task world were facing an even more time-consuming endeavor. In the same year, Chen Yi published his research and theories in a scientific journal as a physics teacher, with the content explicitly addressing black spot disease and the negative energy realm. He openly introduced the concept of the negative energy realm, citing his research over the years to substantiate its existence. This move was deliberately intended to provoke a response from nations worldwide, laying the groundwork for the subsequent release of energy from the negative energy realm and escalating conflict. After years of effort, Chen Yi finally derived the depth equation to a depth of 10, successfully completing his first upgrade task. Upgrade Task 1. Complete Superburst Option. Upgrade Superburst. LV2 upon elevating to LV2. The power of a full-force strike increased from 5-fold to 10-fold, a substantial enhancement that left Chen immensely satisfied. The next step was merely to wait for the fish to take the bait. Chen Yi waited patiently. In just half a month, his published research swept through the alliance like a hurricane, rapidly disseminating across various nations. After all, the revelations were astonishing. Black spot disease was not merely an ailment, but a harbinger of an infinite energy realm. Such claims sounded like the fantasies of a madman, yet the research was grounded in logic, rendering it irrefutable. Before long, Chen Yi's work captured the attention of high-ranking officials within the alliance. The director of the Alliance Scientific Research Institute set down the magazine in hand. A young major in military uniform nearby inquired, "Director, I'm not well-versed in scientific matters, so I'll be blunt. Can we trust the research presented here?" The director simply replied, "We must take time to verify its authenticity." The young major pressed on, "If such an infinite energy realm truly exists, could it enhance the military strength of the Alliance?" Upon hearing this, the director nodded in agreement. The Alliance would be invincible. "I understand." The young major turned and left the Royal Academy of Sciences. A rotund man with a shiny face laughed heartily as he perused the magazine. "It claims that black spot disease connects to some negative energy realm. Am I still dreaming? How could anyone speak such nonsense?" The man, named Eddie, held the honorary position of chief at the Royal Academy of Sciences. Though he bore the title of chief, he lacked expertise in research. He was merely a businessman. Eddie was the largest benefactor of the Academy and one of the shareholders of the kingdom's largest arms manufacturing company, making him one of the wealthiest individuals in the realm. Seeing the researchers within the Academy seriously preparing for verification experiments only made him laugh harder. "You really believe this?" One researcher replied, "We only trust data and experimental results." Another researcher, filled with anticipation, remarked, "Sir, if this is true, We are on the brink of entering a new era, an era of infinite energy. Infinite energy. This was an enticing prospect for civilization. Similar reactions unfolded in the academies of many nations. If a new era were indeed on the horizon, they wished to ride the wave of progress. The following day, Teacher Chen, when did you start researching black spot disease? I must say, the fact that you could connect it to energy is impressive. Upon returning to his office after class, Chen Yi was met with jesting from his colleagues. Just as he was about to engage with them, a group of soldiers surged into the office. Instantly silencing the room, one soldier approached Chen Yi and saluted. "Mr. Chen, please accompany us at once." "Very well." Chen Yi, with an unwavering expression, placed his textbook down and swiftly departed the office, accompanied by the soldiers. Under the astonished gazes of the teachers, the educators exchanged bewildered glances. "What on earth is happening?" one teacher inquired, glancing at a scientific magazine on the table and turning to the page where Chen Yi had published his research, his face filled with astonishment. Could this be the reason? Chen Yi was taken directly to the Alliance Academy of Sciences, where he met the venerable, silver-haired director and a young military officer with the rank of Major General. The verification of the black spot experiment was not particularly complicated. Prior to Chen Yi's arrival at the academy, the verification had already been completed, confirming that the black spot indeed contained some form of energy. This revelation ignited a remarkable excitement among the researchers at the academy. The director candidly stated, "Mr. Chen, the Alliance is highly interested in your research. If you are willing, we can provide you with superior research conditions." "No problem," Chen Yi replied without any unnecessary words, his calm demeanor surprising the two men. He then added, "I have an adopted daughter. Our people have already brought her here." The young Major General responded, "Mr. Chen, your research will be regarded as a matter of utmost confidentiality by the Alliance. Therefore, your future movements will be subject to strict restrictions, and we must apologize for this that IT matters not." From that day forth, Chen Yi's identity vanished entirely from the sight of ordinary people, becoming a matter of the highest secrecy and protection within the Alliance. Item: Superactive cells type. Prop item rank. Tier 3 description. The life that utilizes it will gain unparalleled self-healing abilities. Even if only a fragment of flesh remains, rebirth is possible. Chen Yi retrieved a vial of red liquid from his personal space, an item he had obtained in the Star Beast world, which would now prove useful. His research focused on how to extract energy from the realm of negative energy for human control. However, human genetics determined their insensitivity to energy, hence, modification was necessary. The Star Beast could manipulate energy and possessed extraordinary self-healing capabilities, making them highly suitable for genetic modification of humans. Yet, after extracting the superactive cells, the item was rendered unusable. Following the extraction, Chen Yi, utilizing biotechnological methods, rapidly cultivated 20 vials of superactive cells, perhaps due to the loss of the item's effects. The activity of the replicated cells had significantly diminished compared to the initial sample, failing to achieve the capability of rebirth from a mere fragment of flesh and matter. Chen Yi held no high expectations. He was not genuinely here for scientific research. Within 3 days, he completed the task that the other researchers. It seemed as though he faced no insurmountable challenges, achieving astonishingly rapid progress that a month later, the research entered the experimental phase. With the first volunteer being a frail young man, emaciated and covered in black spots, in a desperate bid for survival, was willing to take the risk. After all, he was already on the brink of death. No matter the outcome, he would consider it a gain. Ackerman. Chen Yi glanced at the identification card, confirming once more, "Do you voluntarily wish to participate in this experiment? I must remind you that the risks involved are exceedingly high." Ackerman, with weakened resolve, opened his eyes and nodded faintly, his breath barely discernible. "I willingly participate in this experiment." "Very well." With Chen Yi's nod, an assistant lifted Ackerman into the experimental chamber, and as the pale green liquid filled it, the superactive cells were injected into his body. There was no violent reaction. Ackerman appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber. "Mr. Chen, everything is normal." Even within the Alliance Academy of Sciences, the research and experiments conducted by Chen Yi were regarded as matters of the highest confidentiality, prioritized above all other experiments. with the alliance providing every possible support. The strategic plan for the negative energy domain. Major General Kelvin, responsible for matters related to Chen Yi, closed the document bearing this title and personally sealed it within the highest level archive. In the year 806 of the Common Era, 1 year after Chen, he initiated the strategic plan for the negative energy domain. The resounding sound of explosions echoed over the Green River as the armies of the Alliance and the Kingdom continued their fierce battle. During this year, the front lines between the Alliance and the Kingdom tugged at each other, with the Green River changing hands multiple times. The Kingdom's latest assault had barely held the Green River for a few hours before the Alliance drove them back once more. Boom! The black earth scattered under the bombardment of shells. White smoke lingering in the soil. After countless explosions, the soil here had become exceedingly loose, turning to mud with the slightest rain, and it rained frequently, rendering the environment exceptionally unpleasant. The Alliance troops charged again. Open fire! The Alliance forces, braving the artillery fire, spread out to launch an assault on the Kingdom's defenses. Upon realizing this, the Kingdom's soldiers retaliated fiercely. After considerable effort, the Kingdom managed to repel the Alliance's charge. However, despite their success in repelling the assault, the soldiers of the Kingdom were not particularly jubilant. The middle-aged soldier, suppressing his anger, muttered to himself, "What is the point of this war? It serves no purpose other than to squander the lives of soldiers." A war that had persisted for a century had fostered a profound weariness of combat among both the Alliance and the Kingdom, as well as the United States, just as they lamented. Such a war held no value whatsoever. Just after the Alliance's charge was repelled, the Kingdom's soldiers witnessed a shocking scene. 10 young men clad in military uniforms emerged from the Alliance's defensive line and charged towards the Kingdom's position like cheetahs. Boldly and without any cover, they even went without helmets, recklessly exposing themselves to the hail of gunfire on the battlefield. What is happening? The Kingdom's soldiers were initially taken aback, then opened fire. Eliminate them. A rain of bullets flew towards the 10 men, splattering blood across their bodies. However, this could not halt their advance. And no matter how intense the firepower, the 10 men seemed to possess an indestructible aura, pushing through the Kingdom's defenses with relentless determination. What is going on? Why can't we kill them? Concentrate fire! Concentrate fire! They are coming! Boom! A figure exuding a wild and bloodthirsty aura leaped into the Kingdom's position like a ferocious beast. And the soldiers of the Kingdom turned pale with fear, locking eyes with that brazen face up close. Achaemen grinned widely. "Hello there!" And thus a bloody massacre ensued on this day. The long stalemated Green River front line fell. And while the Alliance published this report, the Kingdom was left incredulous at their complete loss of the Green River. Colonel Fred looked at the report in his hand, feeling utterly astonished. Total annihilation? Are you certain the report is accurate? The troops at the Green River have been completely wiped out? Indeed, Colonel Fred. Fred found it difficult to believe. The Kingdom and the Alliance have been locked in a tug-of-war over the Green River for so long. Even during shifts in control, total annihilation had never occurred. Surprised as he was, Fred understood all too well what the loss of the Green River implied. The Alliance would likely intensify their offensive against the Kingdom. And this was not a good sign. When will this mess ever be cleaned up? Fred did not hide his disdain and aversion toward the war, and after the initial shock, he quickly dismissed the changes in the situation. Believing that the Kingdom's forces would soon regain control, for a century, it had always been this way. The military strengths of the Alliance and the Kingdom were nearly equal. Even if caught off guard initially, they would swiftly enter a protracted stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, this time was different. Fred had expected the Kingdom's forces to withstand the Alliance's offensive after their initial response. Yet he was taken aback by a series of reports indicating that the Alliance was advancing with unstoppable momentum, causing the Kingdom to suffer heavy losses and retreat continuously. His expression grew graver by the day, the situation evolving in a manner he had not anticipated. What on earth was happening on the front lines? This dilemma similarly perplexes the upper echelons of the Kingdom, as the Kingdom's military suffers consecutive defeats. The pressure on its leaders intensifies. Intelligence reports indicate that the strength and firepower of the forces deployed by the Alliance at the front line do not vastly differ from those of the Kingdom's army. How then Could they be facing such relentless defeats? This enigma leaves the kingdom's leaders in utter bewilderment. Amidst this dismal situation, the front lines and the Intelligence Bureau finally deliver some welcome news. They have discerned the reasons behind the frontline collapses. The individual responsible for frontline intelligence at the kingdom's Intelligence Bureau is Fred, who has been under immense pressure from the kingdom's upper management and is quite overwhelmed that in the assembly, Fred presents the latest intelligence. Laying out the frontline reports before the members and the speaker, his expression notably grave. Esteemed speaker and fellow members, he begins, "This is the frontline report from the Intelligence Bureau, though it may be hard to believe. I have confirmed the findings repeatedly, and they are indeed accurate." The members display expressions of incredulity. "Immortal beings? Are you jesting? How can this be possible?" The speaker remains silent for a moment, refraining from voicing any doubts. Instead, urging Fred to continue his report. "Fred, please elaborate on your further findings." "Certainly," Fred replies with utmost seriousness. "This is no jest. We have located several soldiers from the defeated units, and their accounts are remarkably consistent. It is precisely these invulnerable monsters that have led to our army's rapid disintegration. Fortunately, such immortal soldiers are not numerous within the Alliance. And how many are confirmed? Currently, we can ascertain that there are 10. Have their identities been verified? The intelligence operatives within the Alliance are striving to confirm this. The Assembly revolves around the topic of the Alliance's immortal soldiers, which, compared to other issues, is undoubtedly of paramount importance for the kingdom's survival. Should the Alliance acquire more immortal soldiers, the kingdom would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. The necessity of information suppression is evident. If the kingdom's soldiers were to learn that they face enemies with invulnerable bodies, it would deliver a devastating blow to morale. Ultimately, the Assembly reaches a unanimous conclusion, with the speaker stating, "We must resolve this issue at all costs. I want to understand the nature of these immortal soldiers, how they came to be, and we must capture one by any means necessary. We must also acquire the technology to counteract them." Chen Yi's protection and confidentiality level have always been exceedingly high. And following substantial progress in the strategic plans concerning the negative energy domain, he has garnered unprecedented attention from the Alliance that it is challenging for ordinary intelligence operatives to find any leads. However, the unconventional may present opportunities, such as certain returners who are drawn to the scent of the immortal soldiers. Outside the Alliance's Academy of Sciences, Zhou Tong and Xing Ku, dressed in suits, casually converse on the street. Occasionally glancing towards the direction of the academy, Zhou Tong remarks, since he published that research, he has been under tight protection by the Alliance, currently residing within this very academy. If those immortal soldiers are the results of his research, then the relevant materials can only be found here. Xing Ku, donning a hat to obscure his blue hair, is noted by Zhou Tong. While conversing, veers off topic. Dyeing that hair black would be a much better choice. It's far too conspicuous that aren't you supposed to be a spy. Shaving your head would be preferable. Having just met in this task realm, they quickly discern each other's identities and drop the pretense. They are both returners. Chen Yi had previously published research related to the negative energy domain, and based on their investigation, it is highly probable that the immortal soldiers are indeed the fruits of his studies. The rationale for undertaking this espionage mission is straightforward. They suspect that these immortal soldiers are part of the phenomena brought forth by the negative energy domain associated with the second phase of the main storyline mission. Moreover, they remain unaware that Chen Yi is also a returner. Xing Ku disregards Zhou Tong's prattling. He embodies the archetype of an aloof individual, contrasting sharply with Zhou Tong, whom he perceives as foolish. "Let us report the intelligence we've gathered to the kingdom that we don't know whether there are immortal soldiers within the academy or their combat capabilities. We must proceed with caution." Understood. Although they are eager to complete the second phase of the main storyline mission, they recognize the importance of their own safety and will not act recklessly until they ascertain the combat prowess of the immortal soldiers. They are not like the fortunate ones who have the protection of a legion, who stumbled upon immense advantages and achieved extraordinary combat power instantaneously, after consolidating the intelligence from various operatives. The kingdom's Intelligence Bureau finally identifies the source of the immortal soldiers and pinpoints Chen Yi's identity. Fred reports in the meeting. codename Mr. Chen. The specific name remains untraceable, that he once published a sensational study on black spot disease in a scientific journal, introducing the concept of the negative energy domain, after which he seemingly vanished. Our intelligence operatives have confirmed that he is currently within the Alliance's Academy of Sciences, and the immortal soldiers appearing on the front lines are indeed the result of his research. Some members recall Chen Yi vividly. His research had generated significant upheaval, and it was his theories that initiated the global exploration of the negative energy domain. Infinite energy? The immortal soldiers are the outcome of his studies in the negative energy domain. Indeed, Fred confirms. According to our intelligence, it has been established that the immortal soldiers are the research outcomes of Mr. Chen, derived from the negative energy domain. Observing the Intelligence Bureau's findings, the members feel a chill run down their spines. In just a year, such astonishing results have emerged. If allowed to continue his research, what might he achieve next? Can we gain access to him? The kingdom is certainly eager to seize such talent. However, it is practically impossible. The Alliance's surveillance and protection are exceedingly stringent. We absolutely cannot allow him to continue his research. The mere emergence of immortal soldiers has already placed us in dire straits. If he were to develop anything further, the kingdom would face an even graver crisis. Such talent, if not acquired, must be extinguished. The speaker immediately issues an order. By any means necessary, launch an assault on the Alliance's Academy of Sciences. We must eliminate this individual. Furthermore, the kingdom must obtain his research materials regarding the negative energy domain, especially the technology for creating immortal soldiers. Understood. This matter pertains to the kingdom's survival. It is not merely a question of feasibility, but rather an imperative that must be executed. Regardless of the cost, this mission must be accomplished. The Alliance's Academy of Sciences. The rhythmic beeping of a heart rate monitor tracks the condition of an experimental subject, while a researcher diligently records data. Their gaze towards Chen Yi filled with reverence and admiration. Chen Yi has single-handedly forged a new research domain, with results that can only be described as groundbreaking and ahead of their time. His standing within the Alliance's research institution is exceedingly high. The Alliance's regard for him is well-deserved, as they have fortified the Academy's defenses, increasing military presence several-fold for his safety, while others may be unaware. Chen Yi himself is fully cognizant of his situation. The so-called immortal soldiers do not truly possess immortal bodies. Rather, they merely exhibit enhanced defensive capabilities and superior self-healing abilities, endowed with superactive cells. They are akin to humanoid star beasts. Those who have undergone transformation have gained a heightened sensitivity to energy, allowing them to detect negative energy fields and extract negative energy from them. These individuals inherently possess formidable physiques, and with the additional ability to manipulate negative energy, their combat prowess naturally surpasses that of ordinary humans. These experimental subjects are officially designated as negative energy manipulators, a term coined by Chen Yi. The plan is progressing exceptionally well. The emergence of negative energy manipulators has intensified the conflict between the kingdom and the Alliance, and the next step is to disseminate the technology for creating these manipulators. In truth, if spies from the kingdom and other nations find themselves utterly powerless, Chen Yi would even consider voluntarily leaking his information, as this poses no significant issue. Within the transformation technology of the negative energy manipulators, the superactive cells play a crucial role. He glanced at the numerous copies of active cells nearby, deeming them more than sufficient. Even if spies from dozens of countries were to invade, each could be equipped with a sample to take back. At that moment, Chen Yi cast a glance towards the doorway of the laboratory. They've arrived. Boom! As soon as the words left his lips, the laboratory door was blown open by an explosive device. The deafening blast instantly alerting the entire military presence of the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Protect Mr. Chen! Bang! 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 The sound of fierce gunfire echoed through the night. The spies who burst into the laboratory were immediately turned into Swiss cheese by Chen Yi's guards. And before they could seize Chen Yi, a blade shimmering with arcs of electricity swept through. In an instant, blood splattered. Xing Ku, wielding a long knife, swiftly dispatched several guards, his gaze sweeping the laboratory before locking onto Chen Yi. To conceal his true identity, Chen Yi had been manipulating the light on his face to alter his appearance. Although Xing had previously encountered him in the arena of space, he failed to recognize him now. Despite not identifying Chen Yi, Xing Ku, armed with intelligence provided by spies within the academy, quickly confirmed him as Mr. Chen through distinct features, just as he intended to forcibly take Chen Yi away. Zhou Tong came hurtling through the air from behind Xing Ku, his body riddled with knife wounds in the blink of an eye. His injuries healed completely, yet he still felt excruciating pain. Hiss, someone particularly fierce is coming. I'll leave it to you. Zhou Tong nimbly got back on his feet and charged towards Chen Yi, prompting Xing Ku to raise his knife and turn to parry the incoming blade. Finding a blonde girl at the other end, the girl, wielding a long knife, displayed a calm demeanor, revealing herself to be Li Ye, who had become a negative energy manipulator at Chen Yi's strong insistence. Her combat ability was commendable, barely reaching the intermediate level of a first-tier Voidwalker. Uncle, you go first at all right, in the heat of battle. She recognized that Xing Ku's strength surpassed her own. However, Li Ye's self-healing prowess could buy her some time, at least enough to ensure her uncle's escape. Chen Yi harbored no concerns for Li Ye's safety. Even if she were overmatched, she could guarantee her own security. Responding calmly, he turned towards the safe passage. Wait! Zhou Tong attempted to stop Chen Yi, only to be abruptly launched away by a white spherical object, the force so great that it felt as if he had been struck by a train. Bang! Ugh! Zhou Tong was sent flying, taking a considerable time to regain his composure, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Throughout the ordeal, Chen Yi remained largely indifferent to the intruders in the laboratory, leisurely making his way into the safe passage, treating them as inconsequential. Other researchers followed closely behind. Realizing Zhou Tong snapped back to his senses, he found Chen Yi had already vanished. Boom! An invisible slash whizzed overhead, severing several strands of his hair, leaving a deep cut along the laboratory wall that a wound appeared on Li Ye's face, swiftly healing thereafter. She glanced towards the safe passage and promptly decided to retreat without further engagement. Zhou Tong shook his head, still feeling disoriented, and said, "Stop chasing. Let's search for the research materials on negative energy fields, especially regarding the immortal soldiers. Perhaps we can soon complete the second phase of our mission. Hurry, I'll hold off the people outside." As Xing Ku spoke, he brandished his knife and stepped outside. When the night returned to silence, Major Kelvin entered the laboratory with a grim expression, surveying the disarray within. Not only had numerous experimental materials and data vanished, but even Chen Yi had disappeared without a trace. That Kelvin's first instinct was that Chen Yi had been abducted by spies. He immediately issued orders, seal off and impose martial law on the entire city. No one is to enter or exit. Conduct a thorough search that we must recover Mr. Chen at all costs. Yes, Chen Yi was of paramount importance to the Alliance. His research outcomes were pivotal to their future. Should he fall into the hands of other nations, the consequences would be dire. Considering the worst-case scenario, Kelvin felt he might need to personally eliminate Chen Yi, a step he wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Recalling the knife-wielding individual he had just encountered, whose combat prowess was formidable enough to rival or even surpass that of the immortal soldiers, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This world was more complex than he had imagined. Spies from neighboring nations were far more numerous than Kelvin had anticipated, with many being void walkers. Undoubtedly, they were all there to fulfill their main mission or to seek greater power from the negative energy fields. Those void walkers and spies who arrived too late to gain any advantage at the Alliance Academy of Sciences had shifted their focus to Chen Yi. However, regardless of how diligently these individuals and the Alliance's soldiers searched, Chen Yi seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The final outcome plunged Major Kelvin's heart into despair. Chen Yi was utterly missing, with the greatest likelihood being that he had been successfully taken by the spies. The upper echelons of the Alliance erupted in fury. Similarly, the kingdom was profoundly disappointed, believing that Chen Yi continued to secretly serve the Alliance. Fortunately, their spies had not returned empty-handed from this operation. In order to withstand the Alliance's formidable offensive, the kingdom had invested substantial resources at the front lines. Thankfully, the Alliance's immortal soldiers were not numerous, allowing the front lines to hold firm. The intelligence agency promptly submitted the experimental materials and data obtained from the spies to the kingdom. which then relayed them to the Academy. A multitude of scientists were dedicated to researching the negative energy fields and immortal soldiers, essentially racing against the kingdom's survival. Before long, within the laboratories of the kingdom's academy, after numerous failures, they finally succeeded in transforming the first immortal soldier. Gazing at the slumbering figure within the experimental chamber, the kingdom's researchers were filled with awe. This was nothing short of a miracle. Mr. Chen was undoubtedly a genius. They found it exceedingly challenging to acquire the experimental data and active cells from the negative energy fields, while Chen Yi was the pioneer in this domain and research. Eddie, the honorary chief, was ecstatic. He had staked his entire fortune on this experiment, and its success meant he had made the right bet. This what an immortal soldier is. More accurately, they should be referred to as negative energy manipulators. As Mr. Chen called them in the materials, they do not truly possess immortal bodies. What they are called matters little. How strong can they truly become? Eddie inquired excitedly. The researcher hesitated for a moment, finding it difficult to respond to the question. Conventional firearms can injure them, but cannot penetrate their muscles, and the physical strength and self-healing abilities of negative energy manipulators are remarkably robust. Furthermore, their power is intricately linked to their capacity to manipulate negative energy. How deep can they delve? Eddie, an outsider, did not comprehend. The researcher continued to explain. In simple terms, the deeper they venture into the negative energy field, the more negative energy they can extract at once, thereby enhancing their explosive power and energy output. However, delving deeper into the negative energy field is exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Mr. Chen has formulated a depth equation. We merely need to approach it as if we were solving a mathematical problem, allowing us to progressively delve deeper into the negative energy field and enable our negative energy manipulators to unleash even greater power. Eddie barely comprehended the situation. The successful research on negators had stirred within him an extraordinary excitement, compelling him to lavish praise upon Chen Yi, the mastermind behind this technological breakthrough. That Mr. Chen is truly a genius. The advancements in the field of negative energy and the proliferation of negator technology have propelled the era forward like a rocket, igniting the onset of a tumultuous age. This was precisely as Chen Yi had envisioned. Only Zhou Tong and Xing Ku, among the returners, found themselves particularly disheartened. They had unraveled the principles and truths behind the emergence of negators, even coming into contact with them. Alas, this was not the focus of the second phase of the main quest. Beyond the black spot disease, the mysteries concealed within the realm of negative energy were even deeper than they had anticipated. Once the kingdom mastered the technology to modify negators, it swiftly produced a contingent of these beings and dispatched them to the front lines, which were now perilously unstable. There was hardly any time to train the negators. The kingdom's strategy relied solely on overwhelming numbers, sending dozens of them into battle in one fell swoop. On the other hand, both the Alliance and the kingdom understood the significance of the depth equation. Consequently, a multitude of mathematical researchers were gathered to derive this equation. Thus, the efficiency of deriving the depth equation during the conflict between the two nations reached unprecedented heights, and the strength of the negators surged rapidly. When delving into the realm of negative energy at level 10, the effects were not yet apparent. However, upon reaching level 20, the combat prowess of the negators experienced an explosive enhancement, even surpassing that of mid-tier first-order returners. They could withstand artillery fire without issue, and, most crucially, they had begun to harness negative energy as an offensive weapon, an immensely formidable capability. Negative energy could annihilate all positive matter. Any physical defense was rendered utterly futile in its presence, which was their greatest strength. Initially, the confrontations between the negators of the Alliance and the kingdom were mere skirmishes at the front lines. But these gradually evolved into complex scenarios involving infiltration and assassination that, in the face of this escalating conflict between the two nations, other countries quaked in fear. Even the United States, a major power in its own right, was gripped by trepidation, for they possessed no negators. Although there were instances of negators being gunned down by concentrated artillery fire, it was undeniable that the individual combat capabilities of the negators were astonishingly formidable. In the year 807 of the Common Era, The kingdom had advanced the depth equation to level 20, and the negators under their command naturally exhibited exceptional combat prowess. Chen Yi, utilizing stellar energy, kept a close watch on all developments on the planet. Even the most clandestine advancements in the depth equation by the kingdom and the alliance were transparent to him, with the results they derived. Chen Yi's perception finally penetrated to the level of negative energy domain 20, completing the second upgrade task. Upgrade Task 2. Completed Super Burst option. Upgrade Super Burst. Level 3 ability. Super Burst level. LV3 description. By concentrating all power, one can unleash a formidable strike with 20 times the normal power. The potency of Super Burst had escalated from 10-fold to 20-fold, and Chen Yi eagerly speculated that the next upgrade might yield a staggering 40-fold, or perhaps even more. The derivation of the depth equation typically required years, a slow pace that was nevertheless discreet enough. The time-space crystal could not be employed here, leaving Chen Yi with a profound sense of insecurity. Even though he possessed the ability to enter the Planck membrane, the lingering memory of the mysterious attack that had decimated the galaxy in the Star Beast world remained vivid, prompting him to exercise caution. He surmised that achieving a depth equation level of 100 solely through the intelligence of his planet would be exceedingly challenging. When the time was ripe, he would leverage the hands of humanity on this planet to disseminate the depth equation to other civilizations. In summary, Chen Yi would not make overly ostentatious appearances before too many eyes. Boom! A loud explosion resonated not far from a small town, situated on the border of the Alliance, which occasionally faced assaults from the kingdom. Such disturbances were not uncommon. Woof! Wang Kai turned to face the direction of the explosion, sensing the fluctuations of energy that a smile spread across Chen Yi's face. At last, the veil had been lifted. The negative energy fluctuations in the distance were unmistakable. However, the true culprit behind such a commotion was neither a negator nor a returner. If he was not mistaken, the source of this negative energy release was the key to the second phase of the main quest. Outside the town, thick smoke billowed as a burly man plunged his entire arm through the chest of a young negator before collapsing to the ground. Yet the young negator, far from being subdued, remained vibrant and full of life. The youth twisted his neck, marveling at the resilience of the negator's body. This is what a negator's physique feels like. Remarkable. He withdrew the arm that had pierced his chest, allowing the burly man to fall lifelessly to the ground. The wound on his chest healed at a visible pace, soon leaving no trace of injury that he stretched his body, unable to contain his excitement. It is truly astonishing that humanity can create such a powerful form. The negator's body, infused with the vitality of Star Beast cells, far exceeded the young man's expectations, with a robust physique and formidable negative energy, culminating in a tremendous enhancement of combat capabilities. He glanced at the fallen burly man and crushed his skull underfoot. At least my efforts were not in vain. The utility of this shell has reached its limit. In reality, the young man was named Phantom, and his true essence was merely a mass of negative energy, born within the realm of negative energy, a peculiar energy life form. Bound by the nature of negative energy, he could not directly manifest in the physical realm. Should he reveal his true form, it would immediately result in annihilation upon contact with the matter of this world, akin to suicide. Therefore, he must inhabit a human body, relying on negative energy to navigate this world freely. Previously, Phantom could only occupy the bodies of those afflicted by the black spot disease. However, now, a far superior vessel had emerged, the more powerful negators. Suddenly sensing footsteps behind him, Phantom turned around to discover an unfamiliar individual had appeared. Chen Yi observed Phantom with curiosity, glancing at the corpse of the burly man, and inquired, "Would you mind introducing yourself?" From his perspective, there existed a peculiar form of negative energy within the youth, seemingly indicative of some life form, which piqued Chen Yi's interest. Unaware of your own mortality, Phantom grinned, believing that the humans on this planet were still weak and posed no threat to him. Boom! The formidable physique detonated a small crater upon impact with the ground as Phantom's agile form tore through the air, exuding a savage ferocity, intent on tearing Chen Yi asunder. Though both were at the level of negative energy domain 20. The power Phantom wielded, having taken control of the negator's body, was significantly more potent. Yes, while Phantom originated from the realm of negative energy, he was akin to humans in his lack of profound understanding of his own world. He could better manipulate negative energy, but still needed to learn from humanity how to delve deeper into this domain. Realizing that Chen Yi seemed to sense his unique nature, Phantom's instinctive reaction was to eliminate him. Launching an attack without a moment's hesitation. Bang! A ferocious strike was thwarted by an invisible barrier, and Phantom immediately unleashed negative energy in an attempt to obliterate Chen Yi's shield. However, it proved utterly ineffective. How is this possible? His expression shifted to one of astonishment, only to be sent flying several meters away by a mere glance from Chen Yi. His arm transformed into a mist of blood. At that moment, Phantom grasped the magnitude of the individual's strength before him, a wave of panic and fear washing over him. Who exactly are you? Chen Yi had no intention of engaging in games. The light within a radius of several dozen meters came to an abrupt halt. Light, a manifestation of stellar energy, was naturally under his control. The speed of light is the ultimate limit of the universe. No material can exceed this velocity. When the motion of light ceases, it signifies that all matter within this range will come to a complete standstill, even halting human thought entirely. Here, Chen Yi could not harness temporal energy to freeze time and space. Yet still, one can manipulate the speed of light within their control to freeze the fabric of time and space in this manner. Naturally, this tactic proves effective solely against those who lack the ability to harness stellar energy. It is exceedingly convenient for dealing with weaker foes. At this moment, the entity known as Phantom finds itself ensnared within this frozen realm, its form utterly immobilized. With no extraneous movements required, Chen Yi effortlessly extracts Phantom's true essence with but a thought, drawing forth a mass of negative energy from the young man's corporeal vessel, which swirls ominously in Chen Yi's grasp. If I wish to extinguish your existence, it will be a task simpler than crushing an ant. I possess little patience to squander on you. What do you wish to know? I shall divulge all, as long as you spare my life. Phantom trembles in fear. Chen Yi stands as the most formidable individual he has encountered since peering into the realm of reality. A power so overwhelming that it instills profound terror within Phantom, compelling him to submit. This reveals Phantom to be a cowardly individual at heart. He hastily divulges the entirety of his origins, disclosing that he had been lurking within the realm of negative energy, spying on the world of reality. Today marks his first venture into this reality, only to be detected by Chen Yi, who sensed the peculiar negative energy emanating from him, leading to this fortuitous capture. Phantom's misfortune lies not in encountering Chen Yi, but rather in the inevitable fate he could not evade. Upon uncovering Phantom's history and identity, Chen Yi completes the second phase of the main quest. Main quest, Phase 2, completed points acquired. 2000 main quest, Phase 3. The existence of negative energy life forms poses a significant threat to the reality of this world. However, their inhabitation of human bodies is not their greatest peril. Please further investigate the extent of their menace to this realm. Task reward. 3,000 points. The foreigners are not saviors. Their mission has never been to rescue the world, but to uncover the truths that lead to its destruction or decline. They may even bear witness to such a fate. Despite being acutely aware of the substantial threat posed by negative energy life forms in their realms, they see no necessity to neutralize this danger. Thus far, Chen Yi has only detected Phantom as a solitary negative energy life form manifesting in the realm of reality. However, hint from the task suggests that there are more than just one. They likely remain concealed within the domain of negative energy. Observing the world, he inquires of Phantom, how many negative energy life forms dwell within the realm of negative energy? I do not know. Have you never encountered them? Never. Phantom, in a state of utter confusion, hastily adds, but if they were to appear in the realm of reality, I would sense their energy fluctuations. Chen Yi remains silent for a moment. As Phantom quakes in trepidation, Chen Yi nonchalantly returns him to the young negative energy user's body, releasing the freeze on time and space. Depart. Phantom is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure and scrambles away with desperate urgency. The exhilaration of surviving this encounter is overshadowed by a profound fear etched deep within his soul that a golden-haired girl approaches, revealing herself to be Leah, who, finding long hair impractical for combat, has opted for a sleek shoulder-length cut. "Uncle, are we not going to kill him? That is unnecessary." Chen elucidates. This conflict between the Alliance and the Kingdom is rather monotonous as a solitary act. The inclusion of negative energy life forms will render the situation far more intricate and enthralling. Phantom, as the sole negative energy life form in this world, possesses greater value alive than dead. I wish to observe how he intends to pose a significant threat to this realm. Moreover, Phantom is unaware of Chen Yi's true identity. He only perceives him as a mysteriously powerful figure, which holds little consequence for Chen. On the other hand, Phantom has indeed experienced a stroke of fortune, had he not been the only negative energy life form in the realm of reality. Chen Yi might have eliminated him on the spot. Huff! The sound of hurried breaths resonates throughout the desolate wilderness. Even now, Phantom is in a state of shock, fleeing desperately into the distance. To encounter such a terrifying opponent upon first entering the realm of reality has thoroughly frightened him. Henceforth, he resolves to seek refuge in the United States, where negative energy users are absent, assuring him a life of comfort. Having danced upon the precipice of death, he now recognizes the beauty of existence. Initially, he believed that by relying on the innate control advantages of negative energy life forms, coupled with the formidable power of negative energy users, he could act with impunity. Little did he anticipate the harsh reality that would leave an indelible mark on his psyche. Phantom, who lacked courage to begin with, now finds himself even more timid. He fervently hopes never to cross paths with Chen Yi again, for the psychological trauma inflicted by this encounter is beyond description. The mere fact that he has retained his life feels miraculous. Lost in this thought, Phantom cannot help but erupt into joyous laughter. Ha! The war between the Alliance and the Kingdom has escalated to an unprecedented intensity. With reports of negative energy users falling in battle already surfacing, Phantom's occupation of a negative energy user's body and subsequent escape has not drawn significant attention from the Alliance, based on the remains left at the scene. The Alliance surmises that their negative energy user likely engaged in combat with a negative energy user from the Kingdom and was subsequently slain in the current state of affairs. Such a trivial matter carries little weight. The front lines are increasingly tumultuous, with daily casualties among negative energy users exceeding 100,000 in the year 808. The intensity of combat between the Alliance and the Kingdom reached a historic peak, with hundreds of negative energy users clashing on the front lines. A mathematician from the Kingdom suffering from a spotted disease voluntarily volunteered for a transformation experiment to become a negative energy user. During his time on the front lines, he independently derived results of the deep equations to a depth of 30, based on the calculations of the Kingdom's Mathematical Academy, yet he kept this information to himself. This knowledge serves as his trump card. A negative energy output of depth 20 is sufficient for a negative energy user to withstand artillery fire, while a depth of 30 bestows upon him the resilience to endure naval bombardments. The instantaneous output of negative energy determines the mass of material a negative energy user can obliterate in a singular moment. A higher output naturally signifies a greater capacity for annihilation. In a certain sense, this scientist has become a walking warship upon the land. His computational prowess is extraordinary, derived directly within his mind. Chen Yi, however, cannot penetrate the thoughts of humanity. Yet he keenly perceives that this negative energy user's output has indeed reached a depth of 30. Consequently, he must confront him directly in the dead of night. In a small town on the front lines of the Kingdom, a tall man strolls down the street, clutching a bottle of liquor, taking swigs as he walks. This marks his 10th bottle. Ugh! Kurt expresses his dissatisfaction, discarding the bottle in frustration. Since becoming a negative energy user, his enhanced metabolic functions have rendered him incapable of inebriation. The joys of life have diminished by half as the cold wind blows. The drowsy Kurt suddenly awakens, but before he can comprehend the situation, he is propelled into the air by an invisible force, crashing through every building in his path. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye. A profound black light flickers through the collapsing ruins, and a violent beam of negative energy hurtles toward Chen Yi, only to be deflected mid-flight by an unseen force. Soaring into the sky, and vanishing completely. Crash! Kurt emerges from the debris, the commotion instantly igniting chaos throughout the town. He pays no heed to his injuries, his gaze fixed on Chen Yi with predatory intensity. To demand the derivation results of the deep equations outright would yield no cooperation. It would be far more efficient to first administer a beating. When others remain unaware of your strength, politeness will only invite scorn. Thus, I shall be blunt. Either provide me with the derivation results of your deep equations, or perish here. Kurt's heart races with alarm. Yet he quickly devises a ruse. Who told you that? With each battle he has faced, Kurt has amassed considerable combat experience. He employs verbal distraction to lull his opponent into complacency, then seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In an instant, he darts forward, and having delved into the depths of negative energy, his body brims with potent negative energy that seems to awaken the genes within the stellar beast cells. Kurt's hands morph into claw-like appendages resembling those of a beast. Boom! A muffled thud resonated through the air. Kurt, with a bewildered expression, was propelled backward, intense pain jolting through his mind, affirming the harsh reality that he had indeed been struck again. Yet, what had just transpired? He struggled to comprehend, hastily scrambling to his feet. Chen Yi raised his hand, and a luminous glow flickered in the darkness, swiftly coalescing into a brilliant point of light that shot forth towards Kurt like a bullet. Whoosh! The sound of the rushing air grazed past his ears, and in a split second, Kurt deftly evaded the attack, a grin breaking across his face. "Ha! You missed," he chuckled, while the firefly-sized light vanished into the mountains beyond the town. Almost instantaneously, a deafening explosion shook the ground, the shockwave sweeping Kurt off his feet, sending the approaching negative energy user sprawling. As Kurt regained his footing, he beheld the hazy night, only to find that the mountain behind the town had completely vanished, leaving him in a state of sheer disbelief. Upon glancing back, he saw Chen Yi standing motionless, surrounded by a multitude of glowing points. Faced with this sight, Kurt immediately raised his hands, resolute that I surrender. I surrender. You seek the derivation of the depth equation, right? Nothing too daunting. I'll provide it forthwith. Kurt, are you all right? The other negative energy users from the town arrived in succession, their eyes wide with disbelief as they surveyed the devastation wrought by Chen Yi's earlier strike. I'm fine, Kurt replied, still shaken. That last attack had whizzed perilously close to him, and had it been a fraction slower, he might very well have met his end. Kurt, what on earth happened? Instead of mentioning the depth equation, Kurt speculated it must be a negative energy user sent by the Alliance. There's no other possibility. The Alliance? His comrades gazed towards the vanished mountain. The Alliance's negative energy users possess such power? This incident was destined to remain an enigma, as Kurt deliberately concealed the truth, ultimately intensifying Wang Guo's sense of crisis. He then fervently urged the mathematician from the academy to derive the depth equation. After obtaining the depth equation from Kurt, Chen Yi swiftly reached a depth of 30 within the realm of negative energy, successfully completing an upgrade task. Upgrade Task 3 Completion Super Burst Option Upgrade Super Burst LV4 Ability. Super Burst Level. LV4 Description. By concentrating all strength, one can unleash a formidable strike with a potency 50 times greater than usual. The power of the Super Burst after its elevation to LV4 exceeded Chen Yi's expectations, presenting a pleasant surprise. Just how powerful is a full force strike at 50 times its normal strength? Chen Yi could only speculate. The power unleashed after a critical breakthrough at 50 times was even more unfathomable. It was surely beyond the tolerance of the galaxy. Somewhere along the kingdom's border, in a dimly lit alley, a tall and imposing figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a grizzly bear. Reaching the end of the alley, he pushed open a door, revealing a secret stronghold housing not only citizens of the kingdom, but also members of the Alliance, and even the United States. The one commonality among them was that they were all returners, united under the leadership of the robust man at the forefront of the Diamond Legion. The Diamond Legion was a renowned military faction in the realm, boasting strength that surpassed that of similar tier returners due to their affiliation with a formidable army. As the negative energy users of this world grew increasingly powerful, the actions of the returners became progressively more challenging. necessitating a coalition for survival. Among those gathered here were individuals closely linked to the upper echelons of various nations, including Zhou Tong and Xing Ku. Upon entering, the robust man found a member of the Diamond Legion seated, who rose at his arrival. Within the Legion, he was commonly referred to as the Flying Squirrel, a master of disguise and stealth, with an ambiguous gender. Brother Quang Lai nodded, closing the door behind him, and spoke to the Flying Squirrel. This assembly suggests you've uncovered some critical intelligence. Indeed, the Flying Squirrel replied, surveying the returners within the stronghold before diving into the matter at hand. Not only was he adept at disguise, but he also wielded a power known as the Mysterious Seeker. As a Mysterious Seeker, the Flying Squirrel often gleaned information from the void that was elusive to ordinary individuals. And this time, he had made significant discoveries that I know that, until now, none of us have managed to complete the second phase of the main quest. Although I couldn't glean information directly related to it, I have obtained another significant lead. The Flying Squirrel paused, his expression grave, that I observed an immensely powerful force lurking behind the scenes in this world, closely intertwined with the realm of negative energy. This entity appears to be the primary architect of the current conflict between the Alliance and the Kingdom, and I suspect this hidden force is the very hand that orchestrated this world's impending ruin. Quang Lai furrowed his brow at this revelation. Are you certain? Regardless, this shadowy figure was inextricably linked to the world's descent into destruction, acting as the catalyst for the pervasive invasion of negative energy into this realm. Xing Ku grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that if we can identify this hidden force, we might uncover the truth behind the impending annihilation of our world, not just for the second phase of the main quest, but potentially for subsequent phases as well? Precisely. Zhou Tong's sole concern was this. I only wish to ascertain the strength of this hidden force that will put it bluntly, are we, mere small fry, truly qualified to contend with them? The Flying Squirrel could not definitively answer this. The information he gleaned from the void was too nebulous, and being able to describe it to this extent was already commendable, but it's hard to say. Xing Ku cautioned that we need not confront this hidden force directly. We are returners, not berserkers. We should continue our covert operations, diligently following the threads leading to this shadowy figure. If we can draw closer to the truth of the world's destruction, then even aligning ourselves with this hidden power would not be out of the question. Brother Xing Ku is absolutely right. Quang Lai cast an appreciative glance at him, nodding in agreement that we are returners, not saviors. We need not rescue this world. We only seek the truth. Flying Squirrel, do you have any leads on this hidden force? Yes. The Flying Squirrel unfurled a map on the table, and the others gathered around. He pointed to a border city within the United States. Soon, the Alliance and the Kingdom will agree to a temporary ceasefire, mediated by the United States. At that time, the influence of this hidden force will likely emerge to disrupt the signing of this agreement, presenting us with an excellent opportunity to connect with this shadowy power. Zhou Tong scrutinized the map, Hongman City. Meanwhile, in Hongman City, Chen Yi sat on a bench by the street, having set aside the newspaper in his hands, his gaze drifting with mild curiosity toward a particular direction that is at a causality-type ability. This was his first encounter with such a formidable, probing returner, who did not rely on perception for information, but instead gleaned insights at a higher level. Dong, dong! The massive clock tower standing by the river tolled loudly, startling a flock of white doves into the sky. Beyond the city lay a sprawling expanse of red vine trees, amidst the flurry of white feathers. A round figure mixed in, as Wang Kai unexpectedly snatched a pigeon, promptly sprouting a pair of tiny wings behind him. Look, Mama, that pigeon is so plump. In the year 808, the conflict between the Alliance and the Kingdom had resulted in heavy losses for both sides. Under the mediation of various nations, large-scale hostilities ceased, and an agreement was reached to sign a temporary ceasefire in Hongman City, within the United States, fearing the negative energy users from both nations. The United States had long since compromised to avoid conflict, making this ceasefire agreement an ideal resolution on their territory. A new era was on the horizon, and the century-long war was finally seeing a glimmer of hope. As the Alliance and the Kingdom agreed to a temporary ceasefire in Hongman City, at last, an elderly man nearby exclaimed, This long and senseless war is finally coming to an end. The century-long war spanned several generations, and he had initially believed he would never witness its conclusion in his lifetime. It would not conclude so easily. What? The old man turned to Chen Yi, who was flipping through a newspaper, and remarked, "The war may commence as they desire, but it certainly will not end as they hope." That year, Liao was 15 under the sweltering heat. The Diamond Legion squad, along with Zhou Tong and a group of returners, had arrived early in Hongman City to lay in wait for the puppeteer behind the scenes. Little did they know, the puppeteer was frolicking right under Chen Yi's nose. As the mastermind, Chen Yi need not involve himself in every detail. He had already delegated the tasks that it was now up to Liao and her companions to perform. As for the Diamond Legion squad, they posed little concern. Should they become a hindrance when the time came, Liao would not hesitate to eliminate them. Chen Yi would show no mercy, in some respects. The mad hunt had not misjudged Chen Yi, for he truly was the puppeteer. However, Chen Yi could assure that his current actions would not lead to the destruction of this world. Should be, right? With this thought, Chen Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. As the saying goes, man's calculations are inferior to heaven's. Phantom had been terrified after their last encounter and had fled to the United States to enjoy life. Ironically, he had chosen to settle in Hongman City. Inside an exquisite building along the street, Phantom lifted a corner of the red curtain and observed the increasing number of patrolling soldiers outside. Feeling somewhat disheartened, the ceasefire was a ceasefire, yet they had chosen to sign the agreement here. It was quite possible that in the coming days, the streets would be teeming with negative energy beings from both the Alliance and the Kingdom. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man seated in the room scoffed. "Phantom, what are you afraid of? They are merely negative energy beings, incapable of posing a threat to us." Negative energy beings could sense one another, and this middle-aged man, known as Volcano, was the second negative energy being to enter the real world after Phantom. Like Phantom, he had located him after seizing the body of a negative energy being, and the two had remained in Hongman City ever since. After establishing himself in Hongman City, Volcano had rapidly amassed considerable wealth and high status through his own strength. Yet inexplicably, he always sensed Phantom's unease, as if he were perpetually preparing to flee. This aspect of Phantom particularly irked Volcano. With a hint of eagerness, Volcano remarked, "I would rather encounter some formidable negative energy beings. It would be just the opportunity to seize their bodies and enhance my combat prowess." As Volcano spoke with such reckless bravado, Phantom grew increasingly anxious. It was clear he had never faced death, for he would not make such audacious statements otherwise. The date for the signing of the agreement drew nearer. The patrolling soldiers in Hongman City multiplied, and the vigilance heightened, while the citizens remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents, instead brimming with excitement. Until the day of the signing, boom! The solemn and resonant chimes echoed throughout Hongman City, and flocks of white doves, symbols of peace and tranquility, soared through the sky, as representatives from both the Alliance and the Kingdom appeared in succession. The venue for the signing was determined to be within the Hongman Grand Hall. Although the security at the venue was exceptionally tight, the Diamond Legion squad managed to blend in effortlessly. Zhou Tong and Xing Ku, seasoned returners who had been engaged in intelligence work in recent years, were quite familiar with the members of both representative teams. Inside the hall, Xing Ku's gaze immediately fell upon a young man among the Alliance representatives. He quickly alerted the others via communicator. "If a fight breaks out later, be cautious of that tall young man from the Alliance. He is Ackerman, the first negative energy being of the Alliance, and possesses immense strength. At him." Although Mad Hunt was aware of this individual's background, this was his first encounter with a real person. Even without Xing Ku's warning, his beast-like instincts sensed a profound threat emanating from Ackerman. Zhou Tong scanned the hall and noted that the number of visible negative energy beings exceeded 10. The subtle pressure felt like needles against his skin. Each one of them was no ordinary adversary. Negative energy beings who had delved into the 20th depth of their realm generally surpassed the mid-tier level of returners. Each negative energy being present in the hall was akin to a bloodthirsty beast that had clawed its way out from a mountain of corpses. Not to be underestimated, a returner's voice piped up through the communicator, expressing relief. Fortunately, the deep equations of the Alliance and the Kingdom have yet to be derived to the 30th depth. Otherwise, it would be a real challenge. That said, some individuals within the Diamond Legion squad specialized in scientific research, and they were currently exploring methods to enable ordinary people to become negative energy beings. Should their research succeed, it would mean that returners could draw power from the realm of negative energy, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Li, who are the puppeteers behind the scenes? I don't know. Whoever starts causing trouble first will be the one that understood. Among the representatives of the Alliance, several individuals were familiar to Chen Yi. There was no need to elaborate on Major Kelvin, and Ackerman was the very first negative energy being he had created. Moreover, there were a few others accompanying him who had also originated from his hands. While the representatives of the kingdom were largely unfamiliar, yet they were of little consequence as the signing of the agreement approached. Major Kelvin felt an inexplicable unease and discreetly cautioned Ackerman. Stay vigilant. For some reason, I have a foreboding feeling. Bang! Warm blood splattered across Major Kelvin's face as he turned in shock to see Ackerman explode the head of a nearby kingdom negative energy being. Ackerman flashed him a smile, then raised his crimson fist and bellowed. The Alliance will never compromise. Major Kelvin finally understood the source of his unease, and his pupils constricted as rage surged within him. Ackerman! He could hardly fathom that this distinguished first negative energy being of the Alliance would unleash such chaos at such a crucial moment. The Alliance will never compromise. It was not only Ackerman. More than half of the negative energy beings accompanying the Alliance's representative team surged forth at Ackerman's rallying cry, launching an assault against the nearby kingdom delegation. Protect the representatives. Boom! The hall was instantly transformed into a battlefield. A deep black flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion, as Ackerman's full force strike nearly annihilated the kingdom's delegation. Only then did Kelvin realize that such a powerful attack could not be achieved at the 20th depth. Ackerman had broken through to the 30th depth of negative energy. Damn it! The shockwave swept through, and Zhou Tong quickly ducked down. Brothers, we can basically confirm that this Ackerman is indeed the puppeteer behind the scenes. But is this level of destructive power a bit excessive? Ackerman's combat strength was absolutely beyond the capability of a mid-tier first-level returner to contend with. Zhou Tong was self-aware enough to know he was merely a novice. To take a hit like that would likely result in grievous injury, if not instant death for those with weaker self-healing abilities. Mad Hunt also recognized that this was not a battle for ordinary returners to engage in, and immediately made a decision and arrangements, leaping from the second floor of the hall with several members of the Diamond Legion. Li, keep your distance and help us stop the others. The rest of the Diamond Legion, along with Xing Ku, come with me to deal with Ackerman. We need to capture him alive. Understood. Zhou Tong patted Xing Ku on the shoulder and swiftly exited the hall to intercept the soldiers attempting to rush in. While he might not be a match for negative energy beings, he had no fear of ordinary people. Cough, cough. Major Kelvin, affected by the chaos of the battle, found himself in a bit of a predicament, surrounded by the remaining negative energy beings of the Alliance, who were diligently protecting him. Ackerman seized a still-breathing kingdom negative energy being and tore him in half with a ferocity that left the nearby negative energy beings in Kelvin's retinue wide-eyed. Why? Kelvin gritted his teeth, demanding of Ackerman, why have you betrayed the Alliance? Are you not aware of the repercussions your actions will have on the Alliance today? It is precisely because I am aware that I act thus. What? Ackerman wiped the blood from his face. Harboring no intention to assault the representatives of the Alliance, he smiled once more at Kelvin, emphasizing clearly, it is precisely because I am aware that I act this way. Upon hearing this, Kelvin was consumed with rage. Ackerman was acutely aware of his actions. He had never pledged loyalty to the Alliance. His second life was bestowed upon him by that individual, to whom his allegiance had always belonged. The Alliance's representative team had brazenly attacked the kingdom's delegation, a grave incident that would undoubtedly shatter any hopes for a ceasefire between the two nations. The aggressor was none other than the Alliance's foremost negative energy wielder, leaving the Alliance with no ground for rebuttal. The mere existence of such a fact sufficed. There was no need to further escalate matters by attacking the Alliance's representatives, for that would easily be misconstrued as an indiscriminate assault by a third-party force. Boom! At that moment, the Wild Hunt descended with fists raised, and Ackerman retreated, The arc of his blade, crackling with electricity, followed closely behind, slashing towards him in the blink of an eye. Achaemen appeared calm and unperturbed, allowing the strike to sweep past him, the turbulent high-pressure air dissipating upon contact with his negative energy. The negative energy wielder seemed to be enveloped in a layer of armor. Attacks lacking sufficient strength or mass could not breach their defenses. In an instant, Achaemen raised his claws, revealing their beastly form, unleashing 5 waves of negative energy. Shinka, without an energy barrier, could only hastily evade. Boom! 5 claw marks were gouged into the wall of the venue. Achaemen glanced at the members of the Wild Hunt, somewhat intrigued. You're not negative energy wielders? I should have no grievances with you. Who are you? The Wild Hunt hoped Achaemen would divulge all the details. But that was evidently impossible. They could only subdue him first, then devise a method to extract his secrets. Wild Hunt cracked his knuckles, his body rapidly exhibiting features of beastly transformation, radiating an incredibly savage and fierce aura. We wish to glean some information from you. We merely hope for your cooperation. Alas, Achaemen was indifferent to what the Wild Hunt sought to uncover. Anyone with eyes could see that this was an unavoidable fierce battle, and a direct confrontation was inevitable. Wild Hunt exchanged glances at the T once. Shinka drew his blade, a brilliant blue light bursting forth, the electrified blade slicing downward. Simultaneously, a member of the Diamond Legion, who had been preparing beforehand, tossed a gem artifact into the air. The gem immediately blossomed, showering the area with a hazy white light akin to moonlight. All right, everyone, feel free to unleash your full potential. Do not fear the annihilation effect of negative energy. Treat it as a regular energy attack. The greatest threat of negative energy lay in its ability to obliterate all matter. Those without regenerative capabilities could not even afford to brush against it, for it would breach defenses and cause true damage. The Diamond Legion is indeed reliable. Damn it, now I have no fear. Subsequently, the ruin wielders of the Diamond Legion charged forth with wild cries. Achaemen had never witnessed such a scene. But that did not mean he would lose his composure. He calmly evaded Shinka's attack. Even without the annihilation effect, the impact of negative energy was still formidable. Not to mention his physique was no trivial matter. Boom! Wild Hunt seized the opportunity to confront Achaemen. The clash of 2 beasts was particularly savage, disregarding their injuries and relying solely on their regenerative abilities to engage in a brutal melee. In terms of strength, Achaemen had a slight edge, yet he was hindered by the others among the Alliance's negative energy wielders being held back, compounded by the surrounding onslaught from the Diamond Legion, rendering him at a disadvantage in this war of attrition. Swift resolution, with negative energy surging through him, Achaemen unleashed an energy beam that sent the surrounding ruin wielders flying. Seeing this, Wild Hunt opened his mouth to unleash a crimson breath. Boom! The instant their energies collided, the entire venue shuddered violently, the resulting explosion laying waste to the area. Amidst the ruins, the beleaguered Diamond Legion team faced off against Achaemen, while Zhou and the others outside struggled to contain the soldiers, who were left dazed and uncertain, exchanging glances and hesitating to advance, but be careful. Just as they were about to continue their confrontation, Shinka suddenly turned, raising his blade defensively as a massive negative energy tore through the air, cleaving the already devastated venue in 2. Wild Hunt and the others were taken aback. Who is that? Under the sun, the dazzling golden hair was particularly striking. Liat entered the fray, wielding her blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of threat that sent chills down the spines of Wild Hunt and the others. Achaemen, you are too slow. You see, this situation is rather troublesome. Achaemen felt a sense of helplessness. Another one? Wild Hunt sensed the tides of battle shifting unfavorably. Among the Alliance's negative energy wielders, aside from Achaemen, there was little to fear, but this newcomer was evidently different. Shinka lay injured amidst the ruins, and the wounds were severe. Fortunately, the light from a gem artifact had nullified the annihilation effect of the negative energy. Otherwise, Shinka would have perished here. It's her. The moment Shinka laid eyes on Lia, he recognized her. He had encountered her during the assault on the Alliance Academy alongside Zhou. He had not anticipated that their disparities would have grown so vast by the time they faced each other again. Upon seeing Lia, memories of that composed figure from years past flooded Shinka's mind. He could hardly believe that this matter bore no relation to Mr. Chen. The ever-observant Major Kelvin found it hard to believe upon witnessing Lia's emergence, and quickly fell into a grim silence. What connection does this have with Mr. Chen? Lia immediately showcased combat prowess on par with Ackerman, instilling great apprehension in Wild Hunt. Facing Ackerman alone was already daunting, and the addition of Lia escalated the danger. Noticing their reluctance to act rashly, Ackerman and Lia made their exit, while the soldiers outside, armed with guns, began to retreat step by step. There was no choice. Facing these negative energy wielders, their firearms offered little assurance of safety. Zhou hurried over to assess Shinka's injuries. Not bad. He won T-die. Wild Hunt disregarded the surrounding soldiers and decisively retreated. Let us go. With that, they deactivated the gem artifact and swaggered away, the soldiers around them rendered irrelevant. Hurriedly making way out on a distant rooftop, Huashan and Huanying observed the scene unfold. Particularly, Huashan's eyes lit up upon seeing Lia and Ackerman. These two negative energy wielders are formidable. Huanying frowned, knowing Huashan's intentions. You plan to target them? One for each, perfectly divided. Without consulting Huanying's opinion, Huashan eagerly charged towards Lia and Ackerman, counting Huanying's share as well. Hey! As Huanying caught up, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure on a distant bench. Causing him to freeze momentarily, a profound sense of dread washing over him, he retreated hastily. Huashan, the gruesome memory of a past defeat lingered vividly in his mind. Huanying had no time to concern himself with Huashan. Turning on his heel to flee, almost frightened out of his wits. They must not be coming for me. Yes, they certainly aren't after me. Huanying mumbled to himself in a panic, eager to distance himself as quickly as possible. Chen Yi set aside the newspaper in his hands, his gaze lingering on Huanying's retreating figure, shaking his head in dismay. This kid truly lacks ambition. In terms of combat strength, Huashan and Huanying were not vastly different. Their innate manipulation of negative energy granted them an edge over other negative energy wielders of similar caliber. However, this was evidently insufficient to contend with Lia and Ackerman, for beings of negative energy. The outcome of the battle was not merely a contest of strength, as long as they could make contact with one another. Even if only for an instant, they could seize the other's body and even access their memories. This was Huashan's reliance. Boom! Huashan charged forth like a cannonball, landing with a thud and blocking Lia and Ackerman's path. A triumphant smile plastered across his face as he recklessly lunged at the two. You seek death. Lia and her companion both possessed unparalleled combat awareness, and without a shred of hesitation, unleashed their lethal strikes upon the volcano. Contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The two of them suddenly retreated, creating distance, while Ackerman decisively launched a blast of negative energy that sent the volcano careening away. In an instant, a slicing attack cleaved the volcano in two, blood splattering in the process. The volcano was vertically severed, its divided visage frozen in a rapturous expression. Lia sheathed her blade, pondering, a being of negative energy. I initially thought you might prove useful, yet here you are, rushing to your own demise. Very well, I shall dispose of you. With that, she summoned negative energy, intent on erasing the volcano's corpse entirely. It was only then that the volcano felt a surge of terror. He could not fathom why Lia was aware of his true identity. He had harbored hopes of feigning death to escape, yet found himself ensnared in a guillotine. This was merely a shell. The volcano's essence had not perished. However, if the body were to be completely annihilated, he would be exposed in this world, leading to his ultimate obliteration. That a mass of negative energy emerged from the corpse. And the volcano begged for mercy. It was at this moment that he grasped the reason behind Phantom's trepidation towards the real world. Surely, this fellow had suffered a similar fate in the past. Don't kill me. The volcano, devoid of thoughts about why his adversary knew his identity, was singularly focused on survival. As long as you spare my life, I will comply with whatever you ask. That won't be necessary. With another negative energy entity still present in the world, Leah resolved to grant the volcano his wish for demise. Regardless of his pleas for mercy, she thoroughly obliterated the volcano's body. With the hiding shell gone, a mass of black negative energy was fully exposed to the air, swiftly vanishing as it was erased by the real world, leaving only the echo of the volcano's anguished cry. Akamin was taken aback by the extraordinary life form. Meanwhile, Phantom remained in a state of shock, still bearing traces of fear on his face. However, at that moment, an inexplicable power surged within him, causing his strength to double in the blink of an eye. It was as if, while a negative energy wielder could only insert a single conduit into the negative energy realm to extract energy, Phantom now found himself inexplicably equipped with an additional conduit. He was now capable of extracting negative energy at a rate twice that of a typical wielder of the same level. The volume of negative energy extracted was a crucial metric of a wielder's strength, and the derivation of deep equations aimed to delve deeper into the realm of negative energy, thereby enhancing extraction efficiency. The transformation occurring within Phantom was undoubtedly a different method of gaining strength. Yet this method was not easily replicable by the average individual. He seemed to grasp something intangible. The volcano. Phantom's expression was fraught with uncertainty. He believed there was undoubtedly a reason behind his newfound strength. And apart from the irretrievably lost volcano, he could think of no other contributing factors. If it were indeed due to the volcano's demise, joy flickered across Phantom's face as he seemed to uncover the unique nature of negative energy entities. This was a path to strength exclusive to beings of negative energy. A triumphant grin spread across Phantom's face as he suppressed laughter, the buried ambition within him resurfacing, and his eyes gleamed with fervent light. So that was how it was. Chen Yi strolled leisurely down the street, his interest piqued by the surroundings to such a close distance. No fluctuation of energy could escape his notice. The death of the volcano and the transformation of Phantom transpiring simultaneously revealed a truth to Chen Yi. Upon the death of a negative energy entity, its power would transfer to another of its kind. If a significant number of negative energy beings were to enter the real world and perish consecutively, the one that survived would undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful. Having amassed the strength of all the fallen entities, compared to other wielders of the same depth, his output of negative energy would be exponentially greater. Chen Yi's understanding crystallized. This was indeed the gravest threat posed by negative energy entities. Slaying them would not alleviate the impending doom of this world. It would merely expedite the accumulation of their power until a tremendously potent negative energy being was born, and a notification indicating a refresh of the spatial interface confirmed Chen Yi's suspicions. Main Quest Phase 3 completed. Points earned, 3,000. Main Quest Phase 4. Based on observational results, the phenomenon of power transfer upon the death of a negative energy entity is acquired postnatally, which pertains to the truth of world destruction. Please ascertain the cause. Quest reward for 1,000 points. The difficulty of tasks in this world was exceptionally high, and consequently, the rewards were exceedingly generous. Moreover, it appeared there was a Phase 5 to the main quest. The level of danger aside, the primary challenge of the main quests in this world lay in their elusive nature and lack of clarity. Were it not for Chen Yi's remarkable perception and monitoring abilities, advancing the quest to Phase 4 would have been exceedingly difficult. Unless one possessed intelligence-gathering skills akin to those of Civic Cat, the average returnee would find themselves utterly lost in the main quest of this world. Presently, there were only 2 negative energy entities in the world. One had just been eliminated, while the other, Phantom, was typically cowering in fear, making contact with him a formidable challenge. This predicament had left the frenzied hunter's main quest stalled at Phase 2. Although by a twist of fate they had set their sights on Chen Yi, this step was not erroneous. Should they truly obtain information from Chen Yi, they could easily complete Phases 2 and 3 of their quest. However, such a feat was nearly impossible. Acquired postnatally? Chen Yi mused. He had observed the transfer of power from the volcano to Phantom in its entirety, the process unfolding with remarkable naturalness and devoid of any signs of external interference. Akin to a natural phenomenon, he fell into contemplation. Thus, Negative energy entities did not possess this trait or ability of power transfer prior to entering the real world. Was this characteristic born only after their arrival? In the real world, natural phenomena, without external interference. Chen Yi reflected on the conditions in the previous two worlds, both of which had naturally spiraled into destruction without human meddling. His actions in the Star Beast world had merely accelerated that process. He was not the root cause or origin, which bore a striking resemblance to the circumstances in this world. The outcome appeared quite clear. Gaia consciousness, not the Gaia consciousness of this planet, but that of the entire universe. The planet's self-regulation would never lead it toward annihilation. At most, it would eliminate certain life forms on its surface, not the entire ecosystem. Yet the role of negative energy was to obliterate everything, indiscriminately erasing all matter, which was evidently excessive for the planet itself. This could only be a spontaneous adjustment by the universe's natural system, as the laws of nature had chosen to destroy this planet in such a manner. The planet, in relation to the universe, was akin to a cell in a human body. If the virus parasitizing it posed a threat, the body's defense mechanisms would instinctively attack the virus, and when necessary, even eliminate that cell. Of course, humanity is part of the universe and cannot be crudely defined as a virus. However, when humanity disrupts the cosmic balance, it must be dealt with accordingly. All this remained mere speculation on Chen Yi's part. Proving whether the Gaia consciousness interfered was a challenging endeavor, as everything occurred naturally, making it impossible to reverse engineer any interference. Yet, conversely, understanding became significantly easier. Chen Yi quickly grasped the underlying logic, realizing, if all naturally occurring events could be interpreted as interference by Gaia consciousness, then the question arose, what actions could Chen Yi undertake to elicit a sufficiently significant response from Gaia consciousness? The disturbances could not be too great, yet they could not be too minuscule either. Should the commotion be too pronounced, Gaia consciousness might very well send down a powerful entity comparable to him for confrontation. Thus, Chen Yi needed to refrain from displaying excessive power to avoid provoking an overreaction from Gaia consciousness. Before long, Chen Yi devised a plan that if Gaia consciousness sought to utilize the realm of negative energy to annihilate this planet, he would deliberately thwart those efforts. Once the realm of negative energy strikes back, it serves as undeniable evidence of Gaia's consciousness intervening. Leia, assemble a research team with the objective of discovering a cure for the black spot disease. Time is of the essence, and you shall personally oversee this matter. As Chen Yi's voice echoed in her ears, Leia instantly comprehended, understood, they wish for the realm of negative energy to seep into the tangible world. Then Chen Yi shall provide free treatment to the patients afflicted with the black spot disease, who serve as conduits for negative energy. He is resolute in his belief that Gaia's consciousness will respond. Achaman, do not grant the Alliance and the Kingdom a moment's respite. I require the situation to become even more convoluted. For the war must not cease and oh problem, Achaman eagerly replied, for this was precisely his area of expertise. Chen Yi brushed past the members of the Diamond Legion, yet they remained utterly oblivious to his presence. Walking straight on, only the civet cat's pupils contracted, clutching its heart as it collapsed to the ground, its face ashen. What's wrong? The members of the Wild Hunt immediately readied for battle, helping the civet cat to its feet. I am fine. The civet cat inhaled deeply, still shaken, and said, just now, it felt as if something terrifying passed right by us, something exceedingly dreadful. Upon hearing this, the Wild Hunt grew gravely serious. Let us go. The civet cat urgently urged them to depart. Regardless of what that presence was, that it was certainly not something they could contend with. This was the first time he had felt such overwhelming power up close since becoming a mysterious wanderer. He could not articulate the magnitude of that strength, only knowing that before such power, they were less than insignificant insects, and this world was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The following day, a news headline sent shockwaves across the globe. The truce agreement has been disrupted. The Alliance's foremost negative energy wielder, Achaman, slaughtered the kingdom's delegation, leading to fierce combat at the venue, with unknown forces intervening. Bang! The kingdom's representatives slammed the intelligence documents onto the table, seething with rage. Reinforcements must be sent to the front lines immediately. The kingdom's representatives were not fools. Their intelligence bureau was not merely decorative. The situation in Hongman City that day was exceedingly intricate. It would take time to uncover the full truth. However, it was undeniable that Achaemen and several negative energy wielders from the Alliance had attacked the kingdom's delegation, resulting in the annihilation of all members. The representatives were not oblivious to the possibility that this could be the personal actions of Achaemen and those negative energy wielders. Yet accepting such a notion would mean swallowing their pride. Moreover, without concrete evidence, they refused to accept the Alliance's explanation. Only by placing the blame squarely on the Alliance could they regain the upper hand and acquire more negotiating leverage and benefits. The truce incident incited widespread outrage within the kingdom, prompting the representatives to hastily send reinforcements to the front lines and continue the fight against the Alliance to see who would falter first. If one were to identify the happiest individual within the kingdom, it would undoubtedly be Mr. Eddy, the honorary chief of the Kingdom Academy of Sciences. A continuation of the war meant an ongoing influx of negative energy wielders. This would allow him to reap even greater profits. Ha! Eddy beamed with delight, observing the negative energy wielders lying within the experimental chamber. This has been the most astute investment of my life. In the Alliance, are you certain? Absolutely. It is Leia. In response to the inquiry, Major Kelvin affirmed, "Though I haven't seen her in many years, I can confidently say that is indeed Leia, Mr. Chen's adopted daughter." Mr. Chen. The disappearance of Mr. Chen had always been a tremendous loss for the Alliance. They had long believed that Chen Yi had fallen into the hands of other nations. That Leia's appearance rekindled their hope. If they could re-establish contact with her, perhaps the Alliance could uncover Mr. Chen's whereabouts. You are fully responsible for this matter. I permit you to select a few elite negative energy wielders to operate covertly. Spare no effort to rescue Mr. Chen. At any cost, you may eliminate anyone who dares to obstruct your mission. Understood. After accepting the orders, Kelvin swiftly assembled a secret task force. They were not required to engage in the conflict with the kingdom. Their sole objective was Mr. Chen. They could not locate Chen Yi's trail. Yet Achaemen and Leia frequently moved about various locations. With sufficient manpower, they would inevitably find them. Leia's association with Achaemen was exposed in Hongman City. It was not only Kelvin who was in pursuit, but the Diamond Legion was also actively seeking them. Even other nations were tracking the whereabouts of Leia and Chen Yi, involving an extensive network of powers and countries. Given that Mr. Chen's significance was immeasurable. Furthermore, the Alliance was particularly keen to ascertain why Leia and Achaemen sought to undermine the signing of the truce agreement, and who the mastermind behind their orders truly was. Could it be Mr. Chen? But why would he do such a thing? This perplexing aspect only solidified the upper echelons of the Alliance in their suspicions that Mr. Chen must have fallen into the clutches of some force or nation. Otherwise, he would have no reason to sabotage the signing of the truce agreement. Rather, other nations would prefer the Alliance and the Kingdom to remain in conflict, depleting both nations' resources in the year 815. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed since the truce agreement incident in Hongman City, and the intensification of war has rapidly accelerated the advancement of weaponry technology. The emergence of heavy machine guns has transformed the battlefield into a veritable slaughterhouse. Coupled with the continuous improvement of artillery technology, resulting in a steep rise in soldier casualties. Over the years, Leia and Achaemen have engaged in numerous dealings and confrontations with various factions. Notably, they have encountered spies and operatives from the Alliance on multiple occasions, who have offered assistance in rescuing Mr. Chen. Leia found herself at a loss for words. She had no desire to engage in further dialogue with the Alliance. Additionally, over the span of 7 years, following the Phantom and the volcano, an increasing number of negative energy life forms have emerged from the realm of negative energy into the tangible world. Many negative energy wielders have suffered, as these entities predominantly congregated in the United States, causing it to gradually become a stronghold for negative energy life forms. This year, a mathematician from the Alliance's Academy of Sciences burst into exuberant laughter, raising a notebook filled with derivations. "I've figured it out. I've derived it. I've pushed the depth equation to 40. After 7 long years, the depth equation had finally been elevated to the level of 40. This also meant that Chen Yi was finally able to complete another upgrade task. Upgrade Task 4. Completion Super Explosion Option. Upgrade Super Explosion. LV5 Ability. Super Explosion Level. LV5 description: channeling all power, capable of unleashing a devastating strike with 100 times the force of a normal attack. To be frank, Chen Yi truly wished to find a place to test the might of this strike. But considering the immense noise it would undoubtedly create, he decided to hold off for the time being. He estimated that as this ability continued to evolve, it would eventually empower him with the capacity to slay even those of the fifth tier, perhaps rendering even critical breakthroughs unnecessary. Simultaneously, Chen Yi sensed that as the depth equation progressed, the time consumed was increasingly prolonged. He murmured softly, "It seems I must enlist the aid of other civilizations." Fearing that his reckless interference might draw the attention of some entity or advanced civilization in the cosmos, Chen Yi resolved not to intervene directly. This task must be undertaken by the people of this planet. For this purpose, he had long devised a plan, establishing one of the research institutions a few years prior. Furthermore, signals capable of attracting extraterrestrial civilizations had already been dispatched into the cosmic expanse several years ago. However, even the personnel within this institution did not believe their signals would reach alien civilizations. They were entirely unaware of who their employer was. Another monotonous day ensued. Amidst the concealed mountains and forests stood a towering signal, transmitter, and receiver, where a man and a woman sat idly at the control console, scanning the signals with ennui. The once youthful man was now slightly balding, and he weakly complained, "Sitting here day in and day out. I'm going to mold away." The woman beside him had no complaints. In such an environment, finding a job as leisurely as this was a luxury. At least here, they need not worry about their next meal. "That is true, you think this is meaningful." "What do you mean?" The man felt no tangible connection to the distant starry cosmos. He could not fathom the existence of any civilization beyond humanity. Perhaps this was merely a figment of our own wishful thinking. Bang. As the man rambled on, the woman, while listening to his grievances, suddenly stood up, her chair clattering loudly to the ground as she glanced at the control panel. "What's wrong?" the man questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion, and then his pupils dilated in alarm. The crackling signal from the depths of space responded to them, traversing light years before being translated by the receiver and displayed on the monitor. The research team, secretly controlled by Chen Yi, possessed technology far beyond the current era. Merely elucidating the principles and structures to him enabled him to instantaneously create any machine. The energy under his command could be transmuted into any material. He could even fabricate neutron stars and black holes, let alone ordinary machines. Based on this, the research on black spot disease advanced rapidly, and they swiftly discovered a method to permanently eradicate the negative energy that plagued its victims. Each time a patient was cured, it was akin to sealing a breach through which negative energy permeated into the real world. Chen Yi did not believe Gaia's consciousness remained indifferent. Black spot disease patients were easily found in everyday life. Globally, their numbers were staggering, and it remained an incurable affliction that no one wished to endure. Those who could become negative energy bearers were ultimately the minority. The vast majority were ordinary individuals who were elated at the prospect of a complete cure. Several years prior, a research institution in a neutral country announced a breakthrough in curing black spot disease, leading to an influx of patients seeking treatment. Chen Yi observed everything from the shadows. All plans unfolded meticulously according to his design. The dimly lit floor was already deserted when an Alliance spy stealthily infiltrated, beginning to rummage around in search of clues. Creak. Zhou Tong brazenly pushed the door open, colliding with the spy who was searching for evidence, and upon recognizing a familiar face, the latter let out a sigh of relief. Interestingly enough, Zhou Tong was a double agent. He held an identity as a kingdom spy while also being an Alliance operative. Thriving in both environments, for years, the hunt had been pursuing Chen Yi's whereabouts. It was unreasonable to rely solely on the civic cat for intelligence, as other returners were also utilizing their unique skills. The spy shook his head at Zhou Tong that we arrived too late. Alas, Zhou Tong sighed deeply. Another fruitless endeavor. That moment, a message came through the communicator. The hunt. The civic cat has found a lead, and the experiment has made a breakthrough. Return quickly to undergo the negative energy bearer experiment and enhance your combat capabilities. Roger that. Good news indeed. Zhou Tong's spirits lifted immediately. while the black spot disease patients sought a cure. The returners were devising ways to contract the disease to become negative energy bearers through experiments. As the combat power of the negative energy bearers increased, the returners found themselves somewhat inadequate. However, once they became negative energy bearers, the issue of combat strength would be swiftly resolved. This day, he could not forget the oppressive feeling Ackerman had instilled during the battle in Hongman City. Nor could he dismiss the presence of Leah. Just the two of them had rendered their group of returners utterly paralyzed. It was infuriating. The Diamond Legion team gathered over the course of a month. The Hunt, Zhou Tong, and Xing Ku all underwent the negative energy bearer experiment, successfully transforming into negative energy bearers. Armed with the intelligence at their disposal, they easily derived 40 depth equations, attaining combat power equivalent to that of first-tier negative energy bearers. Coupled with their inherent abilities and strength, the Hunt and his companions suddenly found themselves among the elite combatants in the negative energy bearer community. Was this the power of 40 depth negative energy bearers? Zhou Tong felt the immense strength coursing through him. Strong was the only way to describe it. He had always possessed formidable self-healing abilities, and after the infusion of superactive cells, he became even more formidable. Now, in terms of self-healing, he undoubtedly ranked as the #1 in the Diamond Legion team, completely reaching the level of the initial sample of superactive cells, even if he were left with just a piece of flesh. Zhou Tong could restore himself to his former state. An epic enhancement indeed. Zhou Tong was overjoyed. Everyone, the civic cat spoke within the secret base. I have good news. After becoming a negative energy bearer, my abilities have advanced further. Now, I can allow everyone to meet the puppet master, albeit only in a hypothetical space, unable to manifest in reality. That was sufficient. The Hunt nodded, countering, what about the bad news? The civic cat shrugged. The bad news is that I require a substantial amount of negative energy to perform this feat. The output from just us negative energy bearers is far from adequate. Xing Ku inquired, how many more people are needed? It's not a matter of numbers. I need a massive negative energy storage battery. To my knowledge, the Alliance is attempting to deploy this technology in warfare. Simple. Zhou Tong thumped his chest, declaring, I am on good terms with the Alliance. And since they are also searching for the puppet master, it wouldn't be an issue to enlist their assistance. Agreed. Half a month later, at a secret base within the Alliance, before a colossal negative energy storage device, Kelvin arrived with his covert unit, addressing the civic cat. Let us begin. The Diamond Legion team was fully assembled. The civic cat nodded and initiated the extraction of immense energy from the device. The power of the mysterious traveler was unleashed. Everyone's consciousness was instantly drawn into the hypothetical space constructed within the void. Simultaneously, a fragment of Chen Yi's consciousness was pulled into the civic cat's hypothetical space. Since they possessed this capability, Chen Yi was not averse to meeting them, and a hum of formless power rippled through the void, shaping a dim hypothetical space. Upon the arrival of the Diamond Legion team and Kelvin, they exchanged glances, realizing there was little difference from the real world. This moment, they were only curious about one thing. Who was the puppet master? As the prospect of meeting this enigmatic figure approached, a palpable tension enveloped them. Footsteps echoed nearby. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and an oppressive sensation thickened the air, heightening their anxiety. This was no mere psychological effect, but a tangible energy pressure. The civic cat, the Hunt, and Zhou Tong, possessing heightened danger perception, felt a shiver run down their spines. Conversely, the ordinary Kelvin sensed the encroaching threat but remained oblivious to the source, his pupils gradually narrowing, until a figure came into view. Chen Yi, wearing a smile, finally addressed them. It's a pleasure to finally meet you all, Mr. Chen. Kelvin exclaimed incredulously. Including himself, the Alliance had always believed Chen Yi was under someone else's control, unaware that he was indeed the true puppet master. Thud! The civic cat reacted even more strongly, collapsing to the ground, clutching his heart in sheer terror. Everyone, I may have made a grave mistake. It seems we have attracted the ire of an unfathomable existence. Crack! The overwhelming energy surged within the hypothetical space, causing the very fabric of the constructed void to crack and begin to collapse. This was dire. Though the civet cat could glean various bits of information from the void, these insights were discontinuous. He knew that terrifying figures existed in this world, but had no inkling that the puppet master was one of them. The probability was simply too low. It was only when a familiar sensation pierced through his perception once more that he realized they were fixated on an undeniably formidable presence. "Mr. Chen, why are you here?" Ignoring the Diamond Legion team's trepidation, Kelvin darkly questioned Chen Yi. "You were the one who violated the truce agreement, weren't you? Why would you do such a thing?" "Ah, Kelvin, it's been a while," Chen Yi acknowledged him with a nod, opting not to answer the question and instead turning his gaze towards the hunt and Zhou Tong, expressing admiration. "You truly are quite capable." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the civet cat. Indeed, the power of causality was remarkably useful. Suppressing the primal instincts of fear, Kuang forced himself to say, "Mr. Chen, we bear no ill intentions. We merely hope to obtain some information from you that I am aware." Chen Yi replied, "If they had malevolent designs, they would have been dealt with long ago by Chen Yi." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I have some matters to attend to, but I shall grant you an opportunity. Defeat me here, and I will provide you with the information you seek." "You're jesting." Zhou Tong managed a strained smile. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he thought to himself that this simulated space felt astonishingly real, indistinguishable from the actual world. If his sense of crisis could be converted into electronic signals, it would certainly be ringing like an alarm bell, for Chen Yi's oppressive aura was indeed formidable. Chen Yi raised a finger. "I shall only utilize 1/1,000,000th of my power." "What does that sound?" As he spoke, Chen Yi retracted the energy he had released, and the sense of oppression within the simulated space vanished without a trace. Shinka instinctively drew his long knife from his waist. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." In that fleeting moment, the blade shimmered with azure arcs of electricity, and Shinka struck with all his might, fully aware that this was their sole opportunity. As all acted in a flash. However, their opponent was Chen Yi. Even utilizing just 1/1,000,000th of his strength represented energy on the scale of thousands of stars, far beyond what Kuang and his companions could withstand. None among them could even hope to explode a star. Time within the simulated space froze at that instant, only to be followed by an explosion of dazzling brilliance, swiftly obliterated and torn apart by the raging energy. Boom! Hoof! The moment their consciousness returned to their bodies, Zhou Tong and Shinka collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as if they were ordinary individuals drowning. Kuang, drenched in sweat, was filled with a sense of dread. "I thought we were truly going to die." Zhou Tong fell back onto the ground, reflecting on their earlier encounter. In an instant, they had been utterly annihilated. The battle had been on an entirely different level. 1/1,000,000th of his power, he asked. "What now?" "We didn't manage to gather any information from him." The civet cat fell silent. Kuang was at a loss for words. All these years, they had been dancing on the precipice of death, daring to covet the attention of such a formidable being. To still be alive was indeed a stroke of luck. That Kelvin's face turned pale, and he lapsed into a prolonged silence. The negative energy beings of the secret squad still reeling from the shadow of death. The notion that Mr. Chen was the mastermind behind it all was something they could reluctantly accept. Yet, what Kelvin found even more incomprehensible was how outrageously powerful Mr. Chen was. If he possessed such immense strength, why would he choose to remain hidden? He could easily conquer the world outright. Staying in the shadows seemed redundant. This world is far more complex than I had imagined, Kelvin pondered. Meanwhile, in a neutral nation. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the skies, a colossal wave of energy sweeping across the landscape. In an instant, the research facility dedicated to curing black spot disease was reduced to rubble, but a young man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle stood amidst the ruins. His body surging with formidable negative energy, evidently more powerful than previous negative energy beings. This was a negative energy being who had surpassed a depth of 40. Not only that, but his strength far exceeded that of other negative energy beings at the same depth. Undoubtedly, he was a life form of negative energy. Finally, there was a response. Chen Yi appeared atop the debris, surveying this extraordinary negative energy life form before him. His years of planning and waiting had finally borne fruit. This should serve as proof that Gaia's consciousness was intervening to prevent Chen Yi from saving the world. And similarly, the phenomenon of energy transfer was also a creation of Gaia's consciousness. Sure enough, the main quest, Phase 4, was complete. Points awarded. For 1,000 up main quest, Phase 5. Witness the destruction of this world. Reward. 5,000 points. Upon seeing Chen Yi's emergence, the hedgehog-haired youth displayed an exceptionally displeased expression. Human, do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to spread black spot disease? Typical negative energy beings lack the ability to disseminate black spot disease, yet this one was evidently different. Chen Yi was curious about his identity. Would you mind introducing yourself? No need. The hedgehog-haired youth was not in the mood for a lengthy conversation with Chen Yi, which mattered little to Chen Yi. He could surmise much from that previous statement. Likely, he was the culprit responsible for spreading negative energy from the negative energy realm to the real world. Or perhaps merely one of the culprits. Regardless, it was of no concern. Chen Yi's establishment of an organization to heal patients afflicted with black spot disease had evidently irked them, and now they had come to confront him. If the typical negative energy being's strength measured at 1, this hedgehog-haired individual was at least above 10. Consequently, he could unleash combat and destructive power exceeding that of a negative energy being of the same depth by more than tenfold. However, this was still insufficient to pose a threat to Chen Yi. The resounding blast echoed in his ears as the hedgehog-haired youth, brimming with surging negative energy, flashed before Chen Yi, unleashing a full-force attack that was instantly frozen mid-air. The speed of light plummeted to 0 in an instant, and within the frozen space, the hedgehog-haired youth's thoughts were utterly immobilized. With a mere thought, Chen Yi extracted a mass of negative energy from the hedgehog-haired youth's body, just as he had done with the previous phantom. Thus, the very essence of this negative energy life form was drawn forth. There was no resistance whatsoever. Immediately, Chen Yi obliterated the extracted negative energy life form, allowing its power to transfer to another negative energy life form under Gaia's intervention. After years of meticulous planning, the 4th phase of the main quest was finally completed. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon the content of the 5th phase of the quest, plunging him into contemplation. Witness the destruction of the world. Could I not simply destroy it myself? This was a question worthy of deep reflection. Since the 4th phase of the main quest had been fulfilled, there was no need for Chen Yi to continue provoking Gaia's consciousness, lest something significant occur. Naturally, he would cease efforts to reconstruct the research facility and continue healing those afflicted by black spot disease. That being said, since all 3 task worlds were intricately linked to Gaia's consciousness, Chen Yi had reason to suspect that they would frequently engage with Gaia's consciousness in the future. Although Gaia's consciousness represented an abstract concept unifying life and non-life within nature, devoid of consciousness and wisdom, merely maintaining the balance of the natural system. The existence of an artifact like the Gaia chapter led Chen Yi to suspect that in certain worlds, Gaia's consciousness might indeed possess awareness and intelligence. Just as the star spirit is a manifestation of cosmic energy, the potential for miracles must inevitably arise across the countless levels of worlds and universes. Chen Yi understood that as his rank increased, he would eventually encounter such advanced existences that on another front, in the United Nations, the Phantom was secretly plotting to eliminate a fellow being to acquire its power when he suddenly felt a surge of energy flooding into his body, leaving him utterly astonished. What is happening? Ever since discovering the phenomenon of energy transfer among negative energy life forms, he had resorted to any means necessary to become stronger, clandestinely eliminating numerous negative energy beings. As he had anticipated, the powers of those he had dispatched had transferred to him, resulting in his current possession of strength exceeding that of a negative energy being of the same depth by more than tenfold. With this unexpected boon, his power had escalated to over 20 times. Yet it was still insufficient. If he wished to exact revenge on a certain individual, this was far from enough. Chen Yi was the greatest shadow looming over the Phantom's heart. The enhancement of his strength accompanied a swelling ambition. Upon realizing he had the opportunity to rise again, the fear he once felt transformed into hatred. One day, he would ensure that individual experience despair. He would return the terror he had once faced tenfold. A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes as the Phantom approached a newly emerged negative energy life form in the real world, saying with a smile, "Brother, welcome to the real world." In the year 820 AD, the world remained engulfed in the flames of war. Following the advent of the heavy machine gun, yet another revolutionary weapon graced the battlefield: the airplane. The thunderous roar of propellers sliced through the skies above as fighter planes not only served reconnaissance and transport roles, but also delivered munitions for long-range bombardments, thereby extending the front lines significantly. The sounds of artillery from the Green River echoed incessantly, and when a shadow descended from above, the soldiers initially believed it to be an aircraft soaring overhead. However, upon glancing upwards, they were met with the sight of a colossal vessel, igniting sparks as it breached the atmosphere, akin to a leviathan from myth, appearing and disappearing within the sea of cloud. As the gunfire gradually ceased, the soldiers stood in stunned silence. What was that? A space battleship? From afar, Chen Yi gazed at the descending cosmic warship, which, lacking any space defenses, rudely breached the atmosphere. At last, it had arrived. This day would be etched in the annals of history, for it marked the moment when the warship of the Centaur civilization, after years of light-speed travel, finally descended upon this planet. On board, the captain of the Centaur Alpha warship surveyed the primitive electric age of human civilization and lamented, "What a backward civilization!" But he found it perplexing how such an underdeveloped species could muster the audacity to proclaim its existence in the cosmos. Perhaps it was an attempt to assert their significance. If that were the case, then this civilization must be steeped in ignorance and arrogance to a considerable degree. Their ignorance rendered them fearless, while their arrogance set the stage for their demise. The confrontation between electric civilization and interstellar civilization was an utterly unwinnable conflict. The Centaur civilization could conquer this planet with but a single warship. Even if the individual power of the Centaur beings could not rival that of the negative energy entities, before the might of the Centaur warship, humanity trembled in fear. In terms of civilization, humanity held no value against the Centaur civilization. However, the Centaur civilization harbored a keen interest in the technology of negative energy transformation. The strength of individual power could, to a certain extent, compensate for the shortcomings of the Centaur civilization. Moreover, they were ravenous for the boundless energy found within the realm of negative energy. With little effort, the Centaur civilization acquired all human technology related to negative energy entities and the domain of negative energy, subsequently transmitting it back to their home planet via quantum communication. While their journey from the Centaur civilization to this planet spanned several years, the quantum communication required not even a second. It was an instantaneous communication technology that disregarded distance. The Centaur civilization was one that relished conquest and expansion, thus possessing a vast colonial territory. Within several light years, numerous planets lay under Centaur dominion, forming a colossal interstellar civilization through quantum communication. Thanks to the Centaur civilization's advanced mathematical fields and quantum computing, their derivation of deep equations progressed at a pace far surpassing that of human civilization. Within merely a few days, the deep equation was derived to a depth of 50, and in less than half a month, it reached a depth of 60. Notifications began to appear on Chen Yi's interface. Upgrade Task 5. Completed. Super Burst Option. Upgrade. Super Burst. LV6. Upgrade Task 6. Completed. Super Burst Option. Upgrade. Super Burst. LV7. Capability. Super Burst. Level. LV7. Description. Concentrating all power allows for an instantaneous strike with 500 times the force. Furthermore, during these 5 years, the influx of negative energy life forms into the real world surged explosively, not merely in hundreds, but in thousands, until half a year ago, when it abruptly ceased, as if the realm of negative energy had been completely drained, leaving no further negative energy life forms to enter the reality. The massive influx of negative energy life forms into the world would undoubtedly incite great turmoil, in addition to satiating phantom. This fellow had already vanquished hundreds of his kind, now wielding power hundreds of times greater than that of deep negative energy entities, to the point where he could scarcely suppress his desire for vengeance against Chen Yi. Then one day, Phantom amassed the strength of 1,000 negative energy life forms, seemingly surpassing a critical threshold, and this power could no longer be concealed. With a tremendous roar, the surging energy erupted into the sky, annihilating all in its path. as a super-negative energy life form was born. The space within the planet instantaneously collapsed, and the realm of negative energy fully connected with the real world through Phantom, unleashing an immeasurable tide of negative energy akin to a flood breaching a dam, flooding into the reality. The apocalypse had arrived. A deafening rumble echoed as torrents of negative energy poured forth from the realm of negative energy, eradicating all matter in its wake, painting the sky and earth in a cataclysmic tableau. The tumultuous energy swept through the clouds, thunder roared, and a dark mist enveloped the land, as everything on the planet began to vanish gradually. This spectacle took Chen Yi somewhat by surprise. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him, he remarked, "I can understand Phantom's eagerness, but this end of the world has come rather swiftly." He had anticipated that the apocalypse would only descend once Phantom had gathered the strength of all negative energy life forms. But he had not expected that merely 1,000 would suffice. "Ha!" Ackerman chuckled. "This is truly spectacular." As a wave of negative energy swept past, the ground fractured, and everything disintegrated in an instant, revealing a figure amidst the overwhelming tide of negative energy. Upon seeing Chen Yi, Phantom revealed a sinister grin. "You remember me, don't you?" This fellow remained blissfully unaware that Chen Yi had been observing him all along, and now, emboldened by his newfound strength, he was eager to reclaim his honor. Chen Yi could hardly suppress a chuckle. "So, you've come seeking revenge." Of course, recalling the humiliation of the past, Phantom's fury surged within him as he roared. "The fear and humiliation you bestowed upon me will be repaid 100-fold." With a flash of cold steel, Liadi prepared to strike, but Chen Yi raised a hand to halt her. Unperturbed by the interruption, Phantom, after asserting his presence with words, immediately launched his attack, and a massive vortex rapidly drew in the surrounding vast negative energy, transforming it into an enormous beam of energy that hurtled towards Chen Yi. Now, with the entire planet saturated with negative energy, he was eager to see how Chen Yi would retaliate. Yet, the anticipated explosion of energy did not materialize. In the blink of an eye, the negative energy beam disintegrated, leaving Chen Yi and his companions unharmed in its wake. Instead, with but a thought, Chen Yi sent Phantom hurtling away. The Phantom's form tumbled headlong into the tide of negative energy, stirring up turbulent waves. He could not fathom the essence of Chen Yi's formidable power. The disparity between their strengths was beyond his imagination. In truth, physical attacks, with their direct impact, pose a greater threat to Chen Yi than energy blasts. Yet Phantom had yet to grasp this level of combat. Is this the extent of your confidence in your strength? Chen Yi appeared amidst the tide of negative energy, impervious to its corrosive effects. He grasped Phantom by the throat and lifted him into the air, expressing his disappointment. "I had hoped you might offer me some surprises." "Let me go." Phantom thrashed in a futile attempt to break free. Yet he was powerless. His once confident strength now paled in comparison to Chen Yi, like a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. The notion of vengeance had become a mere farce. However, this time, Phantom did not beg for mercy as he had in the past. Realizing his inability to contend with Chen Yi, he instead clung desperately to Chen Yi's arm. The furious tide of negative energy surged into Phantom's body at an astonishing speed, brewing a terrifying maelstrom. Phantom grinned wickedly. "Since I cannot win, let us perish together." "That takes guts." Chen Yi acknowledged Phantom's audacity before decisively obliterating him into a mist of blood. In that moment of Phantom's demise, all the negative energy within him was unleashed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of unfathomable magnitude. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion obliterated the entire continental plate beneath, leaving the planet resembling a colossal beast that had bitten off a piece. On the Centaur civilization's Alpha warship, the captain and crew gazed in awe at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them, utterly astonished. What transpired on this planet? In an instant, the reverberations of the explosion surged forth, engulfing everything in a deluge of negative energy, swiftly consuming the Alpha warship of the Centaur civilization. Ordinary individuals would be obliterated at the mere touch of this malevolent force, whereas those attuned to negativity thrived within it, feeling as though they were fish in water. Kuang Lai, Zhou Tong, and Xing Ke stood amidst this crumbling world, bearing witness to the swift disappearance of all existence under the annihilation of negative energy. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock, Zhou Tong was left speechless. Is this the end of the world? What a pity, Kuang Lai sighed. The main quest remains unfinished. This planet was destined for destruction, under the Gaian consciousness of the vast cosmos. This outcome was unavoidable. However, witnessing its demise would signify the complete end of the main quest, compelling Chen Yi to return to his own realm. Yet, he had several upgrade tasks yet to complete. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi resolved to intervene. This planet must not perish. He understood that such actions would incite the balancing force of the Gaian consciousness, unleashing even greater calamities and more formidable entities to obliterate the planet. But it was worth a at worst. If the situation turned dire, Chen Yi could personally annihilate the planet himself in a heartbeat. The speed of light across the entire planet plummeted to zero, freezing the apocalypse in this singular moment. Simultaneously, Chen Yi sensed a faint but undeniable sense of crisis, as anticipated. The Gaian consciousness reacted immediately. The impending threat was not overwhelmingly potent, and Chen Yi surmised he could manage it. 2 months later, the Centaur civilization advanced their deep equation to a depth of 70. Upgrade task 7 completed. Super eruption option upgraded. Super eruption LV8 ability. Super eruption level. LV8 description. Concentrating all power. Capable of unleashing a formidable strike with 1,000-fold might instantaneously. A brilliant streak of light approached Chen Yi's star system from the vastness of space, resembling a meteorite, yet surrounded by a formidable surge of energy. Thump, thump. The energy rippled, akin to a heartbeat. 6 months later, the deep equation reached a depth of 80. Upgrade task 8 completed. Super eruption option upgraded. Super eruption LV9 ability. Super eruption level. LV9 description. Concentrating all power. Capable of unleashing a formidable strike with a 2,000-fold might instantaneously. The superluminal meteorite swiftly entered Chen Yi's star system, hurtling directly toward him. The moment it entered his perception range, Chen Yi's danger sense reacted instantaneously. It's coming without hesitation. He blinked and teleported 5,000 light-years to the meteorite's forefront. The vast stellar energy transformed into an immense resistance, forcibly slowing the meteorite from its superluminal state. Without a moment's delay, Chen Yi unleashed a colossal strike at light speed upon the meteorite, resulting in an explosion of dazzling brilliance throughout the cosmos. The residual force of the stellar energy radiated outward, scattering photons across the starry expanse. Having entered the final phase, Chen Yi felt unencumbered. Not only did he extend the deep equation to the Centaur civilization, but he also disseminated it among numerous other civilizations. Consequently, the rate of derivation surged remarkably. To prevent these civilizations from being affected, he proactively engaged, striving to keep the battlefield as distant as possible from them. In the depths of space, 5,000 light-years away from the Centaur civilization, a brilliant light erupted as Chen Yi's unparalleled strike vaporized the entire meteorite along with the cosmic life within it. However, matters did not conclude so simply. It was as if time reversed. The energy in the starry sky recoiled, swiftly reforming into a meteorite-shaped life form. The unknown entity unfurled its coiled body, revealing a grotesque and colossal beast. Roar! The ferocious roar stirred energy ripples across the cosmic expanse, the essence of all creation transmitting the message contained within this roar to Chen Yi's mind. Life. Annihilation. Chen Yi's expression hardened. This starry giant seemed formidable, possessing an indiscriminate malice toward life and an instinct for pure destruction that was immensely powerful. This was a creature of nearly irrational ferocity, driven solely by combat and annihilation. Most crucially, this beast possessed energy levels equal to Chen Yi's own. The moment the beast's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Chen Yi, it lunged toward him at light speed, adhering to its instinctual combat nature. Chen Yi decisively froze the surrounding space-time, yet proved ineffective against the beast. It was evident that this creature could manipulate stellar energy. Even if it lacked the ability to control it, it certainly possessed the capacity to manipulate light, or else it would not have withstood his maneuver. The beast charged forth, delivering a strike of immeasurable power against Chen Yi. Although it forced him back, it could not breach his defenses. Chen Yi's form was composed of unknown substances within the plank membrane, rendering his defenses nearly limitless. In close combat, he held a significant advantage that a nearby star was pierced through, its matter instantly turning the surrounding planets into molten, crimson orbs as the overwhelming stellar energy dissipated. Chen Yi halted his momentum and, with a single punch, reduced half of the beast's body to a mist of blood. Blue flesh scattered across the cosmos, and astonishingly, the half-living beast still managed to survive. Preparing to unleash an energy surge to engulf Chen Yi, brilliant light erupted as the energy wave struck Chen Yi's form, dispersing like a magnificent firework. Inflicting no harm whatsoever, and a neutron star was obliterated by the splintered energy, shattering into countless fragments that scattered into the void of space. Chen Yi's indomitable physique withstood the energy assault, propelling him upward as he forcibly wrenched the beast's head from its body, tearing it asunder. Compared to the beast, Chen Yi's combat was far more ruthless. The creature's flesh floated in the cosmic void, and after a prolonged silence, Chen Yi gazed upon the beast's corpse and severed head, not daring to lower his guard. Is it dead? Suddenly, energy in the starry sky rippled, and after a heartbeat of rhythmic pulsation, the beast's body exploded into a mass of energy, rapidly retracting in a replay of the earlier scene. It was reviving once more. Chen Yi furrowed his brow. This cycle seemed never-ending. He swiftly gathered a vast amount of stellar energy in his hands and, with utmost speed, fashioned a black hole. The energy mass of the revived beast was hurled into the center of the black hole, where its immense gravitational pull swiftly tore the mass apart, obliterating it at the most fundamental particle level. Atoms were compressed into a mass of neutrons, which then continued to be fragmented into quarks, and so forth. However, what transpired next left Chen Yi somewhat exasperated. The beast somehow managed to revive even after being reduced to the most basic informational state, emerging from the black hole with an even fiercer and more powerful demeanor. Roar! The chaotic energy shattered the black hole, distorting the cosmic expanse, as boundless malice continued to pursue its instinct for destruction, locking onto Chen Yi. The beast charged once more. Chen Yi had no choice but to confront it yet again. The clash of ultimate power and ultimate form was fierce. However, Chen Yi soon realized that the beast had evolved, its body exhibiting greater fortitude than before. Even so, Chen Yi, as a plank membrane life form, still held the upper hand. Evolution or not, he continued to dominate the beast in their fray. At extreme speeds, Chen Yi and the beast skimmed across the surface of a supergiant star, the mere aftershocks of their battle obliterating half of the star. On a life-bearing planet, primitive intelligent beings gazed up at their sun as it gradually extinguished, soon following suit as their planet transformed into cosmic dust. Boom! The beast was driven headfirst into a planetary body by Chen Yi, which subsequently exploded, casting immense amounts of matter into the cosmic void. Roar! The excruciating pain jolted the beast's nerves as Chen Yi wrenched one of its arms off, both of them colliding with the surface of the star before finally halting. On the scorching surface of the star, Chen Yi casually discarded the beast's severed arm and remarked, "I shall see just how far you can evolve." Not far away, a spacecraft was docked nearby, its immense energy reaction immediately capturing the attention of the crew, who fixated their gaze upon the surface of the nearby star. The chill ran down their spines. "Captain, there are signs of life activity on the surface of the star. The energy reaction is extraordinarily powerful." Before the spacecraft could react, Chen Yi and the colossal beast vanished from sight. Their battle, akin to the speed of light, unleashed a terrifying force that obliterated the entire star. The brilliant fireball marked the grandest of funerals, leaving the crew aboard the spacecraft paralyzed with fear, hastily fleeing the scene. This battle could be deemed the most intense Chen Yi had ever engaged in, as a continuous influx of stellar energy surged into his body, transforming into formidable power to clash with the beast. Both adversaries possessed boundless stamina, as if they could battle until the end of the universe, annihilating countless celestial bodies along their path. Chen Yi, relying on his robust physique, repeatedly vanquished the beast, which persistently resurrected, its evolving form gradually approaching the strength of Chen Yi's body, until it ultimately surpassed it. Upon its latest revival, the beast's terrifying physical strength eclipsed that of Chen Yi's plank membrane life form, rendering him incapable of breaching its defenses under normal circumstances. However, this was merely the norm. Roar! A fierce aura swept across the cosmos, met by an even more formidable force in response to the beast's roar, as Chen Yi erupted with boundless radiance. The terrifying power exploded forth. Critical breakthrough. Ability, critical breakthrough level. None description. Duration of 1 minute. Overdraws power from the next 30 days, temporarily surpassing the threshold to ascend to a higher tier. Regrettably, the highest achievable is merely the 6th tier. Otherwise, its value would far exceed this that a power so formidable it could shake entire star systems surged forth. The ocean of stellar energy boiling incessantly, an intensely dazzling light erupting in the vastness of space. At this moment, Chen Yi's power had ascended to the 5th tier, enabling him to easily obliterate this galaxy with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. An incomprehensibly terrifying energy surged past, and the beast, whose physical strength had already surpassed that of the plank membrane life form, was utterly annihilated in an instant. Amidst the endless, radiant glow, the beast's energy coalesced, and, upon resurrection, still proved no match for this force. Vanishing into ashes instantaneously, this cycle repeated dozens of times until the minute's limit expired, causing Chen Yi's power to revert back to the 4th tier, while the tumultuous sea of stellar energy rapidly calmed, and the blinding radiance gradually dimmed. Enduring dozens of deaths in a short span, and under the relentless pressure of 5th-tier power, each resurrection of the beast saw it evolve rapidly, now possessing the faint semblance of 5th-tier strength. The pulsations emanating from the energy mass formed by the resurrected beast shook the very fabric of the starry sky. Even the mere proximity to 5th-tier power instilled an unparalleled sense of oppression. Naturally, Chen Yi's actions were not without purpose. His continual stimulation of the beast's evolution was solely to extract its utmost value. Resolving the beast was not an insurmountable challenge. The simplest method would be to banish the beast into the plank membrane. Yet that would be an utter waste, for such a powerful life form was a rarity. Wonkai. Wu. The ever-watchful Wonkai appeared by Chen Yi's side, and upon his command, it opened its maw wide and swallowed the resurrecting beast whole. In an instant, Wonkai digested the beast, transferring an immensely terrifying power into Chen Yi's body. Enhancement successful star beast LV-18, star spirit LV-18, the advancement from LV-16 to LV-18 represented a significant strengthening. With Chen Yi's perception radius expanding from 5,000 light-years to 20,000 light-years. Most importantly, he could now project his will across the stars with but a thought. His will became the will of the cosmos. Whenever Chen Yi desired, the will of the stars would guide the development of civilizations according to his intentions, be it history, culture, or the survival of civilizations that, of course, the stars did not possess wisdom or true consciousness. The so-called here was akin to the abstract concept of Gaia consciousness. Chen Yi's would influence the evolution and operation of civilizations and the cosmos as a natural law, making him a true god within a radius of 20,000 light-years. The harvest did not end there, that a sphere of light materialized before Chen Yi. Obtainability. Death evolution ability. Death evolution level. None description. Each death will significantly enhance your power in a particular area of weakness. However, the prerequisite is that you must possess the ability to resurrect. Another ability without a level. Without hesitation, Chen Yi immediately grasped this ability. Mastered ability. Death evolution. Regrettably, he did not gain the beast's infinite resurrection ability. At present, he could only make do with the resurrection techniques of the star spirit. Unless he possessed a sufficiently robust resurrection capability, Chen Yi would be reluctant to recklessly court death. While death evolution was tempting, it was also perilous. One misstep could lead to actual demise. Much like the beast, it was akin to independent mechanisms in a game, each invincible, yet always subject to countering. Chen Yi attempted it, only to find it truly effective. It could only be said that it was indeed a product of an external aid. He now understood how formidable Wankai was. Battling, it would surely be futile against the beast, yet this little entity's devouring ability was nearly insurmountable. If even Wankai could not subdue the beast, Chen Yi would have no choice but to squander this opportunity and banish it into the plank membrane. He was still some distance from the fifth tier. Chen Yi, feeling his own strength, was immensely satisfied, estimating that if he encountered another beast of similar caliber, he would likely ascend to the fifth tier. This battle had indeed persisted for quite some time, particularly before utilizing the critical breakthrough, as the beast's physical strength approached Chen Yi's with each resurrection, resulting in a fiercely contested clash. Chen Yi's perception swept across various civilizations. It was gratifying to note that the progress on the deep equation had been comprehensively completed. Reaching a full 100. Upgrade Task 9 completed Super Explosion Option Upgrade Super Explosion LV 10. Upgrade Task 10 completed Super Explosion Option Upgrade Super Explosion LV 11 Ability. Super Explosion Level LV 11 Description: concentrate all power to unleash a colossal strike with 10,000 times the force. This marked Chen Yi's first completion of all 10 upgrade tasks, with LV11 of Super Explosion achieving the astonishing value of 10,000 times the force upon returning to the planet of the main storyline. An even more intense sense of crisis loomed, one that surpassed the previous feeling when the beast neared the fifth tier. This time, the opponent summoned by the Gaia consciousness was likely a genuine fifth-tier entity. Fortunately, there should still be ample time remaining as the frozen planet returned to normalcy. Time began to flow once more, with an unceasing torrent of negative energy surging forth from the negative energy domain, engulfing the entire planet. After witnessing the near annihilation of human civilization and the disintegration of the entire planet, the fifth phase of the main storyline task was finally completed. Main storyline task Phase 5 completed points earned. 5,000 main storyline task completion submit task. Yes, main storyline task submission successful settlement completed points balance 21600. With a flicker, Chen Yi's form vanished, returning to the void space. Simultaneously, the members of the Diamond Legion who had survived the planet's apocalypse also returned to the space. Fortunately, they had become negative energy users, allowing them to endure until the end. Zhou Tong and Xing Ke had not accrued many points in this world, but becoming negative energy users was already a significant gain. The bright sunlight bathed them in warmth. The vibrant earth resonated with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Coming to her senses, Liat gazed up at the two moons, faintly visible in the sky, a smile gracing her lips. Farewell, Uncle. As a reward for his loyal followers, Chen Yi bestowed the derivation results of the deep equation 100 upon Leah and Ackerman, and he sent Leah to a peaceful planet, AS for Ackerman. The war enthusiast, in accordance with his fervent desires, Chen Yi dispatched him to a planet frequently ravaged by conflict. Name: Chen Yi. Rank: first tier points, 21,600 abilities, Star Spirit LV18, Plank Membrane Life Form. Critical Breakthrough, Super Eruption LV11, Death Evolution Items, Personal Space Galaxy, Chapter of Gaia, Heart of the Tyrant Ability, Star Spirit Level, LV18 Description: the favored child of the cosmos, sovereign of celestial bodies, inherently endowed with the instinct to manipulate stellar power, manifesting the energies of the universe. Enhancement cost: 900,000 points ability. Super Eruption Level, LV11 Description: concentrating all power to unleash a single, formidable strike with a force amplified by 10,000 times in an instant. Enhancement cost: 1,000,000 points. Upon returning to his space, Chen Yi immediately made his way to the enhancement chamber. Among his ability list, 3 abilities were immovable and could not be upgraded, while he found himself powerless to enhance both the Star Spirit and Super Eruption abilities. He resolved to accumulate points instead. Points, distinct from currency within his space, were non-tradable and exceedingly precious. With his balance too meager, he decided to save up more before investing in the enhancement of vital abilities. This time, Chen Yi returned from the task realm without acquiring any equipment items. After all, not every task realm afforded him the opportunity for significant gains, which was perfectly normal. One must not be overly greedy. He felt content nonetheless. Speaking of which, the next task should be an advancement task, a detail Chen Yi recalled vividly. The first task was in the zombie world, the second in the star beast realm, and the third in the negative energy world. After these three anchoring tasks, an advancement task would ensue. He had heard from other returners that the mortality rate for advancement tasks was considerably higher than that of anchoring tasks. Yet fortunately, the return space imposed no stringent requirements upon them. There had never been a scenario where failure in a task resulted in a death penalty. Indeed, the return space did not even enforce penalties for task failures. As long as one could survive, failing an advancement task was of little consequence. That it was merely a setback. After experiencing 3 more anchoring tasks, one could attempt the advancement task once again, until the returner either succeeded in advancing or met their demise. The sole price to pay was that the more failures one incurred in advancement tasks, the fewer points would be garnered from anchoring tasks, effectively pressuring the returners to advance. Chen Yi mused that the space did not seem overly concerned with returners lingering at lower tiers. After all, a returner who could remain at a lower tier for an extended period must possess considerable strength. The more task realms one traverses, the more potent one naturally becomes. Thus, those who lingered at lower tiers could be a formidable force. Compared to typical returners, their success rate in completing main tasks will be significantly higher, and the return space likely would not resent the abundance of worlds they had anchored. The business at Lin Xiao's boutique appeared rather lackluster. At least, Chen Yi seldom observed customers within as he passed by, with most of Lin Xiao seemingly idling about. Yet, she managed to sustain the operation. Leaning against the door, Lin Xiao watched a group clamoring around the prize ticket machine, her demeanor exuding relaxation as her spirits soared. Although the shop's business had been tepid, she had recently stumbled upon a stroke of luck, securing the largest transaction since the inception of her store. A modest profit had been made. Upon noticing Chen Yi approaching, Lin Xiao momentarily froze, before her face quickly blossomed into an exuberantly warm smile. "Boss." Chen Yi merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the adjacent prize ticket machine, causing Lin Xiao's smile to falter before she joined the ranks of the onlookers. Chen Yi possessed around 2 million in his anonymous asset card, considering it a leisure visit, as this was one of his few forms of entertainment. Woof! Wang Kai found the endeavor rather dull, leaping atop the prize ticket machine and lying down. Chen Yi took out his asset card and swiped it at the machine. 10,000 yuan was successfully processed. The machine's pointer began to whirl, swiftly traversing the numbers from 1 to 10, and just as it seemed poised to halt, a gentleman approached. Chen Yi turned and recognized him, the man's eyes widening in delight. "Hey, brother, let me tell you, after you left last time, I hit the jackpot." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi squinted. His expectations were modest. As long as he wasn't relegated to the role of a mere stepping stone, he would consider it a success. With a puff, the vibrating prize ticket machine exhaled steam, and the pointer gradually settled on the second-tier number, a hint of green bringing Chen immense satisfaction as a green second-tier ticket emerged from the outlet. The gentleman was astonished. Good fortune right from the start. Chen Yi was infused with a newfound confidence. It seemed today was a fortuitous day, and he boldly decided to go for 10 consecutive draws. Boom, boom, boom. The machine rather impolitely spat out 10 first-tier tickets devoid of blue skies, an unbroken sea of white clouds. Undeterred, Chen Yi pressed on with 3 consecutive draws. White clouds, white clouds, white clouds. Hiss, Lin Xiao, while observing from the side, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Boss. Don't get carried away." Chen Yi remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering. The outcome of 30 consecutive draws yielding nothing but first-tier tickets did not faze him. This was merely a trivial setback, a few 100,000 hardly worth lamenting. With another 10 consecutive draws, Chen Yi's expectations remained modest. He simply sought a green ticket, at the very least hoping not to see the issuance rate for green tickets drop below 1 in 20. Otherwise, he would be forced to break his previous record. Perhaps fortune would favor the bold. After spewing 9 first-tier tickets, a strikingly different hue caught his eye, prompting excitement from both the gentleman and Lin Xiao beside him. A win. It was not green, but rather a blue third-tier ticket that emerged from the machine, igniting a fervor among the spectators, who were even more exhilarated than Chen Yi himself. Such occurrences were rare. Indeed, woof! Wang Kai, startled, flipped over. As the saying goes, miracles happen with single draws, and Chen Yi felt the potential for a true miracle was near, prompting him to make a single draw. The pointer spun rapidly. Yet no miracle awaited him. A white cloud ticket was the result. At this point, Chen Yi had spent 520,000, glancing at his asset card's balance, which remained perfectly at 2 million. He then proceeded to swipe for 90 consecutive draws. A significant wave was coming. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers immediately tensed. The pointer halted repeatedly, one after another, white first-tier tickets emerging from the outlet, occasionally yielding a green second-tier ticket, until a certain moment arrived. The pointer slowly settled on the fourth-tier number, leaving the gentleman momentarily stunned as he rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, disbelief evident in his expression. Fourth tier, a significant haul. This is the first time I've seen a fourth-tier ticket. The deep, mysterious purple was particularly eye-catching as a purple fourth-tier ticket appeared from the outlet, even eliciting surprise from Chen Yi. Fortune had finally turned in his favor. Initially, he had intended to retain 100,000 in his card, contemplating that the final 10 consecutive draws might yield something worthwhile. Yet the 90 consecutive draws had already delivered a substantial windfall, a fourth-tier ticket. Any equipment or items of first to third tier could be upgraded directly to fourth tier using this ticket, showcasing the ticket's most powerful utility. The market price for fourth-tier equipment and items typically begins at 1 million, with stronger and rarer items commanding even higher prices, rivaling fifth-tier equipment, valued in the tens of millions. In essence, by applying this fourth-tier ticket to a piece of potent low-tier equipment, one could instantly acquire a top-tier fourth-tier item, while it may not necessarily reach a value of 10 million. Several million was certainly within reach. With this single fourth-tier ticket, Chen Yi's prior investments were fully recuperated, not accounting for the value of the other tickets. That first-tier tickets were the most common, with second- and third-tier tickets appearing occasionally. However, a fourth-tier ticket was something this group of gamblers had never encountered before, each one brimming with excitement. "Bro, are you selling that fourth-tier ticket? Stop talking nonsense." The gentleman nearby hastily shoved away the intruder, addressing Chen Yi. "Brother, you must hold on to that ticket for yourself. It's a rare find." The exchange of equipment and items is a challenge that many returnees must confront as one's power grows. It becomes necessary to replace outdated gear. However, if one possesses high-tier reward tickets, this issue is easily mitigated as potent equipment and items serve as a safeguard for survival. Unless absolutely necessary, converting them into currency would be foolish indeed. The elder's reminder was well-intentioned, and Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "I have no intention of selling," he stated, casting a glance at his asset card before executing a tenfold draw at the reward ticket machine. His asset balance neatly resting at exactly 1 million, a sight that brought him great satisfaction. Boom, boom, boom. With a whoosh, the preceding 90 draws yielded a bounty, and Chen Yi held little expectation for this final tenfold draw. Yet surprises often arise from the unexpected. "Brother, another haul," the elder exclaimed, to Chen Yi's astonishment. Among the last 10 draws, he received a third-tier reward ticket, while the remaining 9 were all first-tier, perfectly forming a complete set of blue skies and white clouds. Counting carefully, combined with his previous tickets, Chen Yi now possessed 148 first-tier tickets, 9 second-tier tickets, 3 third-tier tickets, and 1 fourth-tier ticket. 10 first-tier tickets could be exchanged for 1 second-tier ticket, and thus Chen Yi began feeding his lower-tier tickets into the machine, converting them into higher-tier tickets. Onlookers watched in envy. This fellow is truly wealthy. The majority of returnees in this space were financially strapped, with equipment, items, abilities, and pets being insatiable money pits, leaving little to no funds remaining. Upon completion of the exchanges, Chen Yi held 8 first-tier tickets, 3 second-tier tickets, 5 third-tier tickets, and 1 fourth-tier ticket. Even without the fourth-tier ticket, the sheer value of the 5 third-tier tickets was already extraordinary. Primarily due to his recent stroke of luck in his last attempt, he had managed to draw not a single third-tier ticket. The only one he acquired had been through exchange at the very end. After indulging in a brief moment of entertainment, Chen Yi ceased his activities, maintaining his rationality and self-control. The tickets would serve their purpose in due time. While he possessed no significant equipment or items, They could be utilized for Wang Kai. After all, Wang Kai's growth equated to Chen Yi's own enhancement, providing far greater value than mere equipment or items. Subsequently, Chen Yi returned to the Blue Star universe. Time, which had remained stagnant, resumed its flow, and the time-space crystal within his spatial pocket could finally be utilized once more. Standing in the vastness of cosmic space, a colonization ship departed for Blue Star, heading towards the Martian settlement. Chen Yi refrained from accelerating the time-space of Blue Star. Human civilization had already been rebuilt, rendering further action unnecessary. He accessed the beacon marketplace to review his points balance. 200. 000. The tally was dwindling. It was time to replenish his account. Currently, Chen Yi's perception range had expanded to a radius of 20,000 light-years, yet his sensing distance towards beacon holders remained unchanged at 5 light-years. A reasonable constraint. If a powerful individual could sense beacon holders across the entirety of the universe with a mere thought, it would no longer be an arena, but rather a field of easy pickings. Previously, Chen Yi had swept through beacon holders within a 100 light-year radius. To continue harvesting, he would need to venture farther afield. Thus, Chen Yi circled around Blue Star, capturing all beacon holders within a 1,000 light-year radius, and his points flowed in like a rushing stream. Points earned: 5,000, 7,000, 40,000, 100,000. One must admit, the number of beacon holders within the Milky Way was considerable, yet those possessing the power to annihilate planets were exceedingly rare, with such individuals classified as fourth tier. Nevertheless, the disparity between fourth-tier beings was immense. Chen Yi remained a fourth tier, but he possessed capabilities that transcended mere planetary destruction, measuring his destructive potential by light-year standards. Stars were as toys to him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Yi accumulated a substantial amount of points. Points balance: 11 for 20,000. This sum was sufficient to purchase an informational item equivalent to fifth-tier value. Yet, Chen Yi had no intention of halting. He still had half a month, ample time indeed. With a thought, all beacon holders within his reach instantaneously perished, disintegrating into fundamental particles without leaving a trace. Not even a hint of blood mist. Points earned: 140,000. Occasionally, one or two fourth-tier beings would appear, but even at their peak, they merely possessed the capacity to destroy planets, rendering them incomparable to Chen Yi, ultimately becoming mere points. 1 day. Points balance: 34,000. Chen Yi's sweep of beacon holders gradually extended to 2,000 light-years away, when, far beyond at 20,000 light-years, a cluster of exceptionally unique celestial debris entered his perceptual boundary. Within that celestial mass surged formidable star power, the essence of which resonated deeply with Chen Yi. His expression sharpened. This was the residual power of star spirits. The existence of star spirit life forms in this universe. Such a potent residue of power was certainly not a normal phenomenon. It was evident that this place had endured an exceedingly fierce battle. With no sense of impending danger, Chen Yi's form flickered and he teleported towards it. Utilizing the ocean of star power, he instantly traversed the distance of 20,000 light-years, finding himself upon a massive fragment of celestial debris. Gazing around, countless remnants of planets and stars drifted in the cosmic void, their mutual gravitational forces forming an expansive debris field. Numerous extraterrestrial beings and ships flitted among the fragments, scavenging like treasure hunters, creating an exceedingly lively scene. Chen Yi landed on a fragment of a planet, casting his gaze upon a monument beneath his feet, which bore inscrutable inscriptions. The voice of all things conveyed the enigmatic meanings of those symbols. Evidently, this was a site of ancient civilization. The violent residual energy permeated this region, with all entities whispering to Chen Yi the information that had lingered here: horrid dragon, void race, negative energy life forms. The residual energy indicated that an immensely intense battle had once transpired here, involving numerous races of the universe, united against a common foe, the star spirits. This was not good news for Chen Yi in the world of star beasts. His identity as a star spirit had already subjected him to targeting, prompting the hidden forces of that universe to annihilate the entire galaxy. Chen Yi found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether this battle was merely a conflict between individual cosmic races and a certain star spirit, or if the star spirits faced hostility from this universe. Furthermore, what could be the reason for the enmity against the star spirits? Chen Yi could only hope that the ultimate truth would not be too grim. Although his rate of growth was swift, should a formidable adversary truly exist, they would not afford him much time to develop. Through the voice of all things, Chen Yi learned that this relic was not the main battlefield, but merely a casualty of the previous conflict. Having been cast adrift by the aftershocks of that battle and floating in the cosmic expanse for eons before being captured by the Milky Way. Naturally, the battle in question had not occurred within the Milky Way, but had transpired approximately 5 billion years ago, a time long past. Chen Yi mused aloud. This universe is likely only a little over 10 billion years old. Within the debris field, a young girl floated in the cosmic void, her face intermittently adorned with violet patterns. While energy veins resembling circuitry flickered behind her like tree roots, extending into the void in the blue star universe. Only one race exhibited such characteristics, the void race, whose basic appearance closely resembled that of humans. Yet their life forms existed on a far higher plane. The void is a concept. The void race believes that everything, including the universe, is birthed from the void. Void energy is the root of all existence. The void race is innately gifted at drawing energy from the void, and since all things are composed of void energy, even the universe exists within the void. Thus, the void race can access limitless energy at any time and place. The void race holds absolute dominance in the blue star universe, with individuals possessing unparalleled combat prowess. The young girl of the void race sensed something and turned her gaze toward the fragment of celestial debris. Her eyes traversing the vast expanse of the cosmos until they settled upon a specific life formed. A look of joy illuminated her face at a beacon. Evidently, she too was a bearer of a beacon. Without the slightest hesitation, the intricate tendrils of the void behind her flickered and vanished, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that manifested as a beam of light, propelling forward with devastating force. The celestial fragments along its path were obliterated entirely. Boom! The violent energy struck the planetary debris, producing a tumultuous shockwave that raised a cloud of dust, even distorting the surrounding space. Chen Yi looked up, a radiant purple glow filling his vision. In an instant, he shattered the entire fragment of the planet beneath him into cosmic dust, the surging energy engulfing his form completely. Not dead, the girl of the void observed, having failed to receive any notification from the beacon marketplace. Just as she presumed Chen Yi had fled, a figure surged against the wave of energy, cleaving the beam in two like a sword. And within the blink of an eye, he was before her. An overwhelming sense of oppression approached, causing her complexion to change dramatically as panic began to set in, only to be swiftly subdued by Chen Yi, who pressed her face down onto a nearby planet. Boom! Instantly, the planet shattered into countless pieces, lacking clarity on the circumstances of the star spirits in this universe. Chen Yi refrained from utilizing their powers to engage, opting instead for the formidable strength of the plank membrane organisms. The girl of the void did not anticipate Chen Yi's ferocity. She was rendered dazed with just a single encounter, having not faced such an opponent in an extended period. On the contrary, Chen Yi found the situation rather peculiar. By the standards of the abyssal space, the girl was a fourth-tier powerhouse, and a mid-tier one at that, effortlessly capable of annihilating stars, with a destructive radius measured in light years. Yet, regrettably, she was still no match for Chen Yi, who stood at the pinnacle of fourth-tier combat. Subduing this girl from the void was as simple as crushing an ant. Chen Yi had no inclination to grind for points at the moment. However, he was not averse to collecting the beacon that had presented itself. A sharp pang of pain jolted the girl's senses, yet she felt a rare thrill and surge of excitement, eagerly inquiring of Chen Yi. "What is your name?" Silence enveloped Chen Yi. Then, with a single punch, he obliterated the girl. The purple energy tendrils flickered and vanished, her voice echoing in Chen Yi's mind. "It seems my luck is quite favorable. I have encountered a worthy adversary." Points acquired, 550,000. Points balance, 34, 550,000. Is that how it ends? Chen Yi mused, surprised, thinking the girl might have some contingency plan. The void race had been extinguished? It appears so. The nearby onlookers' cosmic beings felt a shiver run down their spines and swiftly distanced themselves from Chen Yi, who seemed to possess an exaggerated degree of combat prowess. After all, she was of the void race at that moment. Chen Yi sensed an exceptionally harmonious energy, turning to see a young man with black hair. When their gazes intertwined, both were taken aback. Star spirit. Star spirit. The energy fluctuations intertwined, and they immediately confirmed each other's identities. Star spirits were acutely sensitive to energy. While they might deceive others, they could not conceal themselves from their kin. The young man's expression turned jubilant, charging forward with a sense of familiarity, having wandered for years and finally finding a kindred spirit, brimming with excitement. Brother, a fellow of my kind, Chen Yi kicked the overly enthusiastic young man away, a cry reverberating in his mind. He was not adept at handling such excessive enthusiasm. We are kin, but why the rush? Boom! The young man crashed into the nearest fragment of a planet, emerging unscathed, then instantaneously reappeared before Chen Yi, grinning widely. Haha, isn't this wonderful? After all, encountering a living star spirit is exceedingly rare. A living star spirit. Chen Yi grasped the significance. What do you mean? Literally, the young man exclaimed with delight. Displaying a remarkable degree of familiarity despite it being their first meeting, entirely devoid of any sense of distance, he patted his chest, declaring, "It's evident you are a newly born star spirit. Fear not, I shall look after you, and we shall traverse the cosmos together." Chen Yi's primary concern was to ascertain the standing of star spirits within this universe. Fortunately, the young man appeared to possess considerable knowledge. Likely more than Chen Yi himself, he inquired, "What is the status of star spirits in this universe?" According to the young man's self-introduction, he was named Gamma, having emerged from a star system located 300 million light-years from the Milky Way. Calculating by Earth time, he was just over 10,000 years old, technically still a very young star spirit. Unless slain in battle, star spirits possessed virtually no lifespan limitations, making this span of existence trivial compared to other powerful cosmic life forms. I was born during a gamma-ray burst, a force potent enough to obliterate hundreds of thousands of light-years, sweeping across the entire star system, and thus I came into being, hence I named myself Gamma. In contrast, Chen Yi had not yet reached a century since his birth. According to Gamma, he was still in the infancy of his existence among star spirits. After introducing himself, Gamma addressed Chen Yi's concerns, confirming the very situation that Chen Yi had feared. Star spirits were regarded as absolute enemies by the entire cosmos. Throughout those 10,000 years, Gamma had roamed the universe, encountering countless civilizations and exploring numerous star spirit relics, all while constantly evading the relentless pursuit of cosmic forces. Yet he had managed to glean the predicament of star spirits within this universe. Chen Yi asked, "What is the specific reason for this? If star spirits were viewed as foes by this universe, there must be a rationale behind it." Gamma pointed to the debris-strewn battlefield before them. Such remnants of warfare are scattered throughout the universe. I have traversed countless realms to finally comprehend the situation. Approximately 5 billion years ago, an unprecedented and colossal war erupted in this universe. To be precise, it was not limited to this universe. It was a super war that spanned innumerable universes and worlds, and this universe was ensnared within it. Thus the star spirits became the enemies of the entire cosmos. Chen Yi inquired. Gamma proudly puffed out his chest, stating, "No, it was not that the star spirits were drawn into the conflict. It was the star spirits who instigated this war. This war lacked any extraordinary justification. It was merely the ambition of the star spirits to conquer countless universes and worlds. They firmly believed they possessed the strength to vanquish all cosmic civilizations and races. Thus, they embarked on a conquest, opposing innumerable civilizations and races across the multiverse. The outcome was predictable. The star spirits were defeated." Chen Yi began to understand why star spirits were so detested. The star beast world had likely suffered as a victim of this war, bearing the scars of resentment even after billions of years. To be frank, the star spirits of yore were capable of instigating a conflict that spanned countless universes, indicating that they were once an immensely powerful force at the height of their strength. Despite facing relentless persecution from the entirety of the cosmos, Gamma felt immense pride in his lineage. After all, they had faced countless civilizations with unparalleled might. Upon learning of the star spirit's actions, Chen Yi could only conclude that they had brought this enmity upon themselves. He wielded the powers of the star spirits, but had never felt a part of their kin. It was merely a capability. Perhaps one day, it might be relinquished. Chen Yi did not feel guilty for being a star spirit. Instead, he felt a sense of misfortune. Anyone daring to threaten him would face obliteration. Reflecting on his time in the star beast world, shortly after becoming a star spirit, he had drawn the attention of cosmic forces, resulting in precise eradication attempts. Though a span of 10 to 20 years seemed lengthy, in the grand cosmic scale, the star beast world reacted with remarkable swiftness. A newly born star spirit was utterly ill-equipped to counter such extermination efforts. A nascent star spirit would be swiftly dispatched by the approaching cosmic beings before they could mature. Even if they managed to fend off an attacker, they would likely fall to an even greater onslaught. Uncertain of the circumstances within the Blue Star universe, Chen Yi had spent less than 2 months there since becoming a star spirit. If the Blue Star universe had its own extermination protocols targeting star spirits, he would need to prepare himself accordingly. Gamma pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was my swiftness that saved me. I have yet to encounter an annihilation-level assault capable of destroying star systems. Those star spirit hunters have relentlessly pursued me. The vigilance of this young man is exceptionally high. Ever since he became aware of his status as a universal nemesis, he has never dared to linger in one place for too long. Coupled with his possession of a beacon, his growth has been remarkably swift, and his prowess is quite impressive. He has consistently managed to evade the relentless pursuit of the star spirit hunters, which is why he has survived until now. The combat capabilities of the star spirits are formidable from the outset, possessing the power to annihilate stars right from their inception, a significant advantage that most cosmic races find hard to attain. Furthermore, they can utilize the cosmic sea of star energy to teleport, allowing them to traverse distances with astonishing speed. Over the years, traces of other star spirits have been discovered, yet the star spirit hunters are invariably faster, always managing to eliminate newly emerged star spirits before they can establish themselves. Chen Yi, curious, inquired about the strength of the star spirit hunters. Gamma pondered for a moment and replied, "There are various strengths among them, but they are invariably stronger than their intended targets. Had I not inadvertently acquired the beacon, I would have been eliminated long ago." Then Gamma urged, "We must leave. You have lingered in the Milky Way for far too long, and the star spirit hunters could arrive at any moment. It would be disastrous if we were to encounter them." No sooner had he spoken than a profound hum resonated throughout the Milky Way. A wave of energy rippling outward from the galaxy's core like a stone cast into a pond, revealing an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. In an instant, Gamma felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Yi gazed towards the galactic center, his danger perception involuntarily triggered. It seemed the time had come. Gamma's heart trembled, his expression turning grave. There was no escaping now. From nearly 20,000 light-years away, the center of the Milky Way erupted with blinding radiance, revealing the grand figure of an immense black hole at the galaxy's core. This black hole center was a region of quantum foam, where quantum fluctuations could create wormholes, serving as remarkably convenient passageways for advanced civilizations and beings. Ordinary civilizations and life forms are unable to utilize such means for rapid transit. A slight miscalculation could lead to demise within the black hole. This also signified that any life form capable of appearing in this manner must possess extraordinary power. "It's over," Gamma thought, feeling the overwhelming force that enveloped the entire galaxy, his astonishment morphing into disbelief. Is it truly necessary to employ such high specifications to deal with us? A battle now seemed inevitable. Chen Yi estimated that their adversary surely possessed fifth-tier strength. The precise level of their power remained uncertain, yet he was not without the capability to fight back. A powerful energy wave swept through the debris field, immediately sending a wave of terror through the cosmic beings present, who were left bewildered, unaware of what was transpiring. "What is happening?" one exclaimed, a sense of foreboding washing over them. In the face of this galaxy's sweeping force, they were utterly powerless to resist, their unease escalating as they were swiftly engulfed by an endless radiance. Boom! In an instant, A beam of light erupted from the galactic core, annihilating everything in its path with precision as it struck the debris field, obliterating it completely. The potent attack pierced through half of the Milky Way, reducing countless celestial bodies to nothingness, leaving behind a vast vacuum. If it had merely been speculation before, it was now confirmed. The entity from the galactic core was indeed the Star Spirit Hunter, targeting Chen Yi and his companions in the desolate expanse of space. Gamma found himself nearly paralyzed with fear from the recent strike, only to realize he remained unscathed, protected by an invisible barrier that had deflected the galaxy's spanning attack. Turning to Chen Yi in disbelief, his eyes widened in astonishment, having not anticipated that Chen Yi could withstand such a blow on the surface. Their strength should have been comparable. Nevertheless, he had narrowly evaded death. A look of surprise lighting up his face. "Brother, keep your distance. During the fight, I may not be able to protect you too well." "Understood," Gamma replied without hesitation, hastily distancing himself from the galactic core. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yi would have been utterly incapable of withstanding such a terrifying strike. The 30-day cooldown period for his critical breakthrough had yet to conclude, preventing him from engaging at the 5th tier. However, this did not mean Chen Yi was powerless. This was not the realm of the void or the task world. Chen Yi could now harness the energy within the time-space crystal. The defense provided by the frozen time-space energy was truly limitless, far exceeding conventional physical defenses. No attack could breach the frozen time-space. Unless the opponent possessed the ability to annihilate or manipulate time-space, even a 5th-tier adversary would not have such capabilities. That a colossal figure emerged from the black hole at the galactic core, treading the cosmic expanse, its energy radiating outward, obliterating celestial bodies in its wake, an awe-inspiring terror. Its form was pure and flawless, resembling sharply defined rock, akin to a statue, with a radiant halo behind it. Exuding an aura of sanctity, vast energy swirled around it, flickering ominously, the fearsome aura sealing off the entire Milky Way, instilling an unparalleled sense of oppression. A message resonated through the energy, the voice of the divine life form echoing in their minds. Sinful spirit. Resisting is futile in terms of momentum. Chen Yi could not contend with it. However, enveloped by time-space energy, he possessed an unassailable defensive advantage, leaving him unperturbed. Without further ado, the intangible time-space energy swept forth, instantly freezing the divine life form in its embrace. Chen Yi teleported forward, unleashing a torrent of star energy that erupted at the speed of light, delivering a powerful strike. Boom! The blow landed squarely, sending the divine life form hurtling away, an immense force crashing against its body, yet failing to breach its defenses. Nevertheless, the impact left it momentarily stunned. What had just transpired? The entities frozen in time-space energy were impervious to destruction. Thus, Chen Yi had to release the time-space freeze at the precise moment of impact for the divine life form to regain consciousness. Realizing that this star spirit was not to be underestimated, the divine life form ceased holding back, unleashing boundless radiance in an attempt to obliterate both star spirits and the entire Milky Way in one fell swoop. However, once again, the time-space energy swept through, forcibly interrupting the divine life form's attack, and in the instant it regained awareness, it was met with another powerful strike from Chen Yi, sending it hurtling at light speed into a star. Piercing straight through it, boom! The star erupted in a brilliant explosion. The divine life form halted abruptly, perplexed and unaware of what had transpired. It recognized that Chen Yi possessed some unique ability, yet could not ascertain the nature of that power. In a fit of frustration, the divine life form quickly summoned layer upon layer of energy barriers, simultaneously channeling energy to annihilate the entire galaxy. Although it could not comprehend the specifics of Chen Yi's unique ability, through their encounters, it quickly realized that Chen Yi could not breach its defenses. Understanding this was sufficient that a significant disparity in strength persisted between them, a gap that no mere special ability could bridge. The divine life form doubted that these two star spirits could withstand a blow potent enough to obliterate the Milky Way. Boom! Chen Yi's fist struck the divine life form's energy barrier. Failing to budge it even slightly, He then employed time-space energy once more, freezing the divine life form in place. There were two approaches to handling this. The simpler method was to exile the divine life form into the Planck membrane, or alternatively, to annihilate it with absolute force. Opting for annihilation over banishment, Chen Yi resolved to eliminate this foe. Sparing enemies was not his style. In reality, the divine life form had misjudged Chen Yi's strength. Chen Yi possessed the capability to breach its defenses, and moreover, he was not limited to merely that ability. Super eruption level. LV11 description. Concentrating all power, capable of unleashing a formidable strike with 10,000 times the normal force in an instant. He decided to test the might of this ability. In a heartbeat. A surge of energy, even more magnificent and terrifying than that of the divine life form, erupted within the Milky Way, shaking the cosmic expanse, draining the star energy within a radius of 20,000 light-years in one fell swoop. Then, with a thunderous roar, it was unleashed. An unparalleled and ferocious power surged within Chen Yi, as he concentrated all his strength into a single, formidable strike that erupted with a terrifying force a staggering 10,000 times greater. The layers of energy barriers surrounding the sacred life form were obliterated in an instant. With a single punch, Chen Yi unleashed an overwhelming force that utterly annihilated the sacred life form. In its final moment of consciousness, the sacred life form's gathered power was forcefully shattered, leaving it unable to comprehend the sheer horror of such strength. And then, its awareness plummeted into eternal silence. This singular blow pierced through the galaxy, unleashing a magnificent stellar force that carved out a vast sector of impact across the cosmos, that 1/3 of the galaxy, comprising countless stars and innumerable planetary bodies, was reduced to fundamental particles by this cataclysmic strike. The terrifying power swept across the galaxy, erasing even the central black hole, which was subsequently swallowed into the vastness of the universe. Dispersing into the boundless depths of space. I can't believe this, Gamma thought, having already distanced himself as much as possible. Were it not for the blockade surrounding the Milky Way, he would have fled long ago. As the residual chaotic stellar energy gradually subsided, he stood in awe, staring at the vast vacuum left in the wake of destruction. The shock within him was beyond expression. The destructive capacity of such a battle was undeniably terrifying. He recognized this as Chen Yi's power, the pulsations of stellar energy uniquely belonging to the star spirits. It seemed that this individual was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Gamma found it hard to fathom. Could he truly have vanquished the star spirit hunter? In reality, the magnitude of destruction was a result of Chen Yi's effort to condense his power as much as possible. If he had allowed the energy to disperse freely, not even a galaxy with a radius of 50,000 light-years could have withstood it, let alone 10 times larger. Chen Yi inherently possessed near fifth-tier strength, and the 10,000-fold might of his full-force strike was simply beyond what the sacred life form could withstand. While the sacred life form could annihilate a galaxy, Chen Yi's strike was on an entirely different level. With their destructive capabilities not even comparable. Points gained. 1, 500,000. Points gained. 80,000. Points gained. 4,000. Points gained. 18,000. Points gained. 200,000. The sacred life form was the first fifth-tier powerhouse to perish at the hands of Chen Yi. Its status as a beacon holder granting Chen Yi a staggering 1.5 million points. For mere fifth-tier being, this was an incredibly low price. Chen Yi felt as though the beacon market was blatantly designed for the harvesting of low-tier players. Harvesting the low tier yields substantial points, while engaging in battles with higher-tier powerhouses is evidently a poor trade-off. Chen Yi understood this principle, and it was reasonable to assume that others in this universe were equally aware. Undoubtedly, some who preyed on the weak would possess exorbitant strength. Chen Yi had also been harvesting in the galaxy, and while his previous speed had been lackluster, this battle had yielded immense rewards. The explosive strike obliterated 1/3 of the galaxy, resulting in countless beacon holders meeting their demise in its wake. While the beacon market's point notifications flooded in at an alarming rate, one thing that left Chen incredulous was the sacred life form's complete lack of means or ability to resurrect. It had perished in an exceedingly decisive manner. Opening the beacon market, Chen Yi was greeted by a balance of 400 million points. Even with his mental preparations, the sight of such a string of zeros felt surreal. Utterly absurd. 400 million. If there had been any lingering doubts before, Chen Yi was now firmly convinced that the beacon system was fundamentally designed for the exploitation of players. This amount could already purchase top-tier 6-tier goods within the beacon market. And this was merely the bounty reaped from the destruction of 1/3 of the galaxy. Any 5th-tier entity could achieve such destructive capacity, and in fact, even a powerful 4th-tier being could commence their harvesting journey. Once one began a harvest, even a 4th or 5th tier could swiftly attain 6th-tier combat prowess. Was the balance system of the beacon market merely a facade? Chen Yi was bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. Of course, it remained uncertain whether there existed individuals in this universe who recklessly obliterated star systems to harvest beacons. But if such beings did exist, the aforementioned conjectures would hold true. Realizing that the battle had concluded, Gamma hastily returned, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the shattered galaxy. "Dude, you're something else," Chen Yi inquired. "Do we still have time?" "Should be," Gamma responded uncertainly, "at least an hour or two. Given that you've obliterated the central black hole, the remaining star spirit hunters won't be able to pursue us so swiftly." "That's good." This provided ample opportunity to thoroughly digest the galaxy. The stellar energy within the cosmic expanse rapidly replenished the energy within a radius of 20,000 light-years. Since he could directly extract zero-point energy from the vacuum to convert into stellar energy, Chen Yi felt no signs of weakness. Theoretically, he could even unleash a series of hyper-explosive strikes. Returning to the solar system, Chen Yi promptly absorbed the entire solar system along with celestial bodies within a radius of 1,000 light-years into his personal space. He also crafted a miniature black hole, placing it at the center of the stars to mimic the central black hole, causing the stars within his personal space to rotate slowly like a miniature galaxy. Then, a terrifying wave of power erupted from Chen Yi as he ascended above the galaxy. The surging stellar energy converging before releasing an overwhelming force 1,000 times more potent. Boom! Since the star spirit hunters had already set their sights on him, remaining within the galaxy was no longer an option. However, the harvesting could not cease. It was better to obliterate the entire galaxy outright. The radiant energy torrent engulfed the entire Milky Way, annihilating it in an instant, as countless celestial bodies were reduced to fundamental particles, ceasing to exist. Instantly, the points notifications erupted in a frenzy. Points gained, 3,000. Points gained, 10,000. Points gained, 50,000. Points gained, 110,000. Points balance, 1.1 billion. Beside him, despite having witnessed the destruction multiple times, Gamma remained in shock at Chen Yi's terrifying destructive capacity. The amplification of power was truly staggering. Did the beacon market contain such techniques? It seemed unlikely. While he possessed combat strength at an upper 4th-tier level, enabling him to effortlessly destroy all celestial bodies within tens of thousands of light-years and reap substantial points, Gamma had never dared to do so. He was too cautious. Releasing stellar energy on a large scale could potentially attract the attention of the star spirit hunters, which is why he had always treaded carefully. This was also the reason for his relatively weak hold on beacon power. It was foreseeable that the star spirit hunters pursuing them would be stronger, capable of crushing them without allowing any chance for resistance. The future seemed rather bleak, and even Gamma's typically optimistic nature began to waver into pessimism. "Let us go." After erasing the galaxy, Chen Yi decisively led Gamma to another star system while simultaneously perusing the beacon market for items. A balance of 1.1 billion points was sufficient to elevate Chen Yi's power to another level. Soon after, a spaceship arrived at the location of the Milky Way, and the crew members were left dumbfounded as they gazed at the empty expanse of space. The captain repeatedly confirmed the star map coordinates. "This is indeed the Milky Way. But where is it?" The crew exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Scar, armed with his red steel blade, fell into silence as he beheld the cosmic void before him. They had reached the Milky Way, but it seemed they had arrived a moment too late. In the beacon market, 1.1 billion points could now purchase top-tier 6-tier goods. Excluding equipment, items, and abilities, the options were significantly reduced. Ultimately, Chen Yi settled on a top-tier 6-tier item, an advanced version of the Star Spirit Revival technique, even more powerful and secure. Item: Star Spirit Root Revival Type. Informational description: a unique technique exclusive to the Star Spirits. Utilizing stellar energy and a fragment of consciousness to forge a personal core of origin, as long as the core remains intact, the ability to undergo infinite resurrection is granted. Supplement: suffering from mental control is tantamount to death, which will directly trigger the core of origin. Price: 1 billion. Root Revival is a 6-tier item, and as a premier 6-tier commodity, its price is exceedingly steep. Such a formidable resurrection ability is precisely what Chen Yi requires. By concealing the core of origin within a plank membrane, it becomes utterly undetectable, existing beyond the confines of this universe. Finding it would be an impossible feat while not infallible. It significantly enhances security. Thus, as long as the core of origin is well hidden, Chen Yi effectively possesses the power of infinite resurrection, compounded by the effects of death evolution, a truly unimaginable prospect. For specific effects, one might reference the colossal celestial beast from the negative energy world, which can be deemed a bug-level existence that if one were to engage it head-on, that beast would be nigh invincible. After meticulously verifying the product description of Root Revival, Chen Yi decisively made the purchase. Consumed: 1 billion points. Purchase successful. Star Spirit Root Revival point balance: 100 million at once. A surge of information flooded Chen Yi's mind, instantly imparting the technique for crafting the core of origin. Before he could reach the next star system, the 30-day respite was nearing its conclusion, and Chen Yi was about to face his inaugural advancement task. He entered the ruined space. The passage of time in the Blue Star universe came to a halt. Seizing the remaining moments, Chen Yi began crafting his core of origin within the space. For nowhere could offer greater safety. The hum of energy resonated, and a cerulean glow manifested in the air. Chen Yi intricately intertwined his stellar power and spiritual energy, sketching a complex circuit of stellar and spiritual pathways. As the circuit grew increasingly intricate, the radiance intensified. The surging stellar energy rippled like waves, and the azure spiritual energy seemed to encapsulate boundless mysteries, resembling the grandeur and enigma of the cosmos. In a fleeting moment, the magnificent and complex circuit of stellar and spiritual energy swiftly converged, naturally forming a substantial crystal, within which the cerulean glow of the circuit flowed intermittently. This was the core of origin. As long as this object remained undestroyed, Chen Yi would be effectively immortal. Even if he were to be utterly annihilated or reduced to a state of mere information, he could instantly restore himself to full capacity. Remarkably overpowered, Chen Yi began to grasp the audacity of the Star Spirit race in declaring war upon countless universes. This singular ability alone poses a formidable challenge that he placed the core of origin into his personal space, uncertain if this object could still function across innumerable worlds. The most prudent approach would be to hide it within the plank membrane upon entering the task world and retrieve it when leaving. Regarding the advancement task, Chen Yi had no intention of suppressing his tier. He aimed to complete the task successfully in one go and ascend to the second tier, as remaining in the first tier held no significance for him. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong felt somewhat anxious that in the negative energy world, he had become a negative energy user, fortuitously surviving the planetary apocalypse and attaining the peak of first-tier strength. If he continued to delve deeper into the realm of negative energy, he would soon genuinely reach the second tier. He had heard that advancement task worlds were significantly more perilous than standard anchoring task worlds. Moreover, it was his first time, and it was only natural to feel apprehensive. Should be fine, right? He muttered to himself. After all, he considered himself quite formidable at the first tier, especially as a ruins user with exceptional survival capabilities. Barring extreme misfortune, he generally wouldn't perish. Damn it. I am definitely dead this time. An older fellow cursed, having emptied his pockets to commission a complete set of advanced equipment in preparation for the advancement task, only to discover that the craftsman had yet to finish. Crack! A silver-haired elder-clad in high-tech battle armor was silently inspecting the equipment, patiently awaiting the commencement of the task. Some newcomers who had fared poorly in the first 3 anchoring tasks were now filled with trepidation, while those who had joined the Legion felt somewhat reassured and remained remarkably composed. At long last, Chen Yi, Zhou Tong, Xing Ku, and other ruins users of the same badge faced a spatial interface, where task information materialized, signaling the commencement of the advancement task. Task type: advancement task. Task difficulty: first tiers. Is Chen Yi's form flickered and vanished, marking the official start of the first advancement task for the newcomers since entering the space. The sky was a murky gray, shrouded in dark clouds, casting an eerie silence and decay over the world. The boundless expanse of land lay desolate. Colossal, shattered celestial bodies plummeted upon the horizon, their craters starkly visible. As the setting sun hung low, casting an eternal twilight stained crimson, Chen Yi materialized amidst the ruins of an ancient site. In his perception, even the stellar energy in this world was steeped in a stagnant silence, permeated by the aura of demise and decay. There was no sign of life. This world was beyond salvation. It was a world on the brink of annihilation. More accurately, Chen Yi surmised it to be a world that had already met its demise, a remnant of ruins and relics left in the wake of destruction. Unlike previous task worlds, this realm did not exist in a cosmic form, but rather manifested as land and sky. Akin to myth, despite extending his perception to its limits, he could not touch the boundaries of this world. It was vast and boundless, the stars in the sky having all fallen into the infinite expanse below, leaving only emptiness. Advancement Task Phase 1. The world of demise is left in ruins, the glory of civilization and myth submerged in despair, unable to be freed. Seek out a star seeker and grant him the name of Death's liberation. Task Reward: 1,000 points. Task Commencement. Name: Chen Yi. Tier: First tier points, 21,600. Abilities: Star Spirit LV-18, Plank Membrane Life Form, Critical Breakthrough, Super Explosion LV-11. Death Evolution Items: Personal Space Galaxy, Chapter of Gaia, Heart of the Tyrant. Core of Origin. In the past, first phase tasks typically offered only a few hundred points, yet this time, it directly provided 1,000 points, suggesting the Star Seeker possessed considerable strength. However, that was only relative to first-tier ruins users. The stellar energy in this world was profoundly subdued. If one were to liken the stellar energy of a normal world to air, then the stellar energy of this world of demise resembled solid ice. While the abilities of instantaneous movement and perception remained largely unaffected, the invocation of stellar energy was exceedingly slow and inefficient, significantly diminishing the combat prowess of the star spirits. Chen Yi remained unfazed. After all, he was not merely a star spirit life form. The warrior template of the Plank Membrane life form had not suffered any detriment due to the previous cut to the mage template. With this thought, he opened a rift in space, revealing a void, and retrieved the core of origin from his personal space, casting it into the Plank Membrane. The space then reverted to its original state. As a creation of the core of origin forged from his own stellar power, it ultimately remained a product of the ruined space, and thus could naturally be brought into the task world. The spatial interface continued to refresh with information. Target terminal detected. Plugin installation in progress. Installation complete. Random upgrade option in process. Random option. Critical breakthrough. Critical breakthrough option loading complete. Upgrade Task 1. Slay one fallen god. Level up the critical breakthrough option. Upgrade Task 2. Slay 2 fallen gods. Level up the critical breakthrough option. Upgrade Task 3. Slay 3 fallen gods. Level up the critical breakthrough option. Point 10 upgrade tasks. Critical breakthrough? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a random option pertaining to an existing ability, and critical breakthrough should typically be unupgradable. However, now one can force an upgrade simply by completing the upgrade task. It can only be said that it truly deserves to be called a cheat. Whether it is the star worshipper or the god of descent, finding them should not pose much difficulty. Chen Yi's perceptive abilities are exceptional, and with the resonance of all things, he can effortlessly uncover clues. This is a world that has already faced annihilation, devoid of vitality and shrouded in desolation. The humanity of this world can be said to be extinct, with the few remaining individuals no longer qualifying as truly alive. The dying sun is eternally frozen in this moment, unchanging through the ages. As Chen Yi traverses the ruins of decay and halts before a stone wall, the wall bears the inscriptions of this world's former history, with the resonance of all things conveying the information contained within the stone to Chen Yi. Once, this was a realm that revered the stars. The earth was filled with devout followers, who gained strength through prayers to the stars, thus harnessing stellar power to forge a resplendent civilization. The insatiable desires and wills of the people manifested as deities that graced the world. Residing in the heavens above that time, the faith in the stars reached its zenith. Yet, the moment of the world's demise arrived without warning. The stars fell from the skies, the stellar power fell silent like stagnant waters, and the faith of the earth crumbled in an instant. The followers were plunged into despair. With the fall of the stars, the manifestations of their power, the deities could not escape fate either, leaving behind mere husks of power. Twisted into the god of dissent in this hopeless world, this world has met its end. In other words, no matter how great the commotion Chen Yi causes here, it matters not, for there will be no malice directed towards the star spirits. As even the deities have succumbed, the so-called star worshippers are the former devotees of the stars. Chen Yi turned to gaze at the magnificent structure standing at the center of the ruins, which was once the temple of the stars. Even after enduring the ravages of countless years, it remains imposing and grand. In front of the temple lies a spacious plaza, and at the center of the square, a statue of an elderly man clad in a robe stands motionless like a statue. The old man is charred black like coal, as if he has been engulfed by flames. Beneath the cracked skin, a faint crimson glow flickers, suggesting a fire burns within, consuming flesh and innards. The old man's hands cradle a book, its pages yellowed and tattered. The desolate winds whisper past Chen Yi's ears, revealing that this elder was once the scribe of the temple, the one who etched the history of this world onto the walls. Sensing an intruder, the old man awakens suddenly from his slumber. The charred exterior begins to flake away, revealing deeper layers of blackened flesh. He closes the book in his hands. Outsider, grant me release. The teachings of the stars forbid followers from taking their own lives. They must either die of old age or fall in battle. The old man yearns for liberation, yet he will not submit meekly. Instead, he is prepared to fight fiercely against any foe as he speaks. A wave of stellar power radiates from his body. Bang! With decisive swiftness, Chen Yi delivers a punch, instantly reducing the old man to ashes, which swirl and scatter with the wind, concluding the battle in an instant. Ordinary star worshippers met their end when the world fell. Only the strong can withstand the forces of annihilation, clinging to existence in this half-dead state until now. The old man's strength was approximately at the upper echelon of the first tier, posing a challenge for a first-tier returner. Yet for Chen Yi, it was hardly a contest. Advancement Task Stage 1 completed, points earned. 1,000 Advancement Task Stage 2. Collect 5 tokens from Star Worshippers to summon a Star Guardian and defeat him to prove your Strength Task reward. 3,000 points. The book in the old man's hands fell to the ground. It must be the so-called token. Chen Yi gently levitated it into the air using stellar power. Then the silent stellar energy around him was forcibly activated, and a powerful force swept through like a hurricane, instantly erasing one star worshipper after another from the earth. The space rippled. Staffs, emblems, crowns, long swords point one by one. Tokens materialized from the ocean of stellar energy, teleporting before Chen Yi, with hundreds of tokens surrounding him, creating a spectacular sight. Uncertain whether the Stage 3 task requires defeating multiple Star Guardians, Chen Yi decided to prepare in advance, perhaps enabling him to complete the Stage 3 advancement task directly. These tokens, in some sense, are the equipment dropped by the Star Worshippers. Unfortunately, they can only be used to complete tasks and cannot be taken back to the spatial realm. Otherwise, Chen Yi would have stripped this world bare. Meanwhile, in another ruin, a group of returners was preparing to ambush the Star Worshippers in front of the temple. But before they could act, the recently awakened Star Worshipper was reduced to ashes. What is going on? The returners exchanged glances, bewildered. Such occurrences unfolded simultaneously across many ruins, as the tokens dropped by the Star Worshippers vanished. all swept up by Chen Yi. Not long after, a resounding white light shot up into the sky, capturing the attention of many. Bathed in the dazzling brilliance, Chen Yi found himself surrounded by a constellation formed by hundreds of tokens, radiating intense light. Summoning a star guardian usually does not create such a commotion. However, the sheer number of tokens he collected made the light particularly conspicuous. Dong! A loud bell tolled throughout the ruins, and blackened ash began to fall from the sky, as over 100 star guardians, resembling the old man, materialized in response to the summons. Ashes flaked off their forms, revealing their cracked bodies glowing with crimson fire. The only difference from the star worshippers is that the consciousness of the star worshippers still lingers, while the guardians are truly statues forged from stone. Moreover, they are statues that combat. Oh no! The nearby returners fled in terror, having caught sight of the 100 guardians descending from the sky in an instant. They turned to escape, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies from a distance. The intense energy fluctuations indicated that each guardian possessed top-tier combat strength at the first tier, a truly terrifying prospect. Clang, swords were drawn. 100 guardians pointed their blades at Chen Yi and launched a collective assault. Even though the power of the star spirits have been diminished in this world, Chen Yi remains a top-tier 4th-level powerhouse. In an instant, boom, a powerful energy shockwave erupted, leveling the entire ruin in the blink of an eye. Before the force capable of disintegrating all matter into its fundamental particles, the 100 guardians were instantaneously wiped out. Advancement Task Stage 2 completed, points earned. 3,000 Advancement Task Stage 3. The afterglow of the end times. The star altar lies in ruins and darkness. Ignite the starlight of the star altar to face the final trial task reward. 5,000 points, it was a simple matter. The second stage of the advancement task was completed. However, the third stage task was not what Chen Yi had anticipated. He paused, contemplating for a moment, and decided to temporarily set aside the advancement task. At this rate, he would soon complete the advancement task and return to the returner space. Yet he had not completed a single upgrade task, the God of Descent. The clues are somewhat scarce. While the advancement task must be completed, the priority of the upgrade task is even higher, and this time the upgrade option is the critical breakthrough ability. Chen Yi is indeed curious about how far this ability can be upgraded, whether it will extend the breakthrough duration or elevate the breakthrough tier. Both possibilities exist. Based on the clues gathered from the earth, Chen Yi learned that the deities reside high above. They will not easily manifest unless called upon by a star worshipper. Now that the deities have perished, the remnants transformed into the God of Descent also dwell high above, and herein lies the problem. Chen Yi does not know how to summon the deities. To be more specific, he has learned of several rituals to summon deities from various ruins. However, those rituals were incomplete, and more importantly, the followers of the celestial stars were unable to summon the divine. Step 1. Summon the God of Despair. Step 2. Vanquish the God of Despair. The first step was at an impasse. Soon, Chen Yi devised a plan that, in the fading light of dusk, amidst a desolate ruin devoid of temples or palaces, a knight wielding a colossal sword stood unwavering, ensconced in slumber. The knight's armor was entirely obsidian, a full coverage design obscuring his visage, emanating a palpable aura of grim authority simply by his presence. That moment, a crisp and resonant sound of footsteps approached. A heavily mechanized ruins walker had discovered the site and was making a beeline for the colossal sword knight. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with sharp features, a cyborg, and a member of the Nova Legion, the same faction as the luminary of the Star Beast world. Upon sensing the arrival of the newcomer, the slumbering colossal sword knight awakened, drawing forth his sword, which resembled a door panel, and resting it upon his shoulder, he spoke. "Outsider, grant me release." The mechanical man was momentarily speechless, the power core emitting a dull, high-frequency hum. Just as he was about to take action, time and space abruptly froze. The mechanized man was halted in place. The colossal sword knight, puzzled, turned to regard Chen Yi, who had appeared beside him. Chen Yi got straight to the point. "I need to summon a deity, but it seems I require a rather large number of star callers. If you would be so kind, I would appreciate your assistance." The knight replied, "The deity has descended into despair that I am aware. Chen Yi responded, "With your strength, it would not be easy to meet your demise. Assist me in summoning the deity, and I shall grant you release." This trade should be quite beneficial. The knight pondered for a moment before consenting. Agreed. The knight was undoubtedly a formidable second-tier warrior. Even an ordinary first-tier ruins walker would be no match for him. Having dispatched many such beings, yet still unable to attain liberation. Undeniably, Chen Yi possessed the capability to defeat him. Whatever Chen Yi intended with the summoning of the god of despair was not his concern, even if it involved slaying a god. The star-callers worshipped the celestial stars, not a singular deity. The colossal sword knight was not the first star-caller Chen Yi had approached. He had gleaned the complete ritual procedure from other star-callers. And now all that was left was to gather 1,000 of them. When 1,000 star-callers chanted the sacred words, they would summon the god of despair, as the stasis of time and space was lifted. The mechanized man fell into silence, surveying the desolate ruins. Where have the others gone? Chen Yi's actions would undoubtedly affect the other ruins walkers in completing their advancement tasks. They ran about aimlessly, finding nothing in ruin after ruin, cursing under their breath. Why is there no one around? Not a single star-caller. Meanwhile, members of nearby legions began to gather, completing their advancement tasks, which grew increasingly challenging as they progressed. Teaming up would enhance their chances of success, but on a hill, 5 ruins walkers belonging to the Nova Legion scanned the surroundings, one of them sensing a subtle world fluctuation, but he opened his eyes, saying, "There are star-callers gathering nearby. They seem to be preparing for some sort of ritual that my advice is to keep your distance." "Why?" "Just a hunch." "What do you think, Captain?" The captain of this small squad was a young man clad in a robe, his fingers adorned with gemstone rings, clearly a practitioner of the arcane. The robed youth said, "Let's go take a look. I am quite curious about what they are doing. Perhaps there are opportunities to seize." His confidence stemmed from possessing a piece of third-tier equipment, gifted by someone in the Legion who believed in him. As a precaution, the robed youth instructed the team member who could sense world fluctuations. "If you sense danger, we flee immediately." "Understood." Before long, the squad arrived at the outskirts of the ruins where the star-callers were congregating. They dared not approach, instead hiding at a safe distance to observe. Thousands of star-callers had assembled, the entire ruin engulfed in an ominous black hue, sending shivers down their spines even from afar. The sheer number of over 10,000 first- and second-tier beings was daunting, even for the otherwise confident robed youth, who felt a chill of trepidation. If they were to swarm, the consequences would be unimaginable. What are they doing? Are they singing, ignoring the prying eyes around them? Chen Yi, having gathered over 10,000 star-callers, began to summon the deity, the star-callers chanting sacred words, their voices melodious and solemn, resonating through the heavens. The dormant star power stirred, the combined might of the throng forcibly channeling the star energy upwards into the vast sky. What on earth are they up to? This feels off that I should make my exit. The melodious sacred words were profoundly divine, yet subtly instilled a sense of unease among the observing ruins walkers. Even Chen Yi felt a prickling sensation akin to a warning. The sense of danger had been triggered. Before the deity had even descended, Chen Yi was already acutely aware of a formidable threat. Rather than fear, he felt exhilarated, craving crisis and the specter of death. Death would only fortify him. He was unafraid of enslavement. In the core judgment of his being, the star spirits regarded mental control and enslavement as equivalent to death, leading to immediate resurrection and thus liberation. Of course, should the deity prove to be more powerful than anticipated, Chen Yi would not hesitate to flee. The sacred words continued to be chanted until, at a certain moment, a door materialized in the sky, exuding a potent aura of decay. This decay was as heavy as a mountain, rendering breath difficult. Silently, ash-gray motes began to drift down, and overwhelming power emanated from the door, instilling terror in all observers. A withered hand extended from within, and a gaunt, corpse-like figure descended to the earth. The force was despair-inducing. The perceptive member of the Nova squad's pupils constricted violently, his expression betraying his fear. The deity. They are summoning a deity! Boom! Yet, unexpectedly, before the deity could fully emerge from the portal, a figure shot up, infused with unrestrained fury, seizing the deity and thrusting it back into the door. Chen Yi left behind a domineering silhouette, subsequently leaping into the heavens. He was capable. This was Chen Yi's assessment following the arrival of the god of despair. He had battled fifth-tier warriors and understood their might. The descending god of despair did not reach fifth-tier strength, merely fourth tier. Thus, he acted without hesitation. Moreover, the sense of crisis had not escalated to a level that would make him retreat. The door in the sky shut, vanishing as though it had never existed, yet black-gray motes continued to fall, leaving the ruins walkers in a state of lingering dread and astonishment. What just happened? Who was that formidable individual? Fourth tier. The perceptive member of the Nova Squad was filled with dread. The deity that had emerged possessed fourth-tier strength. Upon hearing this, the robed youth broke into a cold sweat, and the other team members felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, had they not been repelled back into the door. The ensuing events were unfathomable. At the very least, the god of despair could have annihilated them as easily as crushing ants. The star callers exchanged silent glances, seemingly realizing that Chen Yi had forgotten to eliminate them. They then collectively turned their gaze towards the observing ruins walkers surrounding the ruins. Instantly, the ruins walkers felt a chill run down their spines. Run! A single shout jolted everyone awake, and they began to sprint frantically. They sought to complete their tasks, but the sight of those tens of thousands of star callers was simply too terrifying. That in the heavens above, amidst a peculiar space, the once magnificent abode of the deity, constructed from the fantasies of countless star callers intertwined with star power, lay in ruins. That a cacophony of destruction erupted as Chen Yi crushed the head of the god of despair against the remnants of the palace, unleashing violent energy that swiftly reduced the divine abode to rubble. Once this god of despair was known as the god of arrogance. Now, utterly stripped of dignity, he lay on the ground, thoroughly disheveled, even as a deity. The god of dissent too yearned for liberation. Thus, he would slay every soul within his sight, all in pursuit of a death in battle. Perhaps the original deities possessed wisdom and awareness, yet the god of dissent had long since relinquished both. The god of pride, acting on instinct, retaliated against Chen Yi, extending a hand that traced the image of myriad stars in the void. Before the formidable stellar energy could coalesce, Chen Yi seized it with his withered, charred arm, tearing it asunder. The deity, so feeble, the severed limbs swiftly disintegrated into black ash, while Chen Yi forcefully summoned the stellar energy, gripping the head of the god of pride and exerting a sudden force, crushing it to oblivion. In terms of combat prowess, Chen Yi was nearly invincible among the fourth tier. Upgrade Task 1. Completed Critical Breakthrough Option. Upgrade Critical Breakthrough. LV1 Ability. Critical Breakthrough Level. LV1 Description. Duration 2 minutes. Overdraws power from the next 30 days. A fleeting breakthrough to ascend to a higher tier, regrettably capped at 6 tiers. Otherwise, its worth would be far greater. Having ascended to LV1, the original 1-minute limit extended to 2 minutes. A satisfactory enhancement. Chen Yi hoisted the corpse of the god of pride. Would you like to eat? The elusive Wang Kai poked its head out from the ruins of the divine abode, hastily shaking its head. It only consumed exotic beasts. This offering was not on its menu. Woo. What a waste. Chen Yi felt a tinge of regret, allowing the body of the god of pride to dissolve into black ash, from which a radiant orb of light burst forth. Long-lost equipment explosion. Acquired item. Stellar power. Pride item. Stellar power. Pride type. Item description. A partial manifestation of stellar power. If one can defeat the gods and collect all manifestations, they may obtain the complete stellar power. This was a star map, adorned with 12 celestial bodies. After slaying the god of pride, one of the stars ignited, while the remaining 11 remained dim. The item description was somewhat vague. Chen Yi was uncertain how formidable the so-called complete stellar power was, but he surmised it would not be beneath the 4th tier. He stored the star map in his personal space. Yet, more than the stellar power, Chen Yi was preoccupied with the black ash that was once the god of pride. A thought swiftly surfaced. Star spirit? No matter how one perceived it, this so-called deity resembled a star spirit. As the world approached its end, Chen Yi felt increasingly convinced that a multitude of star spirits had been eradicated in one fell swoop. He once again sensed the overwhelming malice directed at star spirits from countless worlds. The sins of the ancestors had all returned to haunt the newly born star spirits. Who could he hold accountable for this? A powerful wave of stellar energy surged forth, and 11 brilliant stars rose above the divine abode, their energies intertwining as the remaining 11 gods of descent made their entrance. Boom! A blow that defied causality struck. And only then did Chen Yi sense the imminent danger. A resplendent feathered arrow pierced through his form. The heavens trembled, and in an instant, Chen Yi was slain. Buzz! Chen Yi's being exploded into a mass of unknown substance, only to be restored as if time had reversed. Death evolution triggered, and his strength surged remarkably. Enhancement successful star spirit in a fleeting moment, Chen Yi seemed to brush against the threshold of the 5th tier. Long-lost passion surged within him as he gazed towards the horizon, where the 11 gods of descent loomed, 3 of whom were 5th tier, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, they were all star spirits. There was no need to contemplate anything else. He would unleash his full strength in battle. Today, Chen Yi would achieve the monumental feat of slaying 12 deities single-handedly. Boom! His form, approaching light speed, surged towards the gods. As a female god of descent drew her bow and released an arrow, which struck Chen Yi with precision, the other gods of descent joined the fray. Blood-red spears hurtled through the air, piercing Chen Yi's heart as stellar energy rained down like a thunderstorm and a golden chariot rushed towards him. Boom! 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 There was no doubt about it. Once again, Chen Yi was slain. Yet death only served to render him stronger. Enhancement successful star spirit unknown substance reassembled, and Chen Yi swiftly returned to his original form, an exhilarated smile breaking across his face as he stirred the ocean of stellar energy and unleashed a punch. Boom! The solidified stellar energy was forcefully wielded, its unmatched might seemingly capable of shattering the heavens as Chen Yi approached a 4th tier deity. With a single punch, he obliterated it. Upgrade Task 2. Completed critical breakthrough option. Upgrade critical breakthrough. LV2, not a moment's respite was granted, as the arrow that defied causality followed suit, pinning Chen Yi in midair. Roar! The golden chariot roared like a beast, crushing Chen Yi beneath its might, without the aid of time-space crystals and without utilizing an explosive outburst. The gap in strength between Chen Yi and the 5th tier was immense. With each death and rebirth, Chen Yi's power continued to ascend. Enhancement successful star spirit, having finally distanced himself from the frenzied star worshippers. The perceiver of the supernova squad crouched on the ground, clutching his head and trembling in terror. The robed youth was astonished. What is wrong with you? I don't know. The world's fluctuations were so intense that the perceiver felt overwhelming discomfort. Curling into a ball as his body shook uncontrollably, I don't know either, but I can't shake this fear. Crack! A sharp crack echoed from above, and everyone looked up, their faces paling. They beheld the sky cracking like glass, as if it might shatter at any moment. Anxiety gripped them. Hey, I senti this advancement task world a bit too off. This world isn't about to collapse, is it? Captain, what should we do? The robed youth fell silent. How could such a question be posed to him? The team members held him in such high regard, yet his strongest equipment was merely Tier 3. He was just as anxious. Do you desire power? A voice echoed closer as the perceiver initially thought it a delusion, only to realize the words resonated within his mind. Who? The team members jumped in surprise, sensing their captain's odd demeanor heightened their unease. What's wrong? Nothing. The robed youth covered his forehead, his expression wavering. He suspected his mind had been infiltrated, and the voice echoed once more, clearer this time. Do you desire power? Space began to anchor. Enhancement successful star spirit, LV-19. 9 once revived, a formidable force manifested as a palpable pressure that threatened to collapse the heavens. Chen Yi had lost count of how many times he had died, yet the power bestowed by death evolution was undeniably real. Pierced by arrows time and again, crushed beneath the golden chariot repeatedly, each death evolution only rendered his body more impervious. The LV-19.9 star spirit lifeform was now infinitely close to the power of the 5th tier. The vast and boundless stellar energy surged, combined with the strength of the Planck membrane life form, allowing Chen Yi to now stand toe-to-toe with the fifth tier. Boom! The golden chariot charged forth, and Chen Yi caught it with a single hand. His body, tempered through countless trials, exuding terrifying strength, the god of descent swung their sword, and Chen Yi seized the golden chariot, hurling it back. The power capable of annihilating a diameter of nearly 100,000 light-years erupted in an instant, as Chen Yi braved the god's onslaught, striking down the sword-wielding god of descent. Upgrade Task 7. Completed Critical Breakthrough Option. Upgrade Critical Breakthrough. LV7 Ability. Critical Breakthrough Level. LV7 Description. Duration 30 minutes. Overdraws power from the next 3 days. A fleeting breakthrough to ascend to a higher tier, regrettably capped at 6 tiers. Otherwise, its worth would be far greater. With the sword-wielding deity defeated, Chen Yi had now slain 7 gods of descent. Above, 5 remained, 2 of which were 4th tier and 3 5th tier. Among the 3 5th tier gods of descent, one drew a bow, another commanded a golden chariot, while the last had yet to make a move. He simply hovered serenely above the battlefield, calmly observing, appearing far from what one might expect of a god of descent, as if possessing reason. Boom! The arrow deity unleashed a shot that sent Chen Yi spiraling backward. However, the arrows that once pierced through and swiftly vanquished Chen Yi can no longer claim his life. Chen Yi extracts the arrows lodged in his body, although he remains at a disadvantage in terms of combat strength. His momentum is overwhelmingly formidable. If these gods of descent can no longer slay him, then their worth concludes here. The god of thunder, wielding the tempest, unleashes a furious barrage upon Chen Yi, yet he shatters all the thunder with his devastating might, erasing the god of descent along with it. Task 8. Completed Critical Breakthrough Option. Upgrade Critical Breakthrough. LV8 Ability. Critical Breakthrough Level. LV8 Description. Time limit 30 minutes. Overdraws power from the future for 1 day, allowing a temporary leap across thresholds into a higher echelon, regrettably capped at 6 tiers. Otherwise, its value would be far greater. Just as Chen Yi believed this battle was nearing its conclusion, the gods of the war chariot, the arrows, and the remaining 4th tier god of descent unexpectedly intertwined their powers. In an instant, the triad of gods of descent surged with frenzied strength, shaking the heavens, which could hardly contain this force, soon revealing signs of fragmentation. Then, a terrifying torrent of energy, potent enough to obliterate 5th-tier beings, descended. The god of arrows raised his bow, and in the moment of drawing, celestial energy wildly converged, forming a colossal vortex in the heavens. A radiant brilliance obliterated all in its path, causing the abode of the gods above to collapse with a thunderous roar. This arrow possessed the capability to annihilate the very earth. Boom! With a single strike. Chen Yi was not only reduced to an unknown material state, but was utterly shattered into a fundamental information state. As tranquility returned, the heavens lay in ruins, in a state of death. The core of his essence activated, and the form of Chen Yi, now reduced to basic informational status, reassembled into a mass of unknown material, subsequently restoring his body to its original state. Buzz! Simultaneously, an unfathomably powerful force surged forth. Enhancement successful. Star Spirit LV-20 Death Evolution triggered. Chen Yi had unequivocally stepped into the 5th tier. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power, with his perception and control of celestial energy expanding to a radius of 100,000 light-years. The value of the gods had been drained. It was time to conclude this battle. Ziz! The might of his power crackled through the void as particles collided around Chen Yi, erupting in dazzling electric sparks. The swelling energy, accompanied by his battle intent, transformed into an overwhelming pressure that swept across the realm. Boom! The several gods of descent suspended in the heavens were directly crushed by this imposing aura, crashing down upon the ruins of the divine abode. Utterly defenseless. Super explosion. The 10,000-fold power had yet to unleash its full potential, yet the mere dispersal of energy rendered the gods incapable of resistance. As the heavens continued to collapse, gradually dissolving into nothingness. The fifth-tier god of descent, who had remained dormant, fell to the ruins and knelt upon the ground. Disbelief etched upon his face, he then spoke. Truly remarkable. Among all the returners I have encountered, you are the most astonishing. W.Y. writes. You should be merely a first-tier returner, yet your strength is utterly incomprehensible. Chen Yi's expression hardened. You are not a god of descent. Those from the task world could not possibly know his identity as a returner. At the very least, this body belonged to a god of descent. The man smiled. In the infinite realm, there exists more than just the return space as a high-ranking existence. What do you say? Would you consider switching to the transcendent space? The benefits would be far superior. At least you wouldn't have to scavenge in the return space. For beings like you, the transcendent space would offer much better treatment. In the infinite realm, the transcendent space stands as an existence rivaling the return space. This was Chen Yi's first encounter with someone from another space. Truly astonishing. Those who wield the will of the return space are known as returners, while those who wield the will of the transcendent space are called transcenders. Clearly, the individual currently occupying the body of this god of descent is a transcender. The two spaces are in a state of antagonism, often undermining each other, and typically, returners and transcenders are absolute enemies. Both realms strive to eliminate the powerful from the opposing side. Encountering someone from the other space often leads to direct confrontation. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. High-tier returners and transcenders have nearly driven each other to madness, with returners harboring deep disdain for the cunning transcenders, who affectionately refer to returners as scavengers. Identification of transcender triggered annihilation task. Annihilation task. The transcendent space is the antagonistic force of the return space. Transcenders are sworn enemies. You must annihilate the transcender before you. Task reward. 1 million points, 1 million points, perhaps due to the transcender occupying the body of a fifth-tier god of descent. The reward is unprecedentedly substantial. This is a delightful surprise. Chen Yi felt invigorated. The energy accumulated from the super explosion surged forth. The 10,000-fold fifth-tier power unleashed its terrifying might, obliterating everything in its path. Boom! The force was akin to the cataclysmic explosion of the universe. The heavens were utterly destroyed. The sky shattered, creating a colossal rift, and an infinite torrent of energy engulfed all the gods of descent, instantaneously erasing them from existence. Alas, what a pity! The transcender expressed profound regret. Annihilation task. Completed points earned. 1 million upgrade. Task 9. Completed critical breakthrough option. Upgrade critical breakthrough. LV9 upgrade. Task 10. Completed critical breakthrough option. Upgrade critical breakthrough. LV10 ability. Critical breakthrough level. LV10 description. Time limit 60 minutes. Overdraws power from the future for 1 day, allowing a temporary leap across thresholds into a higher echelon, regrettably capped at 7 tiers. Otherwise, its value would be far greater. The critical breakthrough had ascended 2 levels, extending the time limit to 60 minutes, and a maximum breakthrough heightened to 7 tiers, significantly enhancing the value of this ability. This was likely the fastest Chen Yi had ever completed upgrade tasks, systematically vanquishing all the gods in one fell swoop, accomplishing all 10 upgrade tasks in a single breath. Yet it was not over. The abode of the gods in the heavens had completely vanished without a trace. Chen Yi stood amidst the void, radiant streams of light swirling around him. These were the celestial energies released by the gods. He retrieved the star map, and beams of light promptly entered the map, illuminating the remaining 11 stars within. Converging the celestial energies into one, that the star map instantly radiated with brilliance, manifesting the vastness of the cosmos as it merged into Chen Yi's being, causing his power to surge once more. His momentum escalating wildly. Enhancement successful. Star Spirit LV21 enhancement successful. Star Spirit LV22 enhancement successful. Star Spirit LV23, the celestial energies poured into Chen Yi, dramatically elevating his Star Spirit power to LV23. Now, his mastery of celestial energy extended to a radius of 1 million light-years. In the universe, galaxies with a radius exceeding 1 million light-years could be considered extraordinarily immense. With such power, Chen Yi could be deemed a formidable presence even among fifth-tier beings. A tremendous harvest. Not only had Chen Yi ascended to the 5th tier in one fell swoop, but he also possessed formidable strength at a mid-tier level, solidifying the death evolution system. His perception expanded to 1,000,000 light-years. And Chen Yi located the Earth above, subsequently teleporting back to solid ground. Upon looking up, he saw the sky shattered like glass, a colossal rift evoking dread. The heavens had been obliterated by Chen Yi, resulting in this wondrous phenomenon. Ignoring the celestial anomaly, Chen Yi turned his attention back to the 3rd phase of the advancement task, utterly at a loss. Must I solve a riddle? Advancement task. Phase 3. The last light of the end times. The star altar lies in ruin, devoid of luster. Ignite the starlight of the star altar to face the final trial. Task reward. 5,000 points. Chen Yi's perception swept across the land, but found no trace of the star altar. Perhaps this was a metaphor or a symbol. He would need to consult the star petitioners. Conveniently, he could also eliminate those petitioners to fulfill a prior promise. Time shifted slightly forward. Boom! A ring in the hand of the youth clad in a robe of law emitted an ethereal blue radiance, showcasing the overwhelming dominance of its Tier 3 equipment. Including the Perceiver, the remaining 4 members of the Nova Squad found themselves ensnared in midair by the cerulean energy, utterly powerless to escape. The team members were gripped by sheer terror. "Captain, what are you planning to do?" "We are comrades." The youth in the robe revealed a benevolent smile, tightening his grip, causing the azure energy to erupt violently, reducing the 4 to a mist of crimson. Not anymore, that he had betrayed the void space. Aligning himself with the camp of the Transcendents, the advantage was clear. Eliminating those from the void space would yield substantial points. Most crucially, betrayers like this youth were difficult for the space to identify, meaning that void dwellers would not trigger annihilation missions upon encountering him. It was an insidious trap. Earning task points through honest means was far too slow. Hunting down the void dwellers was a much swifter path to amassing points. With the prospect of points rolling in, the youth in the robe was instantly invigorated. Of course, this scenario was mirrored in the transcendent space, where it too could not discern its own betrayers, leading to a delightful backstabbing between the two realms. In the distance, a red-haired youth secretly observed the actions of the robed young man, unable to suppress a mocking grin. Teeth his K. Although he has joined our ranks, I refuse to consider him one of us. Beside him stood a black-haired girl, who concurred. Betrayers are untrustworthy. Let them destroy each other. There is no need to engage with him. He is merely bait. Once we lure out the big fish, we shall strike. The big fish, mused the red-haired youth. Are you referring to that formidable Tier 1 void dweller, soaring high above? What a sight! I have never encountered such a fierce first-tier foe. Indeed, that I cannot contend with such a monstrosity. Fear not. I have brought the war banner of our legion, merely Tier 4 strength. With the banner as power, we shall not be without our own advantages. That is reassuring. Both individuals were transcenders of the transcendent space. The red-haired youth was aptly named Hongfa, while the girl was called Shuidi, both of whom were Tier 3 transcenders. The two realms had a habitual tendency to stab each other in the back. As long as a world had not been fully anchored, one realm could intervene during the anchoring process of another, sending in their own forces. The motives for such interference were twofold, one being a pure desire to undermine the opposing camp, the other being the high value of the current world, thus necessitating a grab for resources in most cases, it was the first motive. For instance, Hongfa and Shuidi had come not to execute a mission, but purely to earn points. Interference by transcenders in unanchored worlds had significant restrictions. At least, no high-tier powers could appear. Otherwise, the void space would likely retaliate fiercely. This was a Tier 1 task world. Thus, the transcendent space could only send over Tier 3 transcenders, which was akin to a dimensional strike against Tier 1 void dwellers. The disparity of two tiers rendered it an unwinnable battle. However, such scenarios were rare. Typically, the opposing space would only dispatch individuals of a higher tier than the task world, and it was exceedingly rare for them to exceed 2 tiers. When such a situation occurred, it indicated that the opposing camp within this task world was someone the rival space desperately wished to eliminate. Regardless of the cost, within the transcendent space, legions also existed. The war banner was specialized equipment for legion members and was suited for team battles. The banner was tierless, with the power enhancement effect solely dependent on the number and intensity of battles it had endured. When held by one, all members of the same legion on the battlefield could benefit from its enhancement, making it incredibly valuable. That Shuidi's decision to bring a banner was fraught with peril. Should it be lost here, the legion would suffer significant losses. Hongfa gazed at the vast chasm in the sky. Though our primary target is that Tier 4 individual, whether he can return alive from such heights remains uncertain. Returning to the present moment, Chen Yi had previously summoned over 10,000 star worshippers to chant sacred verses. In the nearby scattered ruins, there were still a few star worshippers remaining. Shortly thereafter, a mechanically modified man arrived at the ruins, his demeanor icy, the metal on his body reflecting the waning sunlight of dusk, casting a cold glow. Amidst his frostiness, there was a hint of impatience. Upon spotting the star worshippers, his eyes gleamed, and he immediately entered a combat stance, launching a fierce attack. The youth in the robe awakened, instantly raising the gemstone on his wrist, which shimmered with a hazy light. The surging star power poised for action. Boom! The mechanical man leapt into the air, then froze mid-flight, his thoughts arrested in that fleeting moment. The star worshipper pondered the suspended mechanical man, contemplating whether to engage or retreat for a nap instead. Chen Yi appeared. Are you familiar with the Starfall altar? The star worshipper glanced at the frozen mechanical man, then at Chen Yi, nodding. Igniting the starry light of the Starfall altar summons the trials of the gods. At this, Chen Yi's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly questioned several star worshippers. Yet they all claimed ignorance regarding the Starfall altar, and at last he had found a lead. However, the trials of the gods? Chen Yi faltered. The gods are gone. For a moment, he fell silent, uncertain if the trials could proceed without the gods. He had to try, so he asked the star worshipper, "Where is the Starfall altar?" The gemstone on the star worshipper's wrist glowed once more, his eyes alight with a yearning for liberation. He assumed a combat stance. "If you possess the power to grant me release, I shall reveal it to you." "Very well." Chen Yi acquiesced. With a surge of star power, the star worshipper confidently declared, "I am no ordinary star worshipper. I am one favored by the gods. Having passed their trials, if you dare to equate me with those common star worshippers, you shall suffer greatly." Bang! A spark of light erupted with blinding speed, unleashing a thunderous force that instantly reduced the star worshipper's arm to ash. The residual impact carving a massive chasm into the earth. The gemstone on the star worshipper's wrist extinguished, his confidence shattered into fragments. He conceded with a hearty laugh, "Forget my previous words." The battle concluded swiftly and decisively. The points of light Chen Yi had gathered dissipated. What is the Starfall altar? Subsequently, the star worshipper used his remaining arm to draw a circle and a hexagram on the ground, stating, "This is the Starfall altar. You can draw it anywhere. Is it truly that simple?" Additionally, 6 tokens from star worshippers must be placed at the 6 corners of the hexagram. Under normal circumstances, a star worshipper would also need to channel star power to awaken the altar. However, since you can wield star power, it seems the presence of a star worshipper is unnecessary. Understood. All right, the star worshipper, brimming with anticipation, raised his voice to chant the sacred verses in preparation for the impending liberation. "I shall return to the embrace of the stars." With a thought, Chen Yi acted. Boom! The star worshipper exploded into a cloud of black ash. The token of the star worshipper was the gemstone on his wrist. Chen Yi directly drew a slightly larger Starfall altar on the spot, and 5 tokens from other star worshippers materialized in succession, signifying that the 5 star worshippers in other locales had also attained liberation. Ignoring the frozen mechanical man, Chen Yi meticulously arranged the 6 tokens upon the Starfall altar, and as star power surged into it, the altar radiated with brilliant light. Advanced Task Stage 3 completed points earned. 5,000 Advanced Task Stage 4. The Altar of Stars shines. The final trial approaches task reward. 8,000. Chen Yi waited for quite some time. The brilliance of the Starfall altar continued to shimmer, yet the so-called final trial never arrived, as if he were calling and receiving no answer. The gods are utterly gone. Chen Yi roughly deduced the reason. And more amusingly, the culprit was none other than himself. The brilliance of the celestial altar gradually dimmed, and the ritual remained unanswered. Rather, it would be more surprising if there were any response at all. Just as Chen Yi believed that this advancement task was on the verge of failure, a thread of power from the void descended upon him, and he immediately sensed it. He was calling upon himself through the celestial altar. It seemed there was nothing wrong with that. Fully empowered by the celestial force, Chen Yi was now the supreme deity of this world, indeed the only existing divinity within it. To call upon the divine was tantamount to summoning himself. A faint thread of power was extracted from the celestial altar, projecting a doppelganger of him before Chen Yi, a mere projection with the strength of a second-tier threshold. Unexpectedly, the final trial turned out to be a battle against oneself. The trial doppelganger possessed no self-awareness, merely an energy projection that fought by instinct. Although it was only at the second-tier level, its combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Star Spirit, Super Burst, Critical Breakthrough. The projection doppelganger possessed only these three abilities. In its normal state, it indeed had a second-tier combat capability barely sufficient to annihilate a city, yet when fully unleashed, its power was still tremendously intimidating. Even though the Super Burst and Critical Breakthrough of the projection doppelganger were a limited version, they were still beyond what a second-tier Voidwalker could withstand. Moreover, this was a first-tier advancement task world. After responding to his own summons through the celestial altar ritual, Chen Yi understood that he could not return to space until all Voidwalkers completed their final trials. He had to respond to the trial summons as a deity, as expected. Boom! With a mere thought, a violent vortex of celestial power immediately crushed the trial doppelganger before him, swiftly and decisively completing the final trial of the advancement task. Advancement Task Stage 4 completed points acquired. 8,000 triggered temporary task. As the sole deity of this world, please respond to the Voidwalker summons and bestow upon them the final trial. You cannot return to space until the temporary task is completed, with a time limit of 1 year. Task reward, 10,000 points. Not surprisingly, at least it wasn't in vain. Chen Yi was rather indifferent, merely acting as a tool to respond to the summons that, in any case, he did not need to personally take the field. Everything could be entrusted to the projection doppelganger to conduct trials for the Voidwalkers. However, he harbored significant doubts. Could there be other Voidwalkers besides him who would successfully pass the final trial in this advancement task? The Voidwalkers would have to rely on their own luck. The combination of Critical Breakthrough and Super Burst would obliterate even third-tier Voidwalkers, leaving nothing behind. Logically, if the Voidwalkers did not possess the strength to surpass their current tier during the advancement task, 9 times out of 10, they would return empty-handed, much like this instance. Not to mention the difficulty of the final trial. The earlier stages of the tasks had already exceeded the capabilities of first-tier Voidwalkers. Without second-tier combat power or equipment, it would be quite challenging. Only the members of the Legion fared somewhat better, as they could fight alongside each other, significantly reducing the task's difficulty. Temporary teams lacked a solid foundation of trust, and it was even possible for conflicts of interest to arise amidst the skirmishes. The Legion had an extremely strict and fair distribution and compensation system. Consequently, the cohesion among Legion members far surpassed that of temporary teams. Flash, understood. Another small team from the Supernova Legion was formed, albeit with only 3 members, one of whom was Flash, who had previously ventured into the Star Beast world, having fused with the Thunder Dragon. Flash was fully equipped with second-tier combat power and, after undergoing another task world, now possessed a medium-level second-tier strength. This advancement task posed little difficulty for him. The team was merely formed to assist other Legion members in completing their advancement tasks, with him as the absolute main damage dealer. Facing a second-tier Starseeker, the other 2 members focused on containment, while Flash seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful verbal assault, severely wounding the Starseeker. Clang! A sharp flash of the blade swept by, as one of the sword-wielding team members caught this fleeting moment and swiftly decapitated the Starseeker. The corpse of the Starseeker collapsed. Turning to Black Ash, the sword-wielding Void Walker sheathed his weapon and sighed in relief. Finally, it was done. Flash picked up the fallen token of the Starseeker. Now they had gathered the tokens needed for the final trial ritual. So he would proceed first. It was not strictly necessary to gather all 3 tokens. But the information regarding the celestial altar was notoriously difficult to ascertain. Upon learning of it, they had nearly gathered the 3 ritual tokens. As the absolute main force in the team, Flash proceeded with the final trial first, and the other 2 had no objections. Perhaps it was due to experiencing an advancement task for the first time that Flash felt a bit anxious and unsettled. He inscribed the celestial altar's pattern on the ground, placed the token, and harnessed the power of the star beast to channel celestial energy into the celestial altar. Buzz. Immediately, the celestial altar radiated a glow. The 3 stood ready, and Flash felt increasingly tense. The light of the celestial altar gradually solidified in midair, and a figure emanating a hazy radiance responded to the summoning, slowly materializing. Flash furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. He could not see the figure's face. Yet for some unknown reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with this silhouette. Had he seen it somewhere before? It shouldn't be. Suddenly, a fear deeply imprinted within him awakened, causing Flash's heart to race uncontrollably, a wave of intense dread washing over him. He himself could not comprehend the reason for it in the midst of his daze. Flash, the loud shout from his teammate, snapped him back to reality. The moment the projection doppelganger fully solidified, a powerful wave of celestial energy surged forth, sending both teammates flying with a single glance. Flash disregarded everything else, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable fear, and propelled himself towards the projection doppelganger with a thunderous roar, compressing the air in front of him to form a white sonic barrier, which he then shattered with a punch. Boom! The visible shockwave spread out, and relying on his formidable star beast physique, Flash struck the projection doppelganger, his extensive combat experience allowing him to instinctively disregard his fear and pursue. The brilliance flickered and vanished. Celestial energy coalesced into a powerful energy projectile, hurtling towards the projection doppelganger as it was knocked back, extending a hand to perform a gesture of gathering celestial energy. In an instant, vast amounts of celestial energy were compressed into the palm of the projection doppelganger, forming a radiant energy orb. It was this familiar scene that completely awakened the memories of the Thunder Dragon. Roar, the Thunder Dragon, coexisting within Flash's consciousness, was instantly filled with terror as the posture of the silhouette before him rapidly overlapped with that of someone from his memories. That was an inescapable psychological shadow. With the Thunder Dragon's reminder, Flash was taken aback, his expression flustered. No wonder he had felt such unease, but he quickly regained his composure. What was there to fear? Now he possessed greater strength, and he was not without the power to fight back. In the blink of an eye, the energy projectile collided with the energy orb in a fierce clash, unleashing a force that created a crater several hundred meters in diameter, flattening the entire ruin. A thick cloud of smoke billowed across the desolate earth. Flash felt somewhat uncertain as it done. As if in response, the thick smoke was swept away by the overwhelming celestial power, and the projection doppelganger decisively initiated a critical breakthrough. That was not all. The power of superbursts surged forth in succession. Boom! Astonishing energy erupted into the sky, leaving Flash dumbfounded before he erupted into a torrent of curses. Is this really a first-tier advancement task trial? Rumbling, the surging energy unleashed arcs of electricity in the air, and the dark, heavy clouds above erupted with deafening thunder, while bolts of lightning danced wildly. After the critical breakthrough, the projection doppelganger advanced to third-tier combat power. Coupled with the energy of super burst poised to unleash, creating a scene that was nothing short of terrifying. Celestial energy surged. The earth trembled. What the hell? The 2 other teammates were so overwhelmed by the might of this energy that their souls nearly left their bodies. Who would believe this was a first-tier advancement task? What a joke. This could likely obliterate even third-tier beings. The culmination of the final trial had developed into a scenario that none of the 3 had anticipated. To them, this advancement task seemed utterly devoid of any intention to allow passage. That IT was simply the epitome of misfortune. Shining, we cannot fight it. Run. Run my foot. A formidable energy pressure surged like a tidal wave, leaving Shining drenched in sweat, the fear seared deep within him intensifying with every heartbeat. Escape was utterly impossible. The disparity in power was insurmountable. This time, it was certain death. Gritting his teeth, Shining shouted fiercely. "Damn it, I'll fight back. Star Beast form. Unleash." Boom! A thunderous heartbeat echoed as Shining's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal star beast nearly 100 meters tall, the mighty wyvern showcasing its full power once more. However, under the relentless energy pressure of the projection avatar, the wyvern strained to release all its energy, yet the projection avatar denied it the opportunity. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged forth, engulfing the wyvern completely. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, swallowing Shining's two companions in its wake. Even at a considerable distance, they were unable to escape the calamity. When the dust finally settled, the scene revealed an unfathomably deep abyss. With violent energy emanating from within, chaotic currents of energy intermittently sparking with fierce lightning. Not only Shining and his companions, but also numerous nearby returners were swept into this devastating blow. The sheer destructive force was beyond comprehension. Others were left oblivious to what had transpired, losing consciousness as they were reduced to fundamental particles in the face of such overwhelming energy. Even resurrection abilities at the level of blood rebirth were rendered powerless against such a strike, let alone flesh and blood. Not even remnants could hope to remain that a sphere of azure light crashed against the edge of the abyss, carving a long trench into the ground before dissipating after a while. Cough, cough. The young man in the robe, shaken, managed to rise from the ground. Fortunately, he was far from the epicenter of the explosion, allowing him to salvage his life, though he still bore some injuries from the residual shockwave. Wiping the blood from his lips, he staggered to his feet, only to find his pupils constricting violently at the sight before him, rendered motionless in shock. Before him lay an abyss of unimaginable proportions. With chaotic energy currents and lightning intertwining, even the ominous dark clouds above had been swept away. He stood there in a daze. What on earth had transpired? The shock of this scene surpassed even the awe he felt when Chen Yi had ascended to the heavens. The sheer scale of destruction was staggering when presented so directly before his eyes. Not far away, Chen Yi stood at the edge of the abyss. Speechless, he realized that his projection avatar for the final trial was indeed beyond the scope of what could be endured without fourth-tier strength. This was undeniably an unreasonable challenge for a first-tier returner. To be fair, this incident had eliminated many returners, saving Chen Yi considerable effort. He had no intention of intervening in the trial, as it was not his responsibility nor concern. If others wished to place blame, they could only direct it toward the returner space. Snapping back to reality, the young man in the robe noticed someone nearby, his eyes lighting up as he approached with an innocuous demeanor, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Brother. However, upon closer inspection, he realized this figure was eerily familiar, recalling the domineering presence that had repelled the deity at the gate of the heavens. The young man's smile froze, halting him in his tracks. Chen Yi regarded the young man in the robe with intrigue, aware that this individual had gone on a killing spree, with numerous returners falling at his hands, though the exact motivation remained unclear. What's wrong? Hee. Cold sweat trickled down the young man's brow as he forced a stiff smile and turned to leave. My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. In an instant, the binding force of stellar power ensnared the young man in the robe, rendering him immobile. Chen Yi, intrigued, inquired, "If I'm not mistaken, you intended to kill me, didn't you? I'm quite curious about your motives." Vaguely, Chen Yi speculated. Either this young man was truly deranged, or he was connected to the transcendent space, that he recalled the words of the transcendent being that had occupied the god of descent, suggesting that returners could indeed switch allegiances to the transcendent space, that if eliminating a transcendent being yielded substantial points, it was plausible that the reverse could also hold true. This reasoning seemed sound. Yet, one detail eluded Chen Yi. Betrayers could not be identified by the space, thus evading the triggering of annihilation tasks and the associated point rewards. Hence, he remained uncertain of the young man's status as a betrayer. "Brother, you've misunderstood." The young man's face turned pale, panic evident as he shouted, "I merely mistook you for someone else. I harbor no ill intentions." Just as Chen Yi's attention was fixated on the young man, a glint of cold light flashed in an instant, a battle flag soaring atop a long spear. The flag bore the emblem of two crossed swords, with a radiant star at its center. This was the banner of the elite legion of the transcendent space, the Starry Cross Legion. The battle flag whipped in the wind like a dragon's roar, as Waterdrop brandished the spear, crossing the vast distance to aim for Chen Yi's head with an unstoppable force, identifying the transcendent being. An annihilation task was triggered. Annihilation task. The transcendent space is the adversary of the returner space. Transcendent beings are sworn enemies. You must eliminate the transcendent being before you without fail. Task reward, 20,000 points. I see. Chen Yi finally understood. He had suspected Waterdrop and the red-haired individual were acting surreptitiously, and now it was clear they were transcendent beings. An unexpected delivery right to his doorstep. Boom! The long spear, imbued with immense might, obliterated the young man in the robe, but just as it was about to pierce Chen Yi, it was halted, unable to advance further. Waterdrop's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, a flash of light swept by. Waterdrop, having failed in the ambush, immediately withdrew, while the red-haired individual, positioned at a distance, readied an arrow, a magnificent projectile shimmering with colorful light that seemed to tear through space itself. Striking Chen Yi directly, boom! The ground trembled violently, and with the power of the Starry Cross Legion's banner bolstering it, the red-haired one's dazzling arrow unleashed fourth-tier destructive force that a colossal energy pillar surged upward. Crack! The longbow in the red-haired individual's hand splintered into pieces, a third-tier weapon rendered utterly useless by a single arrow, causing him great distress as his heart ached at the loss. His abilities were indeed costly. The energy within the pillar roiled, shooting skyward. The red-haired individual joined Waterdrop, retrieving another third-tier equipment from his spatial storage, fully prepared for a significant expenditure. Seriously, he's still alive. The points had yet to be credited, indicating that the opponent had not been eliminated. The red-haired individual found this incredulous. The power of the battle flag combined with his abilities should have been sufficient to dispatch a fourth-tier being. Waterdrop remained on high alert. Even if Chen Yi survived, he would surely be gravely injured. The red-haired individual's strike was undeniably potent. He had previously inflicted heavy wounds on, or even eliminated, several fourth-tier returners, and Waterdrop held a firm respect for his offensive capability. However, the next scene unfolded completely beyond their expectations. A figure emerged from the energy pillar, and Chen Yi appeared unscathed, as if the energy had merely tickled him. Hiss! Realizing that the situation had exceeded their expectations, the red-haired individual's pupils constricted as he instinctively took a step back, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. He not fourth tier. He fifth tier. If he were fourth tier, it would have been impossible for him to withstand that strike without a scratch. Perhaps the equipment or items in his possession had mitigated the damage. The red-haired individual hoped for the latter, for if Chen Yi were truly fifth tier, their fates would be sealed. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, the young man in the robe had indeed served as bait, luring in a formidable adversary, one capable of capsizing their very vessel. A suffocating sense of oppression enveloped them. Chen Yi extended a hand. Bang! Bang! At the critical juncture, an overwhelmingly powerful force descended, rendering them utterly helpless. The figures of the water droplet and the red-haired individual vanished from sight, replaced by two straw dummies, while they themselves were obliterated into fundamental particles by Chen Yi in an instant. The two utilized the decoys to escape thousands of miles away. The heart of the red-haired individual trembled violently, the shadow of death still looming overhead, with a profound fear lingering in their mind. There was no time for relief. Water droplet, the battle spear, the red-haired one shouted fervently. Without hesitation, the water droplet tossed the battle flag and spear into the hands of the red-haired individual. If Chen Yi were indeed a fifth-tier powerhouse, their escape would not be guaranteed. Now, they could only fight with all their might. The red-haired one drew a great bow and knocked the battle spear, adorned with the Legion's battle flag, onto the string, aiming it toward Chen Yi's direction. Activate the ability. In that fleeting moment, the combined power of the third-tier great bow, battle flag, and spear was unleashed, revealing a myriad of fissures that released a terrifying wave of energy. Boom! The battle spear flew forth, but alas, it was intercepted by Chen Yi, who had instantaneously teleported before them. Crushing it with brute force in the final moments of life, the red-haired one cursed, leaving behind their last words. Damn it, truly a fifth tier. The water droplet nodded in agreement. Indeed, a fifth tier. Soon after, both were consumed by the explosive force of the battle spear. Perishing in the process, this time, the Transcendent Star Crusade incurred the loss of a battle flag, an expense they would surely lament. Mission of annihilation. Completed. Points earned. 20,000. Points balance. 1,058,600. A total of over 1 million points. Although the combat prowess of the red-haired individual and the water droplet was formidable, they remained merely third-tier transcenders, unable to compare with the one who occupied the body of the god of descent. Chen Yi had little interest in probing further. Perhaps that transcender was indeed extraordinary, having commandeered the vessel of a god of descent, allowing them to exhibit fifth-tier strength without reliance on equipment or items. Thus, the rewards were substantial. Recognizing the elevated quality of the transcenders, Chen Yi noted that the annihilation rewards far surpassed those of conventional tasks, and he secretly hoped for more transcenders to appear. Unfortunately, it seemed there were only a few, all of whom had fallen into his hands. As for those traitors who hid themselves well, Chen Yi remained unaware of their identities and thus could not unearth them all. Moreover, annihilating traitors bore no rewards, and Chen Yi was disinclined to undertake such thankless endeavors. Even if he were to learn their identities, he would likely adopt a laissez-faire attitude unless provoked. The time limit for the temporary mission was set at 1 year. A mere blink of an eye for beings of eternal life, rendering the concept of lifespan devoid of meaning and value for Chen Yi. During his slumber, he responded to all the calls of the stellar altar, and upon closing and reopening his eyes, a year had swiftly elapsed. Enormous abysses emerged across the land of the world of endings. It was evident what had transpired. Upon realizing the immense peril of the final trial, the returners abandoned their advancement tasks. The Legion members were particularly perceptive. When they noticed that fellow members had gone silent one by one, they likely deduced that something had gone awry during the final trial phase. It was a trial of certain death. Consequently, a year later, many returners managed to survive. Some had never reached the final trial, while others were the first to sense the abnormalities. Not all had perished. 3-2-1. Time limit reached. Temporary mission. Completed. Points earned. 10,000. Advancement task. Completed. Submit task? Yes. Advancement task submitted successfully. Settlement completed. Points balance. 1,068,600. After choosing to submit the task, the spatial interface displayed the settlement. Thus, the advancement task was thoroughly concluded. And Chen Yi promptly returned to the space. Before his return, he did not forget to open a spatial rift to retrieve his core essence from the plank membrane. The returners flickered and vanished from sight. Upon returning to the returner space, the interface popped up, current tier, second tier. Chen Yi gazed at his substantial points balance, momentarily unsure of how to enhance his abilities. The cost of strengthening the star spirit had reached a staggering 3 million points upon reaching LV-23. After much contemplation, he realized that no matter which ability he applied the points to, the value wouldn't be particularly high. Though the critical breakthrough had been forcibly elevated to LV-10 within the advancement task world, it remained unenhanced upon returning to the returner space. Ultimately, he decided to save these points for future enhancements once he acquired new abilities, as that would yield the highest cost-effectiveness. 1 million points were sufficient to fully enhance a low-tier ability. Ugh! With a lollipop in its mouth, Wang Kai bounced along behind Chen. Chen Yi strolled through the commercial district, finally stopping in front of the exquisite fruit boutique. He plopped down in front of the lottery ticket machine. Hey bro, back to play again. Huh. As per tradition, Chen Yi took out 1 million points to have some fun. Swiping the anonymous asset card, he immediately began drawing. This time, however, fortune was not on his side. Out of 100 draws, he received 92 first-tier tickets, 7 second-tier tickets, and 1 third-tier ticket, with no fourth-tier tickets in sight. After redeeming his tickets and adding the ones he had accumulated previously, Chen Yi's current stock amounted to 1 fourth-tier ticket and 8 third-tier tickets. Overall, this round of luck was still relatively decent. Afterward, Chen Yi made his way to the central square, where a considerable number of returners had gathered, all watching a world war being broadcast on the large screen. Others conversed. Who is fighting whom? The Thunder Legion is battling the Stellar Crusade. Those old schemers from the transcendent space are at it again, and this time they've brought a big wave against us. What is the outcome? I've heard the Thunder Legion suffered heavy losses, but the Stellar Crusade isn't faring much better. Neither side can truly gain an advantage. That is true. The Thunder Legion was, after all, the top-tier legion in the returner space. The reputation of the Supernova Legion and the Thunder Legion resonates profoundly, as they stand among the foremost legions within the void space, boasting a multitude of powerful beings from the first tier to the highest echelons. Equally renowned are the Iron Throne and the Diamond Legion. While Chen Yi has yet to encounter any members of the Iron Throne, he is aware that the Diamond Legion is the wealthiest among them. In contrast to other elite legions, the Diamond Legion resembles a merchant organization more than a military one, preferring commerce and trade over conflict and bloodshed. The United Bank holds shares from the Diamond Legion, and the anonymous asset card in Chen Yi's possession originates from this institution. His decision to refrain from returning to the Blue Star universe stemmed from his desire to gather intelligence regarding the transcendent space. As the Space Guidance Manual lacks pertinent information, first-tier Voidwalkers possess scant knowledge of the existence of transcendent beings, a fact that remains no secret to higher-tier Voidwalkers. The opportunities for higher-tier Voidwalkers to engage with transcendence increase proportionately with their rank. By the second tier, they gradually begin to encounter these formidable entities. Such information is not difficult to procure. Chen Yi purchased a tablet and, after connecting to the network within the spatial city, followed the advice of an acquaintance to enter a particular forum brimming with strategies and intelligence. Upon discovering this forum, he was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the existence of such a modern and information-rich platform. Subsequently, he gleaned a wealth of insights regarding transcendent space and its inhabitants, including information about traders, a type of transcendent whose identity cannot be discerned, nor can their extermination tasks be triggered. Thus, Chen Yi came to a sudden realization, speculating that the robed youth might very well be a traitor. The animosity between Void Walkers and Transcendents was already sufficient. Now, the introduction of a traitor only exacerbated the perilous environment. This prompted an increasing number of Void Walkers to join legions. In the face of Transcendents and traitors, lone wolves are easily backstabbed, rendering their situation exceedingly perilous. So, what do you say? Would you consider joining our legion? While we may not rival the Grand Legions, it is certainly preferable to wandering alone, and our intelligence and benefits are quite commendable. That a bearded man sat across from Chen Yi, raising his glass and downing its contents. This man, known as Huiyao, had exchanged information for a meal with Chen. Thank you, Chen Yi replied candidly, but I still prefer to be on my own. Huiyao chuckled heartily and rose to depart. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. Our legion is in need of members. After resting in the space for several days, Chen Yi finally returned to the Blue Star universe, where time resumed its flow. He continued to traverse the cosmic expanse alongside Gamma, heading toward the next star system. The Star Spirit Hunters loomed like the sword of Damocles above them, an ever-present threat poised to obliterate them from existence at any moment. Chen Yi had indeed grown stronger, possessing numerous hidden cards. Yet until he comprehended the full extent of the Blue Star Universe's power, he remained acutely aware of the lurking dangers. He had vanquished a fifth-tier Star Spirit Hunter. But who could say whether the next adversary might be a sixth tier, or, even more alarmingly, a seventh tier? Much depended on the strength of the forces behind the Star Spirit Hunters. Anything was possible. Amidst this overwhelming crisis, they could only abandon caution and embrace recklessness. Chen Yi found himself without choice to become stronger in a short span of time. He resolved to annihilate every star system along their path with Gamma, thereby accruing more beacon mall points. However, the star systems near the galaxy were relatively small, and thus the points gained from destroying a minor star system were limited, yet the vastness of the universe ensured that numerous systems existed. Meanwhile, far beyond, in the crevice between the universe and the void, the starlight lay silent, and within a realm of profound darkness, waves of thought began to stir. Two star spirits emerged within the Milky Way. One fifth-tier Star Spirit Hunter had met its demise. These two-star spirits were suspected of possessing beacons and were currently engaged in widespread destruction of star systems, presumably to amass points in a bid to counterbalance our forces. They could not be allowed to continue their growth unchecked. This was the directive from Gaia as consciousness. This universe had no need for star spirits. It was their own transgression. Understanding this, I shall take it upon myself to intervene. If even a fifth-tier star spirit hunter has fallen, it is our turn to act, a perfect opportunity to pass the time. Let the not send a clone. Rest assured, I shall personally attend to this matter. With that, the crimson blade of the red steel sword cleaved through the fabric of the universe, as a silver-haired man stepped leisurely into the rift, vanishing from sight. Within the cosmic expanse, a series of radiant star lights flickered and vanished. Now at the fifth tier, Chen Yi could effortlessly obliterate an entire star system without even resorting to his super burst. From a great distance, the star energy rippled, and in an instant, the energy waves decomposed a star system dozens of light years away into fundamental particles. In that moment, all civilizations and life within the star system were returned to the cosmos, with the beacon holders meeting their demise and the points tallying up rapidly. Points earned: 5,000 points earned, 20,000 points earned, 150,000 points earned, 2,000,000 points balance. 9.5 billion. The Milky Way was home to numerous star systems of varying sizes, some with as few as 1 billion stars, while the Andromeda Galaxy boasted trillions. Those smaller systems struggled to foster civilization and life, and beacon holders were exceedingly rare. Even the annihilation of an entire star system yielded meager points. The Andromeda Galaxy, located 2.54 million light-years away, provided Chen Yi with the most substantial points in a single transaction. Upon the destruction of the Andromeda Galaxy, he acquired a staggering 4 billion points. While the Milky Way only contributed 1.1 billion, that the universe is indeed a realm of unrelenting cruelty and darkness. The brilliance of countless stars obscures the fragility of civilizations and life. A massive gamma ray burst swept through, potentially reducing nearby star systems to lifeless voids, devoid of any mercy. Chen Yi had been cautious since entering the Milky Way, but crises would never waver in response to individual actions or intentions. The universe that sought to obliterate you would undoubtedly succeed, leaving no room for struggle. Thus, the star spirit hunters arrived, and he was compelled to fight with all his might. In his previous approach, he would eliminate only the beacon holders within a 5-light-year radius, harvesting their points without unnecessary destruction of other civilizations and lives. Yet now, time was not a luxury he could afford to confront the star spirit hunters of the blue star universe. He was left with no option but to indiscriminately annihilate entire star systems, accruing vast amounts of points. This was a battle for survival, allowing no room for compassion. Gamma, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, shedding his timidity and growing bolder, consequently amassing a significant number of points. However, due to the vast disparity in strength between him and Chen Yi, his point acquisition paled in comparison. One day, while traversing the cosmic expanse, Chen Yi suddenly felt a sharp pang of danger, immediately realizing that the star spirit hunters were about to strike. He halted and opened the beacon mall to begin selecting items. The impending battle loomed. Gamma also accessed the beacon mall to prepare, and truth be told, he had never been so affluent in his life. The string of zeros in his points balance was quickly expended on abilities and equipment. A multitude of radiant orbs appeared before Gamma, and the purchased items were promptly delivered. Ammunition was plentiful. As for equipment and items, Chen Yi required little. The time-space crystals provided the strongest defense, while critical breakthrough and super burst represented the pinnacle of offense. He intended to focus solely on the development of star spirit abilities, having already invested so many points and seeing no reason not to continue. The subsequent development of star spirits held immense potential. After all, he had once single-handedly vanquished countless formidable cosmic races. Among the products available at the 7th tier, prices typically commenced at 1 billion, reaching as high as 10 billion. However, a significant turning point has emerged in the pricing of goods at the Beacon Mall. The prices of 7th tier items have skyrocketed to a staggering minimum of 10 billion, with the most elite 7th tier products reaching astronomical figures as high as 1 trillion. is no surprise that 7th-tier items, deemed cosmic level, have experienced such an exponential rise in price. Chen Yi has his eye on a 7th-tier item, yet he currently lacks the funds to procure it. This item is offered in 4 separate portions, each valued at 250 billion, with the 4 portions collectively constituting the complete product. The 4 segments are as follows: Unified Force Form, Gravitational Chapter, Unified Force Form, Electromagnetic Chapter, Unified Force Form, Strong Interaction Chapter, and Unified Force Form, Weak Interaction Chapter. Should one manage to gather all 4 legacies, the Star Spirit would gain knowledge on how to evolve into the Unified Force Form. Once evolution to the Unified Force Form is achieved, the combat prowess of the Star Spirit would witness an explosive enhancement. Clearly, Chen Yi's current points balance is woefully inadequate. He cannot even afford a single chapter, let alone the entirety of the 4. He can only gaze at the prices in dismay. Moreover, he seems to have little else to prepare. In terms of self-preservation, he possesses the core of origin, which he intends to toss into the Planck membrane upon returning to the Blue Star universe. Upon closing the beacon mall, Chen Yi's sense of danger surged to an extraordinary level that it's here. In an instant, a colossal strike appeared without warning, tearing through the fabric of cosmic space, and Gamma was caught completely off guard, being drawn directly into a spatial rift. What the hell? Just as the battle commenced, this insignificant player was abruptly forced out, vanishing into the spatial fissure. While death would not come easily, his whereabouts were uncertain. Had it not been for the time-space energy barrier that intercepted this blow, Chen Yi would have stood no chance. Undeniably, the enemy's strength was formidable. Without hesitation, Chen Yi decisively executed a critical breakthrough to ascend to the 6th tier. If the 5th tier possesses the destructive capability to annihilate star systems, then the 6th tier embodies the power of galaxy clusters. Even at the mere threshold of the 6th tier, Chen Yi could unleash the combat strength capable of obliterating hundreds of star systems in an instant. The reason he refrained from using the critical breakthrough to expedite point accumulation was purely due to his extreme caution. The breakthrough has a cooldown period. Should the enemy strike during this cooldown, it would spell disaster. The cosmic expanse trembled. Chen Yi's aura surged dramatically, as a figure wielding a crimson steel blade materialized before him, standing in opposition. This individual was none other than Xing Hen, who had nearly slain Chen Yi during their previous encounter on the Blue Star. Upon recognizing this familiar visage, Chen Yi was struck with profound astonishment. He had previously speculated that Xing Hen's true form possessed combat power exceeding that of star level. Yet he had not anticipated it to be so outrageous. Xing Hen, it must be fate. Xing Hen emanated a fierce battle intent, his aura rivaling that of Chen Yi, perhaps even surpassing him significantly. It was evident that his power was genuinely that of the 6th tier. He smiled, saying, "I never expected that after our battle on the Blue Star, our next confrontation would unfold in such a manner. I told you we would meet again." Time was of the essence. Recovering from his astonishment, Chen Yi promptly took the initiative. The terrifying power of the galaxy cluster erupted instantaneously, an immense wave of star energy sweeping across the cosmic void. As if seeking to obliterate the entire universe, Xing Hen grinned, a crimson hue flashing through the profound cosmos, as an intangible strike cleaved through the spatial expanse, spanning millions of light years, hurtling unrelentingly toward Chen Yi. Unfazed, Chen Yi countered with a fist, shattering the strike capable of severing cosmic space. The surge of star energy annihilated all star systems within tens of millions of light years. Points were accumulating rapidly. Yet Chen Yi had no time to spare. The collapsing space and the tumultuous star energy collided, generating an immensely vast gamma-ray burst that obliterated everything in its path, gazing towards the starry sky. One would witness a dazzling brilliance, and when any civilization beheld this radiance, it signified that annihilation had indeed arrived. The gamma-ray burst would incinerate planetary surfaces in a molten lava, rendering survival impossible for any ordinary life form. When a shockwave of star energy swept through, entire planets would be reduced to cosmic dust. Even the chaotic star energy, spreading across tens of millions of light years, would wreak havoc, causing some stars to burn even more fiercely upon absorbing vast amounts of star energy. Others would succumb to collapse due to the depletion of star energy, transforming into white dwarfs or neutron stars, and even beginning to evolve into black holes. More distant galaxies might escape destruction. Yet they were not immune to the conflict's repercussions, being propelled further into the cosmic void by the residual force of the star energy. Numerous stars and planets were flung away, some colliding and shattering into cosmic debris. This was merely the aftermath of a battle between two sixth-tier galaxy cluster-level powerhouses. An abundance of cosmic dust drifted through space, as the intense friction of fundamental particles sparked lively electrical discharges, only to be extinguished by the overwhelming star energy. The incredibly sharp crimson steel blade severed the river of stars, tearing apart the celestial sphere, upon realizing the inviolable nature of Chen Yi's time-space energy barrier. Chen Yi delivered a strike that transcended the barrier, landing squarely upon Chen Yi, severing one of his arms. I could see that moment. Chen Yi's formidable regeneration abilities manifested as the severed arm swiftly reattached itself at the wound, leaving no trace of injury. Impressive, Chen Yi exclaimed with genuine admiration. This was the first time someone had managed to breach his time-space barrier and inflict harm. You are no slouch yourself, Chen Yi remarked, a hint of exhilaration in his voice. It had been far too long since he had encountered a worthy adversary. One of the few individuals at the pinnacle of this universe's power hierarchy. Chen Yi had not experienced such a thrilling battle in ages. However, this was ultimately a fight to the death, devoid of camaraderie or mutual respect. Both were exerting every effort to eliminate the other without reservation. Clang! The light chime of the crimson steel blade resonated through the star energy, as Chen Yi's gaze sharpened in that instant, the imminent sense of danger sending chills down one's spine. Simultaneously, star energy within tens of millions of light-years was swiftly siphoned away. Chen Yi, instinctively responding to the perilous aura, unleashed a full-force strike with a 10,000-fold explosive power. Boom! A strike that transcended causality descended directly upon Chen Yi, the frenzied blow pulverizing the very material that constituted his form into its fundamental information state. Concurrently, the 10,000-fold explosive force fractured the cosmic space, obliterating all celestial bodies and spatial elements within billions of light-years, rendering the universe's fabric akin to shattered glass before being consumed into dust. The strike, which gathered star energy spanning millions of light-years, contained immeasurable mass. Consequently, upon its emergence in the universe, it expanded into an unimaginably vast super black hole. Chen Yi was engulfed by the black hole's center, as unparalleled might descended, shattering all matter into its fundamental information, transforming it into quantum foam that, in the aftermath, the cosmic expanse plunged into an extended silence. Chen Yi found himself enacting a cyclical dance of life and death beneath the strike that transcended causality, while Chen Yi was endlessly submerged within this supermassive black hole. Yet, with each iteration of life and death, Chen Yi's strength and aura intensified, akin to the universe accumulating energy for a grand explosion. The cycle of death and evolution triggered anew. Chen Yi was continuously growing stronger. Thump! Thump! The oscillations of star energy and spiritual power intensified, resonating through the universe like the rhythmic beating of a heart. As formidable vitality brewed within, the magnitude of the disturbance caused by this battle was extraordinarily immense, with the residual force of star energy continually expanding, alarming many strong beings across various star systems, including some fifth-tier powerhouses. Due to the vast distance, they could not discern the situation at the battlefield's center, only perceiving an unimaginably colossal super black hole. Merely witnessing this phenomenon sent shivers down the spines of the fifth-tier powerhouses, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Upon closer inspection, they realized that nearly all star systems within billions of light-years had suffered catastrophic damage, with numerous galaxies being drawn into the black hole and ground to dust. When the world has transpired, a cataclysmic disaster in the void? No, this is the battlefield of sixth-tier powerhouses. Upon hearing the news, a swarm of fifth-tier powerhouses immediately fled in a panic. The battle of the cluster-level experts was far beyond their comprehension, and to be caught up in it would mean their lives would be utterly insufficient to cover the losses. There are only a handful of cluster-level beings in the universe. And who is fighting whom? I don't know. Thud, thud. At that moment, a rhythmic pulse echoed through the sea of star energy, causing the gathered experts to freeze in shock that it was a wave of star power so potent it left them breathless. In the presence of such overwhelming force, they felt insignificantly small, akin to humanity gazing up at the vast, unfathomable cosmos. The faces of the fifth-tier beings turned pallid in an instant. The cosmic expanse subtly began to tremble. The fifth-tier experts could not help but change their expressions dramatically. Run! Get away from this battlefield. The fight is not over. Boom! An endless surge of star power erupted suddenly, as Chen Yi, exuding an invincible aura, broke free from the causality-defying strike. After utilizing a critical breakthrough, he finally escaped that moment. His power level stood at the mid-sixth tier. Without the critical breakthrough, he would merely be at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. If circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to advance to the sixth tier through death evolution before breaking free from the cycle of life and death. However, time was of the essence, and Chen Yi feared that Xinghan might escape before him, which would place him at a significant disadvantage. Simultaneously, a supermassive black hole was cleaved open, and a reborn Xinghan stepped forth, confronting Chen Yi from a distance, though his momentum was clearly inferior to Chen Yi's. "TSK," Xinghan remarked nonchalantly, then sheathed his red steel blade. "You are much stronger than I anticipated. If this continues, I might end up losing. However, I won't die. Escaping is quite simple for me." His battle intent rapidly diminished, and as he spoke, he produced a black crystal and tossed it into Chen Yi's hand. This object can conceal the energy fluctuations of star spirits. With it, you can evade the tracking of star spirit hunters. Chen accepted the black crystal, somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean?" Xinghan replied. "Continuing this fight is pointless. I have no intention of falling here. However, I cannot ignore the directives I have been given, so consider this a favor. They will assume you have been eliminated by me." He seemed unconcerned about the orders from Gaia's consciousness, almost as if he had been harboring a grudge against it for quite some time. Chen Yi accepted the crystal, acknowledging the favor. By the way, Xinghan emphasized, the points gained from this battle are a gift. You must behave yourself moving forward, and if you continue to wreak havoc across the galaxies and disrupt the cosmic balance, Gaia's consciousness will not stand idly by. It would be wise to remain low-key until you are certain you possess the strength to obliterate this universe. Chen Yi found it difficult to comprehend. It seemed Xinghan was showing him a significant amount of concern. "Our relationship is not such that you would care for me to this extent. What are your true intentions behind this favor and reminder about Gaia's consciousness?" "Intentions?" Xinghan grinned broadly and stated plainly, "I have been displeased with Gaia's consciousness for quite some time that I see great potential in you. And perhaps one day, we can join forces to overthrow Gaia's consciousness." "Is that persuasive enough?" His words rang true. Gaia's consciousness had always treated them as mere tools to be manipulated, and Xinghan had long grown weary of this. He genuinely sought to challenge the consciousness of this universe. Chen Yi remained skeptical of Xinghan's words, yet his attention shifted to another matter. "So, are you implying that Gaia's consciousness has gained sentience?" Xinghan nodded affirmatively. Before departing, he cautioned, "Therefore, keep a low profile to avoid attracting Gaia's direct intervention. That would spell great trouble, as it wields cosmic-level power." The implication was clear. One should bide their time and develop their strength, as they were not yet capable of resisting Gaia's consciousness. To avoid falling victim to it, one must not act recklessly. Chen Yi understood. The notion that Gaia's consciousness had attained sentience was unexpected. A minuscule miracle was unfolding in this universe. In summary, the black crystal bestowed upon him by Xinghan could obscure the fluctuations of star spirits, temporarily alleviating the threat from star spirit hunters, and he anticipated that significant troubles were unlikely to arise henceforth. Moreover, Xinghan's attitude toward the star spirits was evidently indifferent. However, this did not imply that other powerful beings in this universe shared the same sentiment. Chen Yi was acutely aware of this truth. To assume that everyone would behave like Xinghan would be naive. Some individuals undoubtedly regarded the star spirits as sworn enemies, and that possibility was very real. Indeed, as Chen Yi suspected, Gaia's consciousness in this universe did harbor animosity toward the star spirits. The star spirit hunters were not merely following orders. They bore a genuine hatred for the star spirits. The deep-seated blood feud from 5 billion years ago had not faded, and the star spirits had made countless enemies across various universes, digging a massive pit for the newly born star spirits. Gazing around the cosmos, the nearby galaxies had been utterly annihilated by the battle, and the vast majority of beacons within 100 million light-years had become points for Chen Yi's score. Upon opening the beacon marketplace, an astronomical figure caught his eye. Points balance. 57.92 billion. He was still several billion short of purchasing for unified force forms to complete the full legacy, rendering it a distant prospect unless he wreaked havoc across more galaxies. Chen Yi decided to stick to his previous method, eliminating the beacon holders within a 5 light-year radius one at a time to harvest points. Although it was slow, it was sufficiently discreet and secure, allowing him to collect points without dissatisfaction. He would develop quietly and eventually shatter this universe. In the future, whether it was the top-tier powerhouses of this universe pursuing him or Gaia's consciousness opposing him, he would eliminate anyone who threatened his life. Currently, Chen Yi possessed the combat prowess of a pinnacle 5th-tier expert, with star energy perception and control extending over a radius of 3 million light-years. And his spirit level was LV25, though it appeared he was merely a step away from the 6th-tier cluster level. The reality was that the gap was vast. Chen Yi had experienced the power of the 6th tier after his critical breakthrough. The force capable of obliterating hundreds of galaxies was far beyond the 5th tier's capabilities. The chasm between the 5th and 6th tiers was astonishingly vast, and the 7th tier cosmic level would likely be even more unfathomable. A power beyond Chen Yi's capacity to contend with. Even with his ability to harness death evolution, he would not recklessly confront Gaia's consciousness head-on, fearing a potential downfall. AS for Gamma, Chen Yi had no idea where he had been sent in the cosmic crevices, and he could only wish him luck. Buzzing, Chen Yi rapidly gathered the star energy within the universe, channeling the immense force to form matter, subsequently creating various celestial bodies to embellish the cosmic expanse. A colossal black hole emerged, its immense gravity drawing numerous celestial bodies into a slow, spiraling dance, resembling the Milky Way. The new galaxy. The galaxy Chen Yi created had a radius of a staggering 100,000 light-years. Containing hundreds of billions of stars that he extracted the solar system from his personal space and placed it within the new galaxy. With the relocation complete, temporal energy enveloped the entire new galaxy, causing time and space to accelerate abruptly. The will of the star spirits permeated among the stars, and life miraculously began to flourish silently, with countless beings growing and thriving. After accomplishing all of this, Chen Yi promptly withdrew the temporal energy and departed, leaving the future development of Blue Star and the new galaxy to their own fortunes. Shortly after Chen Yi's departure, a streak of light shot forth for Blue Star, revealing the faint outline of a ferocious beast with crimson scales. Roar. A silent roar stirred violent energy fluctuations throughout the cosmic expanse as the long-dormant youth finally stepped into the galaxy, embarking upon his own narrative. In this new galaxy, devoid of beacons, Chen Yi must seek out fresh fields of chives. Within the universe, there exists a plethora of 5th-tier powerhouses. After all, with the presence of the Beacon Mall, an artifact of rapid maturation, many chives manage to escape calamity and transform into farm owners. Yet, when gazing upon the countless trillions of galaxies scattered across the cosmos, 5th-tier beings are but a mere drop in the ocean, seldom encountered under ordinary circumstances. Before long, Chen Yi discovered a newly sprouted chive garden, located in a galaxy 100 million light-years away, known to its inhabitants as the Tianfan system. The Tianfan system is a spiral galaxy, akin to the Milky Way, boasting a radius of 100,000 light-years, teeming with trillions of stars and numerous civilizations. Naturally, beacon holders are not in short supply. In an instant, time and space surged with energy, accelerating the entire Tianfan system's temporal flow, allowing Chen Yi to reap his rewards at an accelerated pace. His senses could only detect beacon holders within a 5 light-year radius. Without this temporal acceleration, harvesting the 20,000 light-years of beacons would prove quite arduous. He continued his harvest of beacons. The points accrued were as follows: 1,000, 3,400, 25,000, 14,000. Soon, the beacon holders of the Tian fan system were thoroughly harvested, bestowing upon Chen Yi his staggering 3.2 billion points. The temporal energy receded like a tide. Returning to the time-space crystal, points balance, 582.4 billion. Fortunately, with the assistance of the time-space crystal, a month's worth of rest proved sufficient for Chen Yi to complete the harvesting of an entire galaxy. Sensing nearby galaxies, he swiftly set his sights on the next target. Meanwhile, Gamma awoke in a daze, greeted by a colossal fissure before him, as if the universe had been rent asunder, with chaotic energies spilling in from the void beyond. "You are finally awake." A robust figure, reminiscent of a celestial beast, patted Gamma's shoulder with a reassuring smile, exclaiming, "Welcome to the Void Realm." Huh. Gamma was still bewildered by the situation. The figure promptly thrust a firearm into Gamma's hands, pulling out a glowing green metal rod and igniting it, as he whisked Gamma towards the rift in the void. "Prepare for battle." Gamma's face was a canvas of confusion. What on earth was happening? A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Points balance, 623.7 billion. Ultimately, Chen Yi's points surged to over 600 billion, still falling short of the 1 trillion required to purchase the unified force form by nearly 380 billion. He estimated that with another 2 or 3 months, he would be close, and once he evolved into the unified force form of the star spirit, the powers of a 7th-tier cosmic being would be within his grasp. In the unified force form, Chen Yi would possess a baseline combat power equivalent to that of a 6th-tier galactic cluster. Additionally, with a critical breakthrough, reaching the 7th tier would be no mere boast. It is essential to understand that possessing high-tier abilities and equipment does not automatically confer the full strength of that tier upon an individual. Chen Yi's core essence is the 6th-tier inheritance of the star spirit. However, he has not yet entered the 6th tier, as he does not inherently possess 6th-tier strength in his normal state. Conversely, if an individual possesses equipment that grants them 6th-tier capabilities, they can indeed be classified as a 6th-tier powerhouse. Regardless of their inherent strength, Chen Yi has consistently eschewed reliance on equipment, adhering to a pure path of innate power, which is the most authentic and genuine route upon entering the void space. As the timer reached 30 days, the information for the new task world refreshed instantly. This marked Chen Yi's first anchored task following his advancement to the 2nd tier. Task type: anchored task difficulty. 2nd tier with a flicker. Chen Yi vanished from sight. This world exuded vitality, showcasing a robust and flourishing life force, devoid of any signs of decay or ruin. It was a modern information society, bustling with people and vehicles. Mobile phones, the internet, airplanes, and professionals in business attire hurriedly commuting. Everything radiated stability and tranquility as the Star Force perception swept across the planet. Chen Yi's gaze was drawn to a specific direction: Eastern Special Zone. A prompt appeared in the spatial interface. Mainline Task Phase 1. This is a world governed by void energy. Uncover the crises and secrets of this realm. Mastering void energy is imperative. Task reward: 1,000 points. Post 2nd tier. The rewards for the mainline task's first phase were significantly enhanced compared to the 1st tier, no longer a paltry few hundred points. Name: Chen Yi tier. 2nd tier points: 1. 068, 600 abilities, Star Spirit LV25, Planck Membrane Lifeform, Critical Breakthrough LV10, Super Explosion LV11, Death Evolution Items, Personal Space Galaxy, Chapter of Gaia, Heart of the Tyrant, Root Core. Chen Yi first tossed the root core into the Planck membrane. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary planet, yet concealed an extraordinary power, the foundation of which was the void energy referenced in the mainline task's first phase. Void is the root of all things, the very essence from which all universes and worlds are birthed. Chen Yi was well aware of this. Not limited to the void races, many advanced civilizations within the universe subscribe to this theory. The void is infinitely vast, encompassing countless universes and worlds. While the void brims with chaotic and tumultuous energy, it is also the most advanced and primordial form of energy, the source of all energy and matter. In simpler terms, some worlds may lack the capacity to utilize star force, yet none can be devoid of void energy, as the very fabric of worlds is woven from it. Based on void energy, this planet has developed a formidable power structure. However, this remains a closely guarded secret from ordinary inhabitants that study and develop the void energy system. From major special zone cities have emerged, east, west, north, and south, completely isolated from one another. With strict prohibitions against the dissemination of extraordinary powers, the closest to Chen Yi is the Eastern Special Zone, despite the fact that humanity on this planet struggles to even reach the moon. The four special zones harbor the ultimate power capable of annihilating an entire galaxy. While the extraordinary remains shrouded in secrecy, the four zones publicly declare themselves as research hubs, conducting the most advanced scientific studies in the world. In a sense, this is not entirely false. They are indeed extraordinary, but they are not ancient beings. The application of void energy is a legacy inherited from an ancient era. However, the research methods employed by the four special zones today are remarkably scientific and advanced. Target terminal detected, plugin installation in progress. Installation complete. Random upgrade options being generated. Random option. Must hit 1.